He was once a prodigious genius who stunned everyone at the awakening ceremony, only to become the Academy's sole failure, unable to contract any beast after 2 years. In the student evaluation room at Changfeng Beast Academy, Ji Yuan stood before a female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his handsome face marked by dejection, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. The instructor adjusted her glasses and asked coldly, "The Academy gave you 2 years to attempt beast contracting. Time is almost up. Are you still unable to do it?" "Yes." Ji Yuan's voice was low, his lips bitter. Deep down, he understood that perhaps there simply wasn't a beast in this world that could bond with him. The unqualified stamp came down hard on his Philly, a cold verdict of fate. "Tomorrow is the autumn final test. You can choose to give up. After the test ends, there will be a shuttle to take you away." The instructor closed the file, indicating he could leave. But Ji Yuan didn't move. He clenched his fists. "Instructor, I want to participate in the autumn test." His voice was calm, yet carried a final trace of stubbornness. "When I first arrived 2 years ago, it was also during the autumn final test. I see things through to the end. Being eliminated this time will at least bring closure to this chapter." What he couldn't bring himself to say was the endless melancholy that followed. The instructor fell silent for a moment, undisguised regret appearing in her eyes. Who could have predicted that the boy who had caused a citywide sensation 2 years ago during the awakening ceremony, hailed as a supernova, would become a laughingstock 2 years later? In Linyan City, the annual awakening ceremony brought together 18-year-old high school students to test their soul power aptitude. Soul power was divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and special, reaching even the low-grade qualified one to enter the world of Beastmasters. 2 years ago, Ji Yuan had shocked the entire city with his special grade soul power, becoming the only genius of his caliber in a century. The most prestigious Changfeng Beast Academy and countless renowned institutions had extended olive branches to him. Back then, he seemed destined for greatness. Yet fate took a sudden turn. Despite his special grade soul power, he couldn't form a contract with any beast. No matter how high one's talent, without a beast, it was all meaningless. The supernova fell overnight. In the blink of an eye, genius became waste. Leaving the evaluation room, Ji Yuan's lonely figure moved through the academy grounds. Students' whispered discussions reached his ears, their murmurs cutting like cold wind. A self-mocking smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit was probably the unluckiest transmigrator ever. He had arrived at age 3 with grand ambitions, only to see his future destroyed at 20. In a world where beasts reigned supreme, without a beast, an orphan like him was destined for a bleak ending. The surroundings buzzed with activity, yet he felt like a shadow forgotten by the world. Joy, glory, hope, none of it concerned him. Ji Yuan sighed helplessly. Is this really the end? Ding. A mechanical notification suddenly rang in his mind. Host's predicament detected. Imperial Codex beast system about to awaken. Instantly, Ji Yuan's lifeless eyes blazed with light. The transmigrator's cheat had finally arrived. System binding in progress. Ding. Binding complete. Imperial Codex beast system at your service. As the notification faded, an ancient, yellowed book materialized in his mind. Imperial Codex. Host can absorb Imperial creature remains to unlock corresponding information. Once unlocked, if remains exceed 30 completeness, host can replicate the Imperial creature's juvenile form and establish a contract. Higher completeness yields purer bloodlines. Replicate Imperial level creatures. These 7 words thundered through his heart. The beast system had evolved over millennia, with bloodlines divided into 8 tiers: low, medium, high, special, overlord, legendary, mythical, and imperial. Current artificial limits reached only legendary grade, with mythical grade being extremely rare. As for imperial grade, they had long gone extinct, leaving only remains in the world. And now, having awakened the Imperial Codex, he would one day build his own Imperial Beast Legion. Blood boiling with excitement, Ji Yuan eagerly opened the Imperial Codex. On the first page, the yellowed paper depicted a blue-green exotic beast, while the remaining slots showed black, locked status. This first blue Imperial creature was obviously the system's starter package. Ji Yuan. Just as he was about to examine it closely, a clear female voice called from behind. Lin Yunjiao approached with flowing black hair and fair, beautiful features, instantly drawing surrounding gazes. She frowned coldly. You're still participating in the autumn test? What exactly are you trying to pull? Can't you just quietly get lost? I've been mocked by everyone because of you these past 2 years. Her viciousness left Ji Yuan's heart completely cold. They had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Her aptitude was merely medium grade. She never would have qualified for admission on her own. It was only because of Ji Yuan's special grade aptitude that she had been accepted as an exception. But he had chosen to hide this, letting her believe she had been selected based on her own potential. Now, however, past warmth had become a blade. So what if you're special grade? You can't even contract a bestiary, forever worthless. Lin Yunjiao laughed coldly with arrogance. Rather than embarrassing yourself publicly tomorrow, why not leave the academy now and stop ruining my reputation? Over the past 2 years, her coldness and disdain had intensified, consuming even their former affection. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms with sharp pain. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Lin Yunjia's icy face, and finally uttered one word, scram. Lin Yunjia froze. Ji Yuan's expression was emotionless. From now on, get completely out of my world. With that, he strode away without looking back. Lin Yunjia stood stunned. In all these years, she had never seen Ji Yuan so resolute. You're the worthless one. How dare you tell me to scram? I'll show you at tomorrow's autumn final test. We'll see who should be the one leaving. Lin Yunjia became hysterical, determined to sever all ties and make everyone know she had nothing more to do with Ji Yuan. Ignoring the whispers and strange looks around him, Ji Yuan hurried toward the dormitory. The academy was vast, with 6 dormitory buildings standing quietly. Regular provisional students shared 4-person rooms, and he lived with 3 other provisional students. Pushing open the door, the dormitory was empty, exactly what he wanted. Ji Yuan closed the windows, drew the curtains, locked the door, and the Imperial Codex immediately appeared before his eyes. The Emperor's Codex slowly turned to its first page, and Ji Yuan didn't hesitate. His consciousness plunged directly into the mystical beast portrait in that first frame. After a brief moment of disorientation, he snapped awake to find himself surrounded by endless chaos. Gray-white mist churned around him, resembling both fog and viscous tidal waters, so thick he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Directly ahead, a solitary platform about 3 feet square floated in the void, upon which stood skeletal remains that appeared carved from pure jade. The crystalline bones refracted an eerie green glow, belonging to a creature slightly larger than a warhorse, but appearing more robust due to its less elongated leg bones. As he approached, a strange wave of energy, both bone-chilling cold and searing heat, washed over him, sending shivers down his spine while compelling him to investigate further. Ding! An attribute panel suddenly materialized. Creature, skeletal nether beast. Bloodline, Qilin divine beast. Rank, Emperor class. Element, fire. Trait, immunity to fire-based damage. Additional data, lost. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Ji Yuan still gasped. Immediately after, a mechanical voice announced, skeletal nether beast remains at 100 integrity. Would you like to replicate a perfect juvenile immediately? Replicate, he responded almost instinctively. The moment he spoke, blazing pillars of light erupted around the platform, rolling waves of heat tearing massive holes in the chaotic mist. The system continued its announcement. First-time replication of Emperor-class creature detected. Bonus reward: Emperor-class demon beast, Star Peak Griffin, remains at 30 integrity. A griffin? A creature from ancient legends. It actually exists. Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. As the brilliant light gradually faded, a small beast, deer-like yet not quite a deer, with a silvery white body, landed gracefully on the platform. The juvenile Qilin replication was complete. Standing about 3 feet tall with a robust physique, its silver-white scales shimmered with flowing light outlined by blue flames. Twin horns on its forehead gleamed jade green like sprouting emerald branches, while blue mane along its neck danced like eternal flames in the wind. Ji Yuan reached out tentatively, but the scorching heat waves forced him to pull back as his palm reddened. However, the young beast voluntarily raised its head, its emerald green pupils reflecting his image as if reassuring him. He gently placed his hand on the creature's forehead, feeling the blazing heat flow from his palm into his chest, as if instantly melting the soul power that had been sealed away for 2 years. He smiled as blood seeped from his palm, forming an intricate contract seal. Little one, come with me and shake this world to its core, he whispered softly, slowly pressing the seal into the creature's forehead. Hum. The instant the seal made contact, a tremor from the depths of their souls resonated between them. Blue smoke swirled around Ji Yuan's hand as searing, tearing pain accompanied the gradual emergence of a blue mark, yet his expression grew increasingly excited. Meanwhile, above Riding Wind Beast Academy in the outside world, the previously cloudless sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. The black sea of clouds churned as rumbling thunder echoed across the heavens like the roars of ancient deities. Fierce winds swept dust and debris across the campus as countless students looked up in amazement, all feeling an inexplicable restlessness rise in their hearts at this sudden celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, from the churning dark clouds above, streaks of eerie green light began to spill forth, illuminating every corner of the academy. In an instant, the entire campus was bathed in an otherworldly emerald glow. Then came waves of scorching, dry air that struck like a furnace blast. Within mere breaths, students across the grounds were drenched in sweat, terror spreading rapidly through their chests. Earlier, in the dean's office, Zhang and I, a female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood behind a middle-aged man by the floor-to-ceiling windows, clutching a stack of documents as she reported on the new students. Ji Yuan wants to wait until tomorrow's test is over before leaving the academy? The middle-aged man slowly turned around. Yes, Dean. Zhang and I replied respectfully, handing over the files. The dean's eyes swept across the first page, his gaze lingering on the line that read Soul Power Aptitude. Special grade for a long moment. Special grade aptitude, yet still unable to contract a spirit beast. What a shame, Zhang and I murmured softly. More than a shame, the dean shook his head with a sigh. If he could contract even the lowest tier spirit beast, I'd gladly pour all our resources into training him. A glint flashed in Zhang Ni's eyes before she shifted topics. Dean, the municipal tournament begins early next year. Can our Linyan city make it into the top 20 this time? The dean's expression darkened, and he uttered just one word. Unlikely. The conversation came to an abrupt halt as Zhang and I gathered her documents to leave. Boom. The sudden thunderclap made her freeze mid-step. Such intense celestial phenomena. Is someone in the academy contracting a spirit beast? She exclaimed, looking toward the window. The dean remained composed, though storm clouds gathered in his brow. He stared at the sky, cold calculation flickering in his eyes. The disturbance is close, southeast corner, the male dormitory building. Zhang and I closed her eyes to sense the energy, her brow furrowing slightly. A few days ago, my cousin Zhang Heng brought back a spirit beast egg from Withering Valley. Could it be him? The dean didn't respond, only murmuring his assessment. To trigger such phenomena, the bloodline must be at least Overlord class, possibly higher. Overlord class. Zhang Ni's heart raced. That was the pinnacle below legendary tier. As far as she knew, even the dean possessed only one Overlord class spirit beast. Thinking her cousin might be creating a miracle, pride swelled within her as she practically bounced out of the office. Zhang Heng. The dean stood by the window, his brow creasing. Screech. A golden flash streaked by as a magnificent eagle landed on his shoulder. Go to the dormitory area. The eagle vanished from the window in a blur. The dean closed his eyes, sharing his spirit beast's vision. About 2 minutes later, his eyes snapped open. Something's wrong. The bloodline fluctuation far exceeds Overlord class. Legendary tier. Zhang Heng's luck is just 2. His frown deepened. The contract is nearly complete, but this soul power fluctuation isn't from Zhang Heng. This aura, so familiar. The dean guided his eagle to dive toward the dormitory area, his mind racing. That soul power, dense as an ocean, reminded him of. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with realization. Ji Yuan. It's him. Ji Yuan was so focused during the contract formation that he remained completely oblivious to everything happening around him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted your first Emperor-grade beast. The cold yet melodious notification suddenly rang out. The Emperor Codex is about to upgrade. Estimated time, 1 minute. New functions will be unlocked after the upgrade. A blue radiance gathered on the back of his right hand, forming a pattern like burning vines that flickered between bright and dim the beast tamer's mark. Beast tamers who hadn't yet opened their beast space relied on this mark to store and release their contracted beasts. Ji Yuan gazed at the glowing light, his heart surging with irrepressible excitement. He had waited far too long for this moment. Within his body, the vast and dormant soul power seemed to ignite completely, surging like a tide and bringing a thrilling sense of expansion. He tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and clenched his fists. Tomorrow's late autumn assessment, I am going to shock everyone. 2 years ago, he had once shown brilliantly at this most prestigious beast-taming academy. Now, he would recreate that former glory. Once he became an official student, he could systematically learn soul power manipulation. With his special grade soul power concentration, his future potential was virtually limitless. At his feet, a small beast with an entirely blue-green body circled around him, its tail swaying like flames, clearly infected by his joy. Ji Yuan bent down, meeting its gaze, and an attribute panel appeared. Creature skull, nether beast, juvenile stage. Species, Qilin, auspicious beast. Bloodline, emperor grade, perfect. Attribute, fire. Traits, 1. Immunity to fire damage, 2. Nether flames, can burn souls. Talents. Auspicious beast, slightly enhances beast tamer's luck. Flame lord, doubles the power of fire-based attacks. Skills. 1. Flame storm. Unleashes nether flames without reservation, incinerating everything in the vicinity. 2. Intimidation. Uses Emperor bloodline pressure to intimidate creatures with lower bloodline grades. Evolution requires consuming 1 nether ghost seed to grow to adolescent stage. All the information was laid out clearly. Ji Yuan focused his attention on the bloodline section. Beasts had bloodline hierarchies, while beast tamers were ranked from 9th grade to 1st grade based on soul power intensity. He had just entered the 9th grade and hadn't even figured out the true differences between the various beast tamer grades. But he understood 2 things. First, higher bloodlines meant richer talent entries. This juvenile beast might unlock more talents when it grew to the adolescent stage. Second, A beast tamer's grade determined how much of their beast's power could be unleashed. Without sufficient soul power, even contracting an emperor grade beast might leave one helpless against powerful enemies. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to quickly master methods for tempering soul power and raise his grade. The fastest path was to make a stunning debut at tomorrow's late autumn assessment. Wait for me, Ji Yuan whispered, raising his hand to gently stroke the young beast's soft forehead. The mark flashed with blue light, and the young beast's form was drawn back into the chaotic space. Ji Yuan opened his eyes and sprang up from his mattress. The evening's afterglow filtered through the curtains, bathing the dormitory in pale gold. He quickly restored the scattered items to their proper places, lay back down, closed his eyes, and pressed the back of his right hand to his forehead, struggling to channel soul power into the beast tamer's mark. His consciousness was instantly drawn into that chaotic space. The Qilin cub, which had been curled up drowsily, suddenly leaped up upon sensing its master's arrival, bouncing around him joyfully and occasionally nuzzling his cheek with its small horn. All right. Ji Yuan smiled as he settled into a cross-legged position, and the young beast immediately dove into his embrace. The snow-white fur tickled against his robes as he gently stroked the soft coat, listening with satisfaction to the little creature's contented purring. Let me give you a name, he said. From the moment he first laid eyes on this young beast, he had drafted countless names in his mind. Should he go for something domineering like those Dragon Emperor-style names? Or perhaps something complex and exotic-sounding that would seem impressive? Name after name surfaced in his thoughts only to be rejected. Finally, all his ideas swirled together in his mind until inspiration struck. Ming. Just one simple character, how does that sound? He had initially wanted to carefully consider its breed, elemental nature, and habits, but that only produced a jumbled mess of combinations like heaven-burning nether or soul-devouring dark fire. It was better to simply choose the most fitting image from its dark fire characteristics. Ming. Upon hearing this name, the little creature's eyes immediately brightened, its pointed tail wagging rapidly in his arms like applause. Ji Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he tapped its forehead with his finger. After playing for a moment, he withdrew from the beast-taming seal. The instant he opened his eyes, the noisy sound of sunflower seed cracking in the dormitory practically assaulted him. I heard the sky turn green because someone made a poisonous oath that angered the gods. Holy crap, really? I wondered why the sky suddenly turned green. Scared the hell out of me. What the hell was that? The sky made the whole academy look green and ghostly, so creepy. Hey, you guys don't know anything. I heard it was because of Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, the vice principal's son? That Zhang Heng who bullies people all day long. Yeah, I heard that Zhang Heng. Seeing Ji Yuan sit up, several voices cut off abruptly. Then they all turned to urge a yellow-haired male student. Come on, keep talking. What did Zhang Heng do? Enjoying the attention, Yellow Hair rolled his eyes and put on a mysterious expression. That strange phenomenon in the sky, just now Zhang Heng, was contracting with a sovereign-level bloodline beast. Holy shit, you're making that up, right? Sovereign level? As if he's worthy. You're not even trying to make your lies believable. Provoked by the doubt, Yellow Hair's face flushed red as he slammed the table in rebuttal. Look how sour you all are. He went to Withering Valley a few days ago and got a beast egg. You must have heard about that, right? What hatched from that egg was a sovereign-level bloodline beast. The whole academy's going crazy talking about it. Damn it, why is Zhang Heng so lucky? Zhang Heng. Upon hearing that name, Ji Yuan's eyes instantly frosted over. The identity card of being the vice principal's son, combined with decent beast-taming talent, allowed Zhang Heng to run rampant throughout the academy. Nearly every student without connections had been bullied by him. 2 years ago, after Ji Yuan's fall from grace, Zhang Heng became the most eager to kick him while he was down. A sovereign-level bloodline beast egg? Was Yellow Hair's information reliable? Ji Yuan stared at the ceiling, his thumb knuckle lightly tapping the bed frame, his brow quietly furrowing. The gossip continued from dusk until deep into the night, with snores rising and falling throughout the dormitory. Ji Yuan lay with his hands pillowed behind his head, gazing out the window. The night was as thick as spilled ink, and thinking about tomorrow's test, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened, even his exhaled breath carrying a burning temperature. The night passed without incident. The next day, at exactly 9 in the morning, wham! A resonant horn blast pierced the air, and the long-quiet academy instantly erupted. The autumn assessment had finally arrived. Countless dark horses and rising stars were ready to show their brilliance today. The sky was crystal blue without a cloud, sunlight pouring down like a golden river. Ji Yuan changed into a sharp black outfit, his clothes flowing as he moved, a faint smile gracing his handsome face. Following the surging crowd, he headed toward the academy's plaza that could accommodate tens of thousands. In the center of the plaza stood 2 towering stages, left and right, their soul power inscriptions blazing with blinding light. Presiding over the test was academic director Lu Xinhua, 25 years old, single, and dubbed Fairy Sister by the male students. She was strikingly beautiful, gentle in temperament, and ranked among the top 3 beast tamers in Linian City. When she appeared in a pink dress, gliding down from the sky on a matching pink eagle beast, thunderous cheers erupted from below the stage. Hello, students. It's time for our annual autumn assessment. Are you excited? Her clear voice, amplified by both speakers and soul power, reached every corner of the venue. The autumn assessment consists of 2 parts. First, soul power density testing and beast bloodline level assessment. Second, arena challenge matches. She consulted her list, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she announced loudly. First test candidate provisional student, Ji Yuan. As her words fell, the entire venue erupted in commotion. Ji Yuan? How is that guy who can't contract beasts still here? The plaza, filled with tens of thousands of people, erupted in commotion. Under countless scrutinizing and questioning gazes, Ji Yuan, handsome and dressed in black, stepped onto the elevated platform. This loser doesn't even have a spirit beast. What's he trying to do? Huh? He probably just wants everyone to remember his special grade soul power talent. That's the only thing he can brag about. Someone who can't contract spirit beasts is useless no matter how high their talent is. I bet he just wants to say a few words to the goddess before leaving. Mockery, disdain, and schadenfreude intertwined as everyone waited to see how he would embarrass himself. Provisional student, Ji Yuan. Please step onto the soul power testing platform when ready, announced Lu Xinyue, the test supervisor, her voice gentle. At the center of the platform stood a circular stone altar wrapped in green vines. Anyone who stepped onto it would have their soul power activated. Ji Yuan stepped forward. Below the platform, countless eyes fixed on him, waiting for the spectacle. As the stone altar blazed with brilliant light, an indescribable, invisible, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him, making everyone's souls tremble. Even the clear sky seemed to darken. Some inexperienced freshman cried out in shock, while the upperclassmen scoffed. TCH, that's all he can show off. What's he going to do next? A loser who can't contract spirit beasts actually has the nerve to get on stage. Lin Yunjia in the crowd also sneered coldly. What was the point of fighting for this bit of pride? Any student who had been enrolled for more than half a year knew Ji Yuan's true situation. The light gradually dimmed, and an ethereal voice announced from the platform. Soul power talent. Special grade. Ji Yuan remained calm as he stepped down from the testing platform. Here it comes. Let's see what he does next. Haha. I can't wait to see him fail to summon a spirit beast. Poor goddess, having to deal with such a loser. Lu Xinyue didn't immediately announce the next spirit beast test. She always tried to be considerate of students' feelings. In her view, it would be best if Ji Yuan turned and left now. Director. Ji Yuan suddenly spoke. Lu Xinyue was startled, her beautiful eyes turning toward the handsome young man below the platform. I'm ready for the next test, Ji Yuan smiled. Student Ji Yu. Lu Xinyue glanced at him and finally nodded. Next, we'll conduct the spirit beast bloodline grade test. As her words fell, the entire venue exploded. Did I hear that right? He wants to test his spirit beast bloodline. Holy cow! He actually contracted a spirit beast. No wonder he dared to come up here. He had something to rely on. Rely on my ass. Even if he really contracted a spirit beast, it's probably just intermediate bloodline at best. Don't forget he has special grade soul power talent. Special grade my foot. In the end, it's all about soul power strength and spirit beast quality. Did you forget what happened yesterday? That's right. Yesterday, the celestial phenomenon that occurred when Zhang Heng contracted his overlord-level beast was absolutely terrifying. Even though Ji Yuan possesses exceptional soul power talent, he would be no match for Zhang Heng. Discussions rippled across the autumn testing plaza as everyone recalled that horrifying spectacle. Amid the buzzing chatter, a light chuckle suddenly cut through the noise. I say, shouldn't we stop wasting time on this piece of trash? As the voice fell, the tens of thousands of people instantly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the front row, where a handsome young man stood with his hands in his pockets, a faint sneer playing at his lips. Zhang Heng, son of the vice dean of Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy. Even if this waste actually has a beast, he doesn't deserve to delay the autumn testing. He narrowed his eyes contemptuously and continued his verbal assault. Has the academic director forgotten? The autumn testing is our upperclassman's domain. Tell him to get lost and come back for the spring testing. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, people in the crowd immediately began jeering, their mockery and agreement forming a new wave of noise. The area below the platform erupted in chaos. Lu Xinyue frowned, turned to look at Ji Yuan, and said in a cold voice, pay them no mind. Continue summon your beast. Compared to Zhang Heng's provocation, this, fairy sisters, words carried more weight, and the scene quieted down again. Zhang Heng sneered coldly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes, but he temporarily backed down. Seeing that the plaza had finally calmed, Ji Yuan slowly raised his right hand. As a blue mark appeared on the back of his hand, surprised gasps erupted around him. He really did contract a beast. Everyone held their breath, speculating about what kind of creature this exceptional soul power genius had contracted. Lin Yunjia squinted. This guy secretly contracted a beast. No wonder he dared speak to me like that yesterday. She curled her lip. Humph, it's definitely the lowest grade that nobody wants. Ji Yuan remained calm throughout, closing his eyes and silently thinking. Ming, today marks the beginning of our rise to fame. Come forth, Ming. In the next instant, the air suddenly blazed with heat. Points of starlight gathered beside him, and a snow-white Qilin cub with a lustrous blue-green sheen slowly materialized, standing proudly with its head held high. Its snow-white scales were arranged like ice crystals, with blue-green netherworld flames outlining perfect curves within its body. The mane at its neck swayed gently in the wind, and its young horn was emerald green, refracting dazzling rainbow colors in the sunlight. That innate pride created a visual impact that left everyone breathless. The entire plaza fell into instant silence. Those who had been waiting to watch a joke were stunned speechless from appearance alone. They could tell this beast was extraordinary. Zhang Heng's eyes first showed shock, then naked greed. Lin Yunjia stared in fascination. So beautiful. Her heartbeat became erratic. Lu Xinyue, closest to the action on the platform, was equally shocked, her amazement quickly turning to gravity as she alone clearly sensed the blazing energy hidden beneath that gentle exterior. Taking a deep breath, she extended her pale hand, and a miniature scanner appeared in her palm. A beast bloodline testing device. I'll test its bloodline, she explained briefly while pressing the device against Ming's forehead. Ming initially wanted to dodge, but stood obediently still at Ji Yuan's signal. The moment the device made contact, it erupted in blinding light. Before the light had even faded, under everyone's watchful gaze, the testing device in her hand cracked with a sharp snap and shattered. What is this? Ji Yuan stared at the spiderweb cracked crystal device in his palm, confusion flickering across his brow. Never seen anything like it before, and how could he possibly test anything with it shattered like this? The moment the testing device cracked, Lu Xinyue's heart tightened, barely concealed shock flashing through her beautiful eyes. According to Academy records, this portable testing device could withstand the impact of overlord-level bloodlines at most, yet it had been shattered by a single strike. She took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on the uniquely shaped beast companion beside Ji Yuan, then raised her head and spoke clearly, her voice booming across the plaza. Ji Yuan, contracted beast companion, bloodline level overlord class or above. Before her words had fully settled, the crowd erupted into chaos. Good heavens, an overlord-level beast companion. He's been pretending to be useless for 2 years just to make a big splash at the autumn assessment. The goddess said or above. Could it be even more terrifying than overlord level? The watching students exclaimed in amazement while fixing their gazes on the beast companion, finding it more extraordinary the longer they looked. In a corner of the stands, Lin Yunjia's knuckles turned white from clenching, her palms nearly drawing blood. Just yesterday she had declared that Ji Yuan would be expelled from the academy, but now reality had slapped her in the face with special grade soul power and an overlord-level beast companion. He would undoubtedly become a key cultivation target of the academy. On the platform, Ji Yuan smiled lightly. Just overlord level causes this much commotion? If they knew Ming's true bloodline level, the whole place would probably riot. Lu Xinyue's chest rose and fell as she regulated her breathing, then smiled gracefully. Congratulations on obtaining your beast companion, student Ji Yuan. Please step down and rest. No rush. Ji Yuan shook his head. Director, I remember there's another rule in the autumn assessment. I am applying to become the arena champion. That simple statement was like dropping another bomb. The autumn assessment's second agenda, the arena challenge, had always been an important segment where students of all levels demonstrated their strength and competed for academy rewards. Any student could apply to be the arena champion, but they had to fight all challengers consecutively until no one dared take the stage to claim victory. If they failed, they couldn't participate in autumn assessments for 2 years. In the academy's history, the geniuses who successfully defended the arena could be counted on one hand. Has he lost his mind? He just contracted a beast companion, and he's already getting cocky. A 9th rank beast master dares to defend the arena? He's been suppressed too long and gone crazy. Roars mixed with resentment scattered through the air, as many clearly channeled their shock into indignation. Lu Xinyue was stunned again, unusually speechless for several seconds. Are you certain? Certain. Ji Yuan's response was calm, yet carried unshakable determination. This wasn't an impulsive decision. He had a plan. Just as his words fell, before Lu Xinyue could make the announcement, a figure had already leaped onto the platform. I want to be the arena champion too. Zhang Heng's face was flushed red with excitement as he stood opposite Ji Yuan, staring at him intently. He wouldn't allow anyone to act so arrogantly in front of him. If both of you want to be the arena champion, you'll have to fight it out. The winner defends the ring, and the loser exits this test. Lu Xinyue resumed her usual gentle expression, sitting atop her pink eagle beast with a soft tone that left no room for negotiation. Took the bait. A cold glint flashed through Ji Yuan's eyes as he stared at Zhang Heng, mockery rising in his heart. Do you dare fight me? Zhang Heng lifted his chin, his gaze arrogant and voice dripping with contempt. Having been at the academy for 3 years, he had long mastered beast control and soul power manipulation. He was supremely confident that Ji Yuan, this waste who had taken 2 years to rise again, could never be his match, even with a sovereign-grade beast. Why wouldn't I dare? Ji Yuan laughed heartily. Before his words faded, Ming suddenly transformed into a fierce streak of azure light, enveloping his master and instantly sweeping to the massive arena in the center of the plaza. The azure light crashed thunderously onto the arena floor, and as the radiance dispersed, Ji Yuan and Ming stood proudly side by side, their imposing presence overwhelming. How could Zhang Heng show weakness? His beast seal manifested, and a silver-white figure carried him leaping toward the arena. Silver wolf nearly 2.5 meters long with bulging muscles. The silver wolf appeared more imposing than Ming, landing in a pouncing stance with gleaming fangs and fierce eyes locked on Ming, continuous low growls rumbling from its throat. Zhang Heng curled his lips in a cold smile, pointing at Ji Yuan. You're getting too carried away, Ji Yuan. So what if your beast has strong bloodlines? A beast master's soul power grade is what determines victory. With my peak 8th grade soul power enhancement, even though mine is only a high-grade bloodline, dealing with your sovereign beast is child's play. After all, you've just become a beast master with 9th grade beginner soul power. What can you possibly fight me with? Ji Yuan remained calm. You really do talk too much. He knew that only official students had access to detailed information about the connection between soul power grades and beast combat strength. Zhang Heng indeed possessed 3 years' worth of advanced knowledge, but Ji Yuan held a trump card. His opponent couldn't guess. Everyone assumed Ming's bloodline was merely sovereign grade. The pink light swept down again as Lu Xinyue rode her crimson eagle between them. Since you've reached an agreement, please make this arena battle spectacular. With that, she guided her eagle away from the arena, landing in the safety zone to observe. Zhang Heng will win. Zhang Heng will win. Zhang Heng will win. Deafening cheers erupted from the stands. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. How come I don't hear anyone shouting your name? Don't you need supporters? Ji Yuan sneered. Your lackeys can only rile up these brainless people. Zhang Heng's face darkened at the retort, cold light flashing in his eyes. I'll see if your strength is as sharp as your tongue. Before his words finished, the silver wolf suddenly lunged forward like lightning. Ji Yuan chuckled softly. A creature of such bloodline dares bare its fangs before us. Boom. Ming slightly raised his head, and an indescribable terrifying pressure erupted from within. Skill 2 Intimidation. The suppressive force of imperial bloodline, capable of overwhelming any creature with inferior bloodlines. In an instant, the silver wolf midbite was struck hidden by the azure gold aura. Every silver hair on its body stood on end, and the fierce light in its wolf eyes immediately crumbled, becoming clear and bewildered. The next second, its massive body actually prostrated on the ground, tail pressed flat, continuously whimpering softly as it inched toward Ming bit by bit. Its posture was so humble it bordered on servile, all traces of its former ferocity completely gone. The entire venue fell silent, everyone stunned speechless. Zhang Heng was completely dumbfounded. Silver Moon, what the hell are you doing? Silver Moon? What the hell are you doing? Zhang Heng's furious roar echoed repeatedly across the silent plaza. Ji Yuan stood opposite him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though his own soul power was only 9th grade, the vast bloodline disparity between their spirit beasts created a barrier of soul-deep terror that made the silver wolf instinctively tremble. Pathetic creature. Zhang Heng's forehead veins bulged as he cursed the silver wolf for being paralyzed by fear of the overlord-level bloodline. With a gesture of his right palm, the silver wolf dissolved into scattered starlight. Don't get cocky. You think that waste is all I have? Zhang Heng snorted coldly and raised his hand, revealing a deep ice-blue mark on his palm. As the mark appeared, the scorching air heated by Rong Ming rapidly cooled, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Cold mist swirled as a massive gorilla with ice crystal blue fur emerged, raising its head. It planted its arms on the ground, arching its back as frost-like coldness spread from beneath its feet. Hiss! The Snowcliff Ice Ape. Zhang Heng actually summoned it. I heard that's the trump card his father gave him. He usually pampers it like an ancestor and has never shown it in public. Exclamations rippled through the crowd. Someone suddenly connected it to yesterday's celestial phenomenon. Wait. 8th grade beast tamers can only contract 2 spirit beasts at most. Zhang Heng has revealed both of his, so yesterday's phenomenon. Are you people brain dead? Just realizing this now? Yesterday's celestial phenomenon was definitely caused by Ji Yuan, right? Look at the radiance on Ji Yuan's spirit beast descent, that the same color as yesterday's sky. My god, special grade aptitude is truly terrifying. Ji Yuan might shed his reputation as trash and soar to the heavens. Don't speak too soon, has to get past Zhang Heng first. Whispered conversations spread like wind across grassland. Zhang Heng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. It was all that useless silver wolf's fault, forcing him to reveal his trump card. Fortunately, this snow cliff ice ape possessed a special talent dulled perception, allowing it to ignore bloodline suppression ineffective if the bloodline gap exceeded 2 levels. Its bloodline was high grade, only 1 level below Ji Yuan's spirit beast, perfectly triggering the talent. Without bloodline pressure, let's see if that mongrel of yours can still act arrogant. Zhang Heng grinned, already envisioning Ji Yuan's spirit beast being torn apart. Cover your fists with frost power and attack head, and it definitely can't withstand it, he commanded. The snow cliff ice ape suddenly rose to its nearly 2-meter height, its basketball-sized fists wrapped in thick frost, gleaming with cold light. Roar! The blue-furred gorilla bellowed skyward, making the ground tremble slightly, then charged toward Ji Yuan like a battering ram smashing through stone slabs. As the icy aura rushed toward him, Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged. His gaze passed over the roaring ape and settled on Zhang Heng's confident face. I'll show you reality right now. His voice was calm, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. The next moment, the azure spirit beast beside Ji Yuan stepped forward. Facing the charging blue-furred gorilla, its pair of deep green pupils suddenly blazed with light. Boom! Terrifying azure green heat waves exploded from within its body, flooding the entire arena like a raging tide. The defensive barrier activated instantly, but still couldn't prevent the rolling heat waves from spilling out. The crowd below felt scorching wind hit their faces, their sleeves flapping wildly. The azure green heat waves shrouded the arena, and everyone could only hear agonized screams echoing from the stage. Trapped at the center of the blazing inferno, the snow peak ice ape writhed frantically, its hands desperately clawing at its head. The azure flames weren't just scorching hot, they were burning its very soul. The fire tongues burrowed into its pores and bone crevices, roasting both flesh and spirit simultaneously. The dual agony caused its eyes to roll back as it collapsed unconscious on the spot. Ji Yuan discreetly made a hand gesture, and the heat wave stopped precisely before Zhang Heng, as if an invisible barrier had sealed off his opponent. Within the beast-taming seal, the snow peak ice ape's life force visibly plummeted from vibrant to deathly still. His expression barely darkened. The tamed beast had completely lost its fighting capability. Impossible. Zhang Heng stood outside the wall of flames, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He could clearly sense his contracted beast's transition from vitality to silence, yet was utterly powerless to intervene. As the azure flames slowly receded and the acrid smell of burning still lingered in the air, his fury had already reached its peak. I'm an 8th rank pinnacle beast tamer. Why should I lose to him? Why? Why? His fists clenched white-knuckled, his teeth grinding audibly. May we announce the results now, Director? Ji Yuan spoke unhurriedly in the silent plaza. From the moment both contestants took the stage until now, barely 5 minutes had passed. Everyone turned toward the center of the arena, where the fallen snow peak ice ape silently reminded them that what they'd expected to be Zhang Heng's crushing victory had instantly become Zhang Heng being crushed. Eagle wings sliced through the sky, fierce winds stirring up dust and sand. Lu Xinhua guided her eagle beast down to the arena, her boot heels touching the ground lightly. Her gaze swept over the scorch-marked stone slabs before finally settling on Ji Yuan, her expression complex. After a moment, her red lips parted, her voice carrying clearly across the entire venue. Arena Master Challenge Victor, Ji Yuan. As the verdict fell, waves of astonished voices rose and fell. 2 years ago, that youth who had drawn attention for his exceptional soul power aptitude, yet remained mysteriously silent, had now burst forth again with thunderous momentum. Wait! Zhang Heng suddenly rushed forward, bloodshot veins crawling through his eyes. You despicable thief. It was you stole the tamed beast egg I brought back from Withering Valley, then hatched it, and formed a contract. His finger nearly jabbed into Ji Yuan's chest, his voice hoarse and menacing. You actually used a stolen beast in the late autumn assessment. Did you think I wouldn't recognize it? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he'd lost control, but it was too late to take them back. Holy shit. No way it's really stolen. Come to think of it, that's totally possible. Ji Yuan only suddenly appeared with that azure fire-type beast after that egg went missing. The crowd exploded like oil in a hot pan, doubt and accusations instantly blanketing the entire plaza. Lin Yunjia curled her lips in a cold, quiet laugh. So it was stolen after Ali really didn't see that coming. Amid the rising chorus of curses, Ji Yuan's handsome face remained utterly calm. He'd long grown accustomed to 2 years of mockery and ridicule. At the arena's edge, Lu Xinhua frowned deeply. She knew perfectly well that the beast egg brought back from Withering Valley had been dead from the start, but with the vice dean backing Zhang Heng, she as teaching director could only remain silent for now. In the overwhelming cacophony, Ji Yuan caught her hesitation from the corner of his eye and stepped forward with an indifferent expression. His footsteps rang out crisply against the stone slabs. Zhang Heng glared with fury, yet found himself instinctively retreating several steps under the pressure of his opponent's presence. The next moment, crack! Ji Yuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, the force so tremendous that half of Zhang Heng's face instantly swelled red. Pathetic sir loser. His voice was cold and clear, each word striking home. Instantly, the sky-high chorus of curses fell silent. Zhang Heng felt the burning sting on his cheek, his pupils trembling with shock. Ji Yuan actually dared to hit him? He instinctively glanced toward the audience below, where countless eyes were fixed on his face. Shock, mockery, and curiosity intertwined like sharp blades piercing his flesh. Humiliation and rage instantly surged to his head as he roared and raised his hand to strike back. However, Ji Yuan caught his wrist with his other hand, his fingers locking down like iron clamps. The next second, that palm rose high again, cutting through the air with fierce momentum as it slammed down toward his face. Smack! The crisp sound exploded as Zhang Heng was sent staggering backward, crashing heavily onto the wooden planks at the edge of the arena. Blood trickled down from his nose, staining his clothes red. Hiss! The crowd below collectively gasped, and even Lu Xinyue, who had been standing nearby, was startled by the commotion and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Ji Yuan has lost his mind. Since Zhang Heng had enrolled at the academy, who would dare lay a finger on him? The vice dean was notorious for protecting his own. Humph! Suddenly, a deep, cold snort thundered across the academy grounds, filled with barely suppressed fury that made many students shrink their necks. The vice dean has arrived. Ji Yuan is doomed. A flash of white light, and a figure had already stepped onto the arena. The man wore an impeccable suit with black gold-rimmed glasses reflecting coldness. It was Vice Dean Zhang Qilin. Dean Zhang. Lu Xinyue bowed respectfully upon seeing him, then summoned her eagle beast and flew away from this place of trouble. Zhang Qilin landed and fixed his blade-like gaze on Ji Yuan. Since the founding of Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy, we have never had a student with such despicable conduct. Along with his words, the unique pressure of a high-level beast tamer pressed down, making the surrounding lower-level students gasp for breath. Ji Yuan remained calm, meeting that sharp gaze with a faint smile. Dean Zhang, what do you mean by despicable conduct? Zhang Heng lost the duel and, in his embarrassment and anger, accused me of stealing from him. Are you going to ignore right and wrong just to protect your cub? The vice dean's aggressive pressure couldn't bend his straight spine or steady his voice. Some students below who couldn't stand it whispered in agreement. Exactly. These past 3 years when Zhang Heng was throwing his weight around because of his status, where was the academy administration? Talk about double standards. Insolence. Zhang Qilin barked coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, instantly silencing those murmurs. He said sternly, "It's normal for students to get hurt during sparring matches. I'm here because Zhang Heng has accused you of theft. The academy has always valued character, and when there are suspicions, we must investigate to find the truth." While his words sounded righteous, inwardly he wanted to slap his son. Losing was one thing, but publicly slandering others now there was only one way to save face. Pin the theft charge on Ji Yuan, or Zhang Heng's reputation at the academy would be completely ruined. I never wrongfully accused any student. Zhang Qilin raised his proud chin, hands clasped behind his back, then glanced sideways at Zhang Heng. In front of all the academy's faculty and students, tell us what makes you certain that Ji Yuan stole your beast egg. Zhang Heng understood, his eyes flickering as he quickly spoke. The beast egg I brought back from Withering Valley emitted exactly this blue-green light. Zhang Heng spoke with a straight face and steady heartbeat. The beast egg has been in my dorm room all along, and it was about to hatch. When I returned from the reading room yesterday at noon, I discovered the egg was missing. Until yesterday afternoon, Ji Yuan still hadn't contracted any beast. But right after the celestial phenomenon passed, today he suddenly has a beast no one has ever seen before. Based on this evidence alone, I'm certain he stole my egg. After finishing, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, confident that he had woven the details flawlessly. The audience fell silent, all eyes instinctively turning to Ji Yuan. Zhang Qilin then turned toward Ji Yuan, his tone measured yet suffocating. Can anyone prove that you contracted this beast before yesterday? Or can anyone testify that you weren't contracting a beast when the celestial phenomenon occurred? Father and son worked in perfect harmony, their accusations hammering like blows against eardrums. Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. Those who wish to condemn will always find a pretext. Everyone in the academy knows I have no friends. Where exactly does Vice Dean Zhang expect me to find witnesses? Zhang Qilin's expression remained unchanged as he continued. So you're not planning to deny it? As his words fell, he surveyed the surroundings, his voice dropping ominously. Provisional students who share a dormitory with Ji Yuan, come to the stage now. The moment the command was issued, a tall boy with bleached yellow hair and 2 timid male students immediately stepped onto the platform, deliberately positioning themselves at the edge with heads hung, so low they nearly touched their chests. Where were you when the celestial phenomenon occurred? The three exchanged glances before hastily answering. Reporting to the dean, we were at the training hall at that time. Did you see Ji Yuan? No, we didn't. Before they could finish speaking, a voice suddenly cut through from the crowd. Reporting to the dean, we saw Ji Yuan coming out of Zhang Heng's dormitory yesterday morning with our own eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, several male students raised their hands and were brought to the stage by teachers maintaining order. Ji Yuan glanced over. All of Zhang Heng's lackeys without exception. Zhang Jilin's tone was calm yet oppressive. You few, in front of all the academy's faculty and students, clearly state what you witnessed. Anyone who dares to frame others will face my severe punishment. His words sounded impartial and just, drawing murmurs of agreement from below. After receiving the signal, those lackeys eagerly competed to describe their accounts. Unsurprisingly, they all insisted that Ji Yuan had taken something. In just a few sentences, they had pushed Ji Yuan to the center of the storm. Damn, he was actually caught red-handed stealing. Holy shit, this is solid evidence. Sigh, Ji Yuan is completely finished this time. Whispers spread throughout the stands like wildfire, burning gazes filled with contempt and rejection surrounding Ji Yuan like an invisible net of fire. Just as emotions reached a fever pitch, Zhang Jilin spoke again. Student Lin Yunjia, please come up. The mention of this name caused many to look up in surprise. In the crowd, Lin Yunjia could hardly believe her ears. Under countless watchful eyes, she stumbled onto the stage and carefully bowed her head. Vice Dean. Zhang Jilin spoke at a steady pace. I heard you and Ji Yuan grew up together in the orphanage and know his character best. To avoid any wrongful accusations, I'd like you to clarify, what was his conduct like at the orphanage? As his words echoed, Lin Yunjia's mind went blank. She glanced sideways at Ji Yuan. Not far away, the theft charges were practically set in stone, and now the vice dean was bringing up the past. Could he be trying to deliver the final blow, to destroy both body and spirit? The thought flashed through her mind as her heart pounded like a drum. If Ji Yuan's beast was stolen, no matter how powerful it was, it would ultimately have to be returned to Zhanghong. Chengfeng Beast Academy was the most prestigious institution in Linyan City. The principal rarely made public appearances, leaving all administrative matters to the vice principal. Today, in the grand hall, all instructors and new students were seated in attendance. The banners hanging on both walls fluttered loudly in the air conditioning currents, making the marble-floored hall appear cold and menacing. Many secretly wondered, perhaps all of this had the tacit approval of that mysterious principal? After much deliberation, Lin Yunjia finally stood up. She first bowed respectfully to Vice Principal Zhang Jilin, then glanced sideways at Ji Yuan before speaking loudly. In response to Principal Zhang, Ji Yuan used to steal other people's belongings frequently when we were at the orphanage. I've always disdained associating with him for precisely this reason. This declaration both pleased the vice principal and drew a clear line between herself and Ji Yuan, killing two birds with one stone. As her words settled, murmurs erupted throughout the hall. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. An orphan with such despicable habits from childhood, now in the academia, leopard never changes its spots. All eyes turned to Ji Yuan, mocking, disgusted, contemptuous gazes piercing him like rusty daggers. Ji Yuan's knuckles turned white as his fists clenched and trembled slightly. Recalling his time at the orphanage, he had been the most beloved and well-behaved child. He never imagined Lin Yunjia would lie at such a moment. Ji Yuan, do you have anything to say? Zhang Jilin looked down at him with a faint sneer. You're still too green to challenge me. Now, immediately destroy the contract and return the beast that rightfully belongs to Zhanghong. Though the vice principal's tone was mild, it carried undeniable pressure. Behind him, Zhang Heng's eyes gleamed with desire. He imagined how powerful he would become once he obtained that azure beast, his breathing quickening with anticipation. At that moment, Ji Yuan slowly raised his head, meeting Zhang Jilin's gaze directly. His voice was calm yet clear. You claim this beast belongs to your son, is that right? A flash of azure light appeared as the beast named Ming materialized beside him, its scales reflecting cold light and emanating overwhelming presence. With both human and beast evidence present, Zhang Jilin's eyes flickered with amazement. This beast was incredibly alluring. If not for paternal love overriding personal desire, he would have been reluctant to give such a prize to his foolish son. What a magnificent self-directed drama this is. Ji Yuan suddenly smiled, though his eyes were sharper than any blade. But what if? I told you I have more than just this one beast. In an instant, the very air seemed to change. Rumble. The clear sky suddenly transformed once again. Dark clouds instantly covered the sun, as if someone had pulled down the curtain of night, forcibly plunging daylight into darkness. Below the stage, Zhang Jilin squinted his eyes, his brow furrowing tightly as the sudden oppressive feeling sent a chill through his heart. You bunch of snobs who judge people by appearances, open your eyes wide and see clearly. Ji Yuan burst into wild laughter, his voice rolling through the storm like thunder. As soon as his words fell, The heavy cloud layer was suddenly torn open by some tremendous force. Through the rift, a magnificent and otherworldly galaxy stretched across the heavens. Billions of starlight points surged and swirled, breathtakingly beautiful. Another celestial phenomenon. What on earth is happening? Ji Yuan told us to open our eyes wide. Could it really be because of him? The crowd erupted in chaos. My God, this is the first time I've seen a phenomenon that manifests the cosmic galaxy. What kind of beast is this? How noble must its bloodline be to create such a spectacle? At the center of the arena, howling winds whipped through clothing with fierce intensity. Zhang Jilin's gaze narrowed to slits. Zhang Hong, Lin Yunjia, and others looked up at the sky, so shocked that even their breathing became irregular. Screech! A strange roar tore through the sky. Immediately after, with a whoosh, a black shadow dove down from the depths of the galaxy. The shadow landed steadily beside Ji Yuan. Before the dust had even settled, the entire audience fell silent. It was a magnificent beast with a powerful build and golden wings. Its lion body appeared forged from iron and cast in bronze. Its wings spread dramatically. Its eagle head held high, golden feathers gleaming in the sunlight, dazzling like the midday sun. The stellar griffin. This was precisely the emperor-class creature the system had awarded Ji Yuan when he first contracted with Ming. After completing the initial contract, the Emperor Codex had upgraded, unlocking the temporary summoning function, which could manifest Emperor-class creatures from the Codex in highly realistic phantom forms. Each summoning would trigger celestial phenomena, but at the cost of consuming the completeness of remains. Ji Yuan hadn't originally wanted to use this power, but since this father and son had twisted the truth, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Zhang Heng, is this beast also yours? Ji Yuan's voice cut like a cold blade, echoing throughout the plaza. Zhang Heng's face turned deathly pale, his gaze wandering, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. What a Ji Yuan! Zhang Jilin felt as if he'd been slapped in public, his eyelids twitching wildly. He hadn't expected Ji Yuan to possess more than one beast of this caliber. Since that was the case, he could only make a desperate gamble. Vast soul power surged within his body as he prepared to summon his own beast. Hee hee, how lively! A cold, light chuckle interrupted. Zhang Jilin's expression instantly darkened. The newcomer had appeared too quickly, leaving him no opportunity. In the sky, the phenomenon triggered by the stellar griffin slowly dissipated, the dark clouds parted, and azure blue returned. Just then, a figure descended from high above, landing on the arena as lightly as a feather. It was a middle-aged man with graying temples, his brow seeming to harbor hurricanes. Behind him spread a pair of wings formed from condensed soul power. Ji Yuan looked up, his pupils instantly contracting. A fourth-rank beastmaster. He had heard that fourth-rank beastmasters could use soul power to manifest any part of their contracted beasts. This technique was extremely draining on soul power, but looking cool was what mattered most. When the middle-aged man landed 3 steps away from Ji Yuan, Zhang Jilin, who had been so aggressive moments before, took half a step back and said quietly, Dean Tan. The newcomer was none other than Tan He, the true dean of Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy. This top leader, who governed the entire Linyun city, had always focused his attention on urban development and rarely involved himself in academy affairs. His sudden appearance immediately sent the entire venue into an uproar. It's the dean. I've been at the academy for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen him in person. Did I see that right? The dean actually has wings. Ignorant fool. That's the ability of a 4th-rank beast tamer. Discussions erupted everywhere. The appearance of this dean, who was usually as elusive as a dragon, was truly shocking. Ji Yuan gazed at that figure, his fists slowly clenching at his sides. Finally, he had appeared. Years ago, when he awakened his special grade soul power aptitude, it was this very dean who had brought him into the academy. Today's desperate struggle was all to force Tan He to show himself, because only the dean could provide him with the greatest assistance. Tan He lightly touched the ground with his toes, the white wings on his back slowly folding as he wore a gentle smile, looking more like an amiable teacher. He first examined the robust griffin beside Ji Yuan, then glanced at the stunning Ming, nodding with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Both spirit beasts simultaneously stepped back half a pace, seemingly instinctively fearful of this man. Then he casually placed his hand on the griffin's shoulder blade, and it immediately dissolved into starlight. What matter requires Vice Dean Zhang to personally handle it? Tan He turned and asked, his gaze briefly meeting Ji Yuan's. In all of Linyun City, only he could so calmly address Zhang Jilin as Vice Dean Zhang. Zhang Jilin shook his head expressionlessly and was about to speak when Zhang Heng behind him gritted his teeth and shouted, report to the dean. This Ji Yuan. He still wanted to pin the theft charge on Ji Yuan, but before his words could land, his father's slap had already arrived. Smack! The burning pain instantly spread across Zhang Heng's cheek, and the pampered young master's eyes immediately became unfocused. Though Zhang Jilin's expression remained unchanged, he inwardly wished he could strangle this brainless son on the spot. Dean Tan, it's just a misunderstanding, he said in a flat tone, though with forced explanation. Good that the misunderstanding is resolved. Tanhe's tone was gentle, yet he directly issued a dismissal. This has nothing to do with you anymore. Leave. His words were utterly blunt. Zhang Jilin could only nod silently, and with a flash of white light, his figure disappeared. The dean's gaze swept over everyone on the platform, lingering a moment longer on Lin Yunjia before slowly speaking. Zhao Yun, Li Peng, Lu Yi, Zhou Kuan. He called out the names of 4 students in one breath. You are habitual liars who fabricate falsehoods to frame your classmates. From today forward, Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy expels you. These 4 were Zhang Heng's lackeys. Being named by the dean, their faces turned pale as they knew this decision was irreversible, and they could only look desperately toward Zhang Heng. But they seemed to forget that even Zhang Heng's father spoke humbly before Tan. Hu had. Could Zhang Heng possibly do? Zhang Heng. Tan, he spoke again. Now, in front of all the teachers and students of the school, tell Meta Ji Yuan steal your spirit beast egg or not? His tone was calm, but his gaze was like a sharp sword. Zhang Heng felt cold all over, his lips trembling. Ding. If he told the truth, he would be forever nailed to the academy's pillar of shame. Tanhe's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze instantly sharp. Zhang Heng could no longer hold out. His shoulders sagged as his voice became as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. No, he didn't steal it. With his head lowered, he confessed everything. It turned out this whole farce was just his refusal to accept defeat, deliberately fabricating lies. Once the truth emerged, all eyes turned to Zhang Heng, filled with contempt, disdain, and disgust. The gazes that had previously pierced Ji Yuan now stabbed into him without reservation. I knew it. Though Ji Yuan wasted 2 years, he has good character. How could he possibly steal anything? TCH, weren't you the one shouting the loudest earlier? What are you saying? What kind of talk is that? I, Lu Hongtao, never once cursed Ji Yuan. The plaza erupted in noise again as public opinion quickly reversed, praising Ji Yuan and condemning Zhang Heng. After clearing Ji Yuan's name, Tan he turned his gaze to the final person, Lin Yunjia. Lin Yunjia. Tanhe's voice rang out. Hearing her own name, Lin Yunjia's fingers clutched desperately at the hem of her clothes. The thin fabric wrinkled from her tight grip. The thought of expulsion and the stain it would leave made her shoulders tremble uncontrollably, regret flooding through her like ice water from her feet to her heart. She could see it clearly. The dean was obviously backing Ji Yuan today. If she were truly expelled from the academy, her future path as a beast tamer would likely be severed forever. Just as despair overwhelmed her, she heard the dean leisurely add, Ji Yuan, how do you want to handle this person? Those words were like driftwood floating in deep water. She jerked her head up, meeting Ji Yuan's gaze directly. She bit her lip gently, her eyes full of pleading and grievance. This expression had softened his heart countless times before. Whenever she looked at him this way, no matter how wrong she was, Ji Yuan would always forgive her. Expel her from the academy. With those 4 words, Lin Yunjia's expression crumbled completely. She screamed, You, what right do you have to expel me? What right? Ji Yuan smiled faintly. Lin Yunjia, don't you have any self-awareness? With your pitiful soul power aptitude, what qualifies you to enter Changfeng Beast Taming Academy? 2 years ago, if I hadn't spoken up and asked the dean to make an exception, do you think someone with barely intermediate soul power talent deserves admission? Those words struck like lightning, tearing through darkness, instantly destroying what she had always believed was her potential. After the dean appeared in person, all her delusions were shattered. The farce came to an end at this moment. Lin Yunjia and the others, stripped of their student status, left the arena like souls had been drained from their bodies. Zhang Heng kept his head buried low, shoulders rigid, walking further away under the mocking gazes around him. On the arena, only Ji Yuan and the dean remained facing each other. The autumn assessment will proceed as scheduled, Tanny said calmly. Until then, Ji Yuan is the arena master. Does anyone wish to challenge him? The vast audience area fell silent. The crowd wasn't foolish. Not only was the dean openly protecting him, but Ji Yuan also commanded 2 beasts capable of triggering celestial phenomena. Challenge him? That would be courting death. Seeing no response, Tanhe smiled at Ji Yuan. Come find me in the dean's office. With those words, a pair of eagle-like gray-black wings spread from his back with a snap, and he soared into the air. His wings stirred up strong winds, scattering fallen leaves at the arena's edge, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. After the dean left, Ji Yuan also stepped down from the arena. In the crowded square, over 10,000 people instinctively stepped aside, creating a clear path straight to the academy's main building. Layer upon layer of reverent and respectful gazes fell upon him. The autumn assessment would last 1 week. More than 10 minutes later, in the dean's office of Changfeng Beast Taming Academy, the dark brown wooden door was gently knocked. Come in. Pushing the door open, a faint floral fragrance greeted him. The interior was elegantly furnished, with a spacious reception area on the left covered by soft carpets, and a teapot on the low table steaming gently. Tanhe held a celadon teacup, gesturing toward the opposite sofa. Zhang Heng is the vice dean's son after all, so we can't punish him too severely. You don't mind, do you? Ji Yuan shook his head. He had no right to interfere with such decisions. Tanny set down his teacup, speaking directly. In 3 months, the national regional competition begins. I want you to represent Changfeng in the competition. The goal at least top 10. 2 years ago when Ji Yuan entered the academy, he had said the same thing. Bringing it up again now carried obvious implications. Before then, Tanny gazed at him solemnly. I will mobilize all the city's resources to cultivate you. As the dean of the city's most authoritative beast-taming academy and holder of multiple positions, one of his responsibilities was serving as the mayor of Linyun City. He could indeed make such a guarantee. I only have one question. Ji Yuan picked up the hot tea in front of him, blew away the wisps of steam, took a sip, then looked up. If I make it into the top 10 at the city competition, what's in it for me? Pretty words mean nothing compared to real, tangible rewards. You little rascal. Tanny's previously relaxed expression faltered slightly, clearly not expecting him to cut straight to the chase about benefits. In the spacious office lined with bookshelves, sunlight streamed through the windows onto the ancient wooden desk. Tanny pressed his hand against the desktop, his tone becoming serious. Super academies, you know about them, right? Under our 1,000-year beast-taming civilization, there are countless beast-taming academies nationwide, but only 3 can truly be called super academies: Juling Academy, Wantian Academy, and Shengtian Academy. The city competition is their qualifying tournament for recruiting fresh talent. As long as you stand out in the competition, the opportunities will be beyond imagination. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. I won't hide it from you. As long as someone from our city makes it into the top 10, the mayor receives a beast egg with legendary bloodline grade as a cultivation reward. I've been a beast tamer for 30 years, and my highest bloodline grade beast is only overlord level. I desperately need that legendary grade beast egg. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. A dignified 4th-rank beast tamer didn't even have a beast with legendary bloodline? Tanny seemed to read his thoughts and smiled bitterly. You think everyone has heaven-defying luck? Imperial bloodline beasts went extinct hundreds of years ago, and mythical grade ones are even rarer. In today's world, the only cultivatable legendary bloodline beast eggs are worth an entire Linyun city. That exaggerated? Ji Yuan frowned, unconsciously touching the contract scroll in his sleeve, wondering if this would make him dangerous. Fortunately, most beasts can advance their bloodlines. With that, Tanny swept his arm, and a black light appeared in the center of the office. Stood a hunting hound covered in pitch-black thorns, its aura wild, yet suppressed by his will. This is my strongest beast. In 2 more years, it should advance from overlord to legendary. The thorn hound transformed into flowing light and returned to the spirit realm. Tanny said calmly, most legendary bloodline beasts in the world are cultivated bit by beast tamers using vast resources and time. I won't pry into your secrets, just help me get into the top 10, and all of Linyun City's resources will be at your disposal. Principal Tan has that much confidence in me. Ji Yuan met his gaze. Tan, he chuckled, walked around to his side, and patted his shoulder. Not just in you, but in your special grade soul power aptitude. Special grade soul power aptitude. Ji Yuan pondered. Honestly, he hadn't felt anything extraordinary about himself so far. Perhaps he simply didn't understand enough yet. After a moment of thought, he stood up and nodded solemnly. I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his hand toward Tanhi. Tanhi was stunned. What for? I want an access card to the reading room. Half an hour later, at Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy's reading room. After leaving the principal's office, Ji Yuan dove straight into an ocean of knowledge. Among the towering bookshelves, he flipped through one professional tome after another, the sound of turning pages clear in the silence. Beast Tamer rank differences, soul power aptitude classifications. As information gradually filled his mind, he finally gained a clear understanding of this world's power system. He had entered the reading room around 10 in the morning and hadn't left for over 10 hours straight. When he closed the final book, it was already pitch black outside. Rubbing his tired eyes, Ji Yuan yawned as he walked toward the dormitory area. Just at the dormitory entrance, under the dim streetlight, he saw a familiar figure. Lin Yunjia. Ji Yuan, you're here. In front of the dormitory building at dusk, Lin Yunjia, who had been looking around anxiously, immediately ran over to him the moment she spotted him. I've been waiting here for you all day, you. She lifted her face in a bright smile, raising her hand to link arms with him. But Ji Yuan stepped back and walked around her directly, turning toward the men's dormitory. Ji Yuan. Behind him, Lin Yunjia's choked call echoed through the quiet corridor. The image of her once innocent face, always wearing that naive smile, flashed through his mind. His steps faltered, and he finally stopped. Lin Yunjia thought she saw hope and ran up to him again. However, before she could speak, Ji Yuan coldly uttered, "Just go, Lin Yunjia." With those words, he walked into the dormitory building without looking back. The day his system awakened, his heart had already died. Outside the building, Soft sobbing gradually faded into the distance. Inside, his heart remained still as a frozen lake. His stunning performance in the late autumn test earned Ji Yuan a new single dormitory. Pushing open the door, he found a space of about 10 square meters equipped with a computer, TV, air conditioning, and private bathroom quite luxurious by student dormitory standards. He threw himself onto the bed and raised his hand to summon the snow-white little creature Ming. As Ming appeared, the previously cool room temperature immediately warmed up. It turned its emerald green pupils, curiously surveying the surroundings. This will be our temporary home. Ji Yuan smiled and summoned the Emperor's Codex. Turning to the griffin illustration, the notes clearly stated due to manifestation during the late autumn test, remains integrity decreased by 5. I will definitely find all of your remains. His fingertip traced across the image, and a deep griffin's cry resonated, as if responding to his promise. He exhaled, placed his hands together on his abdomen, and sat cross-legged in the center of the bed. Now let's give this a try. During his daytime reading, he had focused on studying beast-tamer rank advancement. The textbook was very clear. Soul power was the foundation of beast-tamers. The only way to advance from 9th rank to 8th rank was to forge soul power, gathering the scattered soul power within the body to the abdomen and compressing it into a tennis ball-sized sphere. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he felt the pale gray soul power flowing through his meridians, casual yet orderly. Guided by his will, the soul power flowed like streams converging into the sea, rapidly gathering, rotating, and compressing at his dantian. The expected swelling pain and tearing sensation never came. Instead, everything proceeded so smoothly, it was startling. Soon, a soul power sphere larger than a tennis ball hovered steadily in his abdomen. The book says if the sphere doesn't disperse after releasing control, the advancement is successful. He withdrew his intention and waited quietly. To his amazement, not only did the soul power sphere not disperse, but it expanded autonomously and became even more solid. Am I about to advance to 8th rank already? The ease of the process made him almost doubt whether the textbook had exaggerated the difficulty. An 8th rank beast tamer could condense soul power into a sphere for efficient mobilization. In his view, soul power was more like a mana bar in a game. While summoning beasts, the bar would continuously decrease over time. If soul power was depleted, mild cases would cause dizziness. Severe cases could lead to death from overexertion. Rank advancement was essentially increasing the mana bar's upper limit. He could clearly feel that soul power sphere continuously growing stronger, expanding his internal mana bar. The higher the rank, the more abundant the soul power. Similarly, as their rank gradually increases, beast tamers can not only contract multiple beasts, but also command several creatures simultaneously in battle thanks to their significantly expanded mana pools. The gap created by soul force aptitude becomes even more pronounced. Tamers with lower and middle tier aptitudes naturally possess half a mana bar less than those with superior aptitude. While superior and exceptional aptitudes share the same mana bar length, exceptional aptitude grants 2 additional abilities: soul force density and ridiculous mana regeneration speed. Soul force density means Ji Yuan holds a natural advantage against opponents of the same rank, with the gap widening as ranks increase. As for mana regeneration, if a superior beast tamer's mana consumption and regeneration are both recorded as 1 point per second, an exceptional beast tamer consumes 1 point, but regenerates 3 points per second. This is precisely why he dared to stake his chips on Ji Yuan without hesitation. 8th rank beast tamers can contract 2 beasts. Ji Yuan lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling the flow of soul force within his body so clearly that no deliberate sensing was required. His effortless advancement to 8th rank was certainly aided by his exceptional aptitude, but his natural talent played an equally important role. Next, he must prepare for the municipal competition 3 months away. Participants must not only reach 6th rank, but also contract an additional beast. To achieve this, finding a complete Imperial-grade creature's remains would be ideal. With such a discovery, his entry into the top 10 of the municipal competition would be virtually guaranteed. The secret of the remains must never leak out. The safest approach was to search for them personally. Fortunately, the upgraded Imperial Codex now featured a range detection function that could mark Imperial-grade remains within a 1,000-meter radius, perfectly solving this urgent need. Imperial-grade remains might sound precious, but currently they're only used for research, and Ji Yuan was the only person in the world who knew of their alternative purpose. However, such high-level remains were rarely found in urban areas. Most related reports came from deep within mountain ranges. At this thought, he suddenly slammed the table. Mountains, forests, withering valley. Lingyun City was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Beyond the city center lay several mountain towns, and the entrance to Withering Valley was located in a small town called Wind Trace. During his online browsing, he had read numerous posts discussing Withering Valley. With its complex ecosystem and unique geology, it was the only area around Lingyun City that preserved the appearance of a primeval forest. Many beast tamers frequently hunted there, and with good luck, They could even tame rare creatures. Even Zhang Heng had recently found a beast egg in Withering Valley. Though it ultimately proved to be dead, it still demonstrated the area's biological diversity. With this realization, Ji Yuan suddenly stood up and opened his dormitory computer to search for information about Withering Valley. Ming, who had been jumping between the beds, immediately rushed over, his bright beast eyes fixed on the screen with confusion. As posts scrolled by page after page, he was suddenly drawn to an eye-catching title. Local from Wind Trace, 6th rank beast tamer, experienced guide specializing in round trips to Withering Valley. Interested parties, follow and private message via the top right corner. You're going to Withering Valley? At 9 o'clock the next morning, Tanhi fell silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone before saying in a low voice, I'll arrange for someone to take you there. It's safer that way. He hung up immediately after. Ji Yuan hit the road in a car that he had also prepared for him. Along the way, he only stopped at one large supermarket. Using the card he provided to buy a tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, compressed rations, drinking water, and various emergency medicines. Spending someone else's money without having to pay it back was indeed satisfying. He arrived in Windmark Town at 3 in the afternoon. Following the location he had sent him, he navigated his way there and discovered the destination was identical to the location marked in last night's post. It seemed they belonged to the same person drumming up business. The location was a farmhouse resort near the edge of the mountain range, with numerous modified off-road vehicles parked outside, and a hand-painted wooden sign reading, Withering Valley Guide Station. At the entrance, clearly a business venture added on the fly. Withering Valley had gone viral online, attracting hordes of beast tamers. However, the treacherous mountain terrain and roaming exotic beasts meant that people getting lost or killed was commonplace. Local beast tamers in the Windmark district had caught wind of the business opportunity and quickly established a complete guide service industry chain. The team leader he had recommended was named Ji Yuan, a 6th rank beast tamer and well-known guide in Windmark Town. The group consisted of 4 people in total. Besides Ji Yuan, there was one other man and one woman. Once everyone had gathered, Ji Yuan raised his hand and summoned his contracted beast, a gray-armored rhinoceros called Boulder that was as large as an SUV. The mountain roads are treacherous, cars can't get through, and it's hard to turn around if something happens, he explained casually while nimbly leaping onto the rhino's broad back. This was Ji Yuan's first time riding a large beast, and he found it rather novel. After climbing up, he was surprised to discover that Ji Yuan had actually had custom-connected saddle seats installed on the rhino's back, with thick backrests on both sides and details as refined as high-end furniture. Wow, boss, this is pretty fancy, exclaimed the young man named Zhao Shan as he climbed up, unable to contain his admiration. The last member, a girl, settled into her seat smoothly, and the 4-person temporary team set off toward the depths of the mountain range riding Boulder. Boulder ran smoothly at a speed comparable to a car. Sitting in the cushioned seat, Ji Yuan felt no significant bumping and nodded approvingly to himself. After crossing an open plain, the surrounding scenery quickly transitioned from sparse meadows to a shadowy forest. Zhao Shan, who had been chatting the entire way, finally set his sights on Ji Yuan's travel pack. Bro, are you planning to camp in Withering Valley? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Take me with you, I love camping. Look, dude, do we even know each other that well? Sorry, but I only prepared supplies for one person. Ji Yuan declined with a shake of his head. Zhao Shan pouted and turned his attention to the girl who had remained silent the entire time. Hi, I'm Zhao Shan. The girl's lustrous black hair fell over her shoulders, but her gaze continued to follow the tree shadows flashing by on both sides, offering no response. The atmosphere grew briefly tense. Zhao Shan cleared his throat awkwardly and turned back to continue chatting with Ji Yuan, the only person willing to engage with him. After another 10 minutes or so, the stuffy, humid air suddenly turned cool. Boulder climbed a steep slope with dense shrubs on the left and a bottomless cliff on the right. The rhinoceros suddenly stopped. Ji Yuan turned around, his expression slightly grave. Boulder smells something strange, everyone be careful. That's odd. This route shouldn't have any problems. His words were cut short by a whoosh. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from the dense bushes on the left at lightning speed. Bang! The shadow struck like a cannonball, hitting Ji Yuan square in the chest. His ribs instantly erupted in tearing pain as the tremendous force lifted him clean off the ground. Before he could even cry out, his body was already hurtling toward the cliff edge like a broken kite. Roar! Midair, a long-armed gibbon with tawny fur and a lean frame suddenly reached out, gripping his arm tightly. Ji Yuan looked up, shock and relief flooding through Hyman. Unbound spirit beast had saved him. But his relief lasted less than a second. The bushes erupted again as waves of black shadows poured out like a tide, landing with soft thuds all over the gibbon's body. The dense mass of dark shapes swarmed up its arm, causing the ape to reflexively shake and release its grip. Damn it! With his lifeline gone, Ji Yuan felt a chill run from head to toe as his body lost all support, plummeting down the cliff like a boulder tumbling from a mountaintop. Howling wind exploded in his ears, the sky rapidly shrinking to a white in his vision before being swallowed by darkness. After what felt like an eternity, he jolted awake to find cold, hard stone pressed against his cheek. Something warm was pressing against him. Ming was nudging him with its body, whimpering anxiously. After confirming all his limbs were intact, he pulled out his phone, but no matter what he tried, it wouldn't turn on. Clearly damaged or completely dead. Having survived for now, he finally exhaled in relief and began surveying his surroundings. By the faint blue-green glow emanating from Ming's body, he could see mist floating in the air and rough stone ground beneath his feet. Darkness surrounded them on all sides. His backpack and supplies had vanished, leaving them in an extremely perilous situation. After a moment's thought, he decided to start moving. The pair groped their way forward in silence until they reached its junction. The right path was shrouded in thick fog that completely obscured visibility, while the left path's black rock walls were covered in luminescent vegetation, offering relatively better sight. Playing it safe, he chose to go left. The moment his foot stepped onto the left path, a mechanical voice thundered through his mind like lightning. Imperial Codex has detected Imperial-grade creature remains near the host and has marked the location. In the next instant, a light appeared in his vision, positioned somewhere along this very passage. Talk about blind luck. Ji Yuan whispered for Ming to follow. The passage ran straight with occasional potholes, their bottoms covered in some unknown white substance that felt gritty underfoot. The glowing vegetation on both walls illuminated the 100-meter stretch clearly. Upon reaching the marked location, he was surprised to find the target seemed to be deep within the right wall. Were the remains buried behind the wall? Or was there another opening hidden behind the plants? The thought had barely formed when rustling sounds reached his ears. Ming growled a warning as blue-green flames instantly flared up. Ji Yuan's heart tightened as he followed the sound, only to see 2 rows of blood-red dots that had somehow appeared behind the vegetation, staring directly at them. Then, several dark purple appendages as thick as tree trunks slowly emerged, pushing aside the glowing plants. Ji Yuan's scalp exploded with terror as he could only manage to scream in his mind. It's a spider. A freaking massive spider. When dark purple, furry legs began emerging from behind the vegetation, every hair on Ji Yuan's body stood on end. From behind the pitch-black foliage, a massive spider the size of a truck cab materialized, its entire body a sinister, dark purple. 2 rows of blood-red eyes lined its head, each orb as large as an adult's fist, flickering like crimson lanterns and making one's scalp crawl. Whoosh! A blob of snow-white liquid shot through the air. Ji Yuan instinctively dodged sideways as the arm-thick strand of webbing whistled past his ear and slammed heavily into the rocky ground behind him. The giant spider's 8 legs thrust powerfully as it lunged forward like an armored beast, its gaping maw revealing 2 fangs coated in milky fluid that gleamed with deadly intent. Ming, standing nearby, was frozen in place by this colossal creature. Ming, use your intimidation now. Ji Yuan roared. Ming snapped back to reality, his emerald vertical pupils sweeping across the scene. Boom! Imperial-grade bloodline pressure exploded outward like a hurricane, rustling the grass and trees. The giant spider's previously raised body suddenly froze mid-attack, its 2 rows of blood-red eyes trembling slightly as it struggled desperately against the terrifying oppression from the apex of the food chain. Quick, unleash the flame storm. Ji Yuan commanded immediately. In the next second, scorching netherworld flames erupted from Ming's mouth, green fire waves engulfing the entire giant spider. Bang! The rock walls trembled as the burning massive body crashed to the ground, its 8 furry legs convulsing wildly, while the air filled with the mixed scents of charcoal and sickly sweet burning flesh. Ji Yuan signaled Ming to maintain the flames, the intense heat warping the air itself. Only after the dark shadow stopped struggling completely did Ming continue burning for several more seconds before finally extinguishing the netherworld flames. The air reeked of char and scorched protein. Ji Yuan frowned, goosebumps covering his entire body. If there was one creature in the world that disgusted him most, it was spiders. Ming also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, tilting his small head and blinking at him. After all, he was still a young beast, and being frightened by such a massive monster for the first time was perfectly normal. Ji Yuan patted his head. It's okay. I was scared too. At that moment, he noticed that behind the rock wall where the giant spider had emerged, there was indeed a pitch-black cave opening with pale blue light flickering faintly in the depths. That was exactly where Imperial-grade remains might exist. No matter how reluctant he felt, he had to steel himself and venture inside. Ming walked ahead, green flames forming a torch that cast light on the tunnel walls. The passage was irregular, its black rock surfaces covered in snow-white webbing that quickly melted into sticky droplets when licked by the flames. The man and beast continued deeper, the surroundings gradually opening up. After walking several dozen meters, Ji Yuan and Ming stopped. Before them lay a massive nest woven from countless strands of snow-white spider silk. Suspended within the webbing were withered, desiccated corpses of various shapes. their twisted limbs seeming ready to fall at any moment, making one's scalp crawl. Ji Yuan's gaze pierced through layers of silk walls to the depths of the cavern, where countless basketball-sized black spiders were crawling in dense clusters. He immediately recognized them as the dark shadows that had ambushed them on the rhinoceros's back. At the spot where the small spiders were swarming, two human figures were tightly wrapped in webbing, weakly writhing and struggling desperately. Could it be Yuan and the others? After observing for a moment and confirming that only small spiders remained in the nest with no other threats, Ji Yuan signaled for Ming to take action. The netherworld flames roared through the cave, with dark purple tongues of fire spreading along the walls. Wherever they passed, spider webs instantly curled into ash, and the busy little spiders were burned to nothing before they could even react. The flames lasted a full 5 minutes before the temperature gradually subsided. Once they confirmed there was no more danger, Ji Yuan and Ming stepped deeper into the cave. With the webs cleared away, the nest's true form was revealed: a natural limestone cave with passages leading in all directions. Besides the entrance he had come through, there were no fewer than 8 dark openings around the perimeter, like bottomless abysses. Ji Yuan hurried toward the center, where he saw 2 human figures lying motionless on the ground. Moving closer to identify them, he discovered they were the talkative Zhao Shan and that quiet girl. He scanned the cave and found only a few withered corpses, but saw no trace of Yuan. Could he already be dead? The thought flashed through his mind before he refocused his attention on the 2 unconscious people. Both had steady breathing and normal pulses. They had clearly just temporarily lost consciousness. Then he turned his gaze to the other side, where the system-marked remains lay with their outline barely visible. Ming, stay here and watch over them. After giving his instructions, Ji Yuan made his way alone toward the remains. Nothing unusual happened along the way. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. It was just a piece of white bone about as thick as an arm, and he couldn't even tell which body part it belonged to. Something is better than nothing. He sighed softly and immediately began the absorption process. Remains absorption complete. Related information has been recorded in the Imperial Codex. The electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ji Yuan stood up and opened the codex as he walked back. Following the star-peaked griffin, the 3rd light frame illuminated. Creature, verdant wood lizard. Species, giant lizard. Bloodline, mythical grade. Attribute, wood. Note, bloodline can advance to Imperial grade upon maturity. Other data, missing. Remains completeness, 15. So creatures with Imperial potential can also be recorded. Though the 15% completeness was low, it was better than nothing. Hadn't expected to immediately find remains with 100% completeness anyway. Closing the codex, he noticed the quiet girl had slowly sat up. This was his first time studying the girl's features closely. A fair, oval face that remained beautiful without any makeup. Clear eyes filled with panic, and a deathly pale complexion. She felt warmth beside her and turned her gaze, her pupils trembling slightly the moment she saw Ming. Almost every girl who met Ming would first exclaim, "How beautiful. You're awake." Ji Yuan approached while Ming quickly moved to his master's side. The girl nodded, stood up, and looked around. Only after confirming there were no spiders or webs in sight did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." She withdrew her gaze, looked at Ji Yuan, and spoke softly. Ji Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "When we were up above, the things that burst out of the bushes, were they spider swarms?" Hearing the word spiders, the girl's face grew even paler, and she could only nod gently. Seeing her reaction, Ji Yuan said nothing more and was about to wake up Zhao Shan when, holy crap. Zhao Shan suddenly sprang up like a carp, screaming and jumping around. Light glowed in his palm as he actually summoned his beast companion. As the light flashed, the first spirit beast to appear was the long-armed ape that had caught Ji Yuan just before he fell off the cliff. Following closely behind, a massive gorilla with ice-blue fur and swirling cold mist stepped onto the rocks. It was the snow cliff ice ape that Zhang Heng had summoned yesterday. When the 2 spirit beasts first appeared, their fangs were bared and their postures fierce. But as they surveyed the cave and saw only Ji Yuan, Ming, and the perpetually silent girl, both apes froze in confusion, standing motionless. Zhao Shan was still shouting frantically, but soon realized something was off. His voice cut off abruptly as he opened his eyes and looked around. After a few seconds of taking in the situation, he wished he could crawl into a crack in the rocks. Sorry, he said, scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh. "I'm terrified of spiders. Please forgive me. This guy's definitely not normal." Ji Yuan thought to himself, shaking his head before asking seriously, "Have any of you seen Yuan?" The good news was that 3 of the 4 team members were safe and sound. The bad news was that their guide, the only one familiar with the route who could lead them out, was missing. Who remembers that much? "Those disgusting spiders probably had hypnotic venom," Zhao Shan said, still shuddering at the memory. "I only remember you getting knocked away, and in the blink of an eye, spiders were crawling all over me. Then my consciousness went fuzzy." The silent girl shook her head gently. clearly unable to recall any useful information either. Ji Yuan frowned. This cave had passages leading in all directions. Besides the tunnel he had come through, the other caves were thick with spider webs. While Ming could certainly dissolve them, who knew if there might be another giant spider waiting at the end? He recounted everything that had happened during his journey. When Zhao Shan heard about the truck-sized giant spider, his face went deathly pale. You're not joking, are you? How could there be spiders that big? Even the silent girl's eyes widened in disbelief. The point isn't the spider, it's that we need to find a way out, Ji Yuan said helplessly. Don't lose focus on what matters. Brother, if you can take down a truck-sized spider, I'll follow you wherever you want to go, Zhao Shan said earnestly. Ji Yuan was about to explain when the silent girl suddenly murmured, I can't summon my spirit beast. Before she finished speaking, her petite frame began to collapse sideways. Ji Yuan caught her quickly, seeing cold sweat beading on her forehead and her face deathly pale. It's poison, Zhao Shan cried out. Only then did Ji Yuan notice two dark purple wounds on the girl's right arm, with visible toxins spreading along her blood vessels. Wait. Zhao Shan closed his eyes in concentration. Seconds later, the blue ring on his hand glowed with an eerie light, and an oval white pill appeared out of thin air. A spirit ring, Ji Yuan observed with narrowed eyes. These rings had independent storage space and were quite expensive, revealing that Zhao Shan came from no ordinary background. Zhao Shan placed the pill between the girl's lips. It dissolved instantly upon contact, and a cool sensation spread immediately. In moments, the purple-black toxins rapidly retreated, finally seeping out through the wounds and dripping onto the stone floor. I'm from Hongling City. As long as it's not some deadly poison, I usually have a solution, Zhao Shan said, noticing Ji Yuan's gaze. He rolled up his sleeve with a smile, revealing two scabbed bite marks on his own arm. So that's how it was. Ji Yuan nodded in understanding. Legend has it that beneath the urban district of Hongling City lies a vast network of intricate mineral veins. These veins breed various venomous creatures. So Hongling City has developed both mining operations and antidote research simultaneously, making it one of the nation's top detoxification experts. Zhao Shan was grinning and about to say something more when suddenly rustling sounds emerged from deep within the nest. The noise wasn't coming from just one direction, but pressing in from all sides at once. Almost instantly, both Ming's and Zhao Shan's spirit beasts became restless and agitated. This is bad. Ji Yuan's heart sank like a stone. Zhao Shan was still confused when he heard Ji Yuan's ominous reminder. Didn't you refuse to believe in truck-sized spiders? Well, here's your chance to see for yourself. Before he finished speaking, Ji Yuan scooped up the silent girl, grabbed Ming, and bolted toward the tunnel they had come from. What do you mean? Zhao Shan was puzzled. But then he saw countless enormous spiders with thick, fur-covered legs crawling out from the intersecting tunnel openings. They came in various colors: red, green, golden. At a rough count, there were at least 8 of them. At some point, Zhao Shan had already recalled his Snow Peak Ice Ape into his spirit beast seal and was riding on the neck of his long-armed ape, Ji, using the ape's powerful arms to sprint frantically. As they passed by, the long-armed ape swept Ji Yuan and the silent girl into its embrace, dramatically increasing their speed. Ji Yuan took the opportunity to recall Ming into his seal. Where do we run? Zhao Shan shouted from above. Over there. Into that tunnel. Ji Yuan roared, pointing at the only exit. The long-armed ape surged forward, but just as they were about to enter the tunnel, a massive dark purple shadow crashed down from above with a thunderous boom, blocking their last escape route. This spider was a full size larger than the one they had burned to death earlier. Its 8 thick legs sprawled across the entrance, its glowing green compound eyes locked deadly onto the 3 of them. Holy crap! Why is this one so huge? Zhao Shan's voice was trembling. He had a natural fear of spiders. If he had known it would come to this, nothing could have convinced him to explore Withering Valley. Dense crawling sounds surged from behind them, making him shake all over. Buddy, didn't you burn one to death before? Think of something quick. Ji Yuan's face looked grim too. Where am I supposed to pull a solution from? To clear the nest, Ming already pushed its netherworld flames to the limit in its juvenile stage. It simply can't handle any more. Hearing his silence, Zhao Shan instantly fell into despair, grabbing the long-armed ape's ear and screaming. Ji, quick! Punch me to death. I'd rather die by your hand than be slowly drained dry by these disgusting things. The documentary images of spiders liquefying their prey before slowly feeding flooded his mind. Ji Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was still so amusing even in desperate moments, but he also knew that if no one stepped up now, all 3 of them would meet their end here. His spirit beast seal glowed as he resolved to overdraw his soul power. Quick, get down. Just then, the silent girl's weak but clear voice rang out. I'll handle this. When the girl who had remained silent for most of the time finally spoke, both Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan froze simultaneously. In the next second, Ji Yuan didn't hesitate to recall Ming into his spirit beast space and immediately threw himself flat against the ground. Zhao Shan also summoned back his long-armed ape and followed Ji Yuan's lead, pressing himself into the dirt. Sunlight, thunder, cloud, leopard, void, rending strike. The girl's weak but clear command rang out as soul power exploded thunderously. The two men lying on the ground felt their eardrums instantly pierced by the sharp sound of cutting wind. Golden light rushed toward them, blinding their vision completely. Whoosh! The light seemed to be severed by a blade, vanishing abruptly as the world returned to deathly silence. Not even an echo could be heard. Ji Yuan's consciousness felt as if it had been yanked from his body, floating briefly in the void. When he finally came to his senses, a gentle force was patting his shoulder. He looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. The spider lord that had blocked their escape route had vanished without a trace, and a deep, unfathomable crack had appeared in the black rock wall ahead, narrow like a wound, with golden electric arcs still flickering within. Ji Yuan staggered to his feet and turned around. Behind the girl stood a massive black panther, its entire body wreathed in golden radiance. The fierce yet noble bloodline aura hit him full force. This was the first time Ji Yuan had felt such an awe-inspiring presence from a spirit beast. Holy shit! Zhao Shan's voice was hoarse as his gaze shifted between the panther and the girl. Sunlight, thunder, cloud, leopard? You're from the Su family. The girl raised her pale wrist, turned her palm gently, and the fierce panther behind her dissolved into scattered golden light that disappeared into the void. Only after confirming their safety did she nod. My name is Su Xin. Thank you for the antidote. No problem. Zhao Shan grinned from ear to ear. Having the Su family owe me a favor? I couldn't ask for more. Su Xin replied expressionlessly. I also saved you just now, so we're even. With her identity exposed, her voice carried a new note of distance and coldness. Ji Yuan observed quietly. Judging by the thundercloud leopard's imposing presence and Zhao Shan's reaction, the Su family was likely an incredibly powerful noble house. That sunlight thundercloud leopard might even be an ancestral spirit beast of the Su family. Fair enough. Zhao Shan shrugged and turned to extend his hand to Ji Yuan. Brother, we just survived together. How about a proper introduction? Ji Yuan no longer hesitated and shook his hand. Ji Yuan, local from Linyan City. He, Zhao Shan, from Hongling City, 7th rank beastmaster, poison-resistant specialist. I'm afraid of spiders, and I. Before he could finish, Ji Yuan released his hand. All right. Since neither of you are ordinary people, do you have any way to contact the outside world? Family communication methods, or something? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xin turned away in silence. Zhao Shan patted Ji Yuan's shoulder with a light laugh. Brother, you've been reading too many web novels. In these deep mountains, the only way to contact the outside world is through cell phones, but there's no signal here. I was overthinking it. Ji Yuan rubbed his brow and began calculating their escape route. After much consideration, there was only one option. The three of them would return to the original junction and try their luck with the other passage. On the way back, Zhao Shan's chatterbox nature fully erupted. Even though both Ji Yuan and Su Xin remained silent, he continued his endless monologue, asking and answering his own questions. By the way, Su Xin, what rank are you at now? Zhao Shan turned to her, and after a moment of silence, she replied, peak of the 7th rank. Oh, a bit higher than me. Zhao Shan raised his eyebrows and pressed further. What about brother Ji Yuan? 8th rank. 8th rank, and he dares to come to Withering Valley alone? I'm not putting you down, you saved me. Absolutely badass. But what breed is your spirit beast exactly? Its bloodline aura is so strong. Looks like a horse, but also like a deer. Is it some kind of hybrid? One question after another, like a machine gun firing in rapid succession. Halfway through, Zhao Shan suddenly realized his rudeness and waved his hands frantically. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Honestly speaking, your spirit beast looks both beautiful and impressive. I really like it. Su Xin only responded with a brief 2 words, but her ears were buzzing from Zhao Shan's chatter, and Ji Yuan was getting a headache from all the noise too. The three continued forward and soon reached a shaped junction. Ji Yuan pointed to the stone cave on the right. This is where I woke up, in the middle section of that path. Let's try the middle route first, and if it's a dead end, we'll come back and try the right one. Zhao Shan and Su Xin nodded in agreement, but ahead of them, white mist churned like cotton, obscuring their vision to less than 10 feet. Let Tuanchuan go first. Although its bloodline is only intermediate grade, it has a natural immunity to poisonous gases. I'm worried this mist might be toxic. With that, Zhao Shan summoned his long-armed ape, Tuanchuan. Its grayish-white long arms hooked onto the rock wall like claws as it stepped into the mist, disappearing completely from sight after just a few steps. Zhao Shan, have Tuanchuan call out, Ji Yuan said cautiously, looking up. Activating their contract connection, Zhao Shan sent a mental command. The next moment, a muffled and distant ape cry echoed back, but it sounded as if wrapped in cotton, barely audible. It can make sounds, which means the mist isn't harmful to the body, but even sound is being blocked. Zhao Shan gestured, and Tuanshuan dissolved into points of light, returning to his arm. Su Zin frowned. The mist itself might be harmless, but rushing in blindly is still dangerous. Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan's face, needed to make the decision. To be safe, let's explore the other path first. Ji Yuan shook his head if the mist could block sound. He wasn't willing to take the risk. So the three turned back and followed the corridor where Ji Yuan had awakened all the way to its end. Bad news, it was a dead end. Zhao Shan had a sudden inspiration. I have two climbing-type spirit beasts, the long-armed ape and the snow cliff ice ape. Let's see if they can climb the walls to find an exit. With that, he mounted to Anshuan's neck and signaled for the snow cliff ice ape to follow. The rock wall was steep but had plenty of handholds, and the two beasts quickly carried Zhao Shan up into the shadows above, using both hands and feet. Ji Yuan and Su Zin stood side by side, looking up and waiting silently. About half an hour later, rustling sounds came from overhead. The shadow of the giant spider still lingered in Ji Yuan's mind, making his heart skip a beat. He looked up to see one ape and one gorilla slowly climbing back down. Damn it! This is insane. Zhao Shan's voice exploded from midair. There's a ceiling up there. He landed with a thud, his face dark. Really, we climbed about 25 feet and hit the ceiling, then felled our way along the mountain's interior toward the spider nest direction, everything sealed off. No exits anywhere. How is that possible? Ji Yuan frowned, had fallen in from the cliff face. If this was a sealed space, how had he gotten in? What should they do next? Return to the spider nest and try their luck with those maze-like cave openings? Or venture into the thick mist? Zhao Shan once again looked to Ji Yuan for direction. Strange. Ji Yuan pondered. Compared to the spider nest, perhaps venturing into the thick mist would be the safer option. Can you still summon the sunlight thundercloud leopard? Ji Yuan turned to look at Su Zin, whose face remained deathly pale with beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Summoning it takes too much out of me. There's no way I can do it again anytime soon. Su Zin shook her head weakly. After receiving this negative answer, Ji Yuan voiced the plan forming in his mind. If we go back to the spider nest and encounter another swarm, we won't survive. I think we should slowly explore the path through the thick fog instead. What do you think? He looked toward the other two members of their team. Zhao Shan immediately nodded. As long as we don't run into those spiders again, I'm fine with anything. You don't know how terrified my Tuanshuan and Bing Bing are of spiders too. Su Zin stood to the side, her slender fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her small face still pale, but she raised no objections. Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, a spider thread as thick as an arm shot down from above without warning, wrapping around Zhao Shan's waist. Holy sh! Holy crap! Zhao Shan was yanked off the ground, dragged like a rag doll toward the path shrouded in thick fog. His legs flailed wildly as he screamed desperately. Save me! Save me! Save! Within moments, Zhao Shan's figure disappeared into the depths of the mist. Ji Yuan's expression changed drastically as he immediately called to Ming and gave chase. In such a perilous place, losing a companion meant losing a lifeline. Behind him, Su Zin cried out urgently. Flame-devouring sparrow, aim for the spider thread and breathe fire. Boom. A blazing fireball streaked over Ji Yuan's head, shooting toward where Zhao Shan had vanished, but the distance was too great. The fireball missed its mark, and Zhao Shan's screams grew fainter and fainter. Ah! A shriek suddenly erupted from behind. Ji Yuan spun around. Su Zin had also been hoisted into the air by spider silk. Fortunately, her summoned flame-devouring sparrow reacted with lightning speed, opening its beak to shoot another fireball that struck the massive spider lurking in the sky with perfect accuracy. Sizzle! Flames instantly engulfed the spider, and the creature rolled frantically before plummeting from above. Su Zin happened to be directly in the path of its fall. If it hit the ground, she would be crushed by the burning spider. In this critical moment, Ji Yuan lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Su Zin and rolling them both to safety. The two tumbled several times before coming to a stop. Ji Yuan staggered to his feet and grasped Su Zin's ice-cold hand, pulling her up. Thank. Su Zin's lips were pale, her body trembling slightly, whether from cold or shock. Seeing her violent shaking, Ji Yuan removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then gazed toward where Zhao Shan had disappeared. Sighing inwardly, everything had happened too fast, and their team of 4 had been reduced to just 2 in the blink of an eye. What should we do now? Su Zin clutched his jacket tightly, her voice soft and anxious. Now that there are only 2 of us left, we can't return to the nest. We have no choice but to risk taking the foggy path. After speaking, Ji Yuan strode forward, with Su Zin jogging to keep up. As a precaution, she had her flame-devouring sparrow circle overhead as a lookout. When the two reached the fork in the path swallowed by mist, Ji Yuan suddenly grasped Su Zin's hand. Su Zin froze for a moment, then instinctively tried to pull away. The fog is too thick. This is to prevent us from getting separated. Ji Yuan explained helplessly, wasn't the type to take advantage of such situations. Oh. Hearing his explanation, Su Zin's flustered expression paused, and she stopped struggling. Gripping his companion's smooth, cool hand, Ji Yuan's expression grew grave as he signaled for Ming to take the lead. At the first sign of trouble ahead, he would immediately recall Ming into the beast-taming seal. The moment his toes touched the mist, a bone-chilling cold struck him like ice water pouring down his neck and seeping into his very bones, raising goosebumps all over his body. After taking just 2 steps, Ji Yuan felt Su Ziyin's palm trembling slightly. He reached out to touch her, but the thick fog obscured his vision, leaving only her slender wrist visible. He squeezed her hand gently but firmly, silently reassuring her. Visibility in the fog was nearly zero. He could only focus on Ming's faint blue glow and follow step by step without deviation. After walking for what felt like an eternity, the fog not only failed to thin but grew even denser, as if it would swallow them alive. Suddenly, the blue light ahead flickered out with a soft puff. Just as Ji Yuan was about to react, the ground beneath his feet gave way. The bone-piercing sensation of free fall, accompanied by Su Ziyin's startled cry, dragged them both into endless darkness. After a brief fall splash, icy river water crashed over their heads, flooding their lungs. Ji Yuan gripped Su Ziyin's hand tightly. Feeling her thrashing desperately in the water clearly, she couldn't swim. He immediately pulled her into his arms and kicked frantically with his legs, forcing them both toward the surface. They broke through the water, gasping heavily. Before their labored breathing could settle, a low growl echoed from the shore. Looking back, they saw Ming pacing anxiously, his tail sweeping debris in all directions. Gritting his teeth, Ji Yuan swam toward shore, first helping Su Ziyin climb out, then hauling himself up to collapse on the cold stone ground, gasping for air. He had only intended to try his luck in the withering valley, never expecting such a harrowing journey that nearly cost them their lives. "Pervert," came a voice beside him. Su Ziyin sat huddled with her knees drawn up, still shivering. Her pale face was tinged with a faint blush from their intimate contact in the water. Remembering the sensitive areas he had inadvertently touched in his panic, Ji Yuan sheepishly rubbed his nose and remained silent. Just then, a system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Complete Imperial creature remains detected near host. Location marked. Complete. Ji Yuan's heart jolted, his pupils contracting sharply, as if he had struck gold. Looking around, they found themselves in a dark underground palace. Ceiling, floor, and walls were all laid with neat black stone bricks. Luminescent crystals were embedded in the walls at regular intervals, and both ceiling and floor featured evenly spaced white jade carvings of lion heads with gleaming fangs so lifelike they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. "I see now," Su Ziyin whispered. Ji Yuan turned to find her already changed into dry casual clothes, wearing an emerald beast-taming ring on her finger, while he remained soaked, water still dripping from his garments. "What is it?" Ji Yuan ran his hand through his wet hair. "We're inside an ancient secret realm." "A secret realm? Have you been reading too many novels?" Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Living in the isolated Linyan city, he was indeed quite ignorant of such matters. Su Ziyin pointed to the lifelike jade lion heads. "According to my family's ancient records, these are Beast King medallions. In the ancient era, the legendary beast master known as the Beast King issued an invitation to the world before his life in death hid all the rare treasures he had collected throughout his lifetime in a secret realm that could jump and move through space." Ji Yuan stroked his chin with a peculiar expression. "Wait, this sounds oddly familiar. That Beast King wouldn't happen to be named Gold Roger, would he? The beginning of the Great Secret Realm era?" After Ji Yuan finished his solitary mental joke, he was surprised to notice an excited expression appearing on the silent girl's face. Treasures meant nothing to him. His attention was completely captured by that silver glow, where the system had marked a complete Imperial creature's remains shimmering ahead. "Shall we go?" Su Ziyin gazed at Ji Yuan, her star-like eyes brightening slightly. Behind them lay an unfathomably deep pool, with only a narrow passage stretching ahead. Since the remains lay at the end, Ji Yuan naturally had no reason to hesitate. The sole corridor wound and twisted without any branches or visible end. The surrounding silence was terrifying, with only their breathing audible. Neither Ji Yuan nor Su Ziyin were the type to make casual conversation, making the quiet even more pronounced. Thinking of Zhao Shan with his endless chatter, he actually found himself missing that guy's constant babbling. After walking for about 20 more minutes, Ji Yuan glanced sideways at Su Ziyin. Her face remained pale, so he finally spoke up. "Your soul power hasn't it recovered yet?" Su Ziyin nodded slightly, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Ji Yuan tactfully fell silent, but doubt stirred in his heart. With her 7th grade peak soul power, she shouldn't have been so drained by that lightning cloud leopard. The silence continued as the winding passage seemed endless. Suddenly, the space ahead opened up dramatically, becoming a straight, wide corridor. Crack! A sudden noise came from the right wall. Su Ziyin instinctively moved closer to Ji Yuan, who immediately summoned Ming in defense as they both peered ahead. "Wei Yun." Only 3 branches connected to the straight corridor, and there was their guide Huayun leaning against the wall, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyelids drooping, ready to collapse at any moment. Ji Yuan rushed over to support him, only then discovering Huayun was covered in wounds. Quick run! Huayun clearly hadn't expected to encounter them, and grabbed Ji Yuan while roaring hoarsely. Only then did Ji Yuan see what was surging toward them from the passage behind Huayun, a tide-like mass of black. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin's faces changed instantly as they supported Huayun and sprinted toward the straight corridor ahead. Fortunately, despite his severe injuries, Huayun could barely keep up. Roar roar! Familiar howls echoed from behind. Damn it! Wait for me! Everyone, wait for me! Ji Yuan turned back and nearly stumbled at Zhao Shan's pitiful state. There he was, riding on Tuanshuan's neck, his black hair tangled with spider webs, his face purple-blue as if poisoned. The long-armed ape Tuanshuan's brown-yellow fur was similarly covered in webs, its body riddled with spider bite marks. Both human and ape showed only terror in their eyes, the look of being scared witless. Even more horrifying was the swarm of medium-sized spiders pursuing them, each as large as a car, a dark mass covering everything. Tuanshuan's speed was incredible, quickly catching up to Ji Yuan's group and taking the most severely injured Huayun onto its back. Without that burden, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin immediately sprinted at full speed, with Zhao Shan riding Tuanshuan in the lead. At that moment, terrifying sounds echoed from the passages behind them. Without a doubt, the strange entity chasing Huayun had collided with the spiders. The group sprinted to the end of the passage, where the view suddenly opened up. Before them lay a vast space, sealed by a metal dome. Verdant vines clung to the walls, a pool shimmered softly under the lights, and a stone arch bridge spanned across it, resembling a miniature indoor park. Ji Yuan's gaze swept past all of this, locking firmly onto the distant platform built from pristine white jade about 4 stories high, where the complete skeleton marked by the system lay quietly displayed. There, that's the way out. Huayun leaned against the wall, struggling to raise his hand and point toward the platform. Just as everyone prepared to rush forward, a piercing shriek suddenly exploded from above. Screech! Ji Yuan reflexively looked up to see a massive black shadow diving down with fierce winds. Get out of the way! Zhao Shan clutched Tuan and rolled to the side. Seeing Su Ziyin standing frozen, Ji Yuan reached out and yanked her into the shadows. Bang! The black shadow struck the ground with tremendous force, making the floor tremble and dust scatter everywhere, cutting the group off from the exit. Behind them in the passage, the hissing of the spider swarm and that strange pursuer grew ever closer, trapping them once again between 2 threats. Ji Yuan looked at Su Ziyin, whom he had just saved, his voice low but stern. Pull yourself together. You're only going to hold us back like this. I'm sorry. Su Ziyin lowered her head, dust obscuring her expression. As the dust settled, Ji Yuan finally saw the true form of that black shadow, the powerful torso of a lion perfectly fused with the wings and talons of an eagle. Starfall Griffin! Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin exclaimed almost simultaneously. Isn't this creature supposed to be extinct? It's manifested from the skeleton, Huayun explained breathlessly. Summon your spirit beasts and attack with full force, it won't be too strong. Bing Bing and Tuan are too deeply poisoned. They have no fighting power at all. Zhao Shan's face turned grim. Now only Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin could face the Griffin Hedon. My flame-devouring sparrow is only mid-tier bloodline. Su Ziyin also shook her head. She could only summon the sunlight thundercloud leopard once. Let me handle this. Ji Yuan spoke in a deep voice. The Imperial Codex contained records of all the Starfall Griffin's weaknesses. He looked up at Su Ziyin and said, "Focus and follow my commands." With that, he stepped forward, summoning the shadow-like Ming, which charged straight at the Starfall Griffin. Roar! Ming appeared tiny as an ant before the giant beast, yet erupted with blazing ferocity. Intimidate! Ji Yuan's mind moved, and Ming's imperial bloodline spread like a torrent. The Starfall Griffin's eyes flashed with alarm, then it too released its own bloodline. Boom! The 2 imperial-level auras collided silently, creating invisible shockwaves that swept across the area, making the 3 people behind them all change color. After a brief standoff, Ming's aura suddenly suppressed the griffin, causing its massive form to show obvious imbalance. After all, the opponent was merely manifested from bones, its bloodline concentration unable to compare with the true Ming. Release Flame Storm. Ji Yuan seized the opening. Ming raised its head and howled, spewing forth netherworld flames as scorching waves made the air hiss with distortion. The Starfall Griffin clearly feared the fire, beating its wings frantically to take flight. Now, knock it down. Su Ziyin had already been holding her breath in preparation. She raised her left arm, and a crimson mark appeared. Screech! A clear bird cry cut through the air as a flame-devouring sparrow wrapped in red flames dove from above, colliding hard with the griffin's flank. Crash! The Starfall Griffin lost its balance and crashed back to the ground. The next second, waves of netherworld flames thundered down, engulfing its form. In an instant, a sea of azure fire swallowed its massive body. In the azure sea of flames, the massive body of the Star Peak Griffin gradually shrank until it completely vanished. After the ghostly inferno dissipated, only a withered white bone the length of an arm remained lying on the ground. Ming landed nearby, swaying unsteadily, clearly overexerted. Ji Yuan immediately recalled it into his beast-taming seal to let it rest. Picking up the bone, he turned and shouted at the group, "Let's go. What are you standing around for?" Zhao Shan was the first to react, grabbing Tuanshuan's thick mane and hoisting the unconscious Hui Yun onto his back before chasing after them. Su Xin walked at the rear, her gaze fixed intently on Ji Yuan's retreating figure. Her mind churning, she had clearly witnessed the overwhelming pressure from the bloodline clash between Ming and the Star Peak Griffin. That level was unmistakably mythical grade, the same as her Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. Is he really from some small city in the middle of nowhere? Su Xin murmured to herself. Unnoticed by everyone, Ji Yuan absorbed the bone into his internal information panel. Bone absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin remains integrity, 40. Just one arm bone increased it by 15. Not bad results, he calculated silently. Theoretically, 30 integrity was enough to replicate a contract, but he'd prefer to accumulate 70. For an imperial creature with lineage dating back to ancient eras, hoping for 100 was pure fantasy. The group climbed the stairs without encountering any new blocking monsters, quickly reaching the jade platform. The platform was spacious enough to park several trucks, and at its center lay a massive skeleton with flowing silver light, preserved almost perfectly, its bone wings faintly visible in the dim light. Tour guide Hua, there's nothing up here but old bones. How do we get out? Zhao Shan stood at the platform's edge looking down, discovering that their path back was now flooded with endless strange creatures surging toward the platform like a tide, anxiety evident in his voice. Tuanshuan set Hui Yun down. Hui Yun shook his hands and pulled out a deep blue, oval-shaped stone from his pocket, saying quietly, "Ready." With that, he raised the stone and struck it hard against the jade platform. A crisp sound rang out, but the platform's surface remained motionless. Hui Yun's face changed dramatically as he scanned left and right, suddenly pointing toward a corner. The jade platform is a teleportation device. It only activates when there are only humans on the surface. Following his pointing finger, a manhole-cover-sized black creature crawled slowly along, its two claws thick and robust, looking exactly like an oversized crab. "A forbidden crab," Su Xin exclaimed. "Damn it, can't I just kick it off?" Zhao Shan rushed forward, but was firmly held back by Hui Yun. "It's useless. Forbidden crabs are immune to all attacks, practically immortal and indestructible," Hui Yun said with a bitter smile, looking down at his old wounds all left by these creatures. In the critical moment, Ji Yuan had already rushed to the silver skeleton, where lightning seemed to flicker beneath the bone wings, and he faintly heard rolling thunder echoing within the remains. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast Species, Alpha Wolf Bloodline, Emperor-level attributes, Thunder and Lightning characteristics, immune to Thunder-type damage. Other data lost. With an information panel almost identical to Ming's, Ji Yuan's heart raced with excitement. He extended his finger and silently commanded, "Absorb." The silver gleaming remains shattered instantly, dissolving into countless specks of light that he quickly devoured. At that moment, Zhao Shan and the other two were completely focused on the massive forbidden crabs, oblivious to the strange phenomenon in the corner. Within moments, the remains had completely vanished. Complete Thunder Emperor Beast remains detected at 100 integrity. Create perfect juvenile copy immediately. The system prompt appeared, and Ji Yuan forcibly suppressed his wild joy, decisively selecting no. Absorbing remains was his greatest secret, absolutely couldn't expose it now. We're done for. This time we're really finished. Zhao Shan's wail interrupted his thoughts. Ji Yuan looked around to see the platform's edges swarming with countless black forbidden crabs, their heavy shells scraping against the stone steps with heart-stopping friction. Zhao Shan frantically released Tuanshuan and Bing Bing. The long-armed ape and gorilla roared as they swung their fists, sending the leading forbidden crabs flying. But their shells were too hard, the creatures were merely knocked back, completely unharmed. Once the ape and gorilla exhausted themselves, the group would still be devoured without a trace. Hui Yun shook his head bitterly. "It's all my fault for being greedy. I've already lost all my spirit beasts in the secret realm. Forbidden crabs only fear two attributes: thunder and wind. Do any of you have those? If I remember correctly, the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard has both wind and thunder attributes, right?" Zhao Shan suddenly turned to Su Xin. Hearing this name, Hui Yun's eyes also lit up. But when all hope fell on Su Xin, she quietly shook her head. "I never truly contracted the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. What I used in the spider's nest was just a phantom." A phantom? Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan suddenly understood. Second-rank beast tamers could use soul power to conjure phantoms of contracted spirit beasts without timing restrictions, mainly for life-saving purposes. No wonder that leopard had only appeared once before vanishing completely. Dad, I should have listened to you and never left Hongling City. Zhao Shan collapsed where he sat, looking up in despair. Su Ziyin hung her head in silence, while Hui Yun's face turned ashen, having lost all his spirit beasts. Even survival seemed impossible now. Buzz. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura that was almost suffocating erupted from the center of the platform. Boom. The deep thunder made all three tremble to their cores. Looking up, they saw Ji Yuan standing tall and proud, lightning flickering in his eyes. Beside him, a massive wolf with sleek black fur had appeared from nowhere, its muscular lines flowing gracefully, blue eyes profound, with electric arcs dancing beneath its coat. A deep blue beast-tamer's mark appeared on the back of Ji Yuan's hand. He pointed toward the surging crab tide and spoke in a low, firm voice. Lightning dance. Sizzle. Lightning flashed suddenly, thunder arcs spreading like a net, rapidly coursing through the black crab swarm. The deep blue lightning spread like wildfire, instantly covering the entire platform with an acrid burning smell. The forbidden crabs that hadn't yet climbed onto the platform sensed the terrifying thunder power and fled in all directions, disappearing in an instant. In the silence that followed, Zhao Shan suddenly rushed forward, his voice hoarse but filled with wild joy. Bro, my dear brother. Ji Yuan, you're really my blood brother. This sudden turn of events left all three of them stunned. I love you. Zhao Shan shouted hoarsely with excitement, tears in his eyes as he lunged toward Ji Yuan. Get lost. Ji Yuan laughed heartily while dodging to the side, extending his hand in a grasping motion. The Thunder Emperor beast, contracted only at this critical moment, instantly transformed into points of light and merged into his palm. As the energy converged, the beast-taming seal in his hand shifted from deep black to emerald green. In the next second, Ming, with scales covering its body, landed gracefully. You're way too good at hiding things. Since you have two tamed beasts, why didn't you summon them earlier? Zhao Shan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling with excitement. You're mistaken, Ji Yuan said with a smile, stroking Ming's neck fin. It just switched to another attribute. The Thunder Emperor beast planned to keep it as his ultimate trump card for survival, never to be revealed unless his life was at stake. If anyone recognized this as true imperial bloodline, the trouble wouldn't just fall on the beast. He himself would likely be dragged away for dissection and research. After all, imperial creatures were considered extinct. What? It can freely switch attributes. Could this be the legendary imperial creature? Zhao Shan stared wide-eyed, as if examining a priceless treasure. The bloodline is lucky enough to touch legendary level, but it's not that exaggerated. Ji Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was breaking into a cold sweat, grateful that records about imperial creatures were now vague and unclear. Otherwise, the trouble would be too enormous to handle. All right, you've saved me more than once in this hellish place, so I, Zhao Shan, acknowledge you as my brother. He patted his chest, speaking with genuine sincerity. If you ever come to Hongling City and face any difficulties, feel free to find me. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed his Tuanshuan and Bing Bing using the forbidden crab corpses as punching bags, tossing them at each other. His anger flared immediately. You two blockheads, still playing around. While Zhao Shan went to discipline his beasts, Hui Yun finally approached, carefully examining Ji Yuan before giving him a heavy pat on the shoulder. Now I understand why Tanny bet on you. At next year's city tournament, bring honor to our city. With that, he and Zhao Shan called their respective beasts to gradually clear away all the forbidden crab corpses from the platform. Watching the retreating figures of the two imperial-level beasts, Ji Yuan smiled slightly. With his current trump cards, making it into the top 10 should be secure. Next, the only thing to do was improve his soul power. Grade. This life and death battle had made him acutely aware of how grade amplified a beast's strength. Thank. A gentle voice began. No need to thank me again. Ji Yuan raised his hand to interrupt. We've all fought side by side through life and death. There's no need for formalities. Su Ziyin looked up in a daze, meeting his smile, and nodded silently, swallowing back her remaining words. About 10 minutes later, the forbidden crab swarm on the platform was completely cleared. The long-armed ape and Snow Peak Ice Ape were so exhausted they were panting heavily. As Zhao Shan grumbled while returning them to their beast-taming seals, he suddenly noticed that the silver skeleton embedded in the platform was gone. Who took it? Everyone shook their heads. The battle had been too intense for anyone to notice where the strange skeleton had gone. Ready, Hui Yun gripped the deep blue stone, walked to the center of the platform, and smashed it hard against the white jade surface. Instantly, Ji Yuan felt his consciousness being pulled, twisted, and shaken by invisible hands. In a long spell of dizziness, time itself seemed to stop. When they came to their senses, the familiar courtyard appeared before their eyes, with a silver sedan parked in front of the very car he had driven when arriving at Fenghan town. The dizziness from teleportation still churned within him as Zhao Shan bent over, gripping the car door and dry heaving with a pale face for quite some time. Ugh, this damn feeling is killing me. In contrast, Suzine merely rubbed her temples lightly, appearing almost completely unaffected. The courtyard gate creaked open as Huiyun emerged from the house, phone in hand, glancing around while speaking in low tones. Seeing the three return safely, he quickly said, "Talk later," and hung up, holding up his screen for everyone to see. We were in that secret realm for a full 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking, overwhelming fatigue and hunger instantly surged through everyone's bodies, making them truly realize the bizarre time flow within the secret realm. Ji Yuan rummaged through the car trunk for clean clothes, then headed to the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. He also washed the sweat-soaked clothes from the secret realm and hung them under the eaves. When he returned, only half an hour had passed. As night fell, Huiyun built a bonfire in the center of the courtyard, sparks crackling and popping, and cooked 4 bowls of steaming hot noodles. Under the clear starry sky with the campfire flickering, the four sat in a circle slurping their noodles. The night breeze mixed with the aroma of noodles gradually relaxed their tense nerves. "You're saying this was your second time entering that secret realm?" Zhao Shan drained the last of his noodle soup and looked at Huiyun with satisfaction, wiping his mouth. Huiyun nodded, poking at the fire. "Last time I stumbled in by accident too, walked all the way to the end, didn't encounter any spiders or forbidden crabs. Aside from picking up this teleportation stone, I got nothing." Zhao Shan let out a long breath and gave Ji Yuan a thumbs up across the firelight. "Thank goodness you were there this time. Otherwise I would have become a mummy." "Absolutely. If it weren't for you, kid, we probably would have died on that teleportation platform." Huiyun also patted Ji Yuan's shoulder, his words full of relief. Suzine listened quietly, her gaze also falling on Ji Yuan, the firelight making her eyes shimmer. As they chatted, drowsiness gradually faded. Huiyun's spirits lifted as he went back inside to fetch a grill and several bottles of red wine. Zhao Shan laughed mockingly at him. Who pairs barbecue with red wine? Yet his hands were already skillfully pouring himself a glass. The oppressive atmosphere of their life and death struggle in the secret realm was dispelled by flames and alcohol, with the aroma of meat, wine, and laughter rising and falling. Suzine held her wine glass and took a few sips, her originally cold and elegant cheeks flushing with 2 touches of rosy red as she began to open up. After several rounds of drinks, Huiyun threw his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder, his tongue slightly thick. "I'll just say 4 words. You guess soul power aptitude." Zhao Shan, half-drunk, scoffed. "Is an aptitude just 3 levels low, medium, high? To cause a stir in Linyan City, it must be high grade." "Zhao Shan, you're drunk and confused." Suzine laughed softly, a glimmer playing at her red lips. "There's also special grade, isn't there?" "Hey, Miss Su got it right." Huiyun clinked his glass and laughed heartily. "Our Ji Yuan has special grade soul power aptitude." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shan and Suzine looked at each other, both stunned. Not just in Linyan City, but even in higher-level places, special grade was as rare as phoenix feathers. Zhao Shan sighed. "No wonder you're so incredible at just 8th rank. You've got the foundation." Suzine, however, lowered her head, her voice as soft as the wind. "My soul power aptitude is only low grade. In my family, in the eyes of prestigious clans, it's nowhere near enough." One could only imagine how much cold mockery she had endured in the Su family. "It doesn't matter at all." The campfire crackled as Ji Yuan suddenly chuckled softly. Suzine looked up to see his gentle expression across the flames. "Before I met you all, I couldn't even contract a spirit beast. I was mocked as worthless for 2 years. So what if I have special grade aptitude? In some people's eyes, I'm not even worth as much as a dog." He spread his hands as if discussing something trivial. "So don't mind what others think. So what if you have low-grade aptitude? Look at Mimi, soul power is only 8th rank right now, even lower than yours." His casual comfort struck Suzine's heart, creating ripples. After a moment, she silently lowered her head and said nothing more. The night passed without incident. As the morning mist cleared, the guest room at Huiyun's house remained quiet. Ji Yuan slept until afternoon, and after washing up and packing his luggage, he was about to leave when he discovered Zhao Shan and Suzine emerging from their respective rooms with disheveled hair. The 3 looked at each other, first stunned, then broke into smiles. Before parting, they stood in the courtyard and entered each other's numbers into their communicators, agreeing to meet again at the city tournament in 3 months, barring any unexpected circumstances. Zhao Shan put on sunglasses and got into a bright red convertible sports car. The engine's roar shattered the afternoon quiet. With one hand on the steering wheel, he waved casually at the other 2 with his free hand, then sped away with a press of the accelerator. Suzine seemed like a different person, her expression distant. She tossed out a perfunctory goodbye, turned and got into her car, never giving Ji Yuan a second glance. After saying farewell to Huiyun, Ji Yuan drove onto the highway back to the city. On the way, he called Tan He. "Based on my assessment," Tan He's voice came through the phone mixed with wind sounds, "your starting point already exceeds the average level of young beast tamers in Linyan City. What Changfeng Beast Taming Academy can teach is nothing more than textbook content like beast care, soul power condensation, and advancement. Confining you to the elite class would only restrict your freedom and waste time. Better to let you explore on your own. You'll eventually enter one of the 3 super academies anyway, and systematic learning would be more appropriate then. Ji Yuan set the car to cruise control and exhaled softly. I have no objections. Are you almost at the city? Just got off the overpass. Don't go back to the academy, come straight to the municipal building. Understood. After hanging up, Ji Yuan guessed Tan he probably had something to give him. As both academy director and mayor of Linyan City, Tan he had no shortage of resources. Driving into the city, the street pillars, bus stops, and even overpass screens were all covered with newly hung beast tamer advertisements. Ji Yuan initially paid no attention until he turned into the busiest commercial street, where a massive 3D screen on a shopping mall building made him slam on the brakes. On the screen was his close-up headshot. The text beside it flashed prominently. Superstar Ji Yuan exclusive endorsement for silky smooth beast skin. Use Deshun beast shampoo. A burning sense of shame rushed to his head. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, yanked the steering wheel, and raced toward the municipal building. Along the way, he spotted at least 5 more identical endorsement ads, with only one thought in his mind. How did I know nothing about this? At the entrance of the municipal building, a male secretary was already waiting and led him straight up to the mayor's office on the top floor. Pushing open the door, Tan he was waiting with a meaningful smile. Before speaking, he handed over a black gold card. I negotiated several endorsement deals for you. The payment is all in here. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and took the card. It was as thin as a sheet of metal paper with a soft texture, clearly not an ordinary bank card. How much? See for yourself. Drop a bit of blood on it. How novel. Ji Yuan bit his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. The blood droplet fell onto the card's surface, and black gold light immediately coursed through it. The card hummed and contracted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a black gold ring that settled firmly in his palm. At the same moment, a door burst open in his Minda's strange space appeared out of nowhere, filled with a small mountain of cash. Ji Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at the black gold ring, filled with amazement. This is a control ring? Tan he nodded slightly, pushing the ring into his palm. The highest grade control ring. Besides the internal storage space, you can even swipe the ring when making payments. The black gold metal felt cool and solid against his fingertips. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and slipped it onto his right ring finger. Instantly, a stream of data flooded his mind. 5 million in cash stored within the control ring space. What did this number mean in Linyan City? With the local average monthly salary barely reaching 2,000 yuan, it equaled 200 years' worth of wages for an ordinary office worker. There's one more thing. Then he interrupted his thoughts. Tonight at 8 o'clock, you'll face a challenge. A challenge? Yes. There's only one spot for the regional competition, and it was already predetermined. But after I confirmed you would compete, the original candidate refused to accept it. Outside the window, neon lights began to glow as traffic streamed by in trails of light. Tan he stood with his hands behind his back before the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice lowered. The triennial regional competition is, frankly speaking, a ranking contest among 120 cities nationwide. If you represent Lingyun City, your final ranking will determine the city's resource allocation and development support from the national level for the next year. He turned around, his gaze steady and sharp. This isn't just about you personally, it affects the entire city. Ji Yuan remained calm and asked in return, what's been the best ranking in previous years? Since I took over, the best was 88th place. Then he spread his hands with a hint of helplessness in his tone. 88th place breaking into the top 10 would be far more difficult than imagined. Yet Tan he patted Ji Yuan's shoulder. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you can't reach the goal we set earlier, just breaking the historical record would already be a tremendous achievement. He paused briefly. As for the challenger, his name is Su Jia from Tingyun Beast Taming Academy. Tingyun Beast Taming Academy had gained tremendous momentum in Lingyun City in recent years, gradually overshadowing Changfeng Academy. It maintained close ties with Zhang Jilin, who secretly supported it from behind. Tan he sighed softly. As both academy director and mayor, I've long had no time to manage academy affairs closely, allowing Zhang Jilin to support the rise of this new Changfeng. However, now I only care about one thing: the regional competition. Since last year, Zhang Jilin has been heavily promoting Su Jia, who carries the title of 7th grade beast tamer and has secured numerous endorsements. After my operations these past 2 days, most brands have switched their bets to you and won't renew contracts with Su Jia. Tonight's duel will have the entire city watching. Ji Yuan nodded. What should I be aware of? His tamed beast. Tan he grew serious, speaking earnestly. The soul spirit Scorpionate dwells deep in the Withering Valley and is naturally immune to fire-type attacks. This statement, mentioning that Ji Yuan's green legendary tamed beast was fire-attributed, carried obvious implications. Tan he wasn't certain whether Ji Yuan had gained anything else from his trip to Withering Valley. so he deliberately brought up this topic to gauge his reaction. Immune to fire attributes. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsurprised, instead quietly weighing his options. The Soul Spirit Scorpion excels at soul impact attacks. You have 4 hours to devise a strategy. He watched him in silence, already calculating in his mind how to remedy the situation if Ji Yuan failed. After all, when facing such targeted trait abilities, even the highest bloodline grade might prove useless. 8 o'clock sharp in the evening. Lingyun City's largest beast-taming arena, the Daiko Beast Arena, blazed with lights as 80,000 spectators packed the stands. The host platform, judges' seats, and high-definition broadcast cameras were all in place, with restless excitement filling the air. This was the long-awaited pinnacle showdown the entire city had been waiting for. Su Jie, hailed as the most outstanding beast-tamer of the younger generation, facing off against Ji Yuan, the superstar who had shocked the entire city 2 years ago with his special-grade soul power aptitude. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and those watching the live broadcast at home, welcome to the Daiko Beast Arena. Tonight at 8 o'clock, we bring you the most anticipated clash of titans. The lights suddenly converged as the host, dressed in a gold-trimmed tailcoat and gripping a silver microphone, deliberately stretched his voice to dramatic heights, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. On the specially designed sandstone arena floor, heavy crawling sounds first emerged from the left entrance tunnel. As the spotlight swept over, a dark red giant scorpion slowly emerged from backstage, roughly the size of an SUV, with layered armor-like shells, gleaming pincers, and a venomous stinger raised high on its back, as if ready to inject poison into the air at any moment. The audience erupted in piercing screams, fluorescent sticks swaying like waves, prompting the host's passionate introduction. Behold the Soul Spirit Demon Scorpion, and appearing alongside it, the most outstanding 7th-rank beast tamer of the younger generation, Su Jie. Su Jie, Su Jie, Su Jie. The chants were deafening. Su Jie, dressed in a black combat suit, walked out shoulder to shoulder with the Soul Spirit Demon Scorpion. He raised his hand toward the stands in acknowledgement, his black wrist guards reflecting the cold white lights as his commanding presence energized the entire venue. Once Su Jie and the giant scorpion had taken their positions, the host pointed his microphone toward the right tunnel. Meanwhile, please turn your attention to the other side. Welcome, the holder of special grade aptitude, 8th rank beast tamer, Ji Yuan. From this side, when the spotlight swept over, the audience's screams were noticeably weaker, though many still waved their arms enthusiastically. Ji Yuan walked with one hand in his pocket, wearing simple casual clothes, his handsome face calm and unperturbed. The moment he stepped into the arena, a cluster of blue-green flames silently appeared beside him, circling around him like a living creature. The flames spun faster and faster, suddenly expanding and condensing into an elegant creature less than 2 meters tall. Ming. Its snow-white fur gleamed softly under the blue-green flames, with slender, well-proportioned limbs and fox-like ears that twitched gently, elegant, yet harboring sharpness. The stands instantly erupted in a new round of amazement. Wow, it's so beautiful. At the same moment, far away in the wealthy villa district, Zhang Heng sat, facing a massive television screen. Ming's appearance made him clench his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Damn that Ji Yuan. Where the hell did he get that beast? He cursed under his breath, shifting his gaze to his father Zhang Jilin on the other side of the sofa. Dad, Su Jie will win tonight, right? Zhang Heng lowered his voice, as tense as if he were standing in the arena himself. Zhang Jilin sat with his legs crossed, holding coffee in one hand and scrolling through his phone with the other, not even bothering to look up. Ji Yuan's fire-type beast is perfectly countered by the Soul Spirit Demon Scorpion. No need to watch. But didn't he have another new beast at the late autumn test that day? Zhang Heng remained uneasy, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his knee. That beast was nothing but an illusion. Zhang Jilin scoffed. 7th-rank beast tamers can manipulate soul power for combat. Ji Yuan is only 8th rank and his beast is restrained. He's guaranteed to lose. Zhang Jilin set down his phone and stared coldly at Ji Yuan's face on the television screen. I've already instructed Su Jie, he said. This battle must find a way to cripple Ji Yuan or his beast. He knew Tan He's character well. Even if Ji Yuan lost, Tan He would find a way to protect him and force Ji Yuan into the city tournament. Only by completely destroying Ji Yuan's fighting ability would Tan He be left helpless. If this plan succeeded and Su Jie smoothly represented Lingyun City in the competition, the mayor's seat would surely change hands next year. Meanwhile, at the arena, blazing lights illuminated the venue as the crowd roared in the stands. Both contestants had taken their positions, and after the host retreated, the battle bell suddenly rang out. Bang! In the next moment, Su Jie's Soul Spirit Demon Scorpion charged forward violently, its heavy shell scraping against the metal floor with an ear-piercing screech. Ming transformed into a streak of blue-green light, shooting forward to meet its opponent. As they crossed paths at the center of the arena, Ming's vertical pupils contracted and unleashed its imperial pressure with explosive force. Yet the demon scorpion remained completely unmoved, sweeping its pincers horizontally and forcibly driving Ming back. With intimidation proving ineffective, Ming quickly pulled back, dark flames surging from within its body. Whoosh! Just as the flames took shape, the scorpion's tail whipped suddenly, creating a fierce wind that instantly scattered the ghostly fire. At this moment, Ming finally realized this demon scorpion before it was the strongest opponent it had ever encountered. No need to rush, take your time. Ji Yuan stood calmly in the rear, murmuring quietly to himself. After the brief probing exchange, Ming no longer engaged in direct confrontation. It fought while retreating, its form nimbly weaving between the giant scorpion's pincer strikes. The demon scorpion's massive size meant each of its attacks barely missed Ming by a hair's breadth. Boos erupted throughout the audience. Oh my! Friends, did you see that? Ji Yuan's beast is completely powerless against Su Jie's giant scorpion. It can only flee in panic. The host frowned but continued his live commentary. Hey, so much for premium grade potential. That beast is just eye candy, looks good, but useless. Mocking laughter swept through the stands. Yet Su Jie's expression remained cold and stern. He glanced across the arena at Ji Yuan, sneering inwardly. Acting all composed. But with skills like that, you think you can compete with me? I'll let you struggle a bit longer. 10 seconds will be enough to end this. Time ticked by as the two beasts chased each other around the arena, with neither spectacular clashes nor earth-shaking techniques. The host's commentary grew increasingly stale, forcing him to dig up anecdotes from previous tournaments to maintain the atmosphere. Suddenly, the crowd burst into surprised exclamations. The host looked toward the source and his eyes lit up. Oh? It seems Su Jie can't stand this boring chase, either's choosing to take action himself. Su Jie clenched his fists, channeling soul power into his limbs. His muscle definition became pronounced as he charged straight toward Ji Yuan. Let me remind everyone that a 7th rank Beastmaster can use soul power to enhance their body. One punch carries far more force than an ordinary person. The host raised an eyebrow. Ji Yuan's soul power is only 8th rank, so he could withstand at most 3 direct hits. Just kidding, just kidding. The stands erupted again as Su Jie closed in on Ji Yuan, his killing intent almost tangible. Only by crippling you will my position be secure. His right fist, charged with soul power, hammered toward Ji Yuan's face as he commanded mentally. Black Demon, Soul Drain. The Soul Spirit Demon Scorpion's black mist churned as its tail's stinger gleamed coldly, preparing to synchronize with its master's strike to finish off both Ming and Ji Yuan. Go back to the ranks of the worthless. Su Jie snarled through gritted teeth. In that split-second crack, Su Jie's pupils contracted sharply. His fist had been caught in Ji Yuan's single hand, unable to move. Then he heard a light chuckle near his ear. Sorry, but I happen to be 7th rank as well. With supreme soul power aptitude, he was virtually invincible among peers of the same rank. Su Jie's face turned ashen as he tried to yank his right fist back, but it remained motionless as if clamped in steel jaws. Ji Yuan tightened his grip and looked up coolly. You popped the champagne too early. Before his words faded, his punch exploded through the air. Bang! The announcer gripped the edge of the platform desperately, leaning forward. My God, what am I witnessing? His voice nearly cracked. Su Jie's offensive has been effortlessly neutralized by Ji Yuan. And Ji Yuan's devastating punch has knocked Su Jie to the ground, proving to everyone through action. He too is 7th rank. The sudden reversal left the audience stunned speechless, the arena falling into dead silence. Su Jie was sent reeling by the punch, his head spinning and ears ringing. Just as he was about to speak, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the distance. Incredible! Dear audience, are you seeing this? Not only has the Beast Master battle been reversed, but the two spirit beasts locked in combat are also about to determine their victor. The announcer's shouts once again tore through the air. Su Jie's entire body trembled. No longer caring about Ji Yuan before him, he turned to look at his soul scorpion. The scorpion, which should have been completely immune to fire attacks, was now engulfed in ethereal blue-green flames, its shell charred black, body convulsing wildly as it crashed into the arena's stone walls, creating crack after crack. Impossible. My dark demon is immune to fire damage. How could this? Su Jie was filled with shock and confusion. Ji Yuan chuckled softly. Why indeed? Go home and figure it out yourself. After meeting with Tan He at the municipal building, Ji Yuan returned to his academy dormitory and searched online for information about soul scorpions. Indeed, the scorpion's dark red armor granted it fire immunity, while its ability to drain opponents' souls using spiritual force was the origin of the soul in its name. Ming's netherworld flames were no ordinary fire to begin with. Once the scorpion released its soul power, the netherworld flames burned directly into the soul itself, rendering even the hardest armor useless. The mystery was solved. As for advancing to 7th rank, he owed it to his soul power aptitude and talent. The key lay in expanding the soul power sphere within his body and maintaining continuous soul power circulation through his limbs. Some 8th-rank beast masters often failed when the sphere collapsed during attempts, but he had mastered this sensation in just 2 hours. Only after breaking through did he understand why Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin had run faster than him in the secret realm. While soul power's enhancement to the limbs wasn't dramatic, it was genuinely superior to ordinary people. Unable to accept defeat, Su Jia gritted his teeth and roared. With a clench of his 5 fingers, the shrieking scorpion dissolved into light and was forcibly recalled. Immediately after, crimson light flashed in his palm. Flying star, come out! Accompanied by a long cry, a bird with wings ablaze in red flames dove from high above, trailing a blazing trajectory as it swooped directly toward Ji Yuan. Flame-devouring sparrow. Ji Yuan stood with hands behind his back, making no move in response. When Ming returned to his side, the Imperial bloodline's overwhelming pressure instantly froze the flying sparrow mid-flight, forcing it to fold its wings and drop to the ground. The oppression of bloodline hierarchy cut into bone marrow like a sharp blade. Few creatures could resist it. Damn it! I forgot his beast has sovereign-level bloodline. Su Jia cursed in frustration, pounding the ground with his fist until blood seeped from his knuckles. On the arena, the air seemed to freeze. Do you have any other beasts? Ji Yuan asked calmly, his voice betraying no emotion. Su Jia's hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. After a long struggle, he finally spoke hoarsely. I surrender. The deathly silence shattered instantly as cheers surged like a tidal wave. The announcer raised his microphone high, declaring the victor. That night, the name Ji Yuan once again shook Linyan City. No one dared question his nomination for the district championship. Meanwhile, in a villa on the western outskirts of Linyan City, a television screen flickered. Zhang Heng gripped a half-peeled orange, juice dripping through his fingers as he ground his teeth in rage. He actually reached 7th rank. 2 full ranks in just 1 week. In comparison, it had taken him 3 full years to barely touch the threshold of 7th rank just yesterday. Quite impressive, this Ji Yuan, came Zhang Jilin's cold voice from behind. If he enters the championship, he might actually break into the top 20. We need to eliminate him before then. Zhang Heng turned around excitedly. Father, will you have Uncle D take action? But Uncle D's forces are in Hongling City if Tan he notices. That's why you're going back to the academy to keep close watch on Ji Yuan's movements. Zhang Jilin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Once we can lure him out of the city, our chance will come. When he went to Withering Valley that day, I had already positioned our people, but the boy never showed up. Seeing Zhang Heng still hesitating, he snorted coldly. It's just a matter of losing some face. Once I become mayor, you'll be able to enter Tingyun Beast Academy. All right. Zhang Heng shrank back, ultimately not daring to argue. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage of the arena, the car door slid open, and Ji Yuan stepped into a black business vehicle under many curious gazes. Beautifully done, young man. Tan he had been waiting, personally pouring a glass of champagne. You won cleanly and decisively. Cody Corporation has never invested in beast tamers before, but they've decided to make you their lifetime spokesperson. Cody controlled 70% of Linyan City's beast industry chain and had never signed with any beast tamer before. I've reviewed the contract, no issues. 10 million per year in endorsement fees. Tan he raised his glass with a broad smile. Thank you, Mayor. Ji Yuan clinked glasses, knowing this was all thanks to Tan he's behind the scenes efforts. While there was no such thing as free kindness in this world, the man's sincerity still moved him. Call me uncle. Tan he waved dismissively, his eyes filled with unmistakable relief. He had worried about how the young man would break through his predicament, never expecting him to directly advance to 7th rank. This gamble had paid off. Uncle Tan. Ji Yuan immediately corrected himself, then lowered his voice. I'm looking for something. I wonder if you've heard of Netherworld Ghost Seeds. Netherworld Ghost Seeds? The material Ming needs to advance to its juvenile stage. Netherworld Ghost Species? Tan he pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. Let me ask around for you. If you have time these next few days, you could also check the Academy's reading room. All right. Ji Yuan nodded. It seemed this thing wouldn't be easy to find. Back in his dormitory, he immediately released Ming. Then, the deep blue beast mark on the back of his hand glowed, and a low, thunder-like hum echoed through the room. His second beast companion materialized. It was a thunderwolf, noticeably larger than Ming. Lightning flickered in its deep blue eyes, and its glossy black fur stood on end, crackling arcs of electricity, making it appear majestic and imposing. The lightning illuminated its sharp fangs, and the air carried a faint metallic, burnt scent. The moment the thunder wolf appeared, Ming immediately approached, tilting its head and blinking curiously as it examined its new companion. Growl. The thunder wolf gave a low warning as Ming got too close. Whoosh. The next instant, both beasts pounced at each other, rolling around in playful combat. Ji Yuan was about to intervene when he realized they were clearly engaging in friendly sparring, so he relaxed. before formally establishing separate beast spaces. All contracted beasts shared the same beast mark. It seemed the two got along well. With a thought, Ji Yuan brought up the Thunder Wolf's attribute panel. Creature, Thunder Imperial Beast Juvenile Stage. Species, Thunder Wolf Lord Bloodline. Imperial Grade Perfect. Attributes, Thunder, Lightning. Characteristics. 1. Immunity to Thunder-type damage. 2. Ability to control lightning. 3. Command and intimidate Wolf-type beasts ineffective when bloodline levels are equal. Talent Soul Link. Grants the Beast Master its characteristics. Can only choose one of two. Thunder Lord. Doubles the power of thunder and lightning attacks released by the Beast Master. Skill 1. Lightning Dance transform into lightning to strike targets, creating chain lightning upon impact that can paralyze and destroy enemies. Skill 2. Thunder Judgment summon thunderclouds to bring down rolling thunder, destroying everything. Note: consumption halved when cast during thunderstorms. Evolution path: devour thunder-type creature flesh 0-100. Compared to Ming's panel, this Thunder Imperial Beast clearly focused on absolute offense, perfectly embodying the fierce nature of thunder. With another thought, Ji Yuan had the two stop their play fighting. They stood on either side of him, eyes bright and alert. Ji Yuan reached out to stroke the Thunder Imperial Beast's smooth fur, contemplating what to name it. Recalling the electrifying, heart-pounding moment of their contract in the secret realm, he settled on a character, Pa Soul. But calling it just Pa seemed odd, so he smiled and announced, "From now on, you'll be called Sean Pa." "How's that?" Sean Pa. Bright light rippled in the deep blue wolf eyes as lightning danced. It raised its head and let out a long, low howl. A woo, with joy evident in its voice. Sean Pa, not too bad a name, right? Ji Yuan chuckled to himself. After spending some time interacting with both beasts, he collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell into deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streaming through the curtain gaps across his face woke him up. After washing up, he pushed open the door to leave his dormitory. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard Zhang Heng calling out, "Ji Yuan, wait up." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned back to see Zhang Heng running over with excitement written all over his face. "Hee, where are you going? Can I come with you? If your brain's sick, go take medicine. Don't bother me." Ji Yuan replied coolly and turned to walk away. Zhang Heng stood frozen in place. Ji Yuan glanced at him with surprise, then simply walked away. This sudden change usually meant he was plotting something mischievous, but Ji Yuan couldn't be bothered with him today, had important matters to attend to. Around the academy, smiling faces greeted him everywhere he went. Students actively said hello, and some even chased after him asking to be friends, a complete contrast to how they used to avoid him in the past. Ji Yuan wore a faint smile, responding politely as he made his way through the academic building to the parking lot. Starting his car, he drove straight toward the outskirts of the city. 10 minutes later, he parked in front of an old welfare home overgrown with weeds. The compound wasn't large. A solitary 4-story building stood there with 26 rooms, housing both elderly residents and orphans. The familiar gray exterior walls and weathered corridor railings made him momentarily dazed. He hadn't returned since starting high school, and 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. "Little Yuan." A surprise shout interrupted his memories. Ji Yuan looked toward the voice and saw an elderly woman leaning on a broom, staring at him in amazement. Aunt Qin. He recognized the director, Chen Qin, whose face was etched with wrinkles but remained as warm as ever. She had been his most reliable support during childhood. As soon as he spoke, Chen Qin dropped her broom with a clatter and rushed forward with reddened eyes, her rough hands gripping his arms tightly. "I know. I saw you on television. Our Ji Yuan has made it big." She half pulled, half dragged him into the courtyard, her voice cheerful. "Our home's big star has come back." The courtyard immediately came alive. Elderly residents with canes, in wheelchairs, and with hunched backs all shuffled to the main hall. Children playing in the backyard also came running over, surrounding him completely. "It's little Yuan. The little boy from back then is now a big star, has really brought honor to our home." The children circled around Ji Yuan, each blinking their clear eyes with curiosity. Ji Yuan retrieved gifts he had bought in advance from his imperial ring. Health supplements, various fruits, and snacks, distributing them to the elderly and children one by one. Laughter soon filled the entire hall. Only after sending the children off to play did he get a moment of peace. The elderly sat nearby, chattering about embarrassing stories from his childhood, while Chen Qin listened with a smile. Ji Yuan lowered his voice. "Aunt Qin, I bought a building in the city center and plan to renovate it into a care facility. Once the renovation is complete, would you bring everyone to move there together? We'll still call it Blue Sky Welfare Home. What do you think?" The hall suddenly fell silent. The smile on Chen Qin's face froze. "You bought a building? How can this be right? You're only in your 20s. This is when you need money most." "Don't worry, Aunt Qin." Ji Yuan shook his head gently. "This isn't just what I want to do, it's also the mayor's intention. Our city needs a large welfare facility to give the elderly and children a better home." After learning of his plan, Tan He immediately finalized the proposal. established the Ji Yuan Charitable Foundation specifically to support orphans and the elderly, and found him a suitable location in the city center. Now that Ji Yuan's account was well-funded and his spirit beasts didn't require expensive nutritional supplements, money was simply a tool to make life more comfortable for him. He genuinely wanted to use this money where it had once sheltered him from wind and rain, on people who truly needed it. Do something meaningful for the welfare home. Days passed one by one. After handling all the remaining affairs of the old orphanage, the only thing Ji Yuan had to do was wait for the renovation of the new location to be completed. Nowadays, beast tamers were found in every industry from major structural reinforcement to minor wiring installation. All had beast assistance, so construction progress naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. After returning to the academy, he practically locked himself in the reading room, spending days poring over advanced texts and nights honing his soul power in the empty training grounds. Sixth rank was a watershed on the beast tamer's ladder. Only by crossing this threshold could one truly transcend the mundane. Reaching sixth rank required only two things. First, soul power projection. After half a month of meditation and breathing exercises so tedious they became mechanical, he could already make pale silver soul energy dance around his fingertips. Second, beast soul power projection. This step was stuck on Ming and Flash Soul. For half a month, he had spared no expense using spiritual food, sparring partners, and mental guidance. Yet the two youngsters always fell just short of the final step. Calming down to review the situation, he finally identified the crux, the juvenile stage. The greatest advantage of sixth rank was allowing beasts to self-learn new skills through soul power projection. Without this step, they could only remain at the innate skill level, and absorbing new knowledge required the beast's own soul power projection. Clearly, Ming and Flash Soul's growth hadn't reached that threshold yet. So he buried himself in collecting information about nether ghost species and lightning-type creatures, hoping to prepare for advancement, but always came up empty-handed. Time flowed silently by. Exactly 1 month after returning from Windmark Town, the Blue Sky Orphanage in downtown Lingyun City was declared complete. At Chunqin's invitation, Ji Yuan attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. During the ceremony, Chunqin mentioned Ji Yuan to everyone she met, like a parent bragging about their child scoring first place, practically having original intention and giving back on the tip of her tongue, which further enhanced Ji Yuan's reputation in Lingyun City. After a morning of commotion, at 2 in the afternoon, Ji Yuan finally settled into the 50-square-meter office of the new director. The brand-new solid wood bookshelf still carried the scent of fresh varnish. He leaned back on the sofa, pressing his temples, and silently swore never to attend another ribbon-cutting ceremony in his lifetime. Xiao Yuan, I personally selected the furnishings for this office. How do you like it? The door was pushed open, and Chunqin walked in with a familiar smile. Originally, he had wanted Chunqin to continue as director, but she was adamant about putting the nameplate under his name, so he had to agree. Don't worry. You don't need to concern yourself with anything. I'll take good care of the orphanage for you. Chunqin, mistaking his concern for administrative worries, patted her chest reassuringly. With you here, Auntie, I'm naturally at ease. Ji Yuan shook his head, then remembered this something she had mentioned during the ceremony. By the way, Aunt Qin, you said you had something to give me? Oh, right. I originally wanted to give this to you last time at the old orphanage. Chunqin pulled out a cream-colored envelope from her pocket and handed it over. Qing Rudo, you remember her? This is a letter she left for you. The envelope was thin and cool, weighing almost nothing when it landed in his palm, yet it instantly unsealed dusty memories. A tender, pure, and vibrant face emerged in his mind. Jiang Qingro, his playmate who was 2 years younger. She had vanished without a trace after he started high school. The year you graduated from high school, Qingro was adopted by a wealthy family and moved to another city. Chunqin's gaze carried nostalgia. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Ji Yuan tucked the envelope into his pocket. Before he could open it, his phone suddenly vibrated, its ringtone breaking the room's silence. Seeing this, Chunqin stood up and left the room. With the door slightly ajar, Ji Yuan immediately pressed the call button. Uncle Tan? A familiar magnetic voice came through the receiver, barely containing its excitement. Kid, I've already tracked down information about the Netherworld Ghost Seed for you, but we'll need to wait a bit longer. Why? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Netherworld Ghost Seed is a unique mineral material that withers instantly once removed from its habitat. He spoke rapidly. I had someone investigate and found out that Hongling City just excavated several new, deep mining veins, where they discovered many rare minerals, including the Netherworld Ghost Seed. I'll figure out a way to have someone dig up the entire habitat and transport it to you, don't worry. Dig up the entire habitat. Ji Yuan imagined the scene and instinctively felt it was unreliable. Uncle Tan, don't go through all that trouble. I'll make the trip myself. Without waiting for Tan He to refuse, he added, last time I went to Withering Valley, I met a local from Hongling City named Zhao Shan. His background isn't simple, and with him looking out for me, there won't be any problems. The other end of the line fell silent for several seconds before he voiced his doubts. Reliable? Absolutely reliable, Ji Yuan said with certainty. After ending the call, he immediately dialed Zhao Shan's number. After 2 unanswered attempts, he was beginning to suspect the man had given him a fake number when the third call suddenly rang back. Ji Yuan, you definitely wouldn't call me just to chat. Are you already in Hongling City? Tell me where you are right now. I'll immediately. The voice rattled on like a machine gun until Ji Yuan interrupted loudly. Stop. Give others a chance to speak. All right. I'm just excited. Zhao Shan coughed twice. Go ahead, what do you need? I heard your city just discovered several new mining veins. Wow, that's some fast intelligence. The veins have only been excavated for 3 hours, and you already know about it. Zhao Shan clicked his tongue in amazement. The important thing is, do they contain netherworld ghost seeds? They do, but you'd need to go deep underground, and once they leave their habitat I'm aware of all that, Ji Yuan interrupted. I'll arrive in Hongling City early tomorrow morning. Can we meet? Absolutely. I'll take care of your food and lodging. Everything will be perfectly arranged. Zhao Shan promised, patting his chest. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they hung up. Ji Yuan reviewed the fragments of information Zhao Shan had provided, pondering silently. These mining veins seemed to possess elemental properties, completely different from anything he had previously understood. Before his thoughts could settle, there was a gentle knock at the door. Xiao Yuan. Chen Qin pushed the door open and peeked in. Come in, Aunt Qin. After entering the room, Chen Qin first observed his expression before hesitantly speaking. That girl Yinjia. She wants to apply for a nursing position here. After being expelled from Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy that day, Lin Yinjia had returned to the old orphanage, only to be scolded and driven away by Chen Qin. Now, no other beast-taming academies in Linyan City would accept an expelled student, leaving the girl with nowhere to go. Chen Qin ultimately couldn't bear it. Ji Yuan understood her dilemma and spoke gently. Aunt Qin, this decision is yours to make. After explaining the situation, he stood up and took down his coat, preparing to return to his room to pack. Before leaving, he turned back and added, I'll be away from Linyan City for a while. If anything happens, remember to tell me. Hongling City boasts an extraordinarily unique geography. The entire city is built on vast, flat plains, yet a closer look reveals its complexity and depth. It sits atop the nation's richest mineral deposits, consistently ranking in the top 10 economically, with residents who are incredibly wealthy. Even outsiders, as long as they have the right connections, can strike it rich after just 2 years in this city. Ji Yuan took the earliest flight of the day to Hongling City. As soon as the plane came to a stop, he spotted Zhao Shan wearing large sunglasses and a black trench coat, casually leaning against the barrier at the arrival gate. My good brother, everything's on me during your visit to Hongling City. I guarantee you'll eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Zhao Shan approached with enthusiasm, patting his shoulder boldly. The two quickly climbed into Zhao Shan's bright red convertible sports car. With the engine roaring, they first took a spin around the city. Skyscrapers stood in neat rows, commercial streets blazed with lights, and both the scale of buildings and density of crowds formed a stark contrast to Linyan City. Any random street here was equivalent to downtown Linyan City. Throughout the entire day, Zhao Shan truly delivered on the best. Lunch was at the city's most upscale mineral-themed restaurant. Dinner at a rotating French restaurant atop a mountain in the distant suburbs. At night, they stayed in a luxury suite on the top floor of a 5-star hotel in the city center, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a night view as brilliant as an entire galaxy cascading down. When night fell and only soft lighting remained in the room, the two finally got to the real purpose of this trip. I see. So your beast companion needs netherworld ghost seeds for advancement? Zhao Shan suddenly understood, propping one hand against the sofa back. That stuff is indeed advancement material for certain special fire-type beast companions. Yes. Ji Yuan nodded. All right, we'll head down to the mines tomorrow. I'll go with you. Zhao Shan made the decision without hesitation. Seeing how readily he agreed, Ji Yuan said quietly, Thank you. After the day's observations, Ji Yuan had figured out the price of Hongling City being incredibly wealthy. Every trip down to the mines was a gamble with one's life. The depths of the mineral veins harbored countless bizarre creatures that appeared and disappeared without warning. One careless moment could mean death. Rumors said that beast tamers as high as 3rd rank had died in the mines. Yet Zhao Shan didn't hesitate to accompany him to a place where even 3rd rank beast tamers might perish, which deeply moved Ji Yuan. With our friendship, why mention such things? Zhao Shan waved his hand. Back in that damn secret realm, if it weren't for you, would I be alive to lie here now? Don't worry, I'll handle the arrangements. He patted his chest, acting as if he didn't take the danger seriously at all. The next morning, Ji Yuan finally understood where Zhao Shan's confidence came from. In the mayor's office of Hongling City's municipal building, soft light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Young friend Ji Yuan, Mayor always mentions you, and seeing you today, you're indeed a fine young man. The speaker was a kind-faced, middle-aged man, Zhao Tianho, the mayor of Hongling City. Ji Yuan was slightly stunned. He never would have imagined that Zhao Shan was actually the mayor's son. Dad, I told you not to call me by my nickname Mayor this, Mayor that, it sounds awful. I'm a real man. Zhao Shan's face turned red with embarrassment. Zhao Tianho glanced at him coolly, then extended his hand toward Ji Yuan. Instinctively, Ji Yuan quickly grasped the offered hand, saying humbly and properly, Uncle, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary person from a small city. Oh, come now, your mayor's lifesaver, why be so formal? Just call me Godfather from now on. Zhao Tianho laughed heartily. Huh. Ji Yuan froze completely. That's right, Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan laughed and threw an arm around his shoulder. We have a life-and-death friendship closer than real brothers. Ji Yuan's eyelid twitched involuntarily. So his trip to Hongling City had turned into some kind of arranged family recognition ceremony? He immediately glanced at Zhao Shan. The latter quickly snapped to attention, cleared his throat twice, and said to Zhao Tianho, Dad, Ji Yuan came to Hongling City this time to find netherworld ghost seeds. He wants to advance his spirit beast. Zhao Tianho wasn't surprised at all and waved his hand dismissively. That's easy. I'll have Lu Hen accompany you down to the mines. With that, he immediately picked up his phone and made a call. As soon as he hung up, a tall, muscular man wearing a black tank top pushed through the door. Lu Hen, 5th rank beast master. Zhao Tianho made a brief introduction, gave a few casual instructions, then hurriedly left the office. Uncle Lu, I've got everything ready. We can leave any time, Zhao Shan said, hoisting his backpack onto his shoulder. Lu Hen seemed to be a man of few words, merely nodding slightly at Zhao Shan before taking the lead and walking out. Zhao Shan stretched and grinned at Ji Yuan. Don't let Uncle Lu's appearance fool Yoha's the most reliable guy around. Shall we go? Sure thing, Mayor, Ji Yuan replied casually. You bastard. Zhao Shan pretended to throw a punch, and immediately the municipal building erupted with the sounds of their playful scuffle. The two continued their antics all the way to the underground parking garage, when Zhao Shan's phone suddenly vibrated. Holy crap. His eyebrows shot up when he saw the caller ID. What's wrong? Ji Yuan curiously leaned over. Suziine. The two exchanged glances as Zhao Shan pressed speakerphone. Zhao Shan. A crisp female voice came through the phone, clear as clinking ice. Miss Su, what made you think to call me? I'm in Hongling City right now. I have something to ask you. If it's convenient, could we meet? Zhao Shan pondered for a moment. I'll send you an address. After hanging up, he looked at Ji Yuan with confusion written all over his face. How is she also in Hongling City? Did you two plan this? Impossible. Ji Yuan shook his head, then thought of the reason. News about the several new mineral veins discovered in Hongling City has spread everywhere. She's probably here for the mines too. What kind of minerals can't the Su family find? Zhao Shan muttered. At that moment, Lu Hen had already driven the car up to them. Uncle Lu, let's go to Jishua coffee shop first, Zhao Shan said, opening the car door. In the car, Zhao Shan talked endlessly about Hongling City's food, drinks, and entertainment. Ji Yuan had originally wanted to hear more inside information about the underground mineral veins, but since the other was completely off-topic, he could only listen patiently. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of a bustling shopping plaza. Zhao Shan had Lu Hen wait in the car, then walked through the crowd with Ji Yuan. Jishua coffee shop was located in the most prominent position in the plaza. The shop was spacious and bustling with voices, with only a few empty tables remaining around the perimeter. Zhao Shan had Ji Yuan sit down while he went into the shop. Soon after, he emerged leading a beautiful girl wearing a floral dress. The girl's features bore some resemblance to Zhao Shan's, and her cheeks radiated youthful vitality. My sister, Zhao Shui. Zhao Shan proudly raised his eyebrows at Ji Yuan. How about it? Pretty, right? Very pretty. Ji Yuan politely stood up, generous with his praise. Zhao Shui brushed the hair from her forehead, revealing a sweet smile. My brother's been talking about you constantly lately. I never expected you to be such a handsome guy. Hee, my sister built this shop from scratch. Zhao Shan beamed with pride. After brief pleasantries, Zhao Shui returned to the counter to attend to business. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's gaze moved past the crowd toward the entrance. Here she comes. Suziine wore a black dress with her dark hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her fair, oval face stood out prominently in the crowd. Beside her followed a handsome man in a white shirt. When Suzine's gaze locked onto that familiar, distinguished figure, her pupils suddenly contracted. How is he also here? Long time no see, Miss Su. Zhao Shan stood in front of the station, raising his hand in greeting, though his smile was noticeably cooler than the one he'd given Ji Yuan. Suziine approached in her high heels, nodding politely before falling silent, her wandering gaze like willow catkins scattered by the wind, consistently avoiding Ji Yuan and leaving him standing awkwardly to the side. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhao Shan exchanged a puzzled look with Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was equally baffled ever since they'd parted ways with Huiyun. Suziine had been acting strangely distant. Did I offend her somehow? Could it be about me falling into the water back in that secret realm? He wondered silently. The man beside Su Zine adjusted the hem of his shirt, tilting his chin up slightly, as if silently announcing his identity, the Shao family's Shao Lingjue. Zhao Shan leaned over and muttered under his breath. So what if he's from the Shao family? What's he acting so smug about? Ji Yuan's lips curved slightly, reminded of a fire-loving friend with the surname Shao from before his transmigration, and he chuckled inwardly. Cutting the small talk short, Zhao Shan got straight to the point. What brings you here this time? Su Zine looked distant and didn't respond. Shao Lingjue smoothly took over, his voice gentle, yet carrying an air of condescension. We heard that Hongling City has discovered a netherworld ghost, or vein. That's what brought us here. At this, Su Zine finally spoke up. We want to go down into the mines. Could you recommend someone? The Su and Shao corporations are both major conglomerates, though you really need to go down into the mines personally? Zhao Shan joked, meaning nothing by it. However, Shao Lingjue took the comment as disrespect, his gaze darkening. If it were ordinary, or, naturally, it wouldn't require our personal attention. But Netherworld Ghost, or has special properties as a local, don't you even know that? His words remained measured, but the mockery was unmistakable. Not content to stop there, he glanced at Su Zine. Your friend here doesn't seem very reliable. Perhaps we should find other professionals instead. Zhao Shan scratched his head and looked at Ji Yuan. What had he said wrong? Ji Yuan smiled wryly, looking up at Shao Lingjue and emphasizing the word professional heavily. This gentleman is absolutely right. You should definitely find other professional locals. He thought to himself, if even the mayor's son wasn't considered professional enough, who else in this city would qualify? Besides, Shao Lingjue had been looking down his nose at everyone throughout the entire conversation, displaying the typical arrogant attitude of a privileged young master. Yuri going down into the mines too? Su Zine finally looked up, her eyes meeting Ji Yuan's for just an instant before she nervously looked away. Yes, Ji Yuan confirmed. Then let's go together, she suggested softly. Are you serious? Shao Lingjue's brow furrowed deeply. The mine shafts are fraught with danger. Are you certain about traveling with such unprofessional people? Su Zine's expression turned cold. I never wanted to travel with you in the first place. You can leave now. His face turning pale with anger at her attitude, Shao Lingjue warned grimly. When real danger strikes, don't say, I didn't warn you. No need to trouble yourself, came the reply not from Su Zine, but from Ji Yuan, who had always found these privileged young masters with their superiority complexes thoroughly uninteresting. Humph. After giving Ji Yuan a long, hard look, Shao Lingjue turned and walked away. Zhao Shan watched his retreating figure and muttered, what the hell is wrong with these family young masters? Why do they all act so high and mighty? Look at me, I am also a young master, but I'm so kind and approachable. He patted his chest boastfully. Ji Yuan curled his lips and said nothing. Su Zine, however, nodded gently. Most of the younger generation from the 5 great beast-taming families have this inexplicable sense of superiority. I don't like it either. Whatever. The 3 of us are teaming up again, this feels great. Zhao Shan grinned and threw his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder. Su Zine stood quietly beside them, her gaze drifting slightly. As agreed, they rushed to the designated location to meet up with Lu Hen. Zhao Shan claimed the passenger seat, while Ji Yuan and Su Zine sat side by side in the back. Throughout the journey, Su Zine kept her head down, her pale fingertips gripping her skirt tightly, seemingly nervous. Ji Yuan propped his chin on his hand and gazed out the window, watching the streetscape continuously recede, lost in thought. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Through the car window, a bustling market filled with crowds came into view. There were no tall buildings around. Dust filled the air, and the shops displayed bizarrely shaped minerals of various colors. At that moment, a man quickly approached from the market. Upon seeing Zhao Shan and Lu Hen, he immediately waved enthusiastically and led them down a small path. The originally flat wasteland ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a sloped passage. Lu Hen drove the car following the man into the passage. The clamorous noise was instantly cut off, leaving only a faint, almost inaudible humming in their ears. Eerie blue light flickered along the tunnel walls. After driving for a while, their view suddenly opened up an endless underground world bathed in pale blue tones spread before them. Countless railway tracks crisscrossed in all directions. Infinite shops blazed with lights, and minerals emitted an eerily beautiful glow, forming a stark contrast to the dusty stalls on the surface. Ji Yuan's pupils reflected the blue light as his eyes widened involuntarily. After the car stopped, Lu Hen and Zhao Shan got out first. Zhao Shan opened the car door for Ji Yuan, who finally snapped out of his amazement. What's displayed above are just the most basic items. This is Hongling City's largest mineral trading market, Zhao Shan explained with a smile. Ji Yuan silently marveled. The outside world is truly wonderful. The ordinariness of Linyun City had limited his imagination. Led by Lu Hen, the group ventured deeper into the underground market. Along the way, the stalls displayed many strange minerals with unrecognizable names, all shimmering with flowing colors. Ordinary people needed layers of approval to go down into the mines, but Zhao Shan and Lu Hen's special status allowed them unobstructed passage. They entered an elegantly decorated waiting room with soft lighting and walls embedded with mineral crystals. Zhao Shan suddenly raised his hand and tossed a round beast ring toward Ji Yuan. A beast ring. Ji Yuan caught it and looked at him questioningly. It contains the essentials for going down into the mines. Ji Yuan focused his mind into the beast ring and saw 3 items: a fingertip-sized black, a silver-gray bracelet, and a standard-issue handgun. Zhao Shan smiled. Keep this beast ring. Although it's not the highest grade, it's not far off. Warmth swept through Ji Yuan's heart. He retrieved the items from the ring, casually tossed the beast ring back to Zhao Shan, and raised his finger with a wave. Thanks, but I already have a beast ring. Zhao Shan was initially stunned, but when he clearly saw the black gold beast ring on Ji Yuan's finger, his eyes immediately widened. Holy shit. Black gold? That's the top-tier beast ring. Even my old man wouldn't buy me one. Where did you get it? Ji Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I'll explain that later. First, tell me what these 3 items for going down into the mines are. These 3 items work together, and it's hard to explain clearly. You'll understand once you get hands-on experience. After Zhao Shan finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Xin, pointing to the changing room nearby. There's a changing room here. I suggest you go change your outfit. Wearing a skirt down in the mine is very inconvenient. 5 minutes later, Su Xin had changed into a crisp, casual outfit. The well-fitted cut outlined her petite and graceful figure, and combined with her nearly flawless face, it was hard to look away. Ready? Let's go. Zhao Shan gestured with his hand, leading the 2 through a brown wooden door. Behind the door was an old-style industrial elevator, where Lu Hen was already waiting inside. After the 3 stepped in, Ji Yuan noticed that the control panel had only 3 buttons: top, middle, and bottom. The bottom button was currently lit, obviously indicating this was a direct passage to the mineral vein. In the cramped elevator car, Zhao Shan chattered about everything under the sun, covering almost every topic he could think of, giving both Ji Yuan and Su Xin headaches. Fortunately, the elevator stopped quickly. As soon as the door opened, a strong earthy smell mixed with a strange, foul odor hit them in the face. Ji Yuan frowned but could still tolerate it, while Su Xin's face instantly turned pale. Zhao Shan immediately took out a finger-sized black dot, one of the 3 items he had given Ji Yuan earlier, and pressed it gently against Su Xin's temple. With a soft buzz, a semi-transparent protective mask materialized from thin air, precisely covering her face. Ji Yuan watched in amazement. Wait, has technology outside developed to this extent? You put one on too, Zhao Shan urged. Only then did Ji Yuan hurriedly retrieve the same type of dot from his storage ring and press it to his temple. The next second, the mask formed, and the foul smell in the air instantly disappeared. What surprised him even more was that the mask not only filtered the air, but also came with night vision capabilities, providing clear vision with no sense of wearing anything. Put on the bracelet. Zhao Shan tossed over 2 gray-black wristbands. After Ji Yuan and Su Xin put them on, a line of pale green text immediately appeared on their retinas. Welcome to KG Era Products. Connecting to detection bracelet. Connection complete, synchronizing map information. As the text faded, a circular mini-radar appeared in the upper right of Ji Yuan's vision, with a bright green dot at the center. The bracelet will scan the terrain within a 100-meter radius in real time and generate a map projected to the upper right corner of your mask. Zhao Shan demonstrated by lightly touching his bracelet against Ji Yuan's. A blue dot immediately appeared on the map. Blue dots represent people whose bracelets have touched yours teammates. Later, Ji Yuan saw 3 blue dots appear on the map and couldn't help but sigh. This is way too sci-fi. Is Linyan City really that backward? Su Xin raised the pistol in her hand curiously. What about this thing? Mining gun. Zhao Shan pointed to her mask. You must use it to cut when mining. After finding target minerals, the mask will mark cutting lines, and you just cut along those lines. With everything ready, the 4 walked out of the elevator. With the night vision function of the mask, the pitch-black mine veins became brilliantly illuminated. Roro. Suddenly, a bizarre-looking creature was summoned by Lu Hen. The creature resembled a cheetah overall, but possessed 4 slender front legs and 2 robust hind legs, a poison wind ghost leopard. Zhao Shan explained that this beast, tamed by Uncle Lu in the mine veins years ago, could sniff out the scent of rare minerals. With it leading the way, we'll avoid many detours. Any beast tamer in Hongling City with decent skills would tame a poison wind ghost leopard. It makes finding rare minerals twice as efficient. However, mine veins are different from other places, so we must be careful. After speaking, his expression grew serious as he summoned his long-armed ape, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan became excited upon seeing Ji Yuan and Su Xin, shaking its head enthusiastically. In response, blue-green flames rose as Ming's figure materialized. Su Xin also called forth her flame-devouring sparrow. After the 2 fire-type beasts appeared, the cold mine tunnel warmed slightly. Lu Han's gaze lingered on Ming for a moment before shifting away, then summoned another beast. Ji Yuan looked closely and was amazed to see a muscular, imposing kangaroo. Even more outrageous was that it wore diamond-studded golden knuckle guards on both fists. He silently exclaimed in shock. This trip to Hongling City was truly eye-opening, and he couldn't help but marvel at how much the kangaroo resembled Lu Han himself. The team proceeded slowly, with the poison wind ghost leopard leading the way and the muscular kangaroo bringing up the rear, protecting the four people. Ji Yuan and Su Xin walked at the back, following Lu Han and Zhao Shan as they explored deeper. Miners encountered along the way respectfully greeted them, "Brother Lu." This clearly demonstrated Lu Han's prestige. The mine veins resembled artificially excavated underground passages. The walls were dotted with glowing minerals and had clear exit markers to prevent getting lost. Ji Yuan frequently checked the dynamic map in the upper right corner of his mask, which refreshed every 5 seconds, showing crisscrossing routes like twisted tree roots, indicating their continuous descent. After about an hour, Su Xin was breathing heavily. The long trek had clearly exhausted the young lady, so Zhao Shan signaled for Tuan to carry her on its shoulders as they continued forward. The deeper they went, the fewer markers and light sources there were. Lu Han spoke for the first time, his voice deep and resonant. "We've entered the newly excavated mine vein cluster. Stay alert." The air grew increasingly cold, and even the flames of Ming and the flame-devouring sparrow could barely dispel the chill. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly shot out from the wall to Ji Yuan's right, moving too fast to react, aimed directly at his head. If it hit, death would be certain. In this life-or-death moment, the golden knuckle guards whistled through the air bang. The muscular kangaroo at the rear threw a punch, blasting the shadow into the wall and creating a large crater. Cold sweat trickled down Ji Yuan's spine as he realized that without the kangaroo, he would have been finished. Zhao Shan was also startled into a cold sweat and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Ji Yuan shook his head and stared at the crater in the wall, where a black creature resembling a rat, but with a sharp horn on its forehead, was curled up inside. "Shadow horn rats, they appear in swarms. Watch out," Lu Han warned in a deep voice. Before his words finished, rustling sounds came from all directions simultaneously. At the same time, black shadows shot out from countless positions. "Tuan, use wind barrier." Lu Han's deep voice rang out. Quosha sharp whistling sound accompanied by violent airflow erupted from the mineral vein beneath their feet, instantly forming a visible wind wall that tightly surrounded Ji Yuan and the others. The shadow-horned rats charging from all directions crashed into the barrier as if hitting an iron wall, tumbling away one after another with piercing shrieks echoing through the air. After their first sneak attack failed, the sinister little beasts immediately scattered, attempting to flee into the rock crevices. "Don't let them escape. Fire-type spirit beasts, full power," Lu Han commanded, but Ji Yuan had already raised his hand. Flamestorm. A sea of ghostly green fire exploded outward, spreading instantly upon contact with the wind barrier at a speed that seemed to ignite the very air. All the exposed shadow-horned rats were consumed by the netherworld flames before they could even turn around, reduced to ash without leaving even bone fragments behind. "Not bad." Lu Han's gaze lingered on Ming for a moment before nodding approvingly at Ji Yuan. In that life-or-death moment, to be able to counterattack the instant the defense formed such composure was rare among young people. Zhao Shan, noticing his approval, grinned proudly. "See, Uncle Lu? Would someone I praise ever disappoint?" At the rear of the group, Su Xin quietly watched Ji Yuan's back, her expression thoughtful. Ji Yuan, however, focused his attention on the poison wind phantom leopard. The moment the barrier formed, the overwhelming pressure emanating from that spirit beast secretly alarmed him. The bloodline levels of both the poison wind phantom leopard and the muscle kangaroo were likely at least overlord class. Even Mayor Tan, his strongest spirit beast, was only overlord class. It seemed the higher a city's ranking, the more severely resources were concentrated. This rule held true indeed. After confirming the surroundings were temporarily safe, Lu Han signaled for the poison wind phantom leopard to withdraw the wind barrier, and the team continued deeper into the mineral vein. Along the way, they encountered several more shadow-horned rat ambushes. These creatures were both vengeful and cunning, but with experience from the first encounter, everyone handled them with ease. The mine tunnel grew increasingly narrow, and the soft soil slowed their progress. Various colored ores embedded in the rock walls reflected dim, eerie light. "Stop!" Lu Han suddenly lowered his voice. Everyone immediately halted. Ji Yuan noticed the poison wind phantom leopard lifting its head to sniff, then baring its teeth to signal Lu Han. "There's a nest ahead. You come here." Lu Han turned sideways and beckoned to Ji Yuan with his finger. Zhao Shan quickly stepped aside, secretly giving a thumbs up. "Show them what you've got." Ji Yuan moved past him and peered down the passage. 50 to 60 meters ahead, blood-red light flickered between the cave walls, revealing vague shapes of crawling creatures with scarlet spots scattered across their bodies. The poison wind phantom leopard suddenly opened its mouth, its throat vibrating as it expelled a miniature wind ring that floated quietly before Ji Yuan. Release your soul power and condense it into a sphere the size of a fingernail. Lu Han's voice came from behind and to the side, leaving no room for negotiation. Ji Yuan paused briefly, then opened his palm. Dark gray energy flowed from his palm, slowly condensing into a sphere. Special grade aptitude. When Lu Han saw the dark gray energy, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. After Ji Yuan condensed his soul power to the size of a fingernail as instructed, Lu Han pointed toward the wind ring spat out by the venomous wind phantom leopard, his voice low and brief. Send your soul power into the wind ring. Though confused, Ji Yuan still followed the instruction and pushed the dark gray soul power into the wind ring. Bang! A hollow yet deafening explosion erupted in the narrow passage, and the dark gray soul power instantly transformed into visible ripples, thundering toward the nearby reptilian nest. The flickering blood-red glow in the nest was extinguished in an instant. The creatures there were called blood lizards. They could spray toxic mist that instantly dissolved flesh and blood. If threatened while conscious, they would self-destruct and trigger chain explosions one after another, leaving no living creature within a 300-meter radius. Lu Han added in a muffled voice, "The best approach is to knock them unconscious first, then kill them." He explained that when soul power merged with wind attributes, it would produce soul-shocking shockwaves that instantly knocked out targets with weaker soul power. Not just wind attributes, but a beast tamer's soul power could create unique resonance with any attribute. Ji Yuan's heart shook violently. This was clearly a combat technique not found in any textbook. He nodded solemnly to Lu Han. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan and Su Xin were equally stunned. These two young master and miss from distinguished backgrounds had never learned such methods, and were even more surprised that Ji Yuan had already mastered soul power projection. Holy crap, special grade aptitude with enhanced comprehension? Zhao Shan muttered under his breath. His aptitude was above average, yet he was stuck at the projection stage, only able to release soul power from his body but unable to shape it. Lu Han said nothing more and had the venomous wind phantom leopard spit out another, larger wind ring. Ji Yuan understood and summoned Ming's netherworld flames. The deep blue flames penetrated the wind ring, spreading wildly with the help of the air current, instantly engulfing the blood lizard nest. Boom! The wall behind them suddenly exploded, dirt flying everywhere, and a mine creature was thrown out. Accompanied by shrill laughter, another four-person team entered the passage through the breach they had created. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. The fourth member of that team was none other than the Shao family young master he had encountered earlier, Shao Lingjue. "Well, Brother Lu, bringing people down the mine too." The leading man smiled without warmth, a conspicuous large gold tooth embedded in the corner of his mouth, his frivolous gaze roaming back and forth over Su Xin, his entire being radiating the air of a street thug. Su Xin frowned and moved to stand behind Ji Yuan in disgust. Gold Tooth's gaze then swept over Ji Yuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Zhang Di, don't make too much noise in the depths of the mine," Lu Han warned coldly. "Sure thing, Brother Lu." Zhang Di raised his hand in acknowledgement, wiped his large gold tooth, and said with a grin, "We happen to be taking this passage too. Could we travel together with you?" "No." Lu Han's refusal was decisive, and he immediately led Ji Yuan and the others to continue toward the blood lizard nest. Zhang Di's group watched their retreating figures. Shao Lingjue frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's this guy's background, being so arrogant?" "Young Master Shao, you dare enter the mine without even recognizing the local boss of Hongling City?" Zhang Di sneered, his gaze falling on Ji Yuan's back. "Young Master Shao, is that handsome kid the one you said you wanted to teach a lesson?" "That's right. It would be best if he never leaves the mine bottom." Shao Lingjue's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, Zhang Di grinned, thinking to himself, "What a coincidence, someone has already hired me to take his life." Walking through the blood lizard's lair, Lu Han turned his head to look at Ji Yuan. "Zhang Di, do you have some kind of grudge against him?" Ji Yuan looked puzzled. "No, I've never even met the guy." "Come to think of it, that Zhang Di fellow is also from Linyan City," Zhao Shan chimed in. "Don't know him." Ji Yuan shook his head again. "It might be because of Shao Lingjue." Su Xin rarely spoke up on her own. "You mean just because Ji Yuan and I gave him some attitude, he holds a grudge against us?" Zhao Shan rubbed his forehead. "Are all you noble young masters and ladies this petty?" "Who are you calling petty?" Su Xin glared at him, her cheeks puffing up. She was about to explain further when, boom, the massive lair suddenly shook violently, dust cascading down. Behind them, a grotesquely oversized scorpion had somehow emerged from the passage, its gleaming pincers sweeping horizontally as it charged straight at them. A soul spirit demon scorpion? Ji Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. Shouldn't this thing be in Withering Valley? Then it dawned on him. Is that gold-toothed Zhang Di? Whoosh. The muscle kangaroo transformed into a gray blur, rushing to face the demon scorpion, its muscular right arm wrapped in fierce wind as it delivered a heavy blow. Bang! The fist struck the carapace, only forcing the scorpion back half a step, causing virtually no real damage. Zhangdi, do you have a death wish? Lu Hin recognized the soul spirit demon scorpion, his voice cold as ice shards. Sorry, Brother Lu, someone's put a price on this handsome young man's head, and I really can't refuse. Zhangdi emerged from behind the scorpion alongside Xiaolingjue. Xiaolingjue, have you no shame? Su Ziyin scolded in her sweet voice, certain he was behind this. It's got nothing to do with me. Xiaolingjue stood at the back, deliberately keeping his distance from Zhangdi, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. Hiss. Just as Ji Yuan was wondering why only the two of them had come, the ground beneath his feet gave way. Get away from there, Lu Hin shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The ground under Ji Yuan's feet seemed to be instantly hollowed out, and he plummeted into darkness, vanishing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Ji Yuan, Su Ziyin, and Zhao Shan rushed forward, only to find the ground perfectly intact, without the slightest sign of disturbance. Su Ziyin looked up and glared furiously into the distance, shrieking, Xiaolingjue, what have you done to him? A flash of coldness flickered in Xiaolingjue's eyes, but he still shook his head in denial. I don't know. This has nothing to do with me. With that, he turned and left. Heh. Seeing Ji Yuan's fall, Zhang Di grinned, revealing a row of gold teeth, and also began to retreat. The soul spirit demon scorpion battling the muscle kangaroo let out a piercing roar, the sound waves seeming to tear directly at their souls. The muscle kangaroo clutched its head and retreated repeatedly. Then, the scorpion's thick tail blade swept across the lair's ceiling. Crash. Rubble and earth poured down like rain. Lu Hin's expression darkened as he grabbed Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin and ran, simultaneously recalling his muscle kangaroo and poison wind leopard. The soul spirit demon scorpion deliberately caused destruction, and the lair began to collapse entirely. Zhang Di and the others had already distanced themselves, making pursuit impossible. Lu Hin could only lead the two in a desperate sprint forward. Amid the thunderous crash of falling earth, the three gave everything they had, bursting into the passage ahead just as the lair completely collapsed. Dust filled the air, burying the entrance to the passage and trapping them deep within the mineral vein. They would have to find another way out. Zhao Shan stared at the holographic map on his wrist, his fingertips constantly zooming in and out on a faint green glow. Uncle Lu, Ji Yuan's signal is directly below us, but the entrance has collapsed. What should we do? Su Ziyin gripped her longbow tightly, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she coughed lightly from the dust, yet remained vigilant. Facing their anxious stares, Lu Hin steadied his breathing and raised a portable scanner. Don't panic. The signal is still active, which means he's alive. Once the scan maps out the surrounding terrain, we'll go down to assist him. In a wide, straight passage within the mineral vein. Cough. Ji Yuan braced himself against the rough stone wall and stood up. His handsome face was covered in mud, gray water dripped from his hair, and his clothes were torn by debris. In the moment of his fall, he had managed to recall Ming in time. Now the dark green soul shadow reappeared at his side. A soft rustling sound reached his ears. He turned to look in the corner. A golden beast was using its sharp claws to scrape mud from its scales. The creature was about the size of a wheel, with overlapping scales that gleamed menacingly. Clearly, it had been the one secretly damaging the mine wall, causing his fall. Zhang Di, why does he want to kill me? Ji Yuan murmured to himself, his gaze sliding along both ends of the passage. According to the map, he was far from Zhao Shan and the others, completely isolated. Heh. Mocking laughter erupted simultaneously from both directions. Two subordinates from Zhang Di's team blocked both ends of the passage, their soul power surging as they summoned their spirit beasts. Ahead was a fire wolf with fur ablaze in crimson flames, while behind was a rare ice-feathered bird shrouded in cold mist. The opposing elements of ice and fire split the passage temperature in half. Footsteps approached from the distance as Zhang Di, with his mouth full of gold teeth, appeared alongside the well-dressed young master Xiaolingjue. Zhang Di's gaze fixed on Ming, his grin revealing gleaming metallic teeth. Kid, you're really something, managing to offend both young Master Xiao and me at the same time. Here's the deal: break your contract and offer that spirit beast to me, and I'll spare your life. Xiaolingjue frowned, his tone icy. You promised me he wouldn't leave this place alive. Zhang Di shrugged with a shameless expression. Young Master Xiao, just because I don't touch him doesn't mean my men won't. Understand. His subordinates joined in with sinister laughter. So what's it going to be, kid? Zhang Di stepped closer, as if victory was already in his grasp. Ji Yuan's gaze remained calm. Did Zhang Jilin send you? A flash of light flickered in Zhang Di's eyes, but he didn't answer. Ming. As his words fell, the dark green soul shadow erupted with blinding bloodline energy. Ji Yuan and Ming simultaneously launched themselves forward like arrows, targeting the blazing fire wolf ahead. Don't underestimate him. This kid isn't as simple as he looks. Zhang Di warned from behind. The fire wolf's controller sneered. A mere brat can. Before he could finish, the fire wolf was already trembling under the bloodline suppression, its tail tucked beneath its belly. Ji Yuan knew this was a death trap set specifically for him. A direct confrontation would be suicide. His only goal was to tear open a gap and break through. With the fire wolf out of control, the subordinate's expression changed drastically. The panic lasted only a moment before his lips curved into a triumphant sneer. This is bad. Ji Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Swoosh. The mine ceiling above cracked open, and the golden beast suddenly plunged down, its razor-sharp claws piercing Ji Yuan's right shoulder like steel spikes. Blood instantly stained his sleeve as the warm flow dripped down his arm onto the sand and stone below. Ji Yuan was in mortal danger. Haha, naive kid. You think you can use me as your breakthrough point? The younger brother threw his head back and cackled as the golden beast's claws punctured Ji Yuan's shoulder blade, flooding his flesh with pale gold venom potent enough to paralyze an ordinary person on the spot. But in the next second, Ji Yuan kicked off hard and forced his way out. Flamestorm. Ming beat his wings, and teal ghost fire surged down the narrow passage like a catastrophe. Caught off guard, the younger brother could only watch the onrushing tongues of flame reflected in his eye. She was far too close to dodge. The instant the fire touched his skin, it raced over his body, a blistering torture like countless insects gnawing at flesh and soul. Screams, the stench of burning, and collapse all tangled together as he and his two beasts were charred to cinders. From the sea of flames, a large hand punched through the fire, clamped over the younger brother's face, and slammed him into the blackened floor. That was the end of this 6th-rank beast-tamer, who died underground for underestimating his enemy. Idiot. On the other side, a wall of hoarfrost blocked Zhang Di and his two companions. The dying wail still rang in their ears, and Zhang Di's killing intent thickened to the point of substance. He'd heard from Zhang Jilin about Ji Yuan and that fire-type beast, and had warned his team not to get careless. Xiao Lingju's expression turned grim. He had assumed the scream came from Ji Yuan, but Zhang Di's sudden change of face snapped him to the truth. After them, as the flames faded, the ice wall shattered with a crack. Zhang Di raised a hand and summoned a panther-like beast with dark violet fur and 4 slender forelimbs. With a low snarl, the toxic gale phantom leopard blurred forward and shot down the passage. Up ahead, Ji Yuan leaned against the wall, clutching his bleeding shoulder, while Ming's eyes flashed with worry. Ji Yuan pulled 2 brown pills from his beast ring gifts from Zhao Shan before departure, 1 antidote and 1 hemostatic, then swallowed them and drew ragged breaths. Ho! A shrill, eerie wail swept up from behind, making Ji Yuan's and Ming's soul cease shudder as their minds briefly blanked. When they looked back, Zhang Di was already astride the toxic gale phantom leopard, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. That ripple was the soul force technique Lu Hen had taught him, meaning Zhang Di's rank was at least on par with Lu Hen's. Swoosh! A searing streak of fire lanced toward Ji Yuan, ripping the air. Xiao Lingju's opening shot, and he hadn't even caught what the arrow was made of. Ming vaulted skyward, ghost fire billowing as it devoured every flaming arrow. Its trait, immunity to all fire-type damage. Ji Yuan and Ming were of one mind. They had no path left but to fight with their backs to the wall. But as the ghost fire kindled from the void again, a shard of crystalline, icy light erupted. In the next heartbeat, a deathly chill like wind from the 9 hells swept the tunnel and snuffed the teal flames in an instant. Braced against the earthen wall and gasping, Ji Yuan looked up. Before Zhang Di stood a unicorn sheathed in ice crystals, hooves crunching frost. Cold sprayed from its nostrils, and its horns still shimmered with lingering chill. The toxic gale phantom leopard's steps gradually came to a halt. Zhang Di leaped down and positioned himself between the unicorn and the sinister leopard, flashing his gold teeth at Ji Yuan with a beckoning gesture. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance to dissolve the contract. Don't let such a beautiful creature die with you in this godforsaken place. When a beast tamer dies, their beasts perish alongside them. In the dim mine tunnel, he reached out to stroke the unicorn's cold mane, greed flickering in his eyes. According to Zhang Jilin's intelligence, this is a beast with legendary bloodline. It was precisely for this reason that he had resolved to eliminate Ji Yuan here and now. Ming used his massive body to shield Ji Yuan protectively. His dark scales pressed against the young man's clothing as a low rumble emanated from his throat, silently declaring his willingness to face life and death alongside his master. Don't worry. Ji Yuan gently patted its forehead, his gaze steady. In the next instant, he opened the Imperial Codex within his consciousness. Golden pages slowly turned, and the 3rd illustration, a vibrant green giant lizard brimming with life force, clearly materialized in his mind. This was precisely the remains of the verdant wood lizard he had collected in the spider nest within the Beast King's secret realm. The final ability added after the Imperial Codex's first upgrade was Consume All Remains Integrity to briefly manifest the creature. Originally, Ji Yuan thought he would never need to use it, but now it had become the only key to breaking this deadlock. Verdant wood lizard remains integrity. 15. Consume completely to manifest an adult verdant wood lizard. Yes. He responded decisively in his heart. Across from him, Zhang Di's patience ran out as he sneered viciously. "Umph. Since you refuse, let it die with you." The toxic wind leopard suddenly lunged forward, fangs bared wide as crimson mist erupted from its throat. The ice crystal unicorn's horn simultaneously gathered cold light, freezing the very air. Xiao Lingjue raised his bow, flame arrows targeting Ji Yuan's heart. "This is what you get for defying me." A blinding emerald pillar of light suddenly burst through the mine tunnel's ceiling, as if threatening to split the entire passage apart. Rumble. Debris crashed down as the ground shook. Zhang Di was knocked back by the impact, squinting through the chaos. Between them and Ji Yuan, a massive emerald shadow had appeared from nowhere, completely blocking the entire mine tunnel. What the hell? He raised his hand to block the flying dust and debris, gesturing for his subordinate to investigate. Whoosh! A pink flash streaked through the air. Before the subordinate could take a second step, he was ensnared by the thing and dragged back into the darkness. Huh! The bewilderment lasted only half a breath before piercing screams tore through the mine tunnel. Ugga! As the dust settled, a giant lizard's eerie yellow vertical pupils came into view. It chewed on unidentifiable remains, ghostly light rolling in its eyes as it coldly locked onto Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue. What the fuck? Where did this giant lizard come from? Zhang Di's mind went blank. Whoosh! The pink tongue appeared again, striking directly at the toxic wind leopard. Deploy wind barrier. Zhang Di screamed hoarsely. A pale green wind wall instantly formed, only to be pierced like paper by the giant tongue. The leopard shrieked as it was rolled into the lizard's gaping maw. Damn it! I went through hell to tame that beast. Zhang Di's eyes turned blood red. The unicorn roared, firing an ice crystal beam at the lizard's pupils. But when the beam struck the thick scales, it only produced a few frost sparks before dissipating. The toxic wind leopard's beast contract shattered in Zhang Di's consciousness, causing him heart-wrenching pain. Yet he feared this monster's terrifying devouring ability even more. Behind them, Xiao Lingjue gripped his bowstring tightly, cold sweat soaking his back in shock. This size, this isn't an ordinary beast at all. Stop gawking and run. Zhang Di abruptly recalled his unicorn and fled. Zhang Jilin's earlier warning flashed through his mind. Ji Yuan possessed an ability to manifest strange beasts, but he had assumed it would be a griffin, not a giant lizard. The mine tunnel trembled as the dull collision sounds of the crawling lizard echoed like death drums. Zhang Di gasped as he ran frantically, while Xiao Lingjue's expression darkened, staring at Zhang Di's retreating figure with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Huff! On the other side of the mine tunnel, Ji Yuan leaned against the cold rock wall, his face deathly pale, chest heaving violently. The verdant wood lizard had just drained half his soul power and nearly sucked him dry on the spot. Ming crouched low beside him, golden beast eyes filled with worry. I'm fine. He raised his hand to pat Ming's head, forcing a smile. His gaze swept across the holographic map in his mask, where his light had once again been separated from Zhao Shan and the others. Taking a deep breath, he had no choice but to follow the scanned route, groping his way forward through the winding upward mine tunnel. The rock walls along the way were steep, and he had to use both hands and feet to climb up a nearly vertical shaft. The moment he found his footing, the map showed his distance from Zhao Shan's group had approached zero. Yet a black rock layer stretched ominously across their path, completely separating both sides. On the other side, Zhao Shan paced anxiously before the wall. Damn it! The wall's too thick. My communicator can't penetrate it at all. Uncle Lu, can you break through it? Lu Hen tapped the rock's surface lightly with his fist, brow furrowed. Bedrock. Hard as iron, can't break it. We'll have to go around to the right. Ji Yuan's light, that is still moving. He hasn't run into danger again, has he? Su Ziyin stared at the map projected from her wrist device, worry flashing in her eyes. On Ji Yuan's side, his helmet suddenly chimed with an alert. Imperial creature remains detected. Imperial creature remains detected. He paused, never expecting such deep mining areas to contain buried bones, and there was more than one marker point. Following the prompts, he squeezed through a narrow mine passage that barely allowed one person to pass sideways. At the end stood a cracked old wall with faint light seeping through the cracks. The bone marker lay just beyond. Here goes. He raised his foot and kicked hard. Bang! The loose wall structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust scattering everywhere. After the dust settled, a massive mining cavern opened before him. His mask's lens reflected countless rainbow lights. The cave walls and floor were embedded with countless minerals. The nearest one was a fired crystal half buried in the earth. Crimson flame stone. Fire-type beast advancement material. Market average, 50,000. An information box popped up in his mask, and simultaneously, a white cutting line appeared on the crystal's surface, exactly the mining assistance Zhao Shan had mentioned. Ji Yuan drew his mining gun and lightly squeezed the trigger. Sta 2 centimeter thick special beam shot out, and he slowly traced along the cutting line as sparks flew. After the outer crystal shell fell away, a palm-sized crimson flamestone core lay quietly in the mining pit, irregularly shaped, and weighing about as much as a bottle of water. He examined it for a moment, then stored it in his beast ring before heading toward the nearest bone marker with Ming. He searched cautiously along the way, but fortunately the cavern was spacious with no creatures dwelling within. The first remains were a severed limb cut off at the elbow, with bone structure extremely similar to humans. There are humanoid forms among imperial creatures, he murmured, reaching out to touch it. The bones transformed into points of light that merged into his body, and the imperial codex instantly appeared. Creature, nine-tailed fox spirit. Bloodline, fox spirit. Level, imperial. Attribute, wind. Trait, enchanting demon body can bewitch any creature with insufficient willpower, including beast tamers. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 10. So it was the severed arm of a nine-tailed fox spirit. Since the verdant with lizard's bones had been consumed, this fox spirit still ranked after the Thunder Imperial Beast, Flash Soul, becoming the 4th Imperial level creature in his codex. Soon, he arrived before the next set of remains. This set of remains was even stranger, a slender, curved bone resembling a fawn. The bone's surface was dark purple with a metallic, ominous gleam, a color and texture Ji Yuan had never encountered before. He crouched down, pressed his palm against the bone, and gently absorbed it. The Emperor's codex hummed to life, instantly unlocking the 5th blank slot as a terrifying beast's phantom materialized. Creature, Void Lord. Race, Void Dragon Clan. Bloodline, Emperor class. Attribute, Void. Traits. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 1. Void Lord. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He had never seen a Void attribute creature in person, nor could he find even a trace of information about them in any books. He stared at the codex, and though the low integrity only revealed a blurry outline, he could still make out the shape of a massive winged dragon. This discovery alone made the entire mining expedition worthwhile. It had both expanded his scientific knowledge and added a completely new species to his codex. Closing the codex, Ji Yuan looked ahead where the final remains lay. A bone so thick it could serve as a log, its surface caked with grime. After completing the absorption, another notification appeared. Bone absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin remains integrity increased to 55. Oh, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Surprised it was the Star Peak Griffin, it seemed he had quite a connection with this creature. Whoosh. Just as he was about to reopen the Emperor's codex to examine the details, a deep, thunderous breathing sound suddenly struck, instantly making his hair stand on end. He whipped around to look at Ming, only to see the beast staring ahead with obvious shock in its eyes, slowly backing away on all 4 hooves. Following its gaze, Ji Yuan finally noticed a massive creature lurking in the deepest part of the mine. The monster's skin had almost merged with the rock walls. Without that earlier breathing, he never would have detected it. Even more terrifying was that just one nostril was as large as a heavy truck tire. Ji Yuan swallowed hard and began backing away with Ming. The mine was spacious and silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After retreating about 10 steps, there was a sudden plop. Behind them something had fallen. He didn't have time to look back, because directly ahead, a pair of diamond-shaped black pupils suddenly snapped open in the darkness. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a massive gray-black python reared up and coiled its body. Its girth was several times wider than the largest water vat, and its head alone occupied a quarter of the mine's space. Ji Yuan. At that moment, Zhao Shan's roar echoed from the entrance. Ji Yuan's tense heart relaxed slightly, but the giant python's gaze remained locked on him, didn't dare turn around or move a muscle. You, holy crap. Zhao Shan had clearly seen the scene too, followed by another shout. Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu! Ji Yuan silently cursed the fool for making so much noise. But suddenly, the giant python moved. At that moment, it felt as if several trains had started moving simultaneously beside them. The thunderous roar carried violent winds that whipped Ji Yuan's hair into a wild frenzy. The giant python wasn't particularly fast, but it seemed to drag along a moving mountain wall as it swept past him and Zhao Shan, its massive head coming to a stop at the entrance. Ah! Su Xin, who had just stepped out of the mine tunnel, screamed at the sight of the enormous serpent head that blocked out the sky, freezing in place. Holy shit! Zhao Shan finally caught up, grinning like he'd struck gold as he circled around Ji Yuan, his gaze sweeping from head to toe before settling on his right shoulder. Seeing the blood-stained wound, his smile vanished and his brow furrowed deeply. That's a huge wound. Are you okay? I'm fine. I've already taken antidote and hemostatic medicine. Ji Yuan shook his head, but his gaze drifted toward the entrance. Lu Hen was facing the giant python, seemingly engaged in quiet conversation. Su Xin caught up as well. Her fair, oval face remained calm and composed, chin slightly raised, though her eyes lingered on Ji Yuan's shoulder. For an instant, her pupils contracted, her delicate eyebrows knitted together, and her red lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately, she remained silent. Zhao Shan patted Ji Yuan's back and pointed toward Lu Hen, explaining in a low voice. This giant python is one of Hongling City's ley lines, a guardian beast of sorts. That's what we call them, ley lines. Guardian beast. Ji Yuan marveled again at how fascinating the outside world was, filled with all manner of wonders. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Hen's imposing figure was already walking back. Simultaneously, the python began retreating, its massive body rapidly shrinking as its scales scraped against the rock walls with deep, sandy sounds. Since we've trespassed on its territory, we'll let it guide us for a while. Lu Hen's voice was deep and resonant, naturally inspiring confidence. In the blink of an eye, the python had shrunk to just 1 meter long, transforming into a small black snake that coiled up Lu Hen's arm. It raised its head, flicking its tongue as it seemed to whisper something near his ear. The spot where the python had originally coiled now revealed a deep, dark cave entrance. Lu Hen listened intently, nodding occasionally, then led the group into the cave. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, and Su Xin followed closely behind. After we get out, I have a surprise for you. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow mysteriously. What surprise? Ji Yuan pressed him. The more he asked, the more secretive Zhao Shan became. Ji Yuan simply lunged at him, and the two wrestled playfully, their laughter and mock curses echoing through the tunnel. During their scuffle, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a gaze fixed on his back. When he turned around, Su Xin quickly looked away, pretending to examine the cave walls. By the way, I never asked, are you here for the Netherworld Ghost Seed too? Ji Yuan smiled, trying to break the awkwardness. Huh. Su Xin seemed stunned, her eyes darting about with a strange expression as she stammered. No, I'm not. Zhao Shan shot her an odd look. You were pretty smooth with your insults toward me along the way. Why are you stuttering now? You're talking nonsense. Su Xin raised her small hand and smacked Zhao Shan's shoulder hard, her pretty face instantly blooming with 2 rosy patches. Insults? Really? Ji Yuan tried to imagine Su Xin cursing like a sailor, but all that came to mind was the scene of her calling him a pervert during their first encounter. Now I get it was quiet when we first met because she didn't know us well. Zhao Shan found an outlet for his frustration and started complaining to Ji Yuan. You have no idea. She kept blaming Uncle Lu and me the whole way for not helping you in time. Before he could finish, Su Xin's deadly grip seized his ear, and his miserable howls immediately echoed through the depths of the mine. I suggest we just twist his ear clean off. Ji Yuan laughed and egged her on from the side. Grandma Su, I was wrong. Zhao Shan jumped around in pain. Why do all you girls love grabbing people's ears? My sister does this too. Ow ow. Laughter and pleas for mercy echoed back and forth in the mine tunnel. The three had first met during a valley expedition, and now venturing deep into the mines together, their friendship had grown even stronger. Ji Yuan laughed until tears came out. Wiping the corners of his eyes in 2 years, he had never laughed so heartily as he did today. Suddenly, Lu Hen, who was leading the way, stopped. He turned and said in a low voice, there are several newly excavated mine veins, and one of them does contain Netherworld Ghost Seeds, but the passage is blocked. His gaze fell on Zhao Shan. We need to contact Brother Tianho and have him come personally. Is it that serious? Zhao Shan's expression immediately turned grave as he pulled out a brick-sized satellite phone. Lu Hen raised his hand to signal for quiet, bending down to listen to the low hissing of the small snake on his shoulder. After a moment, he added, on the only path to the Netherworld Ghost Seeds, there's a thunder pool blocking the way impossible to cross. Maybe we don't need to trouble Uncle Zhao. Ji Yuan blocked the phone. Let's take a look first. Lu Hen locked eyes with him for a long moment, then nodded and continued leading the way. Zhao Shan suddenly realized, oh right, your spirit beast is lightning attribute. After advancing several dozen more meters, a pool of water churning with lightning blocked their path. Muffled thunder rumbled, electric arcs danced wildly, and the entire passage was filled with thunderous power. The only way through was to have a lightning attribute spirit beast absorb the electricity from the pool. Lu Hen stepped aside. Ji Yuan moved forward and called out in a low voice, Shampa. Boom. The Thunder Emperor beast, Shampa, materialized in blazing white lightning, nearly 10 feet tall, with blue-purple scales lighting up with electric patterns. The thunder pool responded, gathering lightning into beams so intense that even Lu Hen was forced to step back. What a magnificent lightning-type spirit beast. A rare light sparked in Lu Hen's eyes as he looked deeply at Ji Yuan. Brother Tianho was right, how fortunate for Zhao Shan to befriend such a genius. Only then did Zhao Shan react, sidling over to mutter. Wait, isn't this that green four-legged creature? You're not being fair, you actually tricked me. His chatterbox mode had just begun when Ji Yuan issued his command. Shampa leaped into the thunder pool. Naturally immune to lightning damage, it was immediately in its element. After more than 20 seconds, the pool's electric light rapidly dimmed and finally extinguished completely. Shampa returned to the shore, its magnificent form still wreathed in residual lightning. Ji Yuan recalled his spirit beast seal. Drained of energy, the thunder pool was reduced to a shallow pit about 3 feet in diameter. The group stepped across, and ahead, ghostly green light began to flicker. Ji Yuan said in a low voice, "Finally found them, the Netherworld ghost seeds." For hours had passed since they descended into the mine. The Netherworld ghost, or veins, were completely different from ordinary mineral deposits. Instead of being scattered randomly, they formed a massive cluster of dark green crystals packed tightly together, arranged as neatly as watermelon slices cut by a knife. Their outer surfaces gleamed with cold light, yet each crystal maintained distinct, sharp contours. "This is the Netherworld ghost, Oregon, summon your beast." Lu Hen stepped beside one of the crystals and raised his specialized mining gun, pressing the barrel against the mineral surface as electric arcs crackled and sparked. After Ji Yuan released Ming, the creature stood to one side, tilting its head upward. The endless green light reflected in its eyes, and the flames covering its body flickered rhythmically with each breath, clearly drawn to these mysterious emanations. The Netherworld ghost, or proved harder than expected. Cutting through just the outer shell took a full 20 minutes. Ji Yuan held his breath, watching intently as the mining gun carved through the surface. The moment the shell cracked open, Lu Hen thrust his hand inside with lightning speed, snatching out a glowing green crystal core. His movements were so swift they were barely visible, and he immediately shoved the core directly into Ming's mouth. As his hand withdrew, Netherworld flames erupted around Ming's body, leaping high as if alive, licking at the air. The beast's eyes slowly closed, its body swaying gently before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Advanced already?" Lu Hen stared at Ming thoughtfully. "We got what we came for. Ready to go." Zhao Shan yawned and cracked his neck. "What about Su Ziying? What were you looking for on this trip to Hongling City?" Ji Yuan recalled Ming and turned to the silent girl nearby. "Oh, we already got on our way to find you," Su Ziying replied, her gaze wandering and voice uncertain. Her strange behavior made Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan both utterly clueless about women exchange puzzled glances. Finally, Zhao Shan explained, "On our way to meet you, we passed through a Holy Spirit mineral vein. She came here for Holy Spirit stones." "Then let's go? Since everyone's achieved their goals, there's no point staying longer," Ji Yuan suggested. "What?" Lu Hen suddenly roared the first time he'd shown such alarm. The three turned toward him, seeing the big man's brow furrowed as he stared at the small snake coiled around his arm. "Creature swarm rampage? But it's not time yet." "What? Creature swarm rampage?" Zhao Shan's face darkened as he quickly explained to Ji Yuan and Su Ziying. "Normally, the creatures in these mines stick to their own territories and don't venture far. But periodically, they go berserk, sweeping through every corner of the mine and tearing apart anything alive. Remember that third-rank beastmaster I mentioned? He died during one of these rampages. Later, my father figured out the pattern. Every 2 months, he seals all entrances until the rampage ends." Ji Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected development clearly wasn't part of the plan, and judging by Lu Hen and Zhao Shan's expressions, this shouldn't be a rampage period. "Zhao Shan," Lu Hen bellowed, "contact Brother Tianho immediately. Tell him we're exiting through mine shaft 1. "Got it." Zhao Shan immediately pulled out his satellite phone. Meanwhile, the small snake slithered down from Lu Hen's arm and raced along the rock wall. "Follow me." Lu Hen charged ahead as his poison wind leopard and muscle kangaroo materialized once again. The atmosphere instantly became unbearably tense. Along the way, only footsteps and heavy breathing echoed through the mine tunnels. Just as they stepped back into the previous mine entrance, the small snake coiled around Ji Yuan's shoulder suddenly bristled its scales and hissed, expanding into a massive python several zhang long. With a sweep of its thick tail, it blocked the entrance, guarding their retreat while the exit to mine shaft number 1 lay ahead. Lu Hen shouted, "Speed up," and charged first into the dark tunnel, with Ji Yuan, Su Ziying, and Zhao Shan following close behind. Whoosh! The earthen wall suddenly burst open, and a black shadow shot like an arrow towards Su Ziying's forehead. "Watch out!" Ji Yuan, who was closest to her, raised his hand lightning fast. Thunder crackled as Shanpa opened its mouth and caught the black shadow. When it hit the ground, they saw it was that elusive shadowhorn rat, except this time its eyes glowed purple and its fur was wrapped in dark purple light patterns, making it appear even more sinister. "Corrosive poison mist." Lu Hen's voice came from ahead. The poison wind phantom leopard's white mist instantly spread across the rock walls. Several lurking shadowhorn rats vaporized upon contact, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Roar! The leopard's aura enraged the monsters in the depths, and a hair-raising howl suddenly erupted from the back of the tunnel. "Go!" Lu Hen accelerated again. Zhao Shan ran frantically while holding up his satellite phone, finally connecting with his father and rapidly reporting the rampage of beasts in the mine. Ji Yuan was about to follow when he noticed Su Ziying's face had turned deathly pale, frozen in place. As the commotion drew closer, he didn't hesitate to think and grabbed her fingertips. "Let's go." Su Ziying stared blankly at his back as he dragged her along in their mad dashes. The young lady of the Su family, one of the 5 great beast-taming families, she was always alone on her journeys, Yet now she inexplicably felt a sense of dependence. Debris flew beneath their feet as various monster roars echoed through the narrow passage, the sound waves seeming ready to shatter their hearts. Ji Yuan and the others felt their scalps tingle but dared not stop. Suddenly, the path opened up ahead as they burst into a spacious cavity where the steel framework of an elevator shaft came into view. Finally, Zhao Shan shouted. At the brightly lit shaft opening, an old but still functioning elevator waited quietly. They looked back to see colorful lights exploding along their path, with countless bizarre creatures with dark purple eyes in mad pursuit. Just one step into the elevator would allow them to escape this sunless underground world. Buzz. A purple flash in the air. Bang. A deafening crash rang out as the steel cable snapped and the entire elevator shaft was severed by a terrible force. Dust clouds rolled as a massive creature covered in dark purple patterns rose from the ground. Demon Ape. Lu Hen's fury boiled over as he turned to shout at Ji Yuan. You handle the monsters in front, I'll have to hold this thing off with everything I've got. Before his words finished, he had already summoned his muscle kangaroo and poison wind phantom leopard, charging fearlessly toward the demon ape. Ji Yuan's heart sank. There wasn't just one demon ape ahead. A quick glance revealed more than 10 branching tunnels connecting to mine shaft number 1, and from these passages, the rampaging creatures surged forth like an endless tide. Bizarre and grotesque creatures from the depths of the mine surged out like a tsunami, their overwhelming numbers making all 3 of them, Ji Yuan included, feel their hearts pounding wildly. How? How are we supposed to stop this? Ji Yuan gasped, immediately shouting his command, Lightning Dance. Shan Po let out a low roar and instantly transformed into a deep blue arc of electricity, crashing thunderously into the surging beast tide. Crack! Lightning surged wildly, electric lights spreading across the ground as countless underground creatures convulsed and howled in agony. The weaker ones rolled their eyes back and collapsed unconscious on the spot. When wild creatures faced a beast-tamer's contracted beasts, without absolute strength, they could only be crushed. Let's go all out. Zhao Shan, seeing this, also summoned his beast seal with determination, long-armed ape, Tuan Tuan. The massive Tuan Tuan landed and was immediately terrified by the scene before him, turning his head back with both arms frozen midair. What are you staring at? Get in there. Use Great Whirlwind. Zhao Shan unleashed a torrent of curses. Tuan Tuan shuddered all over, gritted his teeth, and plunged into the beast tide. His thick arms spread wide and spun rapidly like a gray tornado, sending every monster he touched flying. Flame bombardment. On the other side, Su Zin finally snapped back to her senses, raising her arm with a delicate shout. The flame-devouring sparrow soared into the air, spreading its fiery wings as it spat out several blazing fireballs in succession. These intertwined with the blue lightning below, creating thunderous explosions that echoed continuously. The shockwaves from the interweaving thunder and fire forced the front ranks of beasts to retreat step by step. For the first time, the 3 worked together in perfect harmony, managing to earn themselves a brief moment to catch their breath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The monsters crowded in the back, unable to push forward, opened their mouths to spray venom or flung sharp spikes. Dark green liquid traced arcs through the air with ear-piercing shrieks. Watch out and dodge. Ji Yuan bellowed. Su Zin and Zhao Shan quickly dodged aside, but the massive Tuan Tuan couldn't maneuver fast enough and was instantly drenched in venom and spikes, looking like a porcupine. Roar! Tuan Tuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. If not for his innate trait toxin immunity, he would have died on the spot. Zhao Shan's face turned ashen as he had no choice but to recall him into the beast seal. What do we do? My Bing Bing is advancing. I don't have any beasts left, he shouted frantically. Ji Yuan was equally anxious. Ming was also sleeping through advancement, and intimidation should have been shining at a moment like this. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and his gaze locked onto a pack of pale yellow wolves within the beast tide. Shan Po's characteristic trait Wolf Lord's Majesty, capable of commanding and intimidating wolf-type creatures, with only those of equal bloodline level able to resist. These underground wolves couldn't possibly possess emperor-level bloodlines. The moment the thought formed, Shan Po, understanding his intent, raised his head and howled. An invisible ripple spread outward, and the wolf pack froze in unison, their dark purple beast eyes losing their malevolent gleam, leaving only confusion. Indiscriminate attack. Ji Yuan commanded mentally. In an instant, the wolves seemed to go mad, opening their jaws to tear at everything around them. Blood flashed as the previously organized beast tide immediately descended into chaos. Holy crap, they're fighting each other. Zhao Shan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. Su Zin didn't let herself get distracted, continuing to control the flame-devouring sparrow's bombardment. With an entire front line eliminated, the pressure they faced was significantly reduced. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, who was hiding in the back, and couldn't help but complain. You're the son of Hongling City's mayor. How did you end up contracting 2 monkeys? It wasn't that he looked down on Tuanshuan and Bing Bing. But these two spirit beasts simply didn't match this young master's status. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan merely gave Ji Yuan a mysterious smile, offering no explanation or further words. That enigmatic expression made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat. Could it be that this ape and orangutan truly had undisclosed evolution paths? I can't hold them any longer. Su Ziyin's cry echoed from above as Ji Yuan whipped around to face forward. The paralysis caused by Shanpa's lightning dance was rapidly weakening, and the powerful subterranean creatures in the front ranks were already breaking free from their lightning chains. On the other side, Lu Hen engaged the demon ape in close combat, the battlefield awash with blood and carnage as Lu Hen himself joined the melee. The demon ape's shoulders and back streamed with blood, its expression dazed as if it might collapse at any moment. Hold on, Uncle Lu is almost finished, Ji Yuan shouted, signaling Shampa to cast lightning dance again. However, the underground creatures had developed resistance to lightning and were no longer easily paralyzed. The effect was far weaker than before. My soul power is nearly depleted. Su Ziyin's face turned deathly pale. Her soul power talent was only low grade, and prolonged combat had pushed her to her limits. This statement essentially announced that soon only Ji Yuan would remain to withstand the beast tide. I have no choice but to go all out. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and roared in his mind. Shan Poundleash, Thunder Judgment. Boom. Ink-black clouds gathered from nowhere as thunder raged wildly in the sky. Shampa spread its magnificent thunder wings, lightning elements visibly surging around its body. Ji Yuan's face instantly turned. A Shinthis technique placed enormous strain on both him and Shampa. The moment the clouds formed, rolling pillars of thunder crashed down into the beast tide. Monsters struck directly turned to ash on the spot, unable even to scream. Lightning exploded, and violent shockwaves hurled corpses into the air. High above, Su Ziyin's flame-devouring sparrow dissolved into sparks, signaling her soul power exhaustion. Zhao Shan rushed to support her as they retreated from the battle circle. Standing outside the thunder barrier, their gazes fell in different directions. Su Ziyin watched that figure in the center of the lightning sea, her mind flashing back to the Beast King's secret realm a month ago. Then, when everyone despaired, he had stepped forward to turn the tide. Now, with the team's strongest fighter tied up by the demon ape and she and Zhao Shan powerless to help, he had stepped up once again. Zhao Shan stared at Shampa's massive lightning silhouette, his mind filled with only one thought. My brother was hiding such a fierce spirit beast. Damn impressive. Ji Yuan gasped heavily. Despite the lightning's ferocity, several mantis-like creatures flickered through it, moving so fast that even thunder could barely catch them as they used the beast tide's remains as stepping stones, rapidly closing in. What do I do? Ji Yuan looked up at the thunder clouds, suddenly remembering Lu Hen's words. Soul power could resonate with any attribute. Now was the only time to try. He raised his trembling hand, gathering the last of his soul power into a palm-sized orb of light. Intense dizziness swept over him as he gritted his teeth and hurled the soul power toward the clouds. Boom. The thunder clouds churned like ignited gunpowder. Lightning frequency exploded, each thunderclap accompanied by soul power fluctuations that shook the very souls of countless beasts, causing them to halt in their tracks. Even Lu Hen, locked in fierce combat, felt his heart tighten, while the demon ape showed momentary confusion as thunder mixed with soul power. The opportunity lasted only a split second. Murderous intent blazed in Lu Hen's eyes as his muscle kangaroo's fist shot out like a cannonball, striking the demon ape's skull. The poison-wind leopard became a whirlwind, its claws tearing open the demon ape's chest. The demon ape crashed to the ground. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, and Su Ziyin cried out in unison. Lu Hen turned back to see Ji Yuan swaying on the front lines, single-handedly blocking the remaining beast tide. Shock filled his heart. Could that momentary anomaly have been him using soul power to resonate with his spirit beast's lightning attribute? His vision blurred and consciousness drifted. Ji Yuan's legs gave way beneath him, his entire body swaying like a candle flickering in the wind. This was the first time his soul power had been nearly depleted, leaving him feeling utterly drained and miserable. In his daze, he felt someone supporting his shoulder and turned to meet the worried gazes of Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin. He forced a weak smile. I'm fine, just overexerted myself. Due to this overuse, Shampa was forced to retreat into the beast-taming seal, and the rolling thunderclouds high above dissipated as well. Below, the beast tide continued its relentless advance, while the wolf pack had been completely annihilated. Complete elimination seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, Lu Hen had freed himself up and moved to the front lines. Besides the poison-wind leopard and the muscular kangaroo, Lu Hen summoned his third tamed beastic giant husky, with muscles bulging all over its body. While its canine silhouette could still be vaguely recognized as a husky, the exaggerated muscle definition made one wonder if Lu Hen had some peculiar preferences. In the next second, ice energy flickered around this husky as it crashed into the beast tide like an ice hammer. leaving blood and flesh scattered in its wake, while frost mist spread everywhere. A fifth-rank beast tamer could control 3 tamed beasts simultaneously. At this moment, the husky and muscular kangaroo were wreaking havoc among the beast horde, with the kangaroo even appearing excited by the combat. The poison-wind leopard remained by Lu Hen's side for surveillance. After clearing the gap in the front line, Lu Hen quickly approached Ji Yuan, his gaze falling on that bloodless face, unable to hide his shock. Just now, did you achieve soul power resonance with your beast's attributes? Ji Yuan nodded. Lu Hen took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious to the point of solemnity. Don't return to Linyan City. Stay here. With your talent and our resources, you'll become the world's youngest 4th-rank beast tamer. In his view, the barrier between 6th and 5th rank meant nothing to Ji Yuan. Among the 3 present, only Lu Hen truly understood what soul power resonance signified previously. Ji Yuan could resonate with the poison wind leopard because he relied on Lu Hen, a 5th-rank beast tamer, for assistance. But now, this young man with at most 6th-rank strength had accomplished the same feat independently, which completely defied common sense. Ji Yuan was stunned, not understanding why Lu Hen was so excited. Zhao Shan also looked expectant, equally hoping he would stay. Don't rush to answer. Think it over carefully. When we leave this place, I'll ask you again. Lu Hen left these words behind and charged forward again with the poison wind leopard. Are you really okay? Su Ziyin stood beside Ji Yuan, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Really, I'm fine. My soul power recovers very quickly. Ji Yuan smiled. As someone with special grade aptitude, his extraordinary recovery speed was taking effect. However, the number of berserk creatures continued to increase. According to Zhao Shan, these were just the tip of the iceberg. That giant python deliberately released its aura, making most berserk creatures afraid to approach mine number 1. Su Ziyin wondered, since they avoid the python, why not have it follow us? Zhao Shan shrugged. You don't know unless it encounters a beast tamer of Uncle Lu's caliber, it won't shrink its body. Ji Yuan added. In other words, the python must maintain its maximum size to intimidate the berserk creatures. Zhao Shan nodded. After recovering for a moment, Ji Yuan summoned Champa once again. With Lu Hen holding the front line, he no longer needed to fight as desperately as before. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, but their masks filtered out the sweet, metallic scent of rust. Ji Yuan controlled Champa, directing the wolf pack within the beast tied to harass from the flanks, relieving some pressure from Lu Hen. Time slowly passed. The underground beasts surging toward them not only failed to decrease, but gathered in ever greater numbers. If this war of attrition continued, even Lu Hen would eventually exhaust himself. Lu Hen's brow furrowed deeply as he simultaneously controlled 3 spirit beasts, his physical strength and soul power rapidly depleting. Ji Yuan's soul power was once again running dry. During this time, Su Ziyin gritted her teeth and summoned the flame-devouring sparrow twice more. Zhao Shan, unable to summon beasts, hid in the rear clutching a satellite phone, frantically dialing numbers and nearly burning through Zhao Tianho's line. When Ji Yuan's soul power was exhausted for the 3rd time and cold sweat began beating on Lu Hen's forehead, a bone-chilling tremor suddenly came from overhead. Everyone jerked their heads up to see the lights near the elevator shaft flickering erratically, while scattered pebbles on the ground trembled and danced. Bang! The next second, the steel and concrete ceiling exploded. Take cover. Lu Hen lunged forward, tackling Su Ziyin to shield her from the falling boulders. Debris mixed with dust cascaded down like a torrential downpour, the thunderous noise resembling a landslide or tsunami. Ji Yuan quickly recalled Champa and rolled to one side, while Zhao Shan covered his head and scrambled toward the shadows with wild shouts. The dust gradually settled. Ji Yuan looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Whoosh! Golden wings suddenly burst open amid the swirling dust, fierce winds howling as they swept the smoke away. Hidden within the wind was a massive form with perfect proportions and bulging muscles, a majestic eagle-like head, a lion's powerful golden frame, and even with wings folded, it maintained the enormous silhouette of a city bus. A griffin. Ji Yuan's heart jolted. Dad! Zhao Shan's eyes lit up as he spread his arms and waved frantically. You little troublemaker, always causing me problems. A chuckling voice drifted down from the griffin's back. Only then did Ji Yuan notice a middle-aged man standing with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the entire scene from his lofty perch. Zhao Tianho stood on the griffin's spine, his figure appearing small beneath the massive shadow of his humanoid mount, yet he seemed like a pillar supporting the heavens. His gaze swept toward the surging beast tide, and an ice-cold, blade-like pressure instantly spread outward. You beasts get lost now. 5 simple words fell like a decree, yet the underground beasts reacted as if struck by a massive hammer, scattering and fleeing in all directions. The beast tide crumbled in an instant. Someday, I too will become such a figure. Ji Yuan gazed at that silhouette, his heart burning with passion. Zhao Tianho leaped down from the griffin's back, his toes lightly touching the rubble as he landed steadily and walked straight toward the group. Lu Han approached with dust covering his disheveled appearance. Old Lu, looking pretty rough there. Zhao Tianhou curved his lips. All the previous killing intent from when the tide retreated now completely restrained, leaving only teasing humor. Lu Han shook his head, seemingly accustomed to his tone. Then, smack, a slap landed on Zhao Shan's forehead. You little brat, you didn't help with anything this trip either, did you? Zhao Shan covered his head pitifully. Dad, how did you know? Out of 4 people, you have the cleanest clothes and the rosiest complexion. Need I say more? Zhao Tianhou laughed and scolded, hitting the nail on the head with one sentence. His gaze finally settled on Ji Yuan, revealing the same warm smile from their first meeting. Godson, your performance this trip was perfect, especially at the end, using your soul power to resonate with the thunder and creating an opportunity for old Lu to kill the ape demon. That was perfection among perfection. Ji Yuan was stunned. How could he know the details? He. Zhao Tianhou seemed to guess his confusion and beckoned to Zhao Shan with his finger. A dark green glimmer flew out from Zhao Shan's collar, and a ghost butterfly landed in Zhao Tianhou's palm. You actually used a ghost butterfly to spy on us. Zhao Shan immediately cried out. What nonsense? Zhao Tianhou glared at him. I was worried something might happen to you all, so I could step in immediately if needed. What do you know? Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand as if to strike. Zhao Shan immediately shrank his neck and dared not make another sound. So he had been watching from the shadows all along. Ji Yuan understood perfectly, and also grasped why Zhao Tianhou had only appeared now. Miss Su, how was this trip? Satisfactory. Zhao Tianhou turned his gaze to the last person in the group. Su Zine bowed slightly, her voice respectful. Uncle Zhao, just call me Zine. We're truly grateful for your care, and Uncle Lu's protection this time. Hey, it's nothing. Zhao Tianhou waved his hand with a hearty laugh. I know your situation in the Su family. If you run into trouble again, just find my godson. Things like Holy Spirit stones, I'll have him personally deliver them to your door. Huh. Ji Yuan was stunned. How did the conversation suddenly involve him? More importantly, when had he ever agreed to become a godson? Su Zine's pretty face flushed red, understanding the implication in Zhao Tianhou's words, and lowered her head without daring to respond. The awkward moment passed quickly as everyone climbed onto the griffin's broad back. Wings beat powerfully, strong winds swirled, and the collapsed crater rapidly disappeared below. Night fell, and Hongling City sparkled with brilliant lights. Cold winds howled at high altitude, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. At the front of the griffin, Zhao Shan pulled out his phone and shouted, Quick! This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, let's take a photo. He held up his phone, extending his long arm straight out. Behind them, Su Zine's long hair whipped in the wind as she quickly ducked behind Ji Yuan. Don't hide. I've been regretting not taking photos when we left the secret realm. Zhao Shan's voice cut through the howling wind. Ji Yuan, annoyed by the noise, finally gave in. Fine, take the picture. Hearing his agreement, Su Zine blinked and stopped fussing with her hair, letting it dance freely. She tilted her head slightly, positioning her lovely smile near Ji Yuan's left shoulder. Ji Yuan casually gave a thumbs up, while Zhao Shan grinned widely, his teeth gleaming white in the moonlight. Click, the shutter captured the moment. I'll create a group chat later and share the photo. Zhao Shan shouted excitedly. Back at the hotel, Ji Yuan collapsed on the bed and fell asleep instantly. About an hour later, knock 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 at the door jolted him awake. Outside the window, the night sky was ink black with sparse stars, and he groggily scratched his head. How long was I asleep? Opening the door, he found Zhao Shan grinning and blocking the doorway. Come on, let's get some late-night snacks. Behind him, Su Zine stood with her arms crossed, yawning with her eyes barely open. Ji Yuan checked his phone. Only an hour had passed since he'd entered his room. I'm exhausted. How about we just order delivery? Su Zine nodded repeatedly, and the motion was approved. Half an hour later, the room's table, sofa, and coffee table were completely covered with delivery boxes, steam and delicious aromas filling the air. How much did you order? This is enough for 30 people. Ji Yuan's eyes widened. Zhao Shan looked matter-of-fact. Huh? This isn't for you, it's late-night snacks for Tuanshuan and Shanpa. What? Ji Yuan and Su Zine exclaimed in unison. 10 minutes later, in the spacious living room of the hotel suite designed specifically for beast tamers, food boxes spread from the carpet to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The hotel suite was indeed designed with beast tamers in mind, so both the space and furnishings accommodated certain large spirit beasts to some extent. Moreover, the suite Zhao Shan had arranged for Ji Yuan was of the highest standard, spacious as a large penthouse apartment. At this moment, Ji Yuan rested his right hand against his chin, quietly observing the scene before him. A brown-haired gibbon sat cross-legged, stuffing a dripping grilled meat skewer into its own mouth with its left hand, while offering another skewer to the dark-furred wolf Lord Shan Po with its right hand. The ape and wolf ate side by side with great relish, grease dripping onto the plate with sizzling sounds as the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the entire room. Watching Shanpe eat with such satisfaction, Ji Yuan suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. Spirit beasts only needed soul power to sustain all their physiological needs, and food should have been merely for tasting purposes. But now it seemed they also needed delicious food as a simple and direct way to gain emotional satisfaction. With this thought, he decided that once Ming advanced to the juvenile stage, he would also let the little one experience the pleasures of earthly cuisine. Zhao Shan was in high spirits and ordered several more signature late-night dishes from Hongling City. Crispy, grilled tofu, spicy and juicy crawfish, and the local specialty of chewy lamb offal soup. He pulled out 2 bottles of expensive vintage red wine from his storage ring, and the crisp pop of the cork being pulled echoed pleasantly under the lights. You guys drink. I'm tired, going to sleep first. Seeing him bring out the wine, Suzine immediately became like a startled rabbit, afraid of saying something wrong if she drank too much, and turned to leave. Before stepping out, she didn't forget to remind them. Remember to send the photos to the group chat. Back in her room, her phone immediately vibrated. She sat on the edge of the bed and opened the message, enlarging the photo in the frame. Ji Yuan was giving a thumbs up, his handsome profile exceptionally clear under the lights. Suzine stared at the screen and unconsciously touched her fair cheek, which had quietly flushed with a rosy tint. Ha, old Ji, you're so clueless. In the living room, Zhao Shan pointed at the same photo and laughed heartily. Ji Yuan remained calm, taking a sip of the so-called vintage red wine, but couldn't taste any difference from ordinary wine, and could only silently complain to himself about his complete lack of wine appreciation skills. By the way, he set down his wine glass. Didn't you say there was a surprise for me after we got out? Only then did Zhao Shan put away his phone, still unable to resist savoring the photo, and replied casually. Almost forgot. Tomorrow we're going to see Uncle Lu. He raised an eyebrow. Remember Zhang Di from your hometown? I finally managed to shake him off back then, and we haven't met since. Did you guys run into him? Ji Yuan frowned slightly. You guessed right. Zhao Shan recalled. On our way to meet up with you. When Suzine was mining the Holy Spirit Stone, Uncle Lu sensed something was wrong first. When we rushed over, Zhang Di was already barely Olivia, huge hole in his abdomen, his entire right arm gone, leaning against the mine wall, barely breathing. Stop beating around the bush. Ji Yuan's expression darkened. He said he was ambushed by Xiao Lingjue. Zhao Shan's tone became serious. He was cursing Xiao Lingjue like crazy at the time. According to him, they both severely wounded each other, one dead, one crippled. Ji Yuan quickly replayed the details of that battle in his mind when he had manifested the verdant lizard. There was indeed one of Xiao Lingjue's subordinates still beside Zhang Di. It seemed the two had indeed fought each other to mutual destruction in the mine. Zhao Shan waved his hand and picked up his wine glass. Ask Uncle Lu yourself tomorrow. He put Zhang Di in his storage ring. Ji Yuan nodded silently. The next morning, under Zhao Shan's guidance, Ji Yuan and Suzine arrived at Lu Hen's 3-story villa located in the suburbs. As the wrought iron gate swung open, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the sound of bang-bang impacts echoed from the courtyard. A giant kangaroo with bulging muscles was circling around a wooden post thicker than a person, sometimes throwing straight punches, sometimes sweeping with its tail, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Stepping through the entrance, apart from dumbbell racks, squat racks, bench press stations, and various training equipment of all sizes, there was hardly any decorative furnishing inside the house. It was tough and minimalist, just like Lu Hen himself. You're here. Lu Hen lifted his chin, gesturing for Zhao Shan and Suzine to sit wherever they liked, then pushed open an alloy door and led Ji Yuan into the soundproof room. As the lights came on, Lu Hen waved his hand, and a frog half the height of a person appeared out of thin air. Its surface muscles were exaggerated beyond reason, as if wearing invisible armor. The frog's throat bulged, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Wah! Accompanied by splashing mucus, Zhang Di was spat out and collapsed on the floor. His entire body was covered in viscous liquid, his right arm severed at the shoulder, and a shocking wound on his abdomen was barely sealed by greenish slime. His face was pale to the point of transparency, his breathing weak. Suddenly seeing light again, Zhang Di's first glance caught Ji Yuan, and he immediately shouted with a hoarse, cracking voice. It's Zhang Jilin. He said after the deed is done, he'll let me return to Linyun City to become the dean of Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy. Knowing his life hung by a thread, and that only the person before him could save him, he poured out all his intelligence before anyone could speak. Zhang Jilin wants to bring down Tan He and become mayor himself's been planning this for years. For insurance, he ordered me to kill you. Ji Yuan had already heard these words from Tan He and wasn't surprised. His gaze swept over Zhang Di's mutilated body as he asked, how did you end up so badly injured by Xiao Lingjue? At the mention of the Xiao family's young master, Zhang Di's eyes practically dripped with venom. If that bastard hadn't ambushed me, how would I be left with just one life? In his heart, he cursed Ji Yuan even more. If Ji Yuan's giant lizard hadn't devoured his poison-wind phantom leopard, he would have buried Xiao Lingjue in the mines long ago. In Zhang Jilin's scheme, what's the most crucial step? Ji Yuan pressed. Zhang Di looked up, his voice trembling. If I tell you, will you let me go? Yes. Ji Yuan answered decisively. Lu Hin raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt. You guarantee you'll spare me? Zhang Di stared intently at Ji Yuan. You have no other choice. Ji Yuan's tone was calm. Zhang Di's chest heaved violently, hatred surging within him. As long as I can leave alive, I'll definitely kill this little bastard. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Zhang Jilin plans to assassinate Tan He at the Municipal Alliance Summit. What? Ji Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Zhang Di continued, gasping. I was originally invited to participate in the assassination, but 2 days ago he suddenly changed his mind, telling me to stay in Hongling City, watch you, and kill you. After finishing these words, he had no strength left, and his head drooped. Lu Hen frowned. What audacity! All 5th rank and above beast tamers are registeredist he afraid of alliance retaliation. Zhang Di looked up and snorted. Since he dares to do this, he naturally has contingency plans, but I don't know what they are. Immediately after, he mustered his last bit of energy to look at Ji Yuan. I've told you everything. You promised me you'd let me go. Of course. Ji Yuan replied. Before Zhang Di could even feel relieved, he heard Ji Yuan continue. Uncle Lu, I'll leave this man to you. Ji Yuan, you broke your word. Zhang Di's face turned ashen, his voice nearly tearing his throat. You damn little bastard. Going back on your word at such a young age. You're not even human. Oh. Ji Yuan's lips curved into a contemptuous smile. I promised to spare you, but I never said Uncle Lu agreed to it. Don't misunderstand, I learned this trick from you. With that, he turned and left decisively, leaving only a cold silhouette behind. Zhang Di's furious roars were soon replaced by agonizing screams, which eventually faded into deathly silence. Walking out of the house and into the garden, Ji Yuan saw Zhao Shan and Su Xin waiting by the stone path. What's the City Alliance Summit? He asked directly. Zhao Shan gave a brief explanation. It's a meeting led by mayors from various cities, usually held by cities ranked beyond the top 90. The purpose is simply to discuss how to advance in the inter-city competition. I only heard about it from my father, so I don't know the details. So Zhang Jilin wants to coordinate with other cities? Ji Yuan frowned. He's just a vice dean. What makes him think people would risk everything with him? He pulled out his phone and called Tan He. The phone rang without answer. Based on the timeline Zhang Di had provided, today was the 3rd day since his arrival in Hongling City. The summit was in session. Just as he grew anxious, the call was returned. Mr. Ji, this is Secretary Lin, came a crisp voice. Mayor Tan asked me to tell you. Don't be nervous, don't worry. Since the mineral exploration is complete, please return to Linyan City immediately. I'll send you an address shortly, and we'll communicate about other matters via text. Goodbye. Before he could respond, the call ended. Ji Yuan stared at the black screen, his brow furrowed. Tan, he had clearly anticipated Zhang Jilin's moves. He immediately explained the situation to Zhao Shan and Su Xin, and booked the earliest flight. While waiting at the gate, Zhao Shan whispered. Lu Hen cracked Zhang Di's phone. Several screenshots arrived, conversations between Zhang Di and Zhang Jilin. Buying things, delivering things, all in code. The last message was dated 1 day ago. Zhang Jilin. Has the cauliflower arrived? Zhang Di replied, 10 minutes ago. Got the goods, already loaded. Lu Hen had annotated below. Has the cauliflower arrived? How did things go? Got the goods, already loaded. The person is dead. Need confirmation? Zhao Shan explained. Uncle Lu disguised the reply as if Zhang Di sent it, making them think you're dead. Please thank Uncle Lu for me. Ji Yuan said quietly. I'll visit Hongling City to drink with him when I have time. They boarded and took off. After a brief nap, they landed at 2 p.m. Without delay, he headed straight to the location Secretary Lin had sent, an isolated compound deep in the mountains outside Linyan City. The traditional wooden house with stone tiles was surrounded by dense forest, completely different from the concrete and steel of the city. Without GPS, ordinary people would never find this place. Ji Yuan sent a message, arrived. Moments later, Secretary Lin replied. Good, Mr. Ji, please wait patiently. If anything appears, you must control it immediately. Remember, you must control it at the first opportunity. Who would come? Zhang Jilin perhaps? Ji Yuan crouched in the waist-high grass, speculating silently as he chose a spot beneath a massive tree's shadow for cover, waiting quietly. The blazing sun hung high overhead, yet he remained motionless. As the setting sun sank westward and forest shadows stretched long, he continued his silent vigil. Night fell, and pale moonlight filtered through gaps in the branches, scattering across the forest floor while insects chirped in waves. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. Ji Yuan, who had nearly dozed off, instantly became alert and peered through the grass. A figure stumbled toward a small courtyard ahead, concealed by vines, glancing left and right before entering. As the person drew closer, Ji Yuan recognized the panicked face Zhang Hong. It was actually him. Zhang Heng's steps were erratic, muttering to himself as he rushed into the courtyard. What exactly was hidden in this place? Ji Yuan suppressed his urge to act and continued lurking. Before long, Zhang Heng dragged out a blue circular platform the size of a manhole cover from a side room. Its metallic shell gleamed with an eerie blue light under the moon, cold and futuristic. His hands trembling, he then produced a black device and embedded it into the platform's center. Why? Why isn't it working? In his panic, he slapped himself hard across the face. Right, moonlight, moonlight. Only then did Ji Yuan notice that the treetops surrounding the courtyard had been cut to create a circular opening, allowing a beam of moonlight to fall precisely into the courtyard center. Zhang Heng lifted the platform and moved it beneath the light beam. ZZZZT. An electric current roared to life as the platform slowly rotated, blue light flowing like water. The next moment, a deep, agonized wail pierced the night sky. Wah! Zhang Jilin suddenly appeared in the courtyard center, covered in blood, his clothes torn and eyes drooping. That platform, it was a teleportation device. Ji Yuan recalled similar equipment from the Beast King's secret realm technology from the scientific era forces. Had he already calculated that Zhang Jilin would be sent here? Judging by his dying state, he would indeed be easy to control. Dad, are you alright? Zhang Heng's face turned deathly pale at his father's wretched condition. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. After the plan fails, what will happen to us? Zhang Jilin kept his head lowered, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. Your mother? Has mom left? Gone. Zhang Heng answered hastily. Following your arrangements, mom has already transferred most of the assets, and this afternoon she. Before he could finish, steady footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, making him shudder. Upon seeing who it was, he collapsed to the ground, crying out, You, Ji Yuan. When this name reached Zhang Jilin's ears, he too was startled and struggled to lift his head. Under the moonlight, the young man's expression was indifferent, his handsome features sharp as a cold blade. Zhang Di is already dead. Ji Yuan's voice carried no emotion, like an icy verdict. He studied Zhang Jilin, confirming the man's weak breathing and horrific injuries. Had he ordered him to lurk here in advance so he could personally send Zhang Jilin to his death, or was there some deeper meaning? In this moment, he fell into contemplation. Roar! Suddenly, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and summoned a fierce wolf with silver-gray fur. The silver wolf that had been intimidated by Ming's aura during the autumn test once again bared its fangs at Ji Yuan. How dare you? Ji Yuan let out a low snort, his voice quiet, yet rolling like muffled thunder. An invisible pressure crashed down instantly, and the silver wolf's fierce vertical pupils suddenly contracted. In its eyes, the young man before it transformed into a wolf king with ink-black fur and a powerful build. Zhang Heng was about to bark an order when he saw the silver wolf tremble all over, tuck its tail beneath its belly, and collapse to the ground with a thud, whimpering submissively at Ji Yuan. You stupid beast! Zhang Heng flew into a rage, stomping his feet and cursing loudly. Open your eyes and look clear-eyes human, not that mongrel. The more he cursed, the more furious he became. How could this waste he had bullied for 2 years become strong enough to subdue a silver wolf barehanded in just 1 month? The answer lay in the Flash Soul's talent. Ji Yuan could select characteristics from the Flash Soul's attributes, and now he could not only intimidate, but also command. With a mere thought, the silver wolf suddenly turned around, pounced on Zhang Heng, and pressed its fangs almost against his throat. Ji Yuan! Zhang Heng screamed in terror. At the same time, Zhang Jilin roared. Do you think he really wants to cultivate you? You're nothing but a pawn in his game. His voice was hoarse, tinged with self-mockery. If Zhang Di had succeeded in Hongling City, he would have immediately supported the next genius. You are the barb he's using to force me into action. Zhang Jilin shook his head with a bitter smile. He had held high positions for too long, and only now, with his plans in ruins and seeing Ji Yuan here, did he understand it all. Now that I'm in your hands, kill me or torture me as you wish. He has already slaughtered all my beast companions. He staggered to his feet, raised his head to expose his neck, assuming a posture of accepting execution. You may go. Ji Yuan responded indifferently. Zhang Jilin was stunned, his eyes darkening. Is this also He's arrangement? Ji Yuan didn't answer, merely withdrew his control over the silver wolf. Without commands, the silver wolf hurriedly licked Zhang Heng, trying to appease its master. Zhang Heng scrambled to his feet, and for the first time, fear appeared in his gaze toward Ji Yuan. The two supported each other as they left, their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. Ji Yuan watched them go when he suddenly heard a low chuckle beside his ear. Why did you spare Zhang Jilin? He turned his head to find He, with slightly graying temples, standing beside him at some unknown moment. The middle-aged man had sharp, angular features, and his robes reeked of blood so strong it was nauseating. Ji Yuan recalled Secretary Lin's repeated emphasis on control, and also remembered Lu Hen's words. Killing beast tamers of 5th rank or above would bring pursuit from the Alliance. The siege against Zhang Jilin had clearly been resolved by Tan. He in one stroke. This man was never merciful. As if seeing through his confusion, Tan he said calmly, Zhang Jilin is 4th rank and a branch member of the Zhang family. Killing him would cause considerable trouble, and there are other reasons you'll understand later. Changing the subject, he waved his palm. Silver light exploded, and a massive corpse suddenly appeared in the center of the courtyard. Bones like refined steel, with electric arcs still coursing through its blood vessels, radiating waves of thunder. Silver Blood Thunder Beast, Tan he introduced casually. Overlord class, the strongest thunder-type creature below legendary bloodlines. He smiled nonchalantly. Didn't you say your second beast companion needed to devour thunder-type flesh? I've had my eye on this one for 10 years, and today I took the opportunity to kill it, specifically killed it for you. The silver beast's corpse resembled a hunting hound, with 2 sharp, curved fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, creating a truly terrifying appearance. A thumb-sized bloody hole pierced through its skull, the bright red forming a stark contrast against its metallic fur, testament to the fatal precision of that single strike. The battle companion that had served its master faithfully for 10 years was now dead. No wonder Zhang Jilin had shown such despairing resignation earlier. Ji Yuan's eyelid twitched slightly, but without hesitation, he summoned Champa. What he called devouring wasn't the direct gnawing he had initially imagined. Champa raised its head and roared, its sleek black fur standing on end as lightning rapidly gathered in its amber eyes. In the next instant, a massive phantom formed from violent thunder exploded above its head, dozens of times larger than its actual body. Twisted arcs of electricity danced like serpents as the phantom crashed down upon the silver corpse. Lightning flashed and faded, and in the blink of an eye, both corpse and phantom dissolved into wisps of electric light. The devouring complete, Champa growled softly to Ji Yuan before curling into a ball and falling into deep sleep. Now both of his Emperor-class spirit beasts Ming and Champa had entered their transformation process. Once finished, they would simultaneously advance to their adolescent stage. Thinking of how these two would look after their evolution, Ji Yuan felt a warm anticipation stirring in his chest. During the return journey, the car was so quiet that only the sound of tires on pavement could be heard. Upon reaching the municipal building and walking through the corridor to the mayor's office, Ji Yuan finally spoke. Uncle Tan, the Municipal Alliance Summit. You didn't attend after all, did you? Tan he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply, weariness evident in his expression. Zhang Jilin used the Zhang family's last remaining connections to arrange an ambush on my route. He spoke matter-of-factly, even wearing a faint smile. Just as well, it's been a long time since I've had the chance to fight seriously. Thinking of Zhang Jilin's pitiful state, then looking at the completely unharmed Tan he before him, Ji Yuan instantly understood the fate of the would-be assassins. They probably hadn't even had a chance to negotiate. Tan he's true power level was definitely far beyond what he had previously estimated. Before his thoughts could settle, Tan he had already composed himself and asked with concern, "How did your mining expedition go?" "Not bad." Ji Yuan nodded, then voiced his biggest question. "But I'd like you to clarify something for me. Where exactly do the differences in Spirit Master soul power grades manifest? From the battles in the Beast King's secret realm to those at the mineral vein, he increasingly felt that bloodline took priority above all else. But if that were truly the case, why distinguish between soul power grades at all? He even felt that in unknown situations, he could hold his own against Lu Hen and Zhang Di. Apart from the soul power and attribute fusion technique Lu Hen had taught him, he barely felt any limitations imposed by grade differences. Because your starting point is too high. Tan he's expression grew serious. Special grade soul power aptitude gives you soul power manipulation and recovery speeds far beyond ordinary people. I don't know the origins of your 2 spirit beasts, but their bloodlines are probably beyond legendary grade, aren't they? Ji Yuan remained silent, his silence serving as confirmation. Special grade aptitude combined with mythical grade bloodline spirit beasts, this combination would be impossible to find a second time among tens of millions of spirit masters. Tan he stood and walked to the window, gazing down at the night scene. 9th to 7th grade are merely stepping stones for you. In a sense, your special grade aptitude meant you stepped directly into 6th grade the moment you contracted your spirit beasts. But you must understand, after 6th grade, each advancement brings unimaginably vast differences. Tan he turned around and gave him a long, penetrating look. Do you think there isn't much difference between you and a 5th rank beast tamer like Zhang Di? Hit right on the mark, Ji Yuan nodded. Indeed. Then you're completely wrong. Tan he's voice was low and grave. 5th rank beast tamers have already developed their beast space, allowing them to control up to 3 beasts simultaneously in battle, and more importantly, they can create resonance between their beast attributes and soul power. These 2 abilities alone make it impossible for you to defeat any 5th rank beast tamer. Ji Yuan fell silent, inwardly sighing at his own naivety. Wait. He suddenly looked up, staring at Tan He with confusion. The latter raised an eyebrow. What? Uncle Tan, you just said that creating resonance between beast attributes and soul power is the hallmark of 5th rank beast tamers? Of course, while 6th rank beast tamers can project their soul power externally, they still cannot achieve attribute soul power resonance. Only upon advancing to 5th rank and awakening the beast space does a tamer's power undergo a qualitative transformation. As his words fell, Ji Yuan stood frozen in place. His mind flashed back to the scene in the mine depths during the beast tide, when he had used his soul power to resonate with Shampono Wonder Lu Hen had looked like he'd seen a ghost. Then he noticed his strange expression, frowned, and suddenly thought of something, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that you can already? Ji Yuan nodded solemnly. Hissed the mayor, who had weathered countless storms, drew in a sharp breath. He had still underestimated this handsome young man before him. To achieve 5th rank resonance before even reaching 5th rank was simply unheard of. Could he truly be a Ancient Millennium beast-taming prodigy? Show me right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, he remembered that Ji Yuan's 2 beasts were in advancement slumber, his tone inevitably excited. Ji Yuan could only recount the entire process of his resonance with Shampa in the mine depths. After listening, He let out a long breath. Beyond my expectations. You should be able to attempt controlling 2 beasts simultaneously in battle while still at 6th rank. As he spoke, he retrieved a palm-sized, semi-transparent orange crystal fragment from his beast ring and handed it to Ji Yuan. This is a skill core containing a special technique that requires a beast tamer and 2 beasts to execute together. Once your beasts complete their advancement, study it with everything you have. It will become your trump card. Ji Yuan accepted it with both hands, gently running his fingers over its surface. Skill core she had only seen them in books. They were classified by color into blue, purple, orange, and gold grades, with orange and gold being extremely rare. He didn't rush to examine it, first storing it safely in his beast ring. I almost forgot there's one more thing. He's expression grew serious. Overlord level and higher beasts require their master's presence during critical advancement periods. Your fire and lightning beasts both possess extremely domineering attributes. You must be mentally prepared. There have been cases of beast tamers dying during their beast's advancement. Such things happen. Ji Yuan looked at him in shock. Advancement isn't simple molting for beasts, it's complete rebirth. He waved his hand. Don't go wandering around during this time. Stay in Linyun City and wait for the city tournament to begin. With that, he waved his hand with visible fatigue. Understood. Ji Yuan tactfully took his leave. Life had settled into a quiet routine. Ji Yuan stayed dutifully in his academy dormitory, barely leaving for nearly a month, waiting for the moment when Ming and Shampa would need his cooperation. With no spirit beasts to worry about, the beast tamer found himself restlessly idle. Apart from photographing his meals to send to Zhaoshan and Su Ziyin, his social circle remained unchanged. Since their last meeting at the municipal building, he and he hadn't seen each other for a full month, communicating only by phone. During every call, he asked the same question most frequently. Haven't your spirit beasts finished advancing yet? With the city tournament approaching, all of He's concerns centered on this matter. That day, feeling stifled by the dormitory's stuffiness, Ji Yuan decided to visit Blue Sky Welfare Institute. Even a nominal director who delegated everything still needed to make occasional appearances. As soon as he stepped through the main gate, several caregivers recognized him and approached with smiles. Director Ji, Deputy Director Chun is off today. Are you here for? Nothing special, just taking a look around. The caregivers enthusiastically served as guides. Walking through the premises, the dormitory areas were spotless and bright, with functional zones well organized, clearly showing that Chen Qin managed everything with considerable care. Passing by the garden, a string of clear laughter made Ji Yuan pause. He glanced over to see a tall, beautiful woman playing soccer and chasing around with a group of children by the flower beds. It was none other than Lin Yunjia. Caregiver Lin is especially popular with the children here, explained a caregiver beside him with a smile. Ji Yuan's expression remained impassive as he continued walking. Lin Yunjia had also spotted him, and her smile suddenly froze. She first comforted the children, letting them play by themselves, then hurried after him. Ji Yuan, wait for me. Seeing that Ji Yuan had indeed stopped, joy flashed in her eyes. He looked at her calmly, his expression serene. Lin Yunjia looked up at that handsome face, then spoke softly after a moment. I'm sorry. I truly realize my mistakes from back then, truly, I'm sorry. Her voice trembled, and her eyes quickly reddened. Ji Yuan, Enough. The young man coldly interrupted. Continue with your work. He turned to leave. She still wanted to say more, but Ji Yuan, without looking back, casually dropped a line. Watch how you address me, caregiver Lin. All right. Yes, Director Ji. Lin Yunjia lowered her head, standing there in a daze. Several caregivers exchanged glances, all falling silent. Leaving the Welfare Institute, Ji Yuan randomly found a small restaurant for lunch. Halfway through his meal, A new message popped up in their three-person group chat. He opened it to see Zhao Shan's grinning selfie on the screen. Old Ji, Miss Su, what are you guys up to? Ji Yuan routinely photographed his lunch once again, golden-colored fried rice. Zhao Shan immediately sent a laughing emoji. Ha! I knew it, fried rice again. Old Ji, does Linyan City specialize in producing eggs? Ji Yuan replied with 2 words, get lost. Almost simultaneously, Su Zin appeared. Zhao Shan, saying that is very disrespectful. Zhao Shan hastily tried to make amends. Ah, really? Sorry. Old Ji, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Actually, I love fried rice the most too. After saying this, Zhao Shan attached a bright, cheerful selfie of himself. Seeing this message, Ji Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was truly a treasure. He settled the bill and drove straight back to the academy dormitory without any stops. Closing his door, Ji Yuan sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed, took a deep breath, and sent his consciousness into the beast-taming seal. Within the chaotic space, Ming was tightly wrapped in a cyan-like cocoon, the terrifying heat making the entire space feel like a furnace. Only Champa quietly submerged into a deep blue cocoon, completely unharmed. Instinct told Ji Yuan that Ming had reached the final stage of advancement, and without assistance, it would likely not survive. I know what I need to do. He stood before the light cocoon, gazed at it briefly, then extended his right hand. The next instant, indescribable agony erupted like a flash flood, tearing, burning, stabbing, gnawing. Every word describing pain crowded together in his mind, nearly shattering his consciousness into fragments. It turned out that Ming's advancement required tempering through netherworld flames, and the beast tamer could choose to share this burden. Ming had endured alone for an entire month, only seeking Ji Yuan's help at the very last moment. That mixture of apology and trust flashed through his mind, helping Ji Yuan forcibly piece his collapsing consciousness back together. This concerned Ming's life, and he absolutely could not retreat now. In the outside world, his entire body was engulfed in cyan-green flames, with twisted heat waves rolling around him, yet not singeing the bed or walls in the slightest. Sweat poured from his forehead only to be instantly evaporated. His bones felt like they were being hammered to dust, his flesh like it was being kneaded into pulp. The agony repeatedly pushed his sanity to the brink of collapse as the words "hold on" echoed frantically in his heart. Time became impossible to measure. Just as his reason was about to completely drown, a weak yet deep roar exploded in the depths of his soul. The excruciating pain quickly receded, replaced by warm, flowing power spreading through his limbs and body, reconstructing his nearly shattered consciousness. Ji Yuan tremblingly opened his eyes. A magnificent cyan creature stood before him. Its more robust form than before seemed to fill the air itself. Snow-white scales layered like armor, while netherworld flames had evolved from cyan-green to pure cyan, outlining clear patterns on the scales. The short emerald horns atop its head had fully elongated, branching into complex dark green antlers. Several dark green whiskers now adorned its face, gently swaying. The thick, luxuriant mane around its neck moved without wind, like eternal burning cyan flames. When its emerald tail swished, the netherworld flames at its tip crackled and danced. This advancement brought not only physical transformation, but also unlocked new talents. The attribute panel appeared before Ji Yuan, and as he stared at the new additions, he whispered in amazement. Truly worthy of an Emperor-class creature, absolutely incredible. Creature, skeletal nether beast, adolescent stage, Qilin divine beast bloodline, Emperor-level perfect attributes, fire element. Immune to fire-based damage and masters unique soul-burning Netherflame spectral inferno. Talents. Auspicious beast steadily enhances the beast tamer's luck. Flame lord doubles the power of all fire-based attacks. New talent. Effortless mastery learns any fire-based skill at first glance. New passive skill. Fire control complete mastery over spectral inferno, reducing soul power consumption while increasing damage. Skill 1. Inferno storm unleashes spectral inferno without restraint, incinerating everything in the vicinity. Skill 2. Intimidation activates Emperor bloodline pressure, overwhelming all creatures with inferior bloodlines. Evolution Path 1. Skeletal Nether Beast. Adult stage requires devouring a frenzied demon seed. Evolution Path 2. Nether Sovereign. Ultimate form requires devouring Heart of Flames, Void Demon Seed, and Corrupted Sacred Stone. As Ming entered its adolescent stage, this information instantly appeared on Ji Yuan's status panel. His attention immediately locked onto the effortless mastery talent. While beast tamers typically needed 2 to 3 days to teach their contracted beasts new skills, Ming could comprehend them with a single glance. The efficiency gap spoke for itself. The following fire control passive was equally impressive, directly reducing soul power consumption while amplifying the spectral inferno's destructive force. However, when he read the evolution paths, he frowned. Was it one or the other, or did both need completion? The material names grew increasingly bizarre, so he could only shelve his questions for future investigation. Dismissing the panel, Ji Yuan looked up. Ming, who once only reached his waist, now stood at eye level with him. The Qilin's head was majestic and imposing, its mane and scales interwoven. Having long shed the ambiguous features of its juvenile form, anyone could see this was a true Qilin divine beast. Now we wait for Champa. He gazed toward the other side of the chaotic space, where a deep blue cocoon of light floated quietly, anticipation growing brighter in his eyes. Ming shook its massive head, affectionately nuzzling Ji Yuan's face. Its scales were cold and smooth, yet hard as refined steel. Ji Yuan gently patted its back, clearly sensing his contracted beast's dependence and absolute trust in him. Ming stepped back 2 paces, stopping before the light cocoon, exhaling 2 wisps of blue-green vapor from its nostrils, as if asking through the cocoon why Champa had yet to awaken. The moment the blue-green vapor touched the deep blue cocoon, boom, a flash of deep blue light suddenly flickered around Ming's body. It trembled violently, raising its head in a pained howl that echoed through the chaotic space. Simultaneously, the deep blue mark on Ji Yuan's left hand blazed to life again, the same pulling sensation surging from his heart. Champa has reached its critical moment too. He took a deep breath, confirming his condition had fully recovered, then immediately reached out to touch the deep blue cocoon, just as he had aided Ming before. Bang! In an instant, thunder crashed into his mind, shocking his consciousness into blankness. When his vision refocused, he stood on an endless plain. In the pitch-black sky above, lightning crisscrossed, and the moment he looked up, it struck directly at him. The vast heavenly might descended with overwhelming destructive force, leaving him no room to resist as he was slammed flat against the ground. The acrid smell of burning flesh instantly spread across Ji Yuan's entire body. Just one bolt of lightning had nearly killed him on the spot. A deep, resonant wolf howl pierced through the storm and thunder. Ji Yuan struggled to lift his head and saw lightning crackling wildly in the distance, where a massive black wolf stood firm against the thunder, howling defiantly at the sky without yielding. Further away, the Qilin Ming's figure appeared on the plain, summoning ghostly flames to clash heat with the heavenly thunder. From that moment on, all the furious lightning in the sky struck toward Ming and Champa, while he only endured that initial strike. Are they worried I can't handle it? Ji Yuan smiled bitterly, rolling over to lie on his back and watch the 2 beasts get struck by lightning that sent sparks flying everywhere. Thinking that without Ming's ability to enter this space, he couldn't have shared Champa's burden at all, he let out a long breath. Thank goodness, thank goodness. About 5 minutes later, another change occurred. What the hell? While still lying on the ground, he saw the dark clouds above swirling again, thunder condensing into a focused beam. Lightning flashed, and he had no time to react, could only desperately release all his soul power outward, forcibly covering his entire body. Boom! The thunder struck and dispersed, blasting a massive crater in the ground. Ji Yuan lay spread eagle at the bottom of the pit, motionless. After a moment, he suddenly convulsed, coughing violently as he pushed himself up with trembling arms, his eyes unfocused. The soul power he'd released had barely helped one more strike like that would have finished him off. Fortunately, this seemed to be the final heavenly punishment. The dark clouds quickly dispersed, revealing the azure sky once more. Wisps of smoke rose from his black hair. Woofawoo! A low growl snapped him back to attention. Ji Yuan turned around, his eyes suddenly brightening. Compared to Ming's earth-shattering transformation, Champa's size had barely changed, still robust and imposing. The real change was in its furry hair tip, now emanated a faint blue glow, black base highlighted with blue, creating a unique beauty when observed closely. Now Ming and Champa walked side by side, their sizes perfectly matched. As soon as the 2 beasts approached, they both pounced simultaneously. Ji Yuan quickly spread his arms and let them tackle him. Champa acted like an overly excited husky, frantically licking his face, while Ming remained dignified, nuzzling his neck and shoulders with its large head. The unique ways these 2 spirit beasts showed affection made Ji Yuan laugh until his sides hurt. He finally managed to break free, dusted off his clothes, and asked Champa in a low voice. This planie's this where you advanced? The wolf's head nodded excitedly like a rattle drum. You really only changed this little? He looked it over from head to toe, feeling there had to be more to it. Whoa! Champa suddenly let out a low growl. Whoosh! Magnificent aura surged like a tide from within. Ji Yuan watched in amazement as its fur rapidly shifted to deep blue, with pure ink black showing through the depths, dazzling yet steady. Beautiful. Wind rose without cause, the deep blue-black fur flowing gently as Champa's oppressive presence intensified. The surrounding scenery darkened as they exited the boundless plain and returned to the chaotic space. Come on, let's see what new abilities you've gained. Ji Yuan looked toward Champa and opened its attribute panel. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast Juvenile Stage, Thunder Wolf Lord Bloodline, Emperor Class Perfect Attributes, Thunder and Lightning Characteristics. 1. immunity to thunder-type damage. 2. Ability to control lightning. 3. Command and intimidate wolf-type beasts ineffective if bloodline levels are equal. The panel then displayed talent description. Soul Link grants the Beast Master personal characteristics. Only one can be selected. As the bloodline further awakens, an additional trait, Thunder Lord, appears, doubles the power of thunder and lightning attacks. However, problems arise as well. The time required to learn new skills is doubled, which is clearly a negative effect. The new passive, Awakening, enhances mastery over thunder and lightning elements. Thunder attributes increase attack power, while lightning attributes accelerate casting speed. Skill 1 Lightning Dance transforms into lightning for high-speed ramming attacks, followed by chain lightning that paralyzes and destroys enemies upon impact. Skill 2 Thunder Judgment summons thunderclouds to bring down rolling thunder that destroys any enemy. Note: when cast during thunderstorms, energy consumption is halved. Skill 3 Explosive Burst condenses lightning elements in the mouth and spits them toward a designated direction, creating an explosion. Note: when resonating with soul power, the spitting and explosion can cause soul tremors instantly. The advancement path has 2 stages. 1. Thunder Emperor Beast Adult Stage requires devouring a Thunder Heart. 2. Thunder Sovereign Ultimate Form requires devouring Raw Thunder Essence, Flame Thunder Essence, Withered Thunder Essence, and Frost Thunder Essence. Compared to Ming's panel, Champa's data was significantly more complex, especially the doubled skill learning time that gave Ji Yuan a headache, a new talent with negative effects. However, after calming down, he discovered that Champa's advancement included the 3rd skill, Explosive Burst, which relieved him considerably. Normally, companion skills for beasts only appeared during adulthood, but gaining it early somewhat compensated for the negative impact. As for the puzzling appearance of 2 advancement options like Ming, he decided to research it slowly later. The most important thing now was to establish a firm foothold in the 6th grade realm. He had already met the prerequisites for soul power projection. He just needed Ming and Champa to each learn a new skill to determine their soul power projection forms. He exited the beast seal and opened his eyes. The moment he did, overwhelming fatigue and hunger crashed over him. How long has it been? Ji Yuan frowned and looked down at his phone calendar, which showed an entire day had passed. He quickly got up, grabbed some bread and milk to fill his stomach, then collapsed back into bed. About 16 hours later, urgent ringing pulled him from deep sleep. His head felt heavy as he groggily grabbed his phone. Tanhi, where have you been these past 2 days? The first words carried a tone of reproach. Advancing 2 beasts. What you said about it being a life-or-death situation wasn't an exaggeration at all. Ji Yuan laughed weakly. Good that you pulled through. I need your help with something today. Pick someone up at the airport. Who? My daughter, Mu Shuxin. Ji Yuan paused, then agreed and checked the time before hurrying to wash up and head out. Around 1 in the afternoon, he stood among the crowd at the arrival gate. Tanny's arrangement made him realize that the man was not only married before, but his ex-wife came from the Mu family, one of the 5 great beast-taming families. Naturally, Mu Shuxin also carried Mu family blood. Thinking about this, Ji Yuan secretly lamented his lack of information, but it also confirmed a direction during this period. Ji Yuan had been frantically studying intelligence about beast-taming aristocratic families. The 5 great beast-taming families of the nation are the Mu, Shao, Su, Zhang, and Jiang clans. In truth, there are far more than 5 renowned beast-taming houses in the world, but when it comes to the length of their heritage and the depth of their foundations, these 5 stand supreme. Within the 5 families exists an ancestral rule. Any offspring born from marriages involving the Mu family must take the Mu surname, regardless of how powerful the father might bet his cannot be defied. However, if the Mu and Shao families intermarry, they must settle the matter through arena combat, with the victor determining their descendant's surname. Complicated, indeed. Ji Yuan stood with his arms crossed at the airport exit, waiting idly for someone to arrive. Before long, a flash of pale yellow caught his eye. A petite girl in a light yellow floral dress appeared, her wynard hair cascading freely as she moved through the crowd with graceful steps, like a beam of elegant light that instantly drew countless gazes. She walked straight up to Ji Yuan, her radiant face breaking into a delighted smile. Old Ten said he'd arranged for a handsome guy to pick me up, and he wasn't lying. Her star-like eyes boldly looked him up and down without reservation, her personality evident from that very first glance. The girl didn't even bother with proper introductions, immediately linking her arm through Ji Yuan's as a faint osmanthus fragrance drifted over. Old Tan says you're the most gifted beast tamer he's ever seen. Is that true or false? What rank are you now? Do you have a girlfriend? Where in Linyan City are you from? Have you been to Withering Valley? Are there really strange creatures there? The rapid-fire questions brought Zhao Shan's image to Ji Yuan's mind. The same chatterbox nature, the same instant familiarity, and both were mayor's daughters. The resemblance was uncanny. 20 minutes later, Ji Yuan finally delivered Mu Shuxin to Mayor Tan He. Catching the man's barely concealed smile, He was almost certain that old Tan had done this deliberately. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Ji Yuan didn't return to his dormitory, but drove straight to the outskirts. The forest at the city's edge was neither too large nor too small, harboring fierce predators that made it perfect as a training ground. Stepping into the woods, the mixed scent of earth and vegetation hit him immediately. Ji Yuan summoned Ming and Shanpa. In a relaxed state, soul power flowed gently, which was why beast tamers below 5th rank could release multiple beasts simultaneously in daily practice. Upon reaching 8th rank, one could contract 2 beasts, increasing to 3 at 6th rank, with no upper limit beyond 5th rank. Ji Yuan leaped onto Ming's sturdy back and jerked his chin toward Shampa. Let's go find some fierce beasts to practice on. He wanted to test Shampa's new abilities first. A whoa! Shampa threw back its head in a long howl and shot into the dense forest. Quick! Chase after it, let me see your speed. Ji Yuan wrapped his arms around Ming's neck. The Qilin's competitive spirit ignited as it carried him forward like a gale of wind and flame, bursting ahead. Wind roared past as the scenery blurred into streaking bands on either side, the speed so exhilarating that Ji Yuan couldn't help but shout with excitement. The next instant, Ming skidded to an abrupt halt. Accompanied by a low growl tinged with fear, Ji Yuan looked up. Not far ahead, a brown giant bear stood before Shampa, towering 3 meters high. Its paws and massive black maw were still stained with blood from a recent kill, reeking of gore. The creature's bloodline fluctuations had reached intermediate level, and though it sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Ming and Shanpa, it still instinctively released a threatening roar, trying to frighten away the intruders. This big fellow looks promising. Ji Yuan leaped down from Ming's back and moved to Shampa's side, extending one arm with fingers spread wide, aiming at the brown bear's head as he commanded. Release explosive fury. Release explosive burst. As the command rang out, Shampa's steel-forged limbs tensed violently, and the solid ground instantly cracked with spiderweb fractures. Deep in its throat, a sphere of intertwined blue and silver light formed in a flash. Bang! The explosive sound echoed as the light orb shot forth like lightning, striking the brown bear squarely on the forehead and erupting in dazzling sparks. Boom! Violent shockwaves rolled forth, whipping debris and dust into a whirlwind. Ji Yuan watched coldly as the high-grade bloodline brown bear, standing nearly 3 meters tall, toppled backward with a thunderous crash before falling silent. A single fatal blow with power far exceeding expectations. He raised his hand in signal, and both spirit beasts immediately approached. Ji Yuan retrieved the orange skill core gifted by Tan He from his spirit ring and instructed, channel your soul force and make contact with it. Simultaneously, his own soul force surged toward the core. Clang! Ethereal, melodious, yet profound sound waves flooded his consciousness as Ji Yuan felt himself drawn into a mysterious realm. 1,000 years ago, skill creators, limited by technology, could only record their original techniques in books. 1,000 years later, text was embedded into chips, condensed into skill cores, complete inheritance achieved through mere soul force contact. Torrents of complex and obscure information flowed through his soul force into his brain. His temples throbbed with splitting pain, but the agony passed in an instant as the details became clear. Resonance, Shadow Lightning Assault. Requirements. 1. Simultaneous control of 2 spirit beasts. 2. One spirit beast must possess lightning attributes. Description: an extremely rare resonance-type technique created by the ancient peak beast master, Beast King, led by the beast master in conjunction with spirit beasts to deliver a fatal strike. Technique components. A. Beast master soul shock strike. B. Lightning-type spirit beast lightning flash. C. Any spirit beast phantom assault. Note: causes brief weakness after use. Power affected by both the beast master's soul force aptitude and spirit beast bloodline levels. Upon finishing, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Aside from the familiar title Beast King, this technique seemed tailor-made for him, possessed top-tier special-grade soul force, and both his spirit beasts bore emperor-level bloodlines. Most skills only considered spirit beast bloodlines, rarely factoring in the beast master's aptitude. As the text faded, all crucial details regarding soul shock strike surged forth, etching themselves deeply into his memory. Ji Yuan withdrew from the skill core, closed his eyes in contemplation, and began to absorb the knowledge. Beside him, Ming and Shampa also closed their eyes. Though unable to speak, they possessed intelligence nearly equal to humans, the foundation for mastering new techniques. Soon, Ji Yuan opened his eyes, a gleam flashing across them. I see. Before his words finished, the vast soul force within him suddenly collapsed, instantly contracting to a single point concentrated at his heart. The soul force flowing throughout his body compressed into one point, gathering at his heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, the soul power, compressed to its absolute limit, erupted instantly. Just as it was about to burst from his body, Ji Yuan hastily suppressed it to prevent any leakage. Bang! The shockwave that suddenly exploded within him tore through his restraints anyway, scattering the surrounding air like a thunderclap. Nearby, Shan Pu and Ming shuddered, their combat instincts nearly driving them to retaliate. Only after the aftershock subsided did the two spirit beasts see their master awkwardly rubbing his nose. Sorry, couldn't control it. Ji Yuan grimaced with a bitter smile, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. What kind of person was this beast king who could design such a formidable technique? Most combat techniques were created around the raw strength of contracted spirit beasts, with beast tamers themselves learning skills that leaned more toward defense or escape. However, resonance, shadow strike, went against convention, explicitly requiring the beast tamer to charge forward personally. To master its core move, Soul Shock, the first step was what he had just attempted, gathering all soul power to the heart within 0.01 seconds, then instantly detonating it while ensuring not a trace of soul power leaked out. Only after achieving 100% success repeatedly could he advance to the next stage. Clearly, his first attempt had ended in failure. The emptiness from overexertion swept through his entire body, reminding him of the truth that haste makes waste. He could only take it slow. In the days that followed, every morning and evening, Ji Yuan would take Ming and Shan Pao to train in the suburban mountain forests. At noon, he would return to the city to accompany Mu Xuxin for meals and sightseeing. The girl was naturally outgoing and talkative, having been under house arrest by her mother at the Mu residence for a long time. This outing was purely exceptional to attack on Tan. He had alarmed the beast-taming alliance, and Mu's mother had seized the opportunity to send her daughter with a message. After several days of frequent interaction, neither felt awkward around the other. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Yuan's proficiency with the first step of Soul Shock approached 90%. In about one more day, he would likely achieve stable execution after all. This was a technique meant for 5th-rank beast tamers. During this period, he also attempted to simultaneously control Ming and Shan Pu in actual combat, but without having developed his beast-taming space, he could barely maintain it for a minute before his soul power was depleted, with the risk of fainting in extreme conditions. The individual progress of his two spirit beasts was equally concerning. Ming fared slightly better, managing to condense one soul power phantom within 7 days, though it still couldn't achieve perfect deception. Shan Pu, hindered by that possibly useful negative talent, couldn't even form a phantom. The principle behind resonance, shadow strike, was to have Ming's phantom strike and Shan Pu's lightning flash simultaneously create duplicates to confuse enemies, followed by the beast tamer's soul shock. For a fatal blow, the difficulty was imaginable. Night shrouded the mountain forest. Ji Yuan sat astride Shan Pu's broad back, patting its head. Don't get discouraged, we still have 20 days. Ming raised its head and exhaled a wisp of blue mist, raising an eyebrow at Shan Pu as if mocking it. Roar! Shan Pu responded with a muffled growl. Ming immediately put on an innocent expression, turning its gaze toward Ji Yuan. Cut it out. Keep this up and I won't help you, he said with a laughing scold. Before he finished speaking, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The caller ID showed Mu Xuxin. He pressed the answer button, and the girl's energetic voice emerged through the speaker. Ji Yuan, are you free tomorrow? Obviously, what are you planning now? Tomorrow, take me to Withering Valley. Why do you have such a special obsession with Withering Valley? Early the next morning, Ji Yuan had barely opened his eyes when Mu Xuxin dragged him onto an SUV heading to Windmark Town. Dawn was just breaking, and the passenger window was fogged with mist. He squinted, watching the girl beside him focus intently on the steering wheel, and that familiar doubt crept back into his mind ever since the day she'd landed in Linyun City. Withering Valley had been constantly on her lips. Because of my mom, Mu Xuxin said, keeping her eyes fixed on the road ahead, though her tone was serious. Your mom? What kind of reason is that? Ji Yuan was stunned by her response. Did your mom ask you to visit Withering Valley for her? Don't be ridiculous. Mu Xuxin shot him a sideways glance, raising her eyebrows slightly. Old Tan and my mom first met in Withering Valley. Back then, Old Tan was just a newly contracted 9th-rank beast tamer. As she spoke, a smile played at the corners of her mouth, though her eyes held a hint of barely perceptible regret. So it's where your parents fell in love. Ji Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder she was so fixated on it. But Uncle Tan specifically told me not to take you outside the city limits. Are you sure this is okay? We're just going to find the spot where they took photos together back then. It won't take long, Mu Xuxin replied casually. Besides, Old Tan left Linyun City before dawn. He won't be back anytime soon. What are you worried about? Ji Yuan shrugged. All right, I'll listen to you. Maybe we'll even find some new Emperor-grade remains. Having officially reached the 6th rank, he could now contract a 3rd beast. Based on current progress, the Star Peak Griffin would be most suitable, but its remains were only 55 complete, best reaching Overlord level. His target was 70 completion. Even if it didn't reach Emperor grade, it should at least fall between legendary and mythical levels. However, true true emperor-grade remains were mostly buried deep underground. There was no rushing it, only luck. They drove swiftly, wheels kicking up dust. Upon reaching Windmark Town, Ji Yuan led Mu Shuxin straight to Hui Yun's house. When the courtyard gate opened, Hui Yun appeared disheveled and haggard, looking considerably older than he had 2 months ago. What happened to you? Ji Yuan's heart tightened, immediately thinking of how Hui Yun's beasts had all perished in the Beast King's secret realm. Those were companions he'd poured his heart and soul into raising. The blow must have been devastating. Let's not talk about that. Hui Yun waved dismissively. Tell me, what brings you here this time? We'd like to leave our car here. We're planning to visit Withering Valley, Ji Yuan said, not introducing Mu Shuxin's identity, as Tan he had instructed him to keep a low profile. Withering Valley. Hui Yun's gaze lingered on Mu Shuxin for a moment before returning to Ji Yuan. That place has complex terrain. Outsiders easily get lost. Would you like me to guide you? This offer caught Ji Yuan off guard. In your current condition, I'm fine. Hui Yun forced a smile and waved his hand. A sturdy rhinoceros appeared in the courtyard, its skin dark and gleaming, standing firmly on 4 strong legs. A common mountain rhinoceros, I just tamed it recently. Ji Yuan leaped onto the rhino's back, finding the broad, flat surface already equipped with custom-made seats, virtually identical to the one from their first meeting. Thanks for guiding us, tour guide Hua, he joked. Having a local guide in unfamiliar mountain valleys was always reassuring. No problem. Huiyin laughed heartily. After 2 months of rest, it's time I got back to work. He then asked them to wait a moment while he went inside to get ready. More than 10 minutes later, Huiyun, now clean shaven and tidied up, once again controlled the rhinoceros, carrying the 2 passengers toward the valley. Along the way, Mu Shuxin was as excited as a sparrow, one moment stroking the rhinoceros's hide, the next pointing and gesturing at the seats behind her, chattering endlessly. Up front, Huiyun glanced sideways at her and said to Ji Yuan in a lowered voice, "Your girlfriend? She seems just as talkative as that Zhao Shan guy." "No, just a regular friend." Ji Yuan shook his head with a chuckle, thinking to himself that her chattiness was indeed identical to Zhao Shan's. The 2 men chatted casually while Mu Shuxin held up her phone, changing angles to take selfies on the rhinoceros's back. Getting carried away with her photo session, she grabbed Ji Yuan's arm and forcibly pulled him into the frame. Unable to escape her persistence, Ji Yuan had no choice but to pose for several photos with her. 10 minutes later, she finally stopped and hugged her phone while browsing through the pictures. Seeing their photos together, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh? You usually look pretty handsome, but in photos you look completely silly." Ji Yuan glanced at her indifferently upon hearing this. "Hey, you're not actually mad, are you?" Mu Shuxin quickly leaned closer, squinting her eyes with an apologetic smile. "Don't be angry. I was actually complimenting you." "Thank you. This is the first time I've heard someone use silly as a compliment." "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. How about I treat you to a big dinner when we get back tonight?" "Really? When has Mu Shuxin ever told a lie?" "All right then, I want the Emperor's set menu." Ji Yuan. The Emperor's set menu costs 30,000 for 1 Servingiri, trying to rip me off. As they bickered along the way, the rhinoceros had already entered the depths of the mountain range. Recently, whenever the 2 argued, the talkative Mu Shuxin always lost to Ji Yuan, and this time was no different. Before long, she admitted defeat, pouting and falling silent. Just as Ji Yuan was about to tease her some more, seeing her expression, he noticed mist quietly beginning to envelop their surroundings. "Stay alert, we're entering Withering Valley," Huiyun warned. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the wide dirt road became shrouded in damp cold. The moment they stepped into Withering Valley, the surrounding forest grew dense, tree trunks covered in green vines, and the moist, fresh fragrance carried a slight chill. White mist rolled and surged, occasionally carrying unclear sounds completely different from the open landscape when they first entered the mountains. In the fog, Ji Yuan felt as if he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm, unpleasant memories surfacing in his heart. At this moment, Mu Shuxin pulled out her phone and held the screen in front of Huiyun. "Guide Hua, can you find this place?" In the photo, a man and woman stood shoulder to shoulder in front of a massive dark tree trunk, gentle smiles on their faces. Judging by the photo alone, the tree would probably require 5 people holding hands to encircle it. The 1,000-year-old ancient tree. You want to go there? Huiyun lived up to his reputation, recognizing it immediately. That ancient tree has a special magnetic field. The creatures in Withering Valley don't go near it. It's a good spot. The mist grew thicker as Huiyun controlled the rhinoceros through the forest, and surprisingly, they encountered no other tourists along the way. Logically, Withering Valley should have had quite a few people. Ji Yuan voiced his confusion, but Huiyun only urged the rhinoceros to speed up and gave a few perfunctory responses. This struck Ji Yuan as odd, but considering Tan He's trust in Huiyun, he decided to let it go for now. As the mist gradually thinned, the rhinoceros's hoofbeats slowly came to a stop. Ahead lay a clearing several hundred meters square, with nothing but a towering giant tree in the center, no other vegetation in sight. "This is the place," Huiyun announced. Mu Shushin eagerly jumped down from the rhinoceros and ran toward the giant tree known as the thousand-year-old ancient tree. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, feeling something was off, and followed her down to the ground. Just then, I've brought the people as requested. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Hua Yun suddenly shouted without warning, and before his words had finished echoing, he turned the rhinoceros around and charged straight into the mist. At the same time, massive dark shadows began emerging from all around them. Watch out. The sky suddenly tore open with a sharp whistling sound. Ji Yuan's face changed drastically as he yanked Mu Shushin, who was about to approach the thousand-year-old ancient tree, and both of them flashed backward almost simultaneously. Bang! A dull thunderous crash shook the ground, and where Mu Shushin had been standing, a towering black shadow now loomed. Who's there? The sudden commotion sent cold sweat down her spine. The black shadow slowly straightened up. Its height of over 4 meters nearly blocked out the sky. Its grayish-white face was sinister and twisted, clearly masculine in features, yet covered with coarse black hair, with 4 thick pectoral muscles protruding unnaturally from its chest. How is it possible for anyone to grow 4 meters tall? Ji Yuan's heart pounded wildly. Looking at the body hair and exaggerated muscles, a bizarre sense of something half-human, half-ape suddenly emerged. A human-faced, frenzied ape. Mu Shushin immediately recognized this disaster-level creature. Dense fog rolled around them as dark shadows swept through the mist like wolves and beasts, instantly forming an encirclement. Ji Yuan clenched his fists as azure flames surged violently within him. The adolescent Qilin auspicious beast-taming stepped out from the void, its blue and white scales gleaming with cold light. Boom! Imperial-level bloodline pressure exploded outward, even dispersing the fog and revealing a group of exotic beasts frozen in place by the intimidation. Flame storm, he roared, as netherworld flames rolled out from Ming's body, wildly sweeping in all directions, the scorching temperature distorting the air like water waves. However, the human-faced frenzied ape neither dodged nor avoided, letting the flames lick at it as it approached them with heavy steps. It's useless. The human-faced frenzied ape is the nemesis of fire elements. Mu Shushin urgently warned, having been momentarily stunned by Ming's sudden appearance. Fire immunity again? Isn't that a rare trait? Ji Yuan silently complained, about to switch to flash soul for battle. Watermelon, use wind guillotine. With Mu Shushin's delicate shout, whoosh. Violent winds generated out of thin air, and a serpentine light shadow carried the wind in a sweeping motion, fiercely locking onto the human-faced frenzied ape's neck. Pale green light flashed brilliantly. Guillotine. Hiss. Blood spurted as the wheels-eyed ape head fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. The ordeal was far from over. Mu Shushin raised her slender finger, quickly drawing circles in midair. Ji Yuan could see clearly that the serpentine light shadow spiraled and danced following her finger movements, whipping up sharp wind blades to perform a comprehensive dismemberment of the giant ape's remains. Human-faced frenzied apes have extremely strong vitality. Even after decapitation, they can survive for 10 minutes. It must be killed completely in one go, she explained briefly. In just a few seconds, the 4-meter-tall giant ape was cut into pieces, crimson blood pooling into a small river, the pungent metallic smell rushing into their nostrils. Ji Yuan stared blankly at his companion. Mu Shushin expressionlessly dusted off her palms, her clean and efficient demeanor completely different from her usual bright and lively personality. What are you looking at? When encountering danger in the wilderness, you must act decisively and leave no room for error. That's what my mom taught me, and I've always remembered it well. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Seeing his surprise, her eyebrows carried a hint of pride. Don't celebrate too early. Ji Yuan shook his head, his expression grave and puzzled. What the hell is that bastard Hua Yun up to? What he said earlier implied that people have been lying in ambush here all along. The beast pack, still intimidated by Ming's pressure, remained prostrate around them, while the Qilin auspicious beast held its head high, flames still surging within its body. Just then, 3 human figures slowly emerged from the mist ahead. They wore blood-red robes with ice-white markings painted on their faces, looking exactly like the indigenous shamans of Withering Valley. How can this be? Mu Shushin murmured in a low voice, her tone revealing panic for the first time. Do you know them? He quickly turned his head toward her. I've seen this kind of attire in ancient texts, but this makes no sense. Mu Shushin stared ahead in disbelief, then turned to Ji Yuan and whispered, these people's clothing comes from a civilization that perished long ago. She immediately pulled out her specialized communicator, her fingers rapidly inputting a distress code, but the screen only flickered once before going completely dark. The signal was completely blocked by some unknown force. A few steps away, the pack of wild beasts that had been cowering from the earlier intimidating aura regained their senses and charged forward with roars. Ming stepped forward, gathering dark purple flames at his claws into several black-purple fireballs that whistled through the air. Under the dual torment of high temperature and soul-searing flames, The beast pack only managed a few agonized screams before turning to ash. This battle companion, now entering its adolescent phase, had dramatically increased in power compared to before. Mu Shuxin, also a 6th-rank beast tamer, narrowed her Isis 6th-rank cultivation paired with a mythical bloodline beast companion represented combat power far beyond the standard level. Before the embers had fully settled, the ground suddenly trembled as massive soul spirit demon scorpions burst from the earth. Ji Yuan looked toward the 3 strangely dressed figures in the distance, his heart tightening. They could actually control wild creatures. Mu Shuxin's expression grew grave as she quickly warned, once the fighting starts, absolutely don't let them get close. If they control your beast companion, recall it immediately. Before she finished speaking, the scorpion swarm charged. Mu Shuxin summoned her wind attribute serpentine battle companion with 2 pairs of delicate wings watermelon. The serpent soared into the air, and a massive mysterious phantom spread its wings behind it, raining down countless pale green feather blades. However, the feather blades shattered the moment they touched the scorpion armor, unable to penetrate. Ji Yuan recalled the mind battle, where Lu Hen's muscular kangaroo had similarly failed to break through this type of shell. The thickness of the soul spirit demon scorpion's armor was once again confirmed. Mu Shuxin raised her hand, and watermelon vanished in a flash of light. The next instant, the air blazed with scorching heat. Roar! A massive stone colossus wreathed in black flames suddenly burst through the air, standing several zhang tall with molten lava flowing through the cracks in its rocky body. Apple, smash them! Mu Shuxin commanded. The giant leaped into the scorpion swarm, its massive form crashing down like a falling comet, the thunderous impact shaking the entire area. Then its fists began pummeling, each punch denting the shell of a soul spirit demon scorpion and sending bodily fluids flying. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. This was the true foundation of a prestigious family. He couldn't help but think of the inside information Zhao Shan had revealed. Su Xin held a lowly position in the Su family with scarce resources, and if not for her grandfather being the family head, she would struggle to even maintain her footing. Comparing this to Mu Shuxin's current overwhelming power, his feelings were mixed. Being born into a wealthy family didn't necessarily mean good fortune, but it certainly provided combat capabilities others could hardly match. Got any more tricks? Bring them all out. Mu Shuxin was fired up with battle spirit, hands on her hips as she shouted provocatively at their opponents. The soul spirit demon scorpions were quickly completely eliminated, but the 3 mysterious figures didn't retreat. A pale red mist suddenly appeared around them, swirling like blood. The next moment, a hoarse voice emerged from the mist. Soul disruption. In a flash, both Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin froze in place, their pupils losing focus and expressions becoming wooden, as if their souls had been forcibly extracted. Their respective beast companions immediately dissipated, forced back into their beast-taming seals. Soul disruption. The moment those words rang out, Ji Yuan felt his vision go black, strange whispers echoing in his ears. He tried to struggle, but found himself paralyzed as if pressed down by a ghost. The murmurs from the darkness felt like icy vines wrapping around his consciousness. He desperately called out to Ming and Shampa in his mind, only to discover that his spiritual connection with the 2 beasts had been severed, as if cut by a blade. The unfamiliar sense of losing control made his heart race wildly. With no other choice, he had to take a desperate gamble. Ji Yuan forcibly gathered the chaotic soul power within his body, compressing all his strength like a rushing tide into his heart. Bang! In the next second, the wave-like soul power exploded, thundering through his body. The moment he broke free from the restraints, his mind roared and the world returned to clarity. The whispers faded, his vision cleared, and those 3 bizarrely shaped figures had closed in to within 10 feet. The overwhelming pressure made his hair stand on end. At the same time, the unconscious Mu Shuxin was awakened by the violent soul fluctuation. She gasped heavily, her face pale, and managed to whisper to Ji Yuan, "You will be weakened for a while after detonating your soul power. Can you hold on?" Ji Yuan's vision darkened, his chest felt hollow as if struck by a heavy hammer, and his consciousness began to waver again. Mu Shuxin gritted her teeth and pulled out a fist-sized bottle of pale blue liquid from her storage ring, pressing it into his hands. Soul power supplement. Those 3 have strange methods. I can't handle them alone. Holy crap, there's actually something like this? Ji Yuan was overjoyed and tilted his head back, downing the entire bottle. Warmth exploded in his abdomen, and his depleted soul power rapidly surged back. He shouted, "Awesome!" With his strength restored, he summoned Ming once more. The azure netherworld flames, along with Mu Shuxin's burning giant, simultaneously charged at the 3 strange men. The giant raised its fists capable of crushing soul magic scorpions to pulp and brought them down like thunder. However, the 3 opponents simply raised their hands, 1 fist each. Boom! In the dull explosion, the burning giant was actually forced back several steps. The netherworld flames that followed swept forward but seemed to hit an invisible shield. their light rapidly dimming without leaving a single mark. What's going on? Ji Yuan turned to stare at Mu Shuxin, the only one who might have answers. Her voice was low. They've already figured out our grades. That invisible soul armor blocks ordinary beast attacks. Only soul resonance can break through it. But we're both only 6th grade. Soul resonance. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ji Yuan cursed inwardly, then shouted. Ming, flame storm. Mu Shuxin thought he was still trying to force his way through and was about to stop him, but suddenly focused. Towering azure flames roared upward, instantly engulfing the 3 men. At first, they looked indifferent, seemingly too lazy to dodge. A cold smile appeared on Ji Yuan's lips as he immediately infused special-grade soul power into the netherworld flames. Boom! The fire surged violently, the azure flames forming a vortex. The soul-burning properties amplified several times under the soul resonance. In the scorching spiritual heat, the faces of the 3 bizarrely shaped men changed for the first time. Visible cracks began to appear across the surface of their skin. Netherworld flames surged wildly through the fissures, and piercing screams and wails erupted instantly. You can actually resonate. Mu Shuxin exclaimed in shock and delight, staring at Ji Yuan with disbelief. Whoosh! A sudden sound of something cutting through the air came from behind them. A white shadow the size of a fist struck Mu Shuxin's back with terrifying force. Caught off guard, she tumbled toward Ji Yuan, and both crashed to the ground. The sudden change distracted Ming, causing the netherworld flames to dim. Keep going. Don't stop, Ji Yuan shouted hoarsely from the ground, but Ming's form was violently thrown back, extinguishing the flames completely. Ugh! Mu Shuxin lay on top of Ji Yuan, her delicate face contorted in pain, sweat beading on her forehead clearly badly injured. The next moment, a cold gleam flashed from above. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted as he pressed his palms against Mu Shuxin's chest and pushed hard. Ah! The sudden pressure on her sensitive area made Mu Shuxin cry out, but before she could speak, a white shadow dove down. Flash! Accompanied by the dull sound of tearing flesh, Ji Yuan screamed in agony. Arg! Mu Shuxin's eyes widened, her red lips trembling. Ji Yuan. The attacker was a snow-white rat with sharp horns almost identical to the horn rats from the depths of Hongling City's mineral veins. At that moment, its razor-sharp horn was deeply embedded in Ji Yuan's left abdomen, blood flowing freely as the tearing pain made him clench his brow tightly. Roar! Sensing his master's severe injury, Ming bellowed and reignited the netherworld flames. The scorching heat forced the horn rat to withdraw its horn and retreat in panic. Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin embraced him with tears in her eyes. Her embarrassment was forgotten. She now understood that his earlier push had saved her life. Besides the excruciating pain, the wound carried a numbing sensation. Poison. Ji Yuan endured the pain, pulling out his remaining antidote and hemostatic pills from his storage ring, swallowing them before struggling to stand with Mu Shuxin's support. In the distance, the trio who had been scorched by the netherworld flames lay gasping heavily on the ground, clearly not the perpetrators of the ambush. That left only one possibility. Huiyun. Ji Yuan stared at the man slowly emerging from behind the ancient tree, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. Your beast. That's right. Huiyun spread his hands with a casual smile. It never died in the Beast King's secret realm. Ji Yuan, you're truly unlucky normally. Beast tamers below 6th rank aren't within our hunting scope, but you keep mixing with people from the 5 great families. He sighed and shook his head. Last time in the secret realm, I thought all 3 of you would die, but you all survived, so I had to bring you back. Unfortunately, today you won't have such luck again. Huiyun's gaze fell on Mu Shuxin. You've been trying to contact Tanny? Stop wasting your effort. The magnetic field in Withering Valley is strange. Any technology becomes useless here. His voice turned cold. The children of the 5 great families will eventually be trained into high-rank beast tamers, posing too great a threat to us. They must be eliminated early. Suddenly, Ji Yuan looked sideways. Ming staggered and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The toxin's taking effect? Huiyun laughed wickedly. It's not lethal, but it can temporarily paralyze any living being. At the same time, Mu Shuxin's face turned deathly pale, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. I've been lurking in this cursed place for over 10 years, and today I can finally harvest a young beast tamer from one of the 5 great families with my own hands. Ha! Huiyun's maniacal laughter echoed as his sinister gaze locked onto Mu Shuxin. Your head will let me exchange for something I've dreamed of. The moment Huiyun was about to command his beast to attack, Mu Shuxin mustered her last ounce of strength, and the burning colossus leaped from the distance. The colossus's flames carved a blazing arc through the night sky. Huiyun's lips curled into a smirk as he slapped the beast pouch at his waist, and his armored rhinoceros mount crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The rhino's thick neck and single horn pointed forward, meeting the colossus's descending fists heat in bang. The ground shattered into a web of cracks, dust billowing everywhere. Yet the rhinoceros remained unmoved. Instead, with a powerful thrust, it pushed the burning colossus back several meters. I have an antidote too, but it works slowly. Can you hold on? Mu Shushin knelt on the ground, her lips drained of color, sweat trickling down her temples. She looked up at Ji Yuan with nothing but despair in her eyes. Let me answer for him. Hui Yun paced leisurely, as if the battle's outcome rested in his palm. He only has that one beast capable of changing attributes. If you're counting on him, Miss Mu, you're gravely mistaken. Years ago in the Beast King's secret realm, Ji Yuan's deliberately casual remark to Zhao Shan had fooled Hui Yun completely. First, the secret realm couldn't possibly harbor lightning-type creatures, as they naturally repelled the forbidden crab, so he ruled out any possibility of Ji Yuan contracting a new beast. Second, Tanny had personally told him that Ji Yuan possessed only one beast. Hui Yun prided himself on maintaining his cover for over a decade without a single slip otherwise. How could Tanny have entrusted Ji Yuan to him during the Withering Valley expedition? Tanny would never deceive him. Stop struggling, Miss Mu. I'll be very gentle. His laughter grew bold as he approached the pair. Ji Yuan lowered his gaze. Who would have thought that little deception in the secret realm would become such crucial foreshadowing now? Mu Shushin clenched her fists, wanting to rise, but heard Ji Yuan whisper, "Let him come closer. I'll tell you when to move." Her eyes flickered. She was reluctant to place her life in another's hands, but remembering how he had pushed her away moments before, and feeling the poison ravaging her body, she steeled herself to trust him this once. Ji Yuan exhaled deeply, as if resigned to fate, and recalled Ming back into his beast seal. Seeing this, Hui Yun's smile grew even brighter. The rhinoceros dissolved into scattered light, replaced by a white shadow horn rat perching on his left shoulder. 8 steps. Once the target entered within 8 steps, the shadowhorn rat could deliver a fatal strike. The initial human-faced ape was one of his 3 beasts, yet it had been instantly killed at the battle's start. The rhinoceros's attacks were too straightforward, while the shadowhorn rat required close proximity. His verbose appearance was actually a ploy to create the perfect killing distance for the shadowhorn rat. His gaze swept between the wounded Ji Yuan and the poisoned Mu Shushin. Some inexplicable unease compelled him to target Ji Yuan for the first kill. He took another step forward. Boom. Behind him, the burning colossus raised both fists high and brought them crashing down. Hui Yun snorted coldly, summoning the rhinoceros again. Its steel armor lifted to block the fiery punch. Crack thunder suddenly exploded. What? Hui Yun whipped around to see a dark figure wreathed in lightning hurtling toward him. Lightning dance. Ji Yuan roared. Electric arcs crawled over Hui Yun's entire body like serpentine vines. He felt as though struck heat in by a speeding train. His ribs caved in, his robes charred, and his whole body flew backwards several yards. As Ji Yuan's battle cry rang out, Hui Yun was sent flying like he'd been hit by an oncoming vehicle, the lightning attribute coursing through his body and making him scream in agony. At the same time, the lightning from the lightning dance shot toward the rhinoceros, electrocuting the massive beast until it flipped onto its back, thrashing wildly. Before the lightning had fully dissipated, Ji Yuan had already spun around swiftly. Behind him, 3 bizarrely shaped figures were desperately sprinting toward him, less than 20 meters away. He raised his palm and roared, "Shampa, unleash Fury Blast." Roar. Shampa bared its fangs as electric arcs gathered in its throat, and in the next instant bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous orbs of lightning howled through the air, striking their targets with perfect accuracy. Ah! Without the protection of their soul force armor, the 3 men's flesh and blood couldn't withstand the thunder blast, and they were instantly torn apart by the terrifying impact. When the aftershock passed, 2 had been reduced to charred remains, while only 1 survived, having barely managed to reform his soul force armor at the moment the orb struck. He collapsed to the ground in a wretched state. The relief of surviving lasted only a heartbeat. Electric light gathered in Shampa's mouth once more, and this time, Ji Yuan infused it with an additional strand of soul force. Boom. A soul-shaking explosion swept through the entire forest, causing nearby beast herds to freeze momentarily in confusion. The last strange figure was consumed by the brilliant light, unable to even let out a scream. Having eliminated the remaining enemies, Ji Yuan turned around. Hui Yun lay on his back, staring fixedly at the black giant wolf, his mind screaming. How is this possible? How could he actually have a lightning-type beast companion? Mu Shushin sat slumped nearby, watching this suddenly reversed situation and gazing at Ji Yuan's slender silhouette, her eyes flickering with light. After spending so many days together, she had never realized this person was hiding a lightning-type beast companion. The tables had completely turned. Ji Yuan slowly approached as the electrocuted rhinoceros continued to convulse. With a thought bang, 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 several lightning orbs fired in succession, completely obliterating the massive beast. Immediately after, Shampa landed in front of Hui Yun, its massive jaws opening wide as a thunder orb compressed in its throat, aimed like a gun barrel at Hui Yun's forehead. Move and die. So, the Beast King's secret realm incident 2 months ago was that your deliberate scheme? Ji Yuan looked down at Huiyun on the ground. Unexpectedly, Huiyun suddenly grinned with a sinister smile. Pop! The thick trunk of an ancient tree exploded, and a crimson spear burst forth, aimed directly at Ji Yuan's heart. In that hasty moment, he instinctively dodged sideways. Flash! The spear pierced through his left shoulder, creating an instant bloody hole before embedding in the ground and dissolving into points of light. Intense pain struck him, and if not for the hellish torment he'd endured during Ming's advancement, he would have fainted from the pain. Blood dripped steadily down his arm as his face turned deathly pale. Ji Yuan. The situation changed again. Mu Shuxin, having recovered some strength, rushed forward, and seeing the wound piercing through his shoulder, her expression changed drastically. I'm fine, prepare for battle. Ji Yuan lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping toward the area behind the ancient tree. A man stepped out. Secretary Lin. This unremarkable man who had always stood beside Tan, he was actually the mastermind behind today's entire scheme. Lin Huan. You missed, even with a sneak attack. Huiyun scrambled to his feet, roaring in fury. Secretary Lin ignored him completely, only bowing slightly to Ji Yuan with the same respectful demeanor he'd always shown during their meetings. My apologies. As his words fell, he raised his hand in a gripping motion. Whoosh! A crimson spear materialized out of thin air. Without hesitation, the spear shot forth once more, and this time, the target was Mu Shuxin. Secretary Lin's movements were too swift. From the spear's appearance to its launch took only a split second. The toxins in Mu Shuxin's body hadn't been completely eliminated yet, and she could only watch helplessly as the spear shot toward her. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan suddenly slammed his body into hers, knocking her aside. The crimson spear barely grazed his forehead as he roared. Shampa! Boom! A lightning orb instantly shot out, colliding head-on with the spear. Blazing white arcs and blood-red light exploded together, and the deafening blast echoed through the valley floor. The violent impact sent Ji Yuan flying. He rolled several times across the rough, gravelly ground before coming to a stop, his shoulder blade throbbing with pain and a metallic taste filling his throat. Shampa flashed over and crouched low, pressing its wolf head against his chest to shield its master from the remaining shockwaves. Mu Shuxin rushed over quickly. With a sweep of her sleeve, vibrant life energy surged between her fingers. Her third spirit beast appeared, a butterfly with a flowing, iridescent body. Its wings fluttered lightly, scattering large patches of emerald light that all penetrated into the torn flesh of Ji Yuan's left shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the excruciating pain subsided, and the wound healed at a visible rate. Mu Shuxin knelt down to help him up, mist gathering in her eyes. Her expression was complex, but it only translated into a soft gasp. On the other side, seeing yet another attack miss its mark, Secretary Lin sighed softly and looked up with a sense of nostalgia. Actually, I've quite enjoyed this experience. Before his words had fully faded, he raised his hand to grab his collar and tore his formal attire to shreds with a sharp ripping sound, revealing blood-red undergarments. Immediately, pale markings appeared on his exposed skin, strange, rune-like patterns that spread rapidly, identical to those on the 3 people who had been killed earlier. What does this even mean? The crowd stirred restlessly. From behind, Huiyun watched Secretary Lin's transformation and reminded him with anticipation in his voice. Be careful. This Ji Yuan somehow produces resonance effects despite being only 6th rank. Your soul power suppression won't work on him. Secretary Lin murmured quietly. Then let's make this quick. Bang! He transformed into a human cannonball, the ground caving in beneath him as the air was torn apart with a sharp whistle. Crash! Mu Shuxin instantly summoned her burning colossus. The massive stone body, wreathed in red flames, blocked the path in front of the two. But Secretary Lin delivered just one straight punch. Bang! The colossus shattered with a thunderous crash, blazing fire and rock fragments scattering everywhere like a statue smashed by a giant hammer. Apple! Mu Shuxin cried out in shock. She had never imagined her apple could be destroyed with a single punch. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Secretary Lin hadn't used any spirit beasts. Could there really be a physical sanctification school of practice? This was absolutely insane. With no time to ponder further, he quickly grabbed Mu Shuxin and asked urgently in a low voice. Do you have any more soul power replenishment liquid? Mu Shuxin was stunned, then hurriedly replied. That kind of thing can't be taken consecutively in a short time. There are side effects. What side effects? You'll fall into a coma as little as a few seconds, as much as 10 minutes later. Give it to me. Ji Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment. Meeting the madness in his eyes, Mu Shuxin knew that hesitating now would mean death. Gritting her silver teeth, she retrieved the potion from her storage ring and handed it over. Ji Yuan took it and said, I'll do my best to stall them 3 minutes at most. You must contact Tan He during this time. After 3 minutes, my soul power will be depleted. If you still can't reach him, take me and run. As long as we leave the depths of Withering Valley and reach the outer areas, they probably won't make another move. Hui Yun chose to act here precisely because Secretary Lin's kind of power can't see the light of day. As his words fell, he didn't give Mu Shushin a chance to respond. He leaped onto Shampa's back and roared at Secretary Lin, who was charging toward them. Explosive fury. Ji Yuan spread his 5 fingers wide, channeling his soul power into the lightning orb within Shampa's mouth. Bang! The orb struck Lin's chest with earth-shattering force, causing him to stagger back as dark gray soul power instantly formed a keratin-like armor across his skin. Compared to his 3 subordinates, Secretary Lin was clearly stronger. The explosive impact merely rippled across his armored surface. This 6th-rank Beast Master had forcibly achieved 5th-rank soul resonance, his ferocity exceeding all expectations. Secretary Lin's cold eyes locked onto Ji Yuan, his voice low and menacing. You pose a greater threat than the fresh blood of the 5 great families. The Mu family girl may leave today, but you must die. Whoosh. Seizing the moment, Hui Yun summoned his snow-white shadow horn rat for a vicious sneak attack, hoping to divide Ji Yuan's attention. Whoosh. The moment the rat approached, azure flames erupted from the ground. Screech. The blazing fire instantly consumed the creature, its piercing death cry splitting the air. Almost simultaneously, Secretary Lin's figure flashed forward, his iron fist aimed straight at Ji Yuan's face. Lightning dance. Boom. The massive Shampa charged upward, deliberately avoiding the punch's trajectory and sending Secretary Lin stumbling back several steps. You can actually control 2 beasts simultaneously. Hui Yun shrieked in disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. Secretary Lin narrowed his eyes, equally shocked. Behind them, Mu Shushin stood frozen, finally understanding the source of Ji Yuan's confidence. The young man's lean silhouette appeared incredibly reliable in that moment. There's much more you don't know. Ji Yuan laughed heartily. To his left, the azure and white Qilin stepped proudly through flames. To his right, the black-furred, deep blue-striped thunder wolf crouched low with a menacing growl. Less than 2 months since becoming a beast master, he had already developed terrifying combat power. Flame storm, lightning dance, explosive burst. His soul power rapidly depleted as he held nothing back, unleashing beast skills like a torrential downpour. Throughout the assault, he continuously resonated his soul power with the netherworld flames, allowing Shampa to detonate its violent energy again amid the scorching blaze. Under the relentless bombardment, Secretary Lin had no choice but to cross his arms defensively. His keratin armor proved incredibly durable. Only when Ji Yuan's soul power neared exhaustion did a single crack finally appear in the gray-black armor. The moment an opportunity arose, Secretary Lin burst forward to counterattack. A cold gleam flashed from Ji Yuan's beast ring as he uncapped a soul power supplement, downing the pale blue liquid in one gulp. Thunder Judgment. Just as Secretary Lin closed in, Shampa raised its head and howled. Dark clouds churned overhead as lightning serpents danced wildly. Hui Yun's face turned deathly pale as he retreated in panic with all his beasts destroyed. He was barely clinging to life. Rumble. A massive lightning pillar crashed down, striking Secretary Lin with devastating force and hurling him several meters away. Damn it. Secretary Lin staggered to his feet, veins bulging at his temples. For years, fearing that he might detect something amiss, he hadn't dared advance his power further, which led to today's failure against a mere 6th-rank Beastmaster. Of course, what made Ji Yuan truly troublesome was his nearly unreasonable fighting style. If not for the beast seals still visible during summoning, he would never have believed a 6th-rank Beastmaster could fight like a 5th-rank. It seems I cannot succeed today. Old Tan! Old Tan! Suddenly, excited shouts came from behind. She had contacted Tan. Whoosh! In an instant, the crimson spear materialized once more. He had intended to interrupt Mu Shushin, but before the spear could be hurled, thunder crashed down from the heavens first. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth and roared in fury, forced to abandon his target and hurl the crimson spear at the crackling lightning instead. Bang! Metal collided with lightning, and brilliant white shockwaves tore through the clouds in midair. Ji Yuan saw it clearly every time Secretary Lin conjured the crimson spear. The white markings on his skin visibly faded, clearly a technique that consumed tremendous amounts of blood essence. There was no time to delay. He suddenly withdrew half the soul power from his body and channeled it all into the rolling thunderclouds overhead. Rumble. In an instant, lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, and with the resonance of soul power, each thunderclap transformed into a spiritual hammer. Secretary Lin was struck repeatedly by the raging lightning. The resonance effect left him dazed time and again, unable to move, only capable of furious roars. Ah! Lin Huan, watch out ahead! Hui Yun shrieked desperately. Secretary Lin's heart lurched. Looking up, he saw Ji Yuan approaching with murderous intent alongside the azure Qilin beast-taming, cutting through the wind. Just as he was about to retreat, another bolt of lightning crashed down, and under the soul shock, he was momentarily stunned again. Crack. The protective soul-powered armor could no longer hold and shattered into pieces. I'll risk everything. Secretary Lin's eyes turned blood red as terrifying qi and blood within his body caused his robes to bulge like blood-filled drums. At the same time, Ji Yuan and Ming had closed to within 30 feet. Ming, phantom assault. Ji Yuan commanded in a low voice. This was his strongest offensive technique at this stage: resonance, light, and shadow assault. Even if Champa couldn't coordinate, as long as he could severely wound his opponent, he could create an escape opportunity for Mu Shuxin. Ming's beast eyes flashed with dark azure light, and a phantom sentence similar to its true form howled forth, with the real body following close behind. Ji Yuan compressed all his remaining soul power into his heart, waiting to unleash it. Secretary Lin, having been struck by lightning repeatedly, threw caution to the wind as blinding bloodlight suddenly shot from his chest. Whoosh! The bloodlight pierced through the phantom's head with devastating force, then grazed past Ming's ear toward the clouds, instantly shattering the thunderclouds formed by Champa. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the valley once again revealed the gloomy firmament. But this strike also brought backlash. After the bloodlight left his body, Secretary Lin's aura plummeted dramatically, and his skin visibly withered and aged. Ming skidded to a halt, sending debris flying. Ji Yuan raised his fist and struck Secretary Lin's face with tremendous force. Bang! The face, now without its soul-powered armor, caved in with a resounding impact. Blood and broken teeth flew as Secretary Lin was sent flying several yards. Ji Yuan's soul power was now completely depleted. He knew this punch wasn't fatal, but he had no other options. Gritting his teeth, he leaped onto Ming's back and recalled Champa. Go! Ming transformed into an azure streak racing toward Mu Shuxin. Halfway there, Ji Yuan's vision went black and he collapsed unconscious. The soul power depletion also forced Ming to return to the beast-taming seal. Ji Yuan fell straight down, but Mu Shuxin rushed forward to catch him, then turned and fled. On the other side, Huiyun, whose spirit beasts had all been destroyed, dared not give chase and could only turn to help up Secretary Lin, who lay on the ground. By the time they returned, Secretary Lin's appearance had aged dramatically, resembling an 80-year-old man. The missing front teeth that Ji Yuan had knocked out made him look even more decrepit. His mouth hung slightly open, seemingly murmuring in low tones. Thinking he might have last words, Huiyun leaned in closer. In the next moment, Secretary Lin's face suddenly contorted as he violently seized Huiyun's body. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the thick fog, echoing throughout the valley. After a long while, the valley floor finally fell silent. Secretary Lin slowly straightened up, exhaling a long breath of stale air. His face was completely transformed from before, young and full of vitality. At his feet, Huiyun was reduced to nothing but a pile of flesh-stripped white bones. Tui! He spat in disgust, his gaze turning ice cold as he looked toward the direction where Ji Yuan and the others had disappeared. Ji Yuan, a 6th-rank beast tamer with 5th-rank combat power. If we let him continue growing, he'll become a major threat to our clan. Secretary Lin muttered to himself, his expression sinister. This body is now exposed. The beast-tamer alliance will soon catch on. I must quickly notify my brethren to strike first before the alliance can react. He didn't give chase, but instead turned and walked deeper into the withering valley, his figure swallowed by the mist. Time passed unknowingly as Ji Yuan's consciousness drifted in and out of chaos. He heard muffled sobbing nearby, but when he tried to open his eyes, they felt weighted down by 1,000 pounds, forcing him back into darkness. The second time he awakened, he first noticed his head resting on something soft, his body gently swaying with weak movements. He struggled to open his eyes and dimly made out that he seemed to be lying on someone's lap. Ji Yuan? Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin's urgent calls drifted into his ears, but darkness dragged him back into the abyss once more. During his long slumber, the same nightmare repeatedly assaulted him. People in blood-red robes with white symbols covering their faces surrounded him, whispering as if reciting some forbidden incantation. With their whispers, he felt his soul being forcibly extracted, allowing those people to devour it. Finally, he saw their faces clearly. They were all Secretary Lin. Hiss! Ji Yuan bolted upright, cold sweat soaking his back, his heart pounding wildly. He's awake. Quick, notify Mayor Tan. Ji Yuan is awake. A nurse burst through the door, shouting joyfully before rushing back out. Ji Yuan looked around and realized he was in a hospital room. Outside the window, night was thick, and the 4-tube on the back of his hand felt cold. He raised his hand to press against his throbbing forehead, waves of sharp pain hitting him. Ji Yuan. A graceful figure rushed into the room. Before he could see clearly, soft arms and a faint osmanthus fragrance enveloped him. The headache seemed to ease slightly with the scent. He instinctively pulled away. Mu Shuxin, what happened to me? You were unconscious for 3 days. You scared me to death. Though Mu Shuxin's words sounded reproachful, she hugged him even tighter. Ahem, ahem. Light coughing came from the doorway. Only then did she realize there was someone else in the room. She quickly let go, her face turning bright red. Oh, you're here too? He was speechless at his daughter's behavior and spoke seriously to Ji Yuan. The city tournament rules have changed. Not only that, but the national city rankings will also be significantly adjusted. Mu Shuxing crossed her arms in displeasure. Old Tan, Ji Yuan just woke up, can't you let him rest? He ignored his daughter. Ji Yuan frowned in speculation. This is related to what we experienced before. Yes. He nodded, his voice heavy. In the 3 days after your incident, other cities also experienced assassination attempts of varying degrees. These damned sewer rats have been lurking deeper than we imagined. As he said this, his eyes turned bone-chillingly cold. What exactly are these people? Ji Yuan leaned against his pillow, confusion swirling within him. He spoke a name he had never heard before: the Cursed Soul Nation. The Cursed Soul Nation? Ji Yuan was completely bewildered, had never heard of such a country existing in the world. He voiced his confusion. Mu Shuxing crossed her arms, leaned forward slightly, and spoke concisely. In ancient times, 3 great powers stood side by side: the Cursed Soul Nation, the Tech Era, and our Great Xia. She raised her hand, showing 3 fingers, and quickened her pace. Great Xia was founded on beast-taming, with contracts between humans and beasts in mutual dependence. The Tech Era worshipped technology, obsessed with arming themselves and their beasts with machinery and energy. These 2 nations have been bound together since ancient times and remain the strongest allies to this day. When she mentioned the 3rd name, fury suddenly blazed in her eyes. Only the Cursed Soul Nation, they were all complete lunatics. She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. They tortured and slaughtered beasts, devoured souls, and used bloody forbidden arts to enhance their power. The people of the Cursed Soul Nation were brutal and bloodthirsty, launching what was called the world-ending war in ancient times. With their sinister soul power barriers and unique combat methods, they forced both Great Xia and the Tech Era into continuous retreat from the very first battle. He stood nearby, as if witnessing the horrific scenes from historical records, the sky torn apart by soul power, mountains and rivers stained with blood. Mu Shuxing took a deep breath and continued. Fortunately, our predecessors discovered the pattern of soul power resonance at the brink of life and death, finally breaking through the barriers. In the end, Great Xia and the Tech Era joined forces to completely destroy the Cursed Soul Nation. After finishing, she looked up at He with a raised eyebrow and smiled. Old Tan, did I miss anything? Pretty much right. Mayor He nodded, but added, however, there's one more thing. When the Cursed Soul Nation was destroyed, their core forbidden arts went missing. To prevent their resurgence, the Beast-Taming Alliance established a Rulini Beast Tamer who advances to 5th rank must register. This serves 2 purposes: building our reserve forces and guarding against Cursed Soul remnants secretly weakening Great Xia. These sewer rats hide extremely well. As he finished speaking, his gaze became sharp as a blade. Who could have imagined that Secretary Lin, who had served him for years, was actually a Cursed Soul remnant? Only then did Ji Yuan suddenly understand, quickly connecting the recent events in his mind. During the Withering Valley expedition, he had already noticed that the valley's rich ecosystem was far less miraculous than the online reviews claim, that it was actually a carefully laid trap. The mastermind Huayun disguised himself as a professional guide. If his clients were ordinary people, he would behave properly. But when he encountered careless wealthy heirs, he would immediately contact his accomplices in the valley to strip the targets clean, then move to the next hunting ground after success. During this ambush, Huayun had declared, Mu Shuxing's life can be exchanged for the item I've been dreaming of. This proved that not only did Cursed Soul remnants survive, but they had also secretly gathered considerable power. Ji Yuan also recalled the recent sudden rampage of the creature swarm at the mineral vein. Zhao Shan had mentioned that besides Su Ziyin and Xiao Lingjue, people from the Zhang and Jiang families were also in the mining area that day. The rampage occurred without warning 9 times out of 10. It was also the work of Cursed Soul remnants. Going further back, could that 3rd-rank beast tamer who died in a creature swarm rampage years ago also have been a victim of carefully orchestrated murder? Undercurrents were stirring. What are you thinking about? Seeing Ji Yuan's grave expression, Mu Shuxing spoke up to ask what was wrong. Ji Yuan laid out every detail of his deductions in an organized manner. Withering Valley was very likely a hideout for remnants of the Cursed Soul faction, and he had already reported the situation to the Beast Tamer Alliance immediately. The Alliance would soon dispatch investigators to the valley. The only thing you need to do now is focus on healing your injuries. After listening, He nodded solemnly, his eyes flashing with approval. Once you're back in peak condition, put all your energy into preparing for the city tournament. He looked at Ji Yuan with satisfaction and added with a smile. This time I'm listening to Shuxing completely. You really surprised us, kid. Well done, you acted like a real man. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand to pat Ji Yuan's shoulder. His left shoulder is injured. Mu Shuxing quickly reminded him. He's hand froze midair, and he had to casually withdraw it and stuff it into his coat pocket. Get some rest first. We'll discuss the tournament format changes tomorrow. With that, he turned and left the hospital room. Mu Shuxin pulled a chair over to the bedside and was just about to sit down when Tanhe's voice came from the doorway. Shuxin, it's late, didn't disturb his rest. She froze mid-motion, her cheeks flushing slightly as she responded glumly. Bye. Only then did she reluctantly follow her father. Walking out into the corridor, the night breeze brushed their faces as he wore a faint smile. So, now you should know how to explain things to your mother when we get back, right? I really don't know what incredible luck you had to find a gem like Ji Yuan in a small place like Linyun. Mu Shuxin shot him a sideways glance. Don't get too cocky yet. In fact, her sudden visit to Linyun City was due to a deeply consequential wager one that traced back 10 years. For this year's city tournament, someone representing he had to break into the top 10, or he would lose the bet. To confirm her candidate, she had come early to assess the situation. If the candidate wasn't suitable, she still had a month to find a remedy. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan's performance far exceeded her expectations. With her discerning eye, she believed he could even break into the top 3. The father and daughter walked side by side, their shadows stretched long under the streetlights. Mu Shuxin suddenly lowered her voice. Dad, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Does Ji Yuan have, that thing? She gestured with her hands, unable to find the right words. What? Ugh, I mean a girlfriend. He raised an eyebrow. You've taken a liking to him? I'm not sure if it's just a momentary impulse. Mu Shuxin shrugged. No one keeps me company at the Mu family estate, and those other young masters from prominent families always put on airs and complain that I talk too much. But during my time in Linyun, Ji Yuan has been with me every day. It's comfortable being around him, never crosses boundaries or offends me. What really moved my heart was what happened at Withering Valley. Stayed calm in the face of danger, rushed out to turn the tide when I was in despair, and fought bravely against the remnants of the cursed Soul Nation. Moonlight bathed her fair face, and her eyes seemed to hold stars. When words failed her, she gestured frantically. You understand, right? Those experiences, compared to everyday thoughtfulness. He chuckled softly and finished her sentence. They're all bonus points. Exactly. Bonus points. Mu Shuxin clapped her hands, her eyes crinkling with laughter. So, back to the main point, does he have a girlfriend or not? Or someone he's interested in? Let me think. He pretended to ponder, then spoke slowly after a long pause. I think he does, and she's from the Su family. What? Really? Just kidding. Old Tan. That night, Ji Yuan was once again tormented by the bizarre dream of his soul being devoured. When his eyelids suddenly twitched, he sat up in the dim morning light, his undershirt already soaked with cold sweat. Pulling out his phone, the screen was nearly overwhelmed with a dense array of unread messages, Zhao Shan's bombardment of texts, and a long queue of missed calls, including one from Su Ziyin. Rubbing his temples, he remembered that before departing for Withering Valley yesterday, he had casually shared his coordinates in their group chat. The two had subsequently arranged to meet in Linyun City, with the timestamp showing it was supposed to be last night. Just as Ji Yuan was about to call back, the hospital room door was suddenly pushed open. Old Ji. Zhao Shan burst in, wrapped in a thick down jacket and wearing dark sunglasses, looking like a walking dumpling, clearly about to pounce in the next second. At the crucial moment, a pale, delicate hand precisely grabbed his collar. Zhao Shan, keep it down, this is a hospital. Su Ziyin followed behind, her cream-colored down jacket burying half of her oval face in a blue scarf, revealing only a pair of clear eyes. Cold air rushed in from the window, but the room quickly became lively with their arrival. Ji Yuan leaned against the headboard, watching this animated pair, and couldn't help but smile after not seeing them for a month. He never expected to reunite in a hospital room. The two approached his bedside, with Zhao Shan circling around to examine him from all angles, while Su Ziyin asked with concern, How are you? Nothing serious, I hope. I'm fine. Ji Yuan shook his head. How did you find me here? Hey, my old man knows Mayor Tan. When I saw you disappeared for several days, I had him help track you down. I heard you were ambushed again. Zhao Shan looked impressed. Was it that Zhang Jilin guy again this time? No, Hui Yun. Ji Yuan's voice dropped extremely low. The moment the name was spoken, the room fell silent. Ji Yuan recounted the entire journey from beginning to end, leaving both listeners with sweaty palms, as if they had experienced the life and death escape from Withering Valley themselves. Holy shit, Zhao Shan's eyelids twitched. Looks like I really should listen to my old man from now on and bring bodyguards when going out. Su Ziyin also nodded with lingering fear. Thank goodness we didn't go in that day. With our strength at the time, we would have been doomed. Ji Yuan silently agreed. If they had encountered the ambush in the depths of Withering Valley back then, they would have had no chance of resistance. Unwilling to dwell further on that dangerous experience, he changed the subject. Speaking of which, the city tournament is in just over 10 days. How are your preparations going? Zhao Shan immediately looked miserable. Don't even mention it. Bingbing's advancement still isn't finished, and I'm going crazy with worry. This long. Ji Yuan remembered that his Snow Peak Ice Ape had started advancing right after they returned from the Beast King's secret realm, and it had been nearly 2 months now. I'm puzzled too, but my old man just tells me to be patient. Zhao Shan shrugged. Then he and Ji Yuan both turned to look at Su Zin. Oh, I don't need to participate in the city tournament. Su Zin squinted her eyes and added quietly. After the competition ends, I can directly choose my academy. What? You 5 great families get guaranteed admission. Ji Yuan was surprised, but then thought it made sense the top 10 major cities all had hundreds of guaranteed admission slots, let alone the 5 great beast-taming families. Yes, it's a rule of the Beast-Taming Alliance, Su Zin explained. After all, the overall strength of the younger generation from the 5 great families is considerably above average. As she spoke, she moved a bit closer to the bedside. Only then did Ji Yuan notice she was carrying a pink bag, and she was currently rummaging through it for something. Just as he was wondering what she was doing, Su Zin's hand paused, and she pulled out a sky blue scarf from her bag, holding it out with both hands. When Ji Yuan took it and looked, he saw it was exactly the same style as the one around her neck. This is a gift for you both. The girl's voice was soft but earnest. After speaking, she pulled out another matching blue scarf and stuffed it into Zhao Shan's hands, to commemorate our friendship. Miss Su is quite thoughtful. Zhao Shan exclaimed with delight as he held up the scarf to examine it, his voice full of emotion. No girl has ever given me a gift before. You wouldn't happen to. Get lost. A disgusted voice came muffled from behind Su Zin's scarf. Zhao Shan's expression instantly froze, and he turned to complain to Ji Yuan. Gee, I told you she's changed now, she even curses. You're talking nonsense. Su Zin raised her hand as if to swat him, but before it could land, the hospital room door was pushed open again. Ji Yuan, are you hungry? I'll take you to get something delicious. A lively figure bounced into the room. Mu Shushin's steps came to an abrupt halt. She first spotted Su Zin, then noticed Zhao Shan beside her holding a scarf. At the same time, Zhao Shan looked up and saw her. Their eyes met, and the next second they both burst out with the same exclamation. Holy crap! Mu Shushin! Zhao Xiaomei! What are you doing here? Ji Yuan on the hospital bed was completely stunned. You two know each other? Zhao Shan moved to the other side of the bed, leaning against the headboard and muttering gloomily. Ji, how is she here? How do you know her? Shushin is Uncle Tan's daughter. I went to Withering Valley with her this time. She's Tanhe's daughter? Why didn't my dad tell me? Zhao Shan mumbled even more quietly. Mu Shushin put her hands on her hips and scolded. Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan just recovered and gets so close to him. Am I really that fragile? Ji Yuan smiled helplessly. Exactly. And stop calling me that name, it sounds awful. Zhao Shan chimed in from the side. Mu Shushin snorted and turned her face away. Only then did she notice Su Zin standing motionless. Her gaze swept over the blue scarf around Su Zin's neck, then to the matching one in Ji Yuan's hands, and a vague intuition labeled Love Rival rose in her heart. Hello, I'm Mu Shushin. She smiled and extended her hand, taking the initiative to introduce herself. Su Zin. The quiet girl composed herself, her tone cold and somewhat distant. Their hands touched lightly, lingering in the air for only a moment before separating. Mu Shushin's smile remained unchanged as she turned to sit beside Ji Yuan's bed. Su Zin, however, stood frozen in place. Her gaze locked on her, her emotions in complete turmoil. Quite lively in here. Tanhe pushed through the door, arriving a few minutes after everyone else. Seeing the mayor, Zhao Shan and Su Zin immediately stood up to greet him. Sorry, kids, but Ji Yuan and I have some business to discuss. Could you step out for a moment? Tanhe maintained his kindly smile throughout. Of course, Uncle Tan. Zhao Shan responded, draping the scarf around his neck and walking out first. Su Zin followed closely behind, glancing back at Ji Yuan or more precisely, at Mu Shushin, who still hadn't moved an inch. You two out. Tanhe raised his hand, shooing away Mu Shushin, who was about to sit down. The door closed, leaving only the mayor and the boy on the hospital bed in the room. The rules for this competition have been turned completely upside down, causing quite a bit of trouble. Finding a place to sit, the mayor got straight to the point. Tanhe leaned back in his chair, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable weight. Due to the exposure of the cursed soul remnants this time, the Alliance has finally realized the flaws in the current city ranking system. They're planning to reorganize and restructure all 120 cities. Once the restructuring is complete, the Beast-Taming Alliance, the 3 major academies, and the 5 great families will each govern one main city. All remaining regions will be integrated into new administrative districts, classified into gold, silver, and bronze tiers. For now, just remember these basics about the city adjustments. The key point is the competition rules. The light cast shadows across his face, defining the sharp lines of his features. Previously, as a representative from a city ranked beyond 90th place, if you wanted to break into the top 10, you'd need to win at least 15 consecutive matches before earning the right to challenge the existing top 10 seats. Back then, the top 10 spots were directly locked in, with each of the top 10 cities sending one representative. He gestured to illustrate the new process. This time is different. 120 cities. Each can only send one representative to compete together. 7 rounds total, each round a matter of life and death. First round. 120 participants draw lots for paired battles. Winners advance. Losers are eliminated, meaning at least half are cut. Second round. The remaining 60 draw lots again. Third round. 30 participants draw lots. Fourth round. Only 15 remain, with one receiving a bye to advance directly. Fifth round. After 7 advance, plus the bye recipient, it's 8 into 4. Sixth round. For participants draw lots for battles. Winners proceed to the finals. He paused here, releasing a long, weary breath. Do you still remember our original agreement? He looked toward Ji Yuan. Of course. Break into the top 10, you get the egg, I gain fame. Ji Yuan grinned, his eyes blazing with determination. You little rascal. He chuckled softly, though his expression quickly turned serious. Now, I shouldn't keep hiding this from you. Actually, legendary beast eggs hold no appeal for me. Do you know why I still let you stay at the academy for 2 years when you couldn't contract any beasts? A glimmer of memory flickered in his eyes. Ji Yuan shook his head, but gratitude welled up in his heart during those 2 years of mockery and ridicule. He had never driven him away. I'm also an orphan. He lowered his voice. When I met my late wife Mu Yan, I was merely a 9th rank beast tamer. My first contracted beast was just an ordinary yellow dog with the most common bloodline. Humble origins, but my soul power aptitude reached superior grade, barely qualifying as moldable talent. He smiled self-deprecatingly, then resumed his steady tone. The rest is somewhat cliched. Mu Yan brought me back to the Mu family. With my aptitude and talent, plus the Mu family's resources, I leaped from 9th rank to 4th rank within 5 years, finally earning the right to marry her. At this point, his gaze suddenly turned cold. According to Mu family tradition, newlywed couples each receive 1 legendary bloodline beast egg. To advance to 3rd rank, you must possess at least 1 legendary grade beast. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. There's such a restriction? Yes. He nodded. After obtaining the egg, I spent another year breaking into 3rd rank, becoming the youngest 3rd rank beast tamer of that generation. Though he recounted this calmly, Ji Yuan could still sense how high-spirited he must have been back then. In just 6 years, he had risen from a nobody to become the youngest 3rd rank beast tamer. Though it might sound like a long time, it was actually the mark of an absolute genius. He raised his head, his gaze locked firmly on Ji Yuan, his voice steady yet burning with inner fire. From the day I advanced to 3rd rank, people started spreading rumors that the Mu family would eventually change their surname to Tan. When he achieved 3rd rank, he was indeed still constrained by the Mu family. But fearing he might suddenly break through to 2nd rank in a few years, they decided to eliminate the potential threat, early forcing Mu Yan to cut all ties with him. The Mu family publicly claimed it was an amicable separation, but he remembered clearly that he had still been obedient and compliant at the time, using his combat prowess to sweep through 3rd rank beast tamers from the 5 great families, both peers and veterans alike. In resource battles, he had seized fortress mines, spirit plant gardens, and multiple trade routes for the Mu family, and won consecutive victories in key competitions, helping the Mu family members advance into the beast-taming alliance. Yet when the Mu family decided to abandon him, their reason was just one sentence. An orphan from a backwater place, climbing above his station with the Mu family only to steal what isn't his. They also mocked him. Without the Mu family's cultivation, without that legendary beast from their wedding, he would at best reach 4th rank in his lifetime, destined to remain mediocre. Prejudice. Prejudice that could never be eliminated. He smiled faintly, that smile containing only disappointment and mockery. He simply tore up the contract, personally returned that legendary beast, and paid back every penny the Mu family had spent on him over 6 years. The year he left the Mu family, Mu Shushin was 12 years old. To humiliate him and leave themselves an escape route, the Mu family used the freedom of Mu Yan and her daughter as stakes in a wager. The terms were simple yet cruel. Using the beast-taming alliance's metropolitan competition as the standard, over 3 tournaments in 10 years. If he could train a beast tamer to break into the top 10, the Mu family would lift their house arrest and grant Mu Yan and her daughter freedom. If he failed, the Mu family would completely cut off their contact with the outside world. Now, only 1 month remained until the final tournament. At this point, He's smile faded, his fists clenched tight, knuckles white. Ji Yuan fell silent. This was the first time he learned of He's past, and the first time he realized that Mu Shushin, that seemingly lively girl, had actually been imprisoned in a golden cage since childhood. He wondered, if she's under house arrest, why can Shushin still come out? Humph. He snorted coldly. Don't take those families for fools. This wager is their open conspiracy. Whether I win or lose, it ultimately benefits the Mu family. Shushin being allowed out is their subtle probe. That child can't hide anything by nature. She'll definitely be interrogated when she returns. and the Mu family will deploy countermeasures based on what she says. Tan He patted Ji Yuan's shoulder. Don't worry, not a single piece of information about you will leak to the Mu family. The only information I've let slip is that you have a fire-type beast companion. Everything else remains unknown to the outside world. Tan He tapped the table lightly with 2 fingers, his smile cunning and calculating. When mentioning Zhang Jilin, his gaze darkened slightly. The reason I let him go through your intervention was also preparation for the city tournament. As for what happens next, you'll understand once you make it past the 4th round. Ji Yuan nodded. I'll follow your arrangements. Tan He's honesty at this moment undoubtedly proved he harbored no ill intentions. In fact, from the day Ji Yuan awakened his soul power, when Tan He personally brought him back to the academy with such genuine care, it had already deeply moved him. With a simple phrase, actions speak louder than words, Tan He waved his hand. The room's temperature instantly dropped to freezing, and their exhaled breath formed white mist. Ji Yuan froze in surprise as he saw a beast egg surrounded by ice crystal fragments appear in Tan He's palm, its pale blue glow casting the walls in cold white light. Perhaps I shouldn't do this, but after much consideration, I've decided to offer it to you. Tan He raised his hand. A legendary ice-type beast egg. I only know it's ice-attributed, but the species is unknown. You've already reached 6th rank. You haven't contracted a 3rd beast companion yet, have you? He still remembered his original promise never to pry into Ji Yuan's secrets. This beast egg before them was the strongest assistance he could currently provide. Ji Yuan stared at the eggshell, able to see faint spiritual light flickering inside through the ice crystal patterns. This was his first time seeing a legendary beast egg, but after just a moment, he shook his head in refusal. Thanks, Uncle Tan. At this stage, my beast companions are sufficient. His tone was decisive, as if the priceless egg held no attraction for him whatsoever. He suddenly remembered something. When you return the Mu family's legendary beast, your cultivation level. 4th rank. Tan He smiled. Don't worry about me. If you won't use it, I'll handle this beast egg myself. With that, he stored the egg back in his spatial ring. Immediately after, like performing magic, he tossed out a streak of red light. Ji Yuan caught it steadily with both hands as waves of heat hit his face. A skill core for fire-type beasts. Take it. The core in his palm flowed with flame-like red light, occasionally flashing with traces of gold, the highest grade of skill core. Ji Yuan looked up to see Tan He already standing, pushing the door open. 15 days left. Prepare well for battle. Everything depends on you now. The door closed, and Ji Yuan gripped the skill core tightly, flame-like light and shadow dancing in his eyes. Tan He's help had never ceased. The endorsement fees from Linyan City, Shampa's advancement, that life-saving resonance shadow strike in Withering Valley, and now this fire-type skill core, he urgently needed each intervention perfectly timed. Top 10 is far from enough, he said quietly. If I'm going to do this, I'll do it right and claim the championship. Just then, a nurse entered with a gentle smile. Mr. Ji, all your indicators are normal. Mayor Tan has already completed your discharge procedures. You may leave at any time. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin arrived at a small restaurant with an ordinary atmosphere, but absolutely divine food. Ji Yuan had brought Mu Shuxin here the day her plane landed, and she'd been obsessed with the place ever since. The storefront was modest, yet aromatic scents wafted through the air. During peak dining hours, the place was packed. The moment the 4 of them sat down, whispered conversations began around them. Su Xin first removed her scarf, revealing her snow-white oval face with slightly downcast eyelids, looking as coldly beautiful as an ice sculpture. Mu Shuxin's winered hair cascaded freely, her delicate cheeks carrying a gentle smile, making her seem to glow. These 2 beauties with completely different styles instantly became the center of attention. Excuse me. A timid female voice spoke up. Everyone looked up to see a girl with glasses holding her phone, cautiously looking toward Ji Yuan. Could I take a photo with you? Holy crap. Zhao Shan instinctively blurted out a curse, staring at Ji Yuan in shock. Ji Yuan rubbed his forehead as the city representative. Publicity was inevitable. After Tan He and various sponsors worked their magic, Ji Yuan had become the city's hottest new beast-taming star, more popular than many top entertainment celebrities. Over the past few days while accompanying Mu Shuxin around town, fans had constantly chased him for photos and autographs. Sorry, little sister, but we're eating right now. Mu Shuxin quickly stood up, crossing her hands and gently shaking her head to politely turn the girl away. During those few days, she had helped Ji Yuan fend off wave after wave of photo armies. The girl left disappointedly with her head down. Zhao Shan watched her retreating figure with a mischievous grin. Old Ji, you're breaking your fans' hearts. If it were me forget photos, I'd even give hugs. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin said in unison, get lost. Under the triple attack, Zhao Shan's smile instantly crumbled, and he huffily shouted, I'm going back to Hongling City. Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'm curious though, how do you and Shuxin know each other? I often go to the Mu family with my mom. You know how it is. Zhao Shan shrugged. His mom and my mom are best friends, close as sisters. Mu Shuxin added. You can often visit the Mu family? What's your mother's maiden name? Ji Yuan became interested. My mom is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Zhao Shan said with a pout. Well, was he the only ordinary person at this table? According to the 5 great families' rules, Zhao Shan should have taken his mother's surname, Jiang. Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the scene in the mineral vein where Zhao Tianho descended from the sky riding a griffin. His rank was definitely not low, at least 3rd grade. Perhaps it was precisely because Zhao Tianho was powerful enough that he could break certain rules. The dishes arrived quickly, several plates of home-style cooking that looked, smelled, and tasted perfect. The 4 began eating. Su Xin remained quiet throughout, mostly keeping her head down. Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin, however, seemed to have opened floodgates, chatting back and forth about everything from beast-taming competitions to entertainment gossip. Even more outrageous was Mu Shuxin never stopped talking, and her chopsticks were even busier. Ji Yuan. This is so delicious. This one's amazing too. Wow, you have to try this. Ji Yuan's bowl quickly became a small mountain before he'd even had a chance to use his chopsticks. I mean, old Ji isn't disabled. Is this really necessary? Zhao Shan, sitting across from them, couldn't stand watching anymore. Ji Yuan was also helpless. Was this woman playing Jenga with his food? Oh, sorry. Mu Shuxin finally realized what she was doing, blinking rapidly before lowering her head to focus on her own meal. Having a rival at the same table made her too nervous. She cursed herself internally. Su Xin, sitting to the side, held her bowl while glancing at Ji Yuan from the corner of her eye, then at Mu Shuxin, before silently returning to her meal. A brief silence fell, creating an awkward atmosphere that left both Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan somewhat puzzled. After a moment, Zhao Shan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, old Ji, I forgot to tell you I don't have to participate in the city district competition either. After the meal, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin bid farewell to Ji Yuan. All 3 had afternoon flights scheduled just minutes apart, so they naturally decided to head to the airport together. As the car pulled away from the academy, the street scenes flashed by outside the window. Ji Yuan leaned back in his seat, silently marveling to himself. The young masters and ladies of the 5 great families truly enjoyed extraordinary privileges. Not only could they gain direct admission to the 3 great academies, but they could even skip the national competition entirely. After seeing off his companions, he didn't return to the academy dormitory. He had already prepared a spacious penthouse apartment for him in the city center, complete with furniture, appliances, and cultivation facilities, ready for immediate move in. Walking across the plush carpet into the living room, he threw himself onto the soft leather sofa and tapped the beast-taming seal on his hand, summoning both Ming and Shampa simultaneously. How's the progress on resonance, Shadow Strike? Ji Yuan got straight to the point. Although he had been unconscious for 3 full days, Ming and Shampa could still engage in basic activities and skill training within the beast-taming seal. As soon as he finished speaking, there came a soft whoosh, like flowing water. Ming shook its body, and an identical soul force phantom instantly appeared beside it. Ji Yuan sat up abruptly, sensing carefully. The aura, power, and form were indistinguishable from the original, creating what was essentially a perfect clone. Ming then stepped forward, with the phantom moving in perfect synchronization, making it impossible to tell which was real. However, after just a moment, the phantom dissolved into faint light, and Ming's own soul force was visibly weakened, clearly indicating this technique consumed enormous energy. Ji Yuan frowned. Even as a 6th-rank beast tamer, his soul force limit was still holding back his 2 spirit beasts. He then looked toward Shampa. The massive wolf head shook slightly, and semi-transparent phantoms appeared around its body, but failed to fully materialize. Shampa was still bound by that negative talent after all. Ji Yuan reached out to stroke the cool silver-gray fur. Don't worry. We still have over 10 days. Let's master resonance, shadow strike together. After comforting them, it was time to advance his own plans. Ji Yuan took out the skill core tan he had delivered that morning. A pale red crystal surface pulsed like a heartbeat in his palm. He slowly channeled his soul force into it while handing it to Ming. This is a fire-type skill called Crimson Execution. Try to comprehend it. The skill information immediately appeared. Crimson Execution. Requirements. Fire attribute Spirit Beast bloodline level advanced. Description: manipulate fire attributes to generate flame chains that bind the target, then condense a blazing giant sword to execute the enemy. Learning Step 1. Attempt to manipulate fire attributes to generate flame chains. Learning Step 2. Attempt to use flame chains to bind practice targets. Step 3. As a beast tamer, he could only see the description, not the actual learning methods. Fortunately, Ming had unlocked a new talent upon entering its adolescent phase, Fire Affinity, which provided an advantage of instant comprehension for fire-type skills. Sure enough, within mere moments, Ming's emerald beast eyes lit up with understanding. apparently having grasped the core principles. Let's test it in the suburban valley tomorrow. Ji Yuan patted Ming's scales, making his decision. The next morning, in the mountain forests far from the city's hustle and bustle, branches swayed in the breeze when suddenly a black gust swept through the woods, Ming racing at high speed, followed by azure flames that distorted the air with their heat. The master and servant soon stopped at the entrance of a massive, pitch-black cave. Roar! A furious howl echoed from within the cave, the reverberations causing withered leaves to flutter down. As heavy footsteps began to sound, gradually, a massive black bear emerged on all fours, step by step. Is this the guy? The black bear that ambushed us last time and escaped by transforming into a black whirlwind? Ji Yuan rode on Shan Po's broad back, squinting at the massive dark figure ahead. 2 days ago, while he and Mu Shuxin were heading to Withering Valley, they had encountered this monster deep in the mountain gorge. It had disguised itself as a pitch-black boulder and suddenly attacked when they were completely off guard. If Ming and Shan Pa hadn't reacted quickly enough, they would have already become prey. Unfortunately, before they could counterattack, the black bear had used some skill to transform into a black whirlwind and vanished without a trace. Returning to the same place today, Shan Po's keen sense of smell had followed the lingering scent all the way here, finally tracking down this creature's lair. Ji Yuan called out coldly. Ming, let's go. Roar. The black bear struck first, bellowing as it lunged at the human and beast duo. Shan Po's limbs coiled with power, and with a flash, it created a 5-meter distance. At the same time, blue flames boiled across Ming's surface, and the netherworld flames formed several chains that crackled as they wrapped around the black bear's thick limbs and torso. The searing heat instantly penetrated to the bone, causing the black bear to howl in pain as its heavy body crashed to the ground. From the corner of his eye, Ji Yuan caught sight of its outline beginning to blur, the precursor to transforming into a whirlwind. Don't let it escape, he shouted. Ming raised its head, blue light exploding in its beast eyes as chains shot up from the ground like living creatures, pinning the black bear in place. The next second, netherworld flames surged around Ming's body, and a broad-bladed war sword condensed from flame streams took shape in midair, gleaming with cold light. Then, clang, boom. The blade struck down, scorching shockwaves swept in all directions, and the blinding blue light made Ji Yuan and Shan Pa squint involuntarily. The flames and light converged in an instant, leaving the earth covered in cracks as if even the ground couldn't withstand this strike. The chains quietly dissipated, and a shocking gash appeared on the black bear's massive head. It was dead on the spot. Gold-level skills are truly terrifying. Ji Yuan was quite satisfied with the result. Now, aside from resonance techniques, each beast possessed 3 skills, steadily improving their strength. As for the key to the second step of Soul Strike, he was already 70% confident and could master it completely in just 2 more days. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yuan gently patted Shan Po's neck. Let's go. 2 streaks of light swept through the mountain forest, quickly merging into the dense canopy. Time flew by, and only 3 days remained until the regional championship. Contestants from across the nation arrived at the host city to familiarize themselves with the environment early. The streets and alleys of Linyan City were filled with banners reading, Go Ji Yuan, fluttering in the wind. At this moment, inside the municipal building. Well, are you ready? Mayor Tan He, whose temples were graying but whose elegance remained undiminished, leaned back in his chair and smiled as he studied the handsome young man before him. Of course. Ji Yuan nodded with a smile. When do we depart? This regional championship was being held in a city called Mo Hen, extremely far from Linyan City. Even by plane, it would take at least 2 days. Tan He smiled slightly. Now. He stood and gestured for Ji Yuan to follow, and the two made their way to the top floor of the building. The rooftop was a spacious helipad, but there was no helicopter in sight. Screech! A ethereal cry pierced the sky, and a magnificent golden eagle with an astonishing wingspan suddenly materialized, its golden feathers gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Tan He nimbly leaped onto the eagle's back and waved. Your flight didn't just stand there. Holy! Ji Yuan muttered under his breath and quickly followed, jumping onto the bird's back. The golden eagle's wings spread wide, and before he could settle in properly, the wings beat. Whoosh! In the next instant, the massive form had become a golden streak shooting toward the heavens. So fast. The wind tore apart Ji Yuan's exclamation as he gripped the feathers tightly, but his eyes blazed with excitement. This eagle is absolutely incredible. Mahang City. Initially, Ji Yuan expected it to resemble Hongling City, with towering skyscrapers and dazzling neon lights. But as he stood on the broad back of the golden eagle, gazing down from the clouds, he was shocked to discover that despite the city's vast territory, not a single building rose above 3 stories. Only the square tower at the city center pierced through the clouds like a sword, standing proudly tall. The winter sky hung gray and low. As the golden eagle descended with beating wings, Ji Yuan saw countless flying beasts emerging from the surrounding clouds. Some wolves carried 2 riders on their backs, while giant birds bored dozens of figures clearly, not just contestants. Tanhi remained focused, directing the golden eagle straight toward the tower's peak. From a distance, the tower appeared slender, but as they drew closer, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted repeatedly. The tower's base covered an area larger than several football fields combined. Beside him, Tanhi offered a brief explanation. This is the Beast-Tamer Alliance's square tower. Besides Mahang City, the other 3 cities each have one. He pointed toward the horizon. You can see them now. Following his gaze, Ji Yuan indeed spotted identical black silhouettes in 3 distant directions through the gray mist. Before his thoughts could settle, the golden eagle had already landed steadily on the tower's summit with powerful wing beats. The rooftop was divided into landing spots marked with uniform insignias, resembling an aerial parking lot. Tanhi selected one of the spaces and folded his wings. A smartly dressed staff member jogged over, his sharp gaze sweeping between the 2 men. Please present your credentials. Ordinary contestants are prohibited from landing here. Before he finished speaking, Tanhi had already produced a white card. The man glanced down, his expression immediately changing as he stepped aside respectfully. Mr. Tan, welcome. Thank you. Tanhi recalled his golden eagle and led Ji Yuan into the elevator. The elevator descended to the first floor, and as the doors opened, a wave of noise surged forth. The brightly lit hall buzzed with crowds and overlapping conversations. In the distance, the words competition registration stood out prominently. Most of the 120 contestants had already completed registration, leaving only short queues. Ji Yuan finished the process in 10 minutes, stating his name, city of origin, and beast tamer rank, not missing a single detail. Let's go to our accommodations. We'll need to stay here for at least 7 days. Tanhi, already familiar with the layout, guided him through the crowd and out of the tower. Stepping onto the street, Ji Yuan was surprised to discover that there were virtually no beast prohibition rules here. Strangely shaped battle beasts either walked proudly alongside their masters or carried them leisurely through the streets. Mahang City was a special zone established specifically for the regional competition, with shops lining the streets displaying various high-grade beast supplements and skill cores in dazzling arrays. According to the organizing committee's plan, all contestants' accommodations were concentrated at the city's edge, 122-story villas, each with its own private courtyard. Walking along the way, Ji Yuan was overwhelmed by the sight of exotic battle beasts and rare goods he had never seen in Linyan City or Hongling City. When they arrived at the contestants' residential area, Ji Yuan kept his eyes wide open. Just as Tanhi had said, this was indeed a well-organized villa complex. 2 silver-gray barriers stood at the entrance, with uniformed guards whose sharp eyes scrutinized everyone. All contestants had to present their participant ID badges. To enter, everyone received one after completing registration. The badges not only displayed names, but also specific addresses, and the door locks had been pre-programmed with facial recognition data. I'll leave you here. I have some old friends to visit. Call me if you need anything. With that instruction, Tanhi's golden wings burst open behind him. His feathers gleamed in the sunlight as he took flight amid gasps from the crowd, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ji Yuan looked down at his ID badge, number 92. Following the main road through the complex gray-roofed, white-walled villas lined up in perfect rows, with nearly identical courtyards and facades, differing only in their house numbers. Many buildings already had lights on, clearly indicating that some contestants had already moved in. Turning past a row of hedges, he stopped in front of number 92. In the neighboring yard at number 93 stood a burly man with broad shoulders and thick eyebrows. The man greeted him first with a simple smile. Hello, I'm Zhong Xian from Damong City. Linyan City, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan smiled back politely before pushing open his own gate. The building was 2 stories tall, with about 90 square meters of total indoor and outdoor space, plus a 20 square meter front yard, more than enough for one person. A facial recognition device was embedded in the peephole of the front door. Click. As he approached, the lock automatically disengaged. Once he crossed the threshold, the door gently closed behind him. Welcome, contestant Ji Yuan. Please proceed to the basement, where I will explain the competition rules. A neutral electronic voice filled the room, clearly from an AI assistant system. The living room was simply furnished with spotless wooden floors. Beside the staircase leading to the second floor, a hidden door opened, casting light upward from below. Ji Yuan descended and saw a circular device the size of a manhole cover in the center of the basement, covered in blue light patterns. This is a teleportation device provided by the Science Era. When the city competition begins, please follow the instructions to travel through this device to the competition venue. The AI assistant continued. Fighting is strictly prohibited within Mohan City. Contestants are forbidden from visiting each other's quarters in the rest area. Only you may reside in your assigned housing. Food and clothing have been provided. There are 62 hours remaining until the first round begins. Please wait patiently. Well, that's thorough. Ji Yuan looked around, impressed by the scale and setup, which far exceeded his expectations. Returning to the living room, he pulled out his phone. Since Mu Shuxin and Zhao Shan knew each other, he had created a new group chat with the three of them. He messaged the group that he had arrived at the contestant area. Zhao Shan replied instantly, "Go Ji Yuan. I'll be there in person on competition day to cheer you on. Just wait to hear me shouting Ji Yuan from the audience." Mu Shuxin followed up, "I won't go to the venue, I'll watch the live stream at home. I'll come cheer you on in person once you make it to the 4th round." About 4 minutes later, Su Xin also sent a message, "I'll also be there to cheer you on." Zhao Shan immediately responded, "Miss Su, let's meet up at the venue. I've prepared an awesome banner for Ji Yuan." Su Xin, "Okay." Mu Shuxin, "Wait, I want to go to the venue too." Zhao Shan sent a confused emoji. "Didn't you say you were going to watch the live stream?" The group chat fell silent after Zhao Shan's last message. Looking at the words, "awesome banner," Ji Yuan had an ominous feeling. In a flash, 62 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. With only 3 minutes left before the competition began, the AI assistant's electronic voice echoed once more, urging contestants to immediately head to the basement and step onto the teleportation device. Ji Yuan gathered his thoughts and hurried downstairs. In the shifting light and shadows, his figure stood tall and straight. His black hair was cut sharp and clean, his features handsome and angular, while a pure black shirt outlined his entire presence with a cold, blade-like intensity. At the collar and cuffs, 2 blue cloud patterns bloomed quietly, like sparks in the dark night. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the teleportation platform. Buzz! A subtle yet sharp electrical current spread along the metallic engravings around him, sending a tingling sensation across his skin. His vision went black, and the next second, pale yellow light poured down from above as he found himself standing in a room no larger than 10 square meters. The walls were covered in light, gold-textured wallpaper. Thick, expensive carpet lay beneath his feet, and the overhead chandelier was embedded with tiny diamonds that cast fragmented cold light. However, aside from these luxurious decorations, the room contained no other furniture. In the southeast corner, a brown wooden door creaked softly. The golden round handle turned, and a staff member wearing a headset pushed the door open. "Linyan City, Ji Yuan." "Yes. Follow me." The person turned and walked with crisp steps. Ji Yuan followed closely behind, passing through a pitch-black corridor that stretched in a single straight line. The black metal walls showed not a single seam, so empty that even the echoes felt oppressive. At the end of the corridor, at a corner, the man raised his hand to signal that Ji Yuan should proceed alone. "Now, let us welcome the contestants for the City District Competition Round 1 Match 5. The passionate yet deep voice of the host rolled through the walls. Ji Yuan climbed the narrow stairs leading upward. At the top of the steps, a black curtain trembled slightly with the drumbeats. He pushed through the curtain. Blazing white light crashed into his face. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, his retinas seared with afterimages from the intense illumination. After a brief adjustment, his vision suddenly expanded. He stood in the center of a vast arena. Around the arena's edge, a semi-transparent light barrier flickered with flowing radiance, capable of blocking any explosive aftershocks to ensure audience safety. Looking outward, the entire competition space resembled a massive coliseum, with 4 arenas placed side by side, meaning that each match in the first round of the City District competition would feature at least 8 contestants fighting simultaneously. His gaze swept toward the northern stands, where he quickly spotted an extremely conspicuous, extra-long banner. "Tremble, contestants, for you are about to face Linyan City's #1 rising star, Linyan City's #1 tough guy, Linyan City's #1 beast tamer, Ji Yuan." The banner was supported by 2 long poles with bases, spanning a full 10 connected seats like a moving wall positioned in the back row. Below the banner, a burly young man waved a custom flag with both hands, the flag bearing the 4 large characters, "Tough Guy Ji Yuan," shouting himself Horse Xiao Shan, supporting his friend in his own way. Considering other sightlines, he had chosen the highest row, where he could wave his flag wildly without blocking anyone's view. The surrounding audience exchanged bewildered glances, their murmurs rising and falling. Where did this idiot come from? Linyan City is ranked around 92nd, if I remember correctly. Who is this Ji Yuan guy? Has he lost his mind? We don't even know if he can pass the first round, and he's already hired this kind of shill to shout and scream. A city ranked outside the top 90 dares to act so arrogant? I'd like to see when he appears and what he's actually capable of. So damn cocky. Trembling? Tough guy? Look at that cheering buddy over there. You'd need hundreds of thousands to put on such a passionate performance. Someone in the audience shouted toward the north side, their voice filled with mocking delight. Due to Zhao Shan's unique and almost maniacal cheering style, the surrounding spectators whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at the 10-seat-long banner. On stage, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched and his mouth stiffened with spasms, wishing he could immediately rush down and cover Zhao Shan's mouth. On the other side of the arena, a man in gray casual wear stepped onto the stage. His expression was indifferent, yet under the lights he radiated a distinctive sharpness. Ji Yuan's arena was the last of the 4 platforms, And just as his opponent took position, all the lights above the venue suddenly went out with his snap, plunging the audience into brief darkness. All right, dear audience. All contestants for the fifth match are now in position. The host's voice boomed through the sound system in the darkness. Let's meet them one by one. The first pale red beam struck the leftmost arena. First arena, red corner, from Jinting City, nationally ranked 42nd, 6th grade beast-tamer Guanpeng. Under the spotlight, Guanpeng's slightly plump figure appeared particularly solid. Immediately after, a pale blue beam descended on the right side of the arena. First arena, blue corner, from Luqing City, nationally ranked 30th, 6th grade beast-tamer Su Rue. The cold-faced woman remained motionless under the beam, her presence fierce. The host's voice rose. The two cities are closely ranked. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Before he finished speaking, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. When the introductions reached the fourth arena, Zhao Shan suddenly stood up, waving his massive flag and jumping back and forth to the rhythm. Let's focus our attention on the fourth arena. The light swept to the red corner. From Linyun City, nationally ranked 92nd, 6th grade beast-tamer Ji Yuan. The director knew how to create drama. Instead of showing Ji Yuan himself, the camera focused on the tough guy banner. Boos immediately erupted, and Ji Yuan covered his face with his hands, practically burying himself in his collar. The host laughed. This contestant's fan is really giving it their all. The blue corner was then illuminated. His opponent, from Mulanhang City, nationally ranked 90th, 6th grade beast-tamer Chen Hui. The host added, this is the pair with the smallest ranking gap among the 4 cities in this match. Now, all 8 contestants from the 4 arenas have been introduced, the host shouted hoarsely. The 5th match of the tournament is about to begin. The venue screen displayed the rules. 1. No lethal attacks on the beast tamers themselves. 2. 3-minute time limit. If no winner is determined when time expires, both contestants are eliminated simultaneously. Seeing the words, eliminated simultaneously, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, finding it interesting. The countdown lights suddenly began flashing. 3, 2, 1. Battle begin. The 4 arenas instantly erupted in brilliant light as various beast forms leaped from summoning circles. Roars, wind sounds, and collision noises merged into a massive wave, thundering toward their respective opponents. On the 4th arena, Chun Hui's beast-tamer seal glowed in his palm, and a giant serpent covered in colorful scales, thick as a water barrel around the waist, reared up its upper body straight, its forked tongue emitting sharp hisses enchanting flower serpent. Ji Yuan recognized this mid-tier bloodline creature. It specialized in spraying hallucinogenic poison mist, swallowing prey whole once they became disoriented. Ji Yuan slightly raised his right palm, lightly flexing his knuckles. Whoosh! Azure flames exploded from beneath his feet, instantly scorching the air into twisted waves. Chun Hui struck first, and the enchanting flower serpent's gaping maw suddenly spewed a large cloud of pink mist. With only 3 minutes on the clock, both sides opened with killing moves. However, the mist was instantly vaporized without a trace the moment it touched the azure flames. Ji Yuan called out in a deep voice. Ming, unleash Crimson Flame Execution. We end this battle with one strike. The big tough guy Ji Yuan? With that scrawny frame? I thought he'd be some kind of muscle-bound brute. Mocking laughter erupted from the audience. Due to their earlier dissatisfaction with Zhao Shan, many deliberately turned their attention to the 4th arena, ready to watch Ji Yuan make a fool of himself. Hey, this Ji Yuan's got decent luck. His opponent from Mulanhang City only ranks 2 spots higher than him. The gap isn't that big, maybe he can pull off an upset. Holy crap, the guy he's facing has a charm flower serpent as his beast companion? Am I seeing this right? What kind of trash beast is that? Damn it. I was hoping to see the big tough guy eliminated in the first round, but this Chen Hui is just too pathetic. A charm flower serpent? That kind of beast doesn't belong on stage. Noisy chatter rose and fell in waves. Some people shook their heads and yawned, while others leaned forward with interest. Hey, look, the guy from Linyun City is about to summon his beast companion too. I'm guessing it's a wild boar or bull, right? The next second, Ji Yuan raised his hand, and the glowing patterns of his beast contract lit up on his wrist. Blue mist suddenly spread around him, and the air seemed to twist as if scorched by flames. That blue stuff is mist? Or is Ithily? Holy shit. It's appearing. It's appearing. Cries of shock exploded throughout the arena. Blue flames churned, fire waves swept across the center of the platform, and the temperature instantly soared. As the ethereal blue flames converged, a snow-white divine beast with scales that reflected an otherworldly gleam stepped forward bearing the majestic form of a Qilin, standing with its head held high. Its name was Ming, noble and elegant, with ghostly flames floating around it that made onlookers dare not stare directly. On the 4th arena, scorching waves pulsed like tides. The charm flower serpent's massive body had barely emerged halfway before freezing in place. With its intermediate bloodline, it was completely suppressed by Ming's aura, its serpentine eyes filled only with instinctive terror. Behind it, Chun Hui's pupils contracted sharply, his beast seal trembling violently, as he clearly sensed the charm flower serpent's soul quaking. It had completely lost its will to fight. Chun Hui's mind was in turmoil. How could a contestant from such a low-ranked city possess a beast of this caliber? He couldn't even identify the Qilin before him. Even my highest bloodline beast barely reaches advanced level. Before the thought could fully form, he had already lowered his head and raised his hand, shouting loudly. Mulinheng City, Chun Hui, I surrender. His voice pierced through the entire venue, instantly rendering the audience silent. Ming's technique, which had been about to unleash, was hastily stopped by Ji Yuan. The young man's expression was filled with bewilderment. The beasts hadn't even fought, yet his opponent had surrendered outright? The host was equally stunned for several seconds before barely recovering his professional composure and announcing in a deep voice. In the fifth battle, the first to finish is the fourth arena. The victor, Linyun City, Ji Yuan. After a brief silence, chaotic discussion erupted like a flood. All eyes turned toward Ji Yuan and that Qilin divine beast, with cries of amazement rising wave after wave. Ji Yuan frowned as he recalled Ming, but saw Chun Hui calmly returning the charm flower serpent to his beast space before striding over. From several steps away, he first carefully examined Ming, then looked at Ji Yuan and asked in a low voice, "Your beast's bloodline level is Overlord class, isn't it?" Ji Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately just nodded in acknowledgement. "That's good then." Chun Hui shrugged, showing a carefree smile. "I was bound to lose anyway. Rather than let my beast get injured, might as well surrender directly. Isn't the regional tournament very important?" Ji Yuan was somewhat confused. Chun Hui spread his hands and laughed. "Come on, brother, we're both from bottom-tier cities. How could we possibly compete with those geniuses from the top-ranked places? Haven't you heard? This is the last regional tournament. The regions are about to merge, and us lower-ranked regions will soon be able to ride on their coattails. Before the competition, our mayor specifically told me that rankings don't matter when it's time to concede. Just concede." After saying this, he raised his eyebrows with a completely relaxed expression on his face. Ji Yuan rubbed his forehead, feeling like the passionate showdown he'd envisioned had been completely doused with cold water. On the arena platform, he had just raised his hand when Chun Hui expressionlessly announced his surrender, instantly causing the entire audience to erupt. Fixed match. He gave up without even making a move. What the hell is this? The protective barriers around the arena activated, containing all the spiritual pressure and roars within the barrier. While Qilin divine beasts were indeed rare and noble, that hardly justified surrendering without a fight. What the hell? What kind of background does Ji's opponent have? Isn't this just disrupting the whole thing? From the northern stands, Zhao Shan stared in disbelief, wondering if this was some kind of staged effect, but this was an official city tournament after all. Who would dare mess around? The referee's voice echoed from above. The winner and loser of platform 4 may now leave. While other platforms were locked in fierce battles, Ji Yuan alone walked off amid a torrent of curses and jeers. Chun Hui followed beside him, whispering a reminder. "Brother, Qilin beasts reaching overlord level are rare indeed, but don't forget we're just representatives from a fringe city. I know what you're thinking. Ah, never mind, take care." Pushing through the curtain leading backstage, staff members had been waiting for some time. Back in the rest area, the door closed and the lighting was dim. Ji Yuan had just started to collect his thoughts when everything suddenly blurred before his eyes. When his vision refocused, he found himself in his own basement, with the equipment he'd been adjusting last night still sitting on the wooden shelves. Before he could even take a deep breath, his phone began vibrating frantically like an out-of-control metal ball. In the group chat, the 4 of us, Zhao Shan's furious message jumped out at him. What the fuck? What was Chun Hui doing? Just straight up surrendering. The internet is going crazy bashing Ji. He'd attached a forum post link with the glaring headline. Most ridiculous match ever. Linyun City accused of bribing draw officials and opponents for guaranteed championship. Just minutes after the match ended, the post already had over 10,000 replies. Ji Yuan clicked in to find nothing but rage and mockery. This is the level of low-tier cities? Ranked outside the top 90 and still trying to get attention? Every line dripped with malice toward Linyun City, as if being born in the bottom tier automatically condemned them to be trampled in the mud. Prejudice. Ji Yuan gripped his phone tighter, his knuckles turning white. No wonder he had said the flaws in the city ranking system were already terminally diseased. Resource allocation made the upper tiers accustomed to looking down, while the lower tiers had grown too tired to even pretend at self-deprecation. Even Chun Hui, who should have fought alongside him, was trapped in this absurd prejudice. Were people from small cities like them only meant to be background props in major competitions? Could they only give up completely like Chun Hui had? Ji Yuan's chest burned with anger as his fists clenched, finally truly understanding Tan He's words. Between people, the one thing that can never be eliminated is prejudice. Once labels are attached, every action gets twisted and magnified. The post continued updating. Don't worry, Linyun City can only bribe their way through the first round at most. Ji Yuan will definitely show his true colors in the next match. Exactly. Every tournament has low-tier cities playing dirty tricks. He won't make it past the second round. These two top-rated comments were pinned, with countless people expressing agreement. The next day, the first round of the city district competition had concluded, with exactly half of the 120 participants, 60 people eliminated. The list matched online predictions almost perfectly. Most high-ranking district contestants crushed their lower-ranked opponents with predictable victories, while only a few closely matched battles showed any real tension. Final statistics revealed that only 5 districts ranked below 60th managed to advance, and among these 5, Ji Yuan's district had the lowest ranking. At this very moment, in a conference room within the Alliance headquarters decorated with antique furnishings and vintage decor, several figures sat casually around the table. An elderly man with white hair in the corner tapped his cane lightly, his voice hoarse yet amused. The competition has barely begun and already stirred up such controversy. Now you all should understand why I insisted on merging the districts, shouldn't you? But there might actually be bribery involved, said a man sitting with his legs crossed, his tone casual. Ji Yuan and Chun Hui's districts were only 2 ranks apart, and Hui had no reason to forfeit directly. Moreover, rumor has it that before the competition began, Linyun City's mayor had private meetings with several low-ranking districts. Huh, Mu family representative, don't be ridiculous, another person interrupted with a cold laugh. This year's draw was completed under your Mu family's supervision. If anyone were to manipulate things, it wouldn't be anyone else's turn. As they spoke, the wall lit up with a projection displaying a Qilin mythical beast with blue and white coloring and elegant bearing. A Qilin mythical beast at minimum, legendary bloodline. Someone pointed at the projection. The opponent only contracted a Yanhua clever snake. Is it really strange to surrender without fighting given such a disparity? A languid woman with cascading hair slowly rose to her feet, her gaze sweeping toward the Mu family representative who had just spoken. Besides, we all know who Linyun City's mayor is. The Alliance didn't interfere when the Mu family had that affair with Tanny back then, so don't try to kick someone when they're down now. Jiang Wanxiu, don't make baseless accusations. The Mu family representative slammed the table and stood up. After Tan he left the Mu family, he's been stuck at 4th rank for years. That kind of person isn't even worth our attention. I'm just discussing the facts. Thud, thud. The elderly man in the corner struck his cane again, and the conference room fell silent instantly. His status was clearly extraordinary. Mu family representative, this is an internal alliance meeting. Watch your language. The elder's gaze swept across everyone's faces before settling on the Qilin mythical beast in the projection. There's no need to clarify the rumors. Simply arrange for Ji Yuan to face a strong opponent in the second round. Win or lose, once the second round ends, the rumors will collapse on their own. Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan getting criticized is all because of your terrible banner. So unreliable. On another front, in their 4-person group chat, Mu Shuxin had been complaining non-stop about Zhao Shan since the match, indeed a full day and night with over 100 messages, leaving Zhao Shan no chance to get a word in. When her accusations finally paused briefly, Zhao Shan sent a crying emoji and carefully responded. I copied that banner format from online too. I never expected it would have such a big impact. Lao Ji, I'm so sorry. In the living room, Ji Yuan leaned against the sofa with a smile in his eyes, typing his reply. It's fine. It's not about the banner. After 2 years at Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy, he had grown accustomed to such overwhelming criticism, even somewhat numb to it. Mu Shuxin, don't coddle him. The message had barely been sent when Mu Shuxin's firepower resumed, another round of textual bombardment flooding in. Instantly, dozens more messages filled the group chat. The competition is about to begin. Contestants, please proceed to the teleportation device and head to the competition venue. The AI assistant's voice announced. Ji Yuan stood up, his tall silhouette stretched straight under the lights, his angular face revealing a hint of deadly determination. He thought to himself, I hope I can face a normal opponent in the second round, so all doubts will be completely dispelled. The process was identical to yesterday. 1. Enter the silver-white teleportation device. 2. Pass through the light barrier to reach the luxuriously decorated waiting room. 3. Pull back the curtain and step onto the arena. As the curtain rose, he landed in the center of the first arena. His opponent was already waiting in the distance, but what greeted him was an overwhelming chorus of boos. Welcome back, dear audience. We're about to witness the first match of the second round of the City District Tournament, the host announced with a booming voice. After yesterday's intense battles, 60 contestants have advanced. Today, 30 will be eliminated. Who will remain? Let's wait and see. Now introducing the contestants for the first match. Red corner from Linyun City, Ji Yuan. The audience erupted, the entire venue exploding with synchronized chants. Fixed match. Fixed match. Fixed match. The noise crashed like a fierce wind against iron curtains. In the northern stands, Zhao Shan still stood straight, holding his banner. This time the content was much more normal, displaying only 4 repeated characters. Ji Yuan will win. With one foot on his chair, he shouted at the top of his lungs against the mocking voices. Ji Yuan is awesome. Ji Yuan will win. Surrounding spectators raised their thumbs down in unison, with boo-boo sounds rising and falling. On the arena, bathed in pale red spotlight, Ji Yuan closed his eyes and listened to the collective mockery, his heart remaining completely calm. The host paused briefly, allowing the audience to vent their emotions before raising the microphone again. I understand everyone's dissatisfaction with the Red Corner's victory yesterday. However, I must solemnly declare the City District Tournament cannot possibly involve any fixed matches, bribery, or predetermined outcomes. Then, he turned his attention to the Blue Corner. Blue Corner contestant, from Fengchuan City Haozhen. The big screen simultaneously displayed the data. Linyuan City ranked 92nd. Fengchuan City ranked 15th. The gap is truly enormous. Worth mentioning is that Haozhen eliminated his opponent in just 30 seconds in the previous round. So who will emerge victorious in the first arena? Stay tuned. The host proceeded to introduce the matchups for the other arenas. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan opened his eyes and locked his gaze on his opponent, a man wearing a blue long windbreaker with eyes cold as ice blades. Haozhen's gaze was contemptuous, sweeping over dismissively. Battling against a low-ranked city representative was, in his view, purely a waste of time. Contestant introductions complete. The first battle is about to begin. When the crisp battle bell rang out, the venue's atmosphere instantly reached its peak. The other arenas immediately erupted into chaotic battles, while on the first arena, Haozhen crossed his arms and stepped forward menacingly. Hiss! A dark-colored beast-taming seal appeared on his arm, and a mass of black flames instantly gathered and expanded beside him, ultimately transforming into a giant bear engulfed in burning black fire. Haha! Haozhen isn't even using yesterday's primary beast. He's directly summoned the Hellflame Bear. Go Haozhen! Tear that match-fixing King's Qilin beast to shreds. The audience roared. Haozhen's expression remained cold as he commanded with a thought. Black Soul, hell's boiling in this directly. Roar! The giant bear let out a low growl, its chest rumbling like war drums, and in the next moment, all the black flames on its body surged forth. A cyan beast-taming seal materialized, and Ming's form emerged from it. The moment it landed, this blue-white Qilin stepped forward with its hooves, standing at the center of the arena. Its vertical pupils locked onto the surging black flames rushing toward it. Fire resembled heavy dark clouds pressing down, yet made no sound. Since arena rules forbade killing the beast tamers themselves, the hellish black flames instantly engulfed Ming completely. Pathetic. Several yards away, Haozhen snorted with contempt. His Hellflame Bear, Black Soul, possessed overlord-grade bloodline, and its signature hellish black flames could incinerate both metal and souls. This mere Qilin was surely doomed. Qilin were already extremely rare. How could some nobody from a low-tier district possibly contract one? He glanced coldly at Ji Yuan, only to see his opponent remain perfectly calm, not even raising an eyebrow. Playing it cool. Haozhen composed himself, though a triumphant sneer rose in his heart. Once your Qilin burns to ash, let's see how you keep up that act. The next instant, something unexpected happened. From deep within the black sea of fire, wisps of cyan ghostly flames began rising. Whoosh! A silent, terrifying shockwave rippled outward. The hellish black flames crumbled instantly, revealing Ming on the arena floor, completely unharmed. The Qilin's mane swayed gently, its scales reflecting cold light. What's going on? Haozhen's brow furrowed deeply. Black Soul, intimidating roar, he commanded in a low voice. Roar! Black Soul planted its 4 limbs firmly, chest swelling as it released a deafening bellow. Overlord-grade bloodline fluctuations mixed with the sound waves, sweeping toward Ming. Logically, any same-level beast would be stunned by this roar, especially since Black Soul's bloodline was approaching legendary grade. Haozhen was certain that once the Qilin was intimidated, he'd have Black Soul execute heart-ripping ghost claws. However, his wishful thinking crumbled in an instant. The Qilin remained utterly unmoved. Haozhen only caught a glimpse of Ji Yuan's lips parting slightly, seemingly uttering 2 syllables. Boom! A suffocating bloodline pressure poured forth from Ming's body, an aura so powerful it far exceeded overlord grade by several times. Black Soul's muscles tensed instantly, its thick limbs trembling uncontrollably. Leg legendary grade. Haozhen screamed internally, though his face still maintained forced indifference. He absolutely refused to lose composure before an opponent from a low-tier district. Crash! In a flash, countless cyan chains materialized from thin air, wrapped in scorching ghostly flames as they bound Black Soul. Wherever the chains passed, fur was singed and souls seemed to burn inch by inch. Black Soul let out agonized screams. Black Soul! Haozhen reached out to recall his beast, but the beast-taming seal gave no response. For the first time, his expression finally changed. He looked up, meeting Ji Yuan's gaze that was calm as still water, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. The chains bound tighter and tighter, forcing Black Soul's massive body to prostrate on the ground. Despite struggling frantically, it couldn't move. Crimson Flame, execution. Ji Yuan spoke indifferently. The cyan light in Ming's eyes blazed intensely. His crash. High above the arena, a giant sword condensed from high-temperature flames took shape with a thunderous roar, its blade glowing white-hot. Ji Yuan raised his hand, and the sword plunged downward, aimed directly at Black Soul's head. Bang! The sword tip pierced through, and the arena shook violently. Hao Zhen's face turned deathly pale as he looked down, seeing the Black Soul beast-taming seal on his arm rapidly fading and cracking. No! Veins bulged on Hao Zhen's forehead as he watched in horror. This was his carefully cultivated beast companion, and if it died in the second round, he would surely lose his mind. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan had never been one to show mercy. His opponent's previous attacks had all been lethal, so naturally he wouldn't hold back. As the flames receded, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on the black bear's head in the center of the arena. Fatal blow. The audience fell into dead silence, no one having seen exactly what happened. Even Hao Zhen himself was completely bewildered. 1 second, his black soul had been suppressing the Qilin beast with its black flames. The next second, the beast-taming seal on his arm crumbled to ash, and Black Soul's pupils grew dim and lifeless, as if its soul had been instantly drained away. Ji Yuan, with his painstakingly cultivated contracted beast dead on the spot, Hao Zhen could no longer suppress his rage. His facial muscles contorted as his roar brought the entire venue's clamor to an abrupt halt. In everyone's eyes, this match between the 15th-ranked district and the 92nd-ranked district should have been a foregone conclusion, yet it had become his nightmare. Kill. I'll kill that Qilin beast to avenge Black Soul. A sharp cry pierced the air. Hao Zhen swung his arm forcefully, and an ice crystal creature half the height of a person materialized from thin air. Ice blew throughout. It resembled a mantis, but with a serpent's head. Its arms transformed into razor-sharp Scythesa Frost Reaper, a high-grade bloodline creature unique to Fengchuan City. It vanished in a flash, appearing above Ming's head the next instant, its gleaming scythe raised high, aimed at vital points. Flamestorm. Ji Yuan's voice was low and commanding. Whoosh. Netherworld flames surged as Ming used its passive skill, Fire Control, to compress the blue-green flames into a giant palm, grasping through the air. The Frost Reaper was caught mid-flight by the flame palm, the intense soul burning causing it to shriek in agony. The giant palm then swung down heavily. Bang! The Frost Reaper was smashed into the floor, its body convulsing, all fighting spirit lost. F. Hao Zhen roared as he recalled it, then swung his arm again. Ice Soul, come out! His final beast landed a massive ice crystal demon ape, its muscular arms wrapped in thick ice armor, each footstep producing thunderous sounds as it charged ferociously toward Ming. Ming slightly opened its massive maw, condensing netherworld flames into a scorching fireball in its throat. Whoosh! With a gentle exhale, the fireball shot forth. The ice crystal demon ape roared and swung its fist, shattering the fireball. The high temperature evaporated the ice armor on its knuckles, but caused no substantial damage. Furious strike. Pound it flat. Seeing hope, Hao Zhen shouted encouragement. But just as his words fell, whoosh, several netherworld fire chains materialized from thin air, whistling as they wrapped around the ice crystal demon ape layer by layer. The dual burning of soul and flesh made it scream continuously, yet it was powerless to break free, its massive body forced to kneel on the arena. Hao Zhen's newly formed smile instantly crumbled, his pupils contracting sharply, cold sweat pouring down. Hiss! A several-meter-long flame sword condensed in midair, its blazing light turning his face deathly pale. Don't attack. I surrender. I surrender. Fengchuan City, Hao Zhen, I surrender. Raising his right arm high, Hao Zhen's face twisted with pain and humiliation as his entire body trembled. His hoarse voice, choked with emotion, exploded across the first arena. The host stood at the highest point of the stands, staring blankly at the figure with raised hands, frozen as if under a spell. The script had completely fallen apart. After a few seconds, he suddenly grabbed the microphone, his voice still carrying traces of shock as it echoed throughout the venue. I declare the first battle, the very first to end, is on Arena 1. The victor, Linyun City, Ji Yuan. The audience fell into instant silence. The other three arenas continued their fierce battles, but all the contestants had only one thought. What was Hao Zhen doing? How could a ranked 15th powerhouse lose to someone ranked beyond 90th? Roar. After a moment of silence, a roar tore through the air like a sharp awl. Everyone looked toward the sound, and saw a man with slicked-back hair Zhao Shan at the edge of the stands, waving flags with both arms as if trying to snap the poles. Beside him stretched an enormous banner that occupied 10 seats. Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan. The overwhelming booze from earlier had filled him with pent-up anger, which now transformed into ecstatic howls. Ji Yuan, magnificent victory! He shouted until his face turned red, looking as if he himself had won the championship. On the arena, Ji Yuan paused in surprise, then smiled and raised his palm in a gesture. The Qilin divine beast, Ming, immediately withdrew its chain-like spiritual power. Freed from restraint, the ice crystal demon ape stepped back half a pace, its chest heaving violently. Brown beast eyes fixed on the Qilin with unmistakable fear. It had clearly felt death brush past its throat. Haojin quickly recalled the ice crystal demon ape into his contract space, standing with lowered head and trembling pupils. He had lost to the representative from a low-tier city district whom he had despised most. Pride prevented him from speaking, but when his longtime companion beast stepped to the brink of death, instinct drove him to shout, "I surrender." Had he hesitated any longer, his 3 spirit beasts, one dead, one injured, and the remaining ice crystal demon ape would likely have been annihilated. A legendary spirit beast? From a low-tier city district? Just who was this Ji Yuan? His gaze fell upon that elegant and magnificent Qilin divine beast, and Haojin suddenly felt a sense of release. He nodded toward Ji Yuan, then turned and left the arena, his retreating figure mixed with desolation and unwillingness. Reflecting on today, first round eliminated his opponent in 30 seconds. Second round, all 3 spirit beasts deployed, yet Ji Yuan broke through his defenses within 1 minute. This battle was being broadcast live nationwide. Linyan City. Since the tournament's opening, every street screen and shop television in the city had been broadcasting continuously. Yesterday, online citizens had already built defend Ji Yuan battle lines across major forums, fighting to the death against all insulting posts. Today, the moment the host announced 90-second defeats 15th, the entire city's traffic and pedestrians seemed to hit a pause button. Everyone froze in place. Citizens disappointed for years erupted in thunderous celebration after a brief moment of stunned silence. Cheers, car horns, applause, and stomping feet merged into a tsunami-like roar. At this moment, Linyan City was boiling with excitement. On the streets, banners quickly appeared one after another. Tremble, contestants! You're about to face Linyan City's rising star, Linyan City's strongest warrior, and Linyan City's top beast tamer Ji Yuan. Under the dazzling neon lights, a 3-meter-long banner personally designed by Zhao Shan swayed back and forth in the stands, impossible to miss. Many spectators glanced up, assuming it was some fan club stunt, but Zhao Shan waved his megaphone and repeatedly emphasized, "This isn't a jokey, it's the truth." Exaggerated? Not really. Since Linyan City's establishment, it had seen several mayors come and go, and contestants from one generation to the next, yet none had ever cracked the top 85 in the tournament. The city's ranking consistently lingered in the 90s. But this time was different. Today, Ji Yuan, representing Linyan City, secured victories in 2 consecutive rounds. In the afternoon's fierce battle, he even managed to topple the representative from Fengchuan City ranked in the top 20 and considered untouchable. A 70-place leap shattered every Linyan citizen's expectations. In the stands, middle-aged men were seen with tears in their eyes, shouting Linyan City rocks. This victory belonged not just to Ji Yuan, but to the entire city. Some were so thrilled they declared, even if he gets eliminated next round, it's worth it. Taking down a top 20 competitor is already explosive. After the match, Ji Yuan followed protocol and exited the arena, lifting the curtain to return to the contestants' rest area. Still sweating, he pulled out his phone, opened their 4-person group chat, and simply typed 2 words. "How's that? Awesome. Amazing. Beautiful win." Messages from Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin popped up almost simultaneously. Ji Yuan smirked at his screen, showing off, for once felt pretty good. The second round that day saw 60 contestants battle from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., with 3 different waves of spectators cycling through before the competition ended. As official rankings updated, online opinions instantly flipped. Across major social platforms, praise and criticism became polarized. Remarkably, within just 2 days, a mysterious user with the ID Nightfall Silent swept across the internet. Wherever someone criticized Ji Yuan, this person could be found firing back. With over 2,000 reply posts accumulated, their ferocity left many keyboard warriors speechless. In the group chat, Zhao Shan, "Old G, is this Nightfall Silent your alt account? Such sharp language, 2,000 posts in 2 days. Shocked emoji. Mu Shuxin, this person is indeed fierce, but I suspect it's hired trolls that Old Tan found." Ji Yuan was also puzzled. Either it's Linyan citizens spontaneously protecting their own, or Tan he really did pay for mercenary commenters. After all, it's hard to imagine someone could spend all day glued to their phone arguing for 2,000 posts. Just then, Zhao Shan tagged Su Xin. "Su Xin, Miss Su, why have you been so quiet since the competition started? Didn't see you at yesterday's first round either." Su Xin replied instantly, "Your banner was too flashy, I didn't dare get close." Zhao Shan immediately backed down. "Oh come on, forgive me. I really know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Mu Shuxin then tagged Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, hey, since the second round is over, how about we get together? Zhao Shan chimed in, great idea. I heard Mohan City's foot massage parlors are famous, and they have special beast taming services too. I've been wanting to try. Su Zine hesitated for 2 seconds, then added, I happen to be free too. Seeing the three's enthusiasm, Ji Yuan looked up at the ceiling light. Smart assistant, I want to go to the city district. A cold mechanical voice immediately responded, sorry, during the tournament, only eliminated contestants may leave the rest area. Participants can only move freely when the tournament reaches the 6th round. Currently, your movement is restricted to the vicinity of your accommodation. Damn, repeat that. Ji Yuan recorded this response and tossed it into the group. Zhao Shan immediately exploded. What the? This is like being in prison. Old Ji, let's forfeit tomorrow's match. Then we can both go experience those special beast-taming services. Mu Shuxin, Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan, get lost. Su Zine, Zhao Shan, get lost. When the 3rd day arrived, public opinion about Ji Yuan online had clearly shifted. The strongest dark horse in district competition history emerges. Will Ji Yuan from Linyun City advance to the top 4? Is it corruption or a chosen prodigy? What hidden secrets does Ji Yuan's beast companion from Linyun City possess? Latest post-match interview. Hao Zhen from Fengchuan City personally admits defeat to Ji Yuan. No corruption involved. I was beaten by pure skill. Within just a few hours, trending topics kept refreshing across platforms. Some people remained skeptical, but when one particular post was simultaneously shared across every social media platform, the doubts instantly died down. To those claiming Hao Zhen threw the match, get your facts straight. Hao Zhen represented Fengchuan City at just 18 years old. He brought Fengchuan City from 30th place to 15th. This is his final competition. He's giving everything to chase the championship. Yet you claim he lost on purpose? This post immediately garnered countless likes. Among those who clicked like was none other than Hao Zhen himself. Even more coincidentally, the poster was Ji Yuan's devoted supporter Yi Luo Wusheng. From that moment, public opinion completely turned in Ji Yuan's favor. His victory contained no water. What followed was a nationwide human search. Netizens dug up virtually every piece of information related to Ji Yuan. Even the species and bloodline potential of his beast companion, the Qilin sacred beast, Ming, became hot topics of discussion. On the day of the 3rd round, the livestream chat exploded with comments. Ji Yuan faced off against a girl ranked 77th in the district, who had eliminated the 79th ranked contestant in the 2nd round. But now, the gap in their abilities was obvious to all. In less than 10 minutes, the girl surrendered, and Ji Yuan advanced with ease. This round featured 30 participants with 15 eliminations. The top 10 cities each retained 1 spot. The remaining 5 spots went to cities ranked beyond 20th place. The sole exception was Ji Yuan from the lower-tier districts, ranked beyond 70th place. As the results were announced, those districts that had long been mocked suddenly erupted in collective celebration. Social media platforms were flooded with slogans like "Support Ji Yuan" and "Lower-tier districts have a future too." The 4th round would follow a 15-8 format. One contestant would be randomly selected to advance directly to the top 8. The remaining 14 would battle in pairs. Historically, no contestant from lower-tier districts had ever reached the top 10. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on that handsome young man, hoping he would break tradition and become the first from the lower-tier districts to enter the top 10. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at the Mu family estate, bird songs mingled with floral fragrances in a tranquil courtyard. Master, someone from the Shao family has come to visit. A plainly dressed servant stood at the courtyard gate, speaking in hushed tones. Have him wait for me in the main hall. From within the courtyard came an aged but steady voice. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows rose from among the flower beds, brushed the soil from his fingertips, and walked toward the main hall with a gentle smile. Master Mu, my apologies for the intrusion, my apologies. The Shao family visitor had just picked up his tea when he saw the old man appear, immediately standing and hurrying over to offer the cup with both hands. The old man took his seat, his tone calm. Lin Shun, speak plainly. The head of the Mu family gestured for his guest to sit down. After taking his seat, Xiao Linshan nodded with a smile and got straight to the point. Master Mu must have heard about the biggest dark horse in this year's city tournament, right? You mean that young fellow Tan he is training? The head of the Mu family accepted the tea from a servant and took only a small sip. That boy is quite impressive, he has caught my attention. Indeed, this Ji Yuan is remarkably young. Yet not only does he possess special grade soul power aptitude, but he's also contracted with an extremely mysterious Qilin divine beast. Xiao Linshan lifted the tea lid, releasing the fragrant aroma. I've searched through all the records, and among all the Qilin species in today's world, none match that one exactly. The head of the Mu family nodded slightly. Xiao Linshan's smile deepened. It seems Tan he came well prepared this time. The wager from 10 years ago will likely be settled today. Is that why you're here? The head of the Mu family shifted the conversation, his expression somewhere between amused and knowing. No. Xiao Linshan shook his head, placing his teacup back on the table. I've come today to ask Master Mu to do my son a favor. Oh. The head of the Mu family leaned back in his chair, seemingly having already guessed the outcome. Even before the tournament began, I heard that Xiao Lingjue was determined to participate. What's this about? Does he have a grudge against his fourth-round opponent? Xiao Linshan admitted frankly. Exactly so. The fourth-round draw must result in Ji Yuan facing Xiao Lingjue. That's easily arranged. The head of the Mu family gently blew on his tea, then suddenly looked up. But what if your boy can't win? That's basically impossible. Xiao Linshan stood and straightened his robes, seeming reluctant to elaborate. Before leaving, he turned back with a smile. Doesn't the Mu family also hope he'll be eliminated in this round? When my son wins, wouldn't the Mu family owe him a favor? City Tournament, Day 4. After entering the fourth round, the schedule had changed. Live draws would be held at the main arena in the morning, rather than learning opponents only upon taking the stage, as in the previous 3 rounds. In front of the television, Ji Yuan sat with his arms crossed. The list of 15 names scrolled across the bottom of the big screen, and soon aby appeared Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, a scion of the Zhang family among the 5 great beast-taming families, was a recognized championship favorite and a terrifying presence who had averaged less than 20 seconds in the first 3 rounds. When he drew the bye, the chat exploded with approval, as if this were the most reasonable script. The drawing continued. Ji Yuan's name still hadn't appeared. He yawned and was about to head to the restroom when the host's voice suddenly rose. 6th match, blue corner Xiao Lingjue. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. The draw official reached into the box, stirring around for a moment before extracting a silver sphere. The shell opened, and the paper slip was slowly unfolded. Ji Yuan. As expected, a cold glint flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. Xiao Lingjue, I'll settle the score for when you and Zhang Di ambushed me in the depths of that mineral vein. After the draw concluded, the host quickly announced the 4th round schedule. 14 contestants, 3 sessions. 1. First session, 10 a.m. 3 arenas, 6 people fighting simultaneously. 2. Second session, 2 p.m., same format as the first. 3. Third session, 8 p.m., single arena, 2-person duel. Whether by coincidence or deliberate hype, Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue were scheduled for the 3rd session. Instantly, discussions erupted across the internet. Would the biggest dark horse facing the Xiao family's young master be the most captivating match of the 4th round? I asked my old man about it, and apparently Xiao Lingjue's father made a special trip to the Mu family. Looks like this guy really does hate you, Ji. On the 4th day of the competition, there was still a full hour before Ji Yuan would take the stage. In the villa's rest area, steam was still rising from the gaps around the bathroom door. Ji Yuan casually dried his dripping short hair with a towel, his Bluetooth earpiece snug against his ear as Zhao Shan's voice came through clearly. That Xiao Lingjue refuses to admit he teamed up with Zhang Di back in the depths of the mineral vein. What a despicable little weasel. But I've dug up all the intel on his spirit beasts. Zhao Shan spoke rapidly. First one, blazing lionfire element, high-grade bloodline. He once tried to steal a nether ghost seed for it, but later abandoned that path and chose a different evolution route. Now, this thing has transformed into a flame-devouring mystic lion, with bloodline directly upgraded to overlord class. Its combat power is absolutely fierce. The towel slipped down Ji Yuan's neck as he raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't respond. Zhao Shan continued. Second one, a Kamingafage gift from his father Molten Venom Wasp. Also overlord class, fire element, and capable of ultra-long-range assassination strikes. Ultra-long-range. Ji Yuan's mind flashed back to that terrifying arrow that had pierced through the air in the mineral vein depths, his palm unconsciously tightening. Those are Xiao Lingjue's only 2 spirit beasts, Zhao Shan sighed. But he's still the young master of the Xiao family with deep resources. Who knows what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? Ji, you can handle this, right? Ji Yuan looked up, studying himself in the mirror. His black hair was still damp in the reflection, water droplets sliding down his jawline as a faint smile curved his lips. Don't worry, I'm confident. 2 fire element spirit beasts? Others might find that troublesome, but Ming possessed the talent of immunity to all fire attribute damage. Thinking of this, his confidence became rock solid. Xiao Lingjue, since you're so eager to face me, let's see who comes out on top. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, all the lights in the competition arena focused on the center. The surrounding platforms had all been lowered, leaving only the central main stage standing tall. Tens of thousands of spectators packed the stands, their voices creating a boiling yet suppressed atmosphere of anticipation. The crowd was clearly divided into 3 groups. 1. Xiao Lingjue's fan section, with light boards creating a sea of fire. 2. The underdog supporters led by Zhao Shan, cheering for Ji Yuan. 3. Neutral spectators who simply came to appreciate the peak-level showdown. ready to cheer for every explosive moment. At this moment, Zhao Shan wasn't wearing any quirky headgear or occupying 10 luxury seats. He simply wore a low-key baseball cap, elbows propped on the railing, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" Su Ziyin asked softly from the adjacent seat. She had changed into a simple athletic outfit, her hair tied back without makeup, yet her delicate oval face still drew attention like carved jade under the lights. Zhao Shan took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "I'm worried about Ji. To be honest, I'm afraid he might lose. Xiao Lingjue is different from those ordinary masters." Su Ziyin looked away, her long lashes trembling slightly as a trace of barely concealed worry flickered in her starry eyes. "Phew, almost didn't make it in time." A cheerful laugh broke through the somber mood. Mu Shuxin had tied her winered hair into a neat ponytail, her tight jeans highlighting her perfect curves. Her fair cheeks carried a sunny smile as she plopped down in the empty seat to Zhao Shan's left. "Long time no see." She leaned forward, waving at Su Ziyin across Zhao Shan. Su Ziyin nodded politely, her starry eyes wandering as if lost in thought. Mu Shuxin didn't mind at all and nudged Zhao Shan with her elbow, saying, "Zhao Xiaomei, where's your banner? Pull it out. If you want to scold me, just do it directly instead of beating around the bush." Zhao Shan looked up with a somewhat helpless tone. "TSK, I'm serious. I went through a lot of trouble just to get out tonight." Mu Shuxin lifted her delicate chin, her voice carrying deliberate excitement. "Get the banner ready. When Ji Yuan wins, we'll each take one side and cheer for him." "All right, all right, all right." Zhao Shan nodded perfunctorily, but the worry in her eyes hadn't faded. The three leaned back in their seats, appearing relaxed on the surface, but deep down they were all secretly nervous about the upcoming match. They had to admit they'd already mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of Ji Yuan's defeat. Dong! A deep bell tolled throughout the arena, and the audience almost simultaneously straightened up as the atmosphere instantly tightened. "All right, dear audience members, welcome back." The lights blazed on as the host walked to center stage, his voice echoing through the speakers. "First, let's thank all the contestants who brought us exciting matches in today's first 6 rounds. After a long wait, we now present to you the final showdown of the 4th round of the Metropolitan Tournament. I know everyone's eager to begin, so let's skip the opening remarks and start right away." He raised his right hand high. The red corner contestant, hailed as this tournament's biggest dark horse, representing the 92nd ranked District Linyun City's representative, Ji Yuan. The spotlight suddenly locked onto the right side of the arena. Ji Yuan walked out step by step, his expression calm and composed. "Roar!" From the front row of the audience, Zhao Shan immediately jumped up, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Ji Yuan will win." The sudden roar startled the 2 girls beside her, making them both jump. Su Ziyin frowned. "What are you doing? You were half dead just a moment ago." Mu Shuxin put her hands on her hips and glared angrily. "Zhao Xiaomei, you did that on purpose to scare us, didn't you?" Zhao Shan replied righteously. "When cheering for old Ji, of course I have to give it my all." Led by her enthusiasm, more of Ji Yuan's supporters gradually joined in, their cheers rising one after another. The host smiled, his tone slightly rising. "It seems after 4 days of fierce battles, contestant Ji Yuan has gained quite a few fans." Next, the blue corner contestant from the Xiao family, Xiao Ling Ju. The lights turned to the other side, revealing Xiao Lingjue in white robes. His fame sparked another wave of thunderous cheers. Seeing their side's momentum being overshadowed, Zhao Shan rolled up her sleeves and waved her arms to rally the surrounding audience to continue roaring. Xiao Lingjue's supporters weren't to be outdone either. Outside the arena, before the actual fight had even begun, the fans of both sides had already launched a volume war. "Everyone please quiet down. Please quiet down." The host wiped sweat from his brow at the edge of the stands. "I understand everyone's enthusiasm, but please watch the match civilly and don't disturb the arena's order. According to tradition, let me first introduce both districts' rankings. Red corner Ji Yuan from Linyun City, ranked 92nd. Blue corner Xiao Lingjue from Fenghui City, ranked 2nd. His tone suddenly turned serious. "There's one rule that must be emphasized: under no circumstances whatsoever should you attempt to kill the Beast Master. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not." Breathing in the arena grew heavier as the audience's gazes burned like fire. "All right, please prepare yourselves, contestants. The bell will ring in 3 seconds, and the match will officially begin." With those words, the host quickly stepped down. At the center of the arena, Xiao Lingjue quietly observed the handsome young man not far away, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he declared in a low voice, "Ji Yuan, your journey ends here. The emperor has arrived." As the battle bell tolls, the air beside Xiao Lingjue twisted as if it were being crushed, and a searing flame suddenly expanded, coalescing in an instant into a magnificent lion. Its tawny mane surged with the firelight, and flames roared around its neck, the sound echoing like thunder and shattering eardrums. This was the flame-devouring lion, possessing a dominant bloodline. Xiao Lingjue named it Emperor, its ambition unmistakable. Ming, Ji Yuan called softly. From the void, the ghostly flames rose, and a Qilin, a mythical beast, stepped forth from the fire, its greenish-white mane swaying slightly, the cold flames dancing through its fur. With both fire-type beasts on the stage, even the barrier of light at the edge of the arena could not contain the rising heat, and the audience could already feel the scorching warmth. As soon as Ming appeared, the flame-devouring lion planted its forepaws firmly on the ground, compressing the flames around it into a burning arrow whoosh. The arrow shot through the air. Ji Yuan's gaze sharpened. Ming raised its front limbs, and the ghostly flames gathered into a blue flame shield. Boom! The arrow exploded, scattering fiery debris. The giant lion charged forward, its mouth half open, hot breath billowing out, clearly intent on forcing a close combat. Fight Ming! The Qilin did not back down, its long whiskers transforming into a mass of ghostly fire that collided heat-in. Bang! A thunderous clash echoed as the two sides met for the first time. Ming's ghostly flames, utilizing its fire control talent, transformed in an instant, sometimes becoming claws, sometimes a whip, striking back with precision and ferocity. The flame-devouring lion was accustomed to tearing with its forepaws, its sharp claws entwined with blazing flames. Each strike made the arena tremble, yet it struggled to shake Ming's defenses. Conversely, whenever the ghostly flames struck, a piercing howl erupted from the lion's throat, and even the flames burning on its surface dimmed as if doused by stagnant water. In just a few exchanges, the flame-devouring lion began to show signs of decline. Its close combat techniques were insufficient to threaten Ming. Outside the arena, Ji Yuan watched the duel intently. After days of research, he had gained new insights into the innate combat styles of summoned beasts. Most summoned beasts were limited by their skill sets from birth, such as the flashing spirit, which naturally excelled in close combat. However, Ming's skill set clearly leaned towards ranged attacks. Ji Yuan believed that if a beast master confined their tactics due to innate talent, they would stifle potential. He required each of his summoned beasts to master both ranged and close combat simultaneously. To this end, in the final 15 days before the competition, he focused intensely on Ming's close combat training. Now in its youth phase, Ming had acquired a new passive fire control ability with a high power ceiling. The ghostly flames not only became stronger and consumed less energy, but could also take any form at will, launching attacks in unexpected ways. Today's arena was the perfect battlefield to test the results of this training. Suddenly, amidst the fierce struggle between the two beasts, a series of wails erupted. Ji Yuan focused his gaze and saw that the flame-devouring dark lion was being forced to retreat repeatedly by Ming in close combat. Forearms formed from netherworld flames swayed simultaneously at Ming's sides, unleashing a barrage of punches like torrential rain, striking the lion's body from above, the sides, and below without any blind spots. The dull sounds of impact grew increasingly intense, causing the entire arena to tremble lightly. The audience's eyes widened in shock. In the first 3 rounds, they had thought this Qilin's trump card was chain binding plus blade piercing, but they never expected it could also launch such a fierce forearmed assault. The scene looked almost like cheating. Furious punches landed on the flame-devouring dark lion's shoulders, back, and ribs, sending sparks flying. Each blow not only carried tremendous force, but also inflicted soul-piercing pain, causing the lion's body to arch backward uncontrollably. However, maintaining the forearmed form consumed enormous energy from Ming. After just a few breaths, the netherworld flames retracted, the 4 arms merged into one, and the offensive clearly slowed. Now's the time. Xiao Lingjue's fingers suddenly clenched in the distance as he roared. Emperor, Shadow Ghost Claws. Roar. The flame-devouring dark lion's golden eyes suddenly flashed with black light as its front claws became shrouded in dark energy, lunging forward fiercely. A netherworld fist smashed into its bloodied fangs, sending several broken teeth flying. But the massive lion didn't pause for a moment. Its twin claws, wrapped in dark ripples, tore toward Ming's flanks. Rip! Roar! Ming howled in pain and staggered backward as crimson blood flowed down from the wounds. Its white scales gleamed harshly under the lights. Deep gashes had been torn across the scales on both sides. It was injured for the first time. The torn areas not only ached, but also felt strangely itchy, clearly showing that the dark attribute energy was still corroding the wounds. Ming! Ji Yuan rushed forward several steps, his brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with heartache. Across from them, the flame-devouring dark lion also had blood at the corners of its mouth, panting heavily, with dark ripples flickering on its front claws. Dark attribute. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Once dark-type attacks opened wounds, bleeding was difficult to stop and healing became nearly impossible. Fortunately, Ming's netherworld flames could dispel negative effects. The stands erupted in explosive cheers as Xiao Lingjue's supporters shouted loudly. Damn it, he actually hit a second attribute. Zhao Shan's face darkened. Hadn't expected the flame-devouring dark lion to have a dark-type trump card. Surprised, Ji Yuan? I want you to watch your beast die right before your eyes. Xiao Lingjue sneered coldly. The flame-devouring dark lion's claws were once again wrapped in dark ripples as it charged forward furiously, while Xiao Lingjue clenched his fists and simultaneously rushed toward Ji Yuan. Bring it on. Ji Yuan's gaze turned fierce as he charged forward to meet the attack. Ming rallied and pulled back the distant swoosh. Blazing chains shot out from thin air, wrapping toward the lion's body. The moment the chains made contact, a circle of scorching fire waves erupted around the lion's form, shattering the iron locks with a bang. Roar! The flame-devouring dark lion leaped over the broken chains with a piercing shriek. The prepared Ming instantly formed a protective shield, using a curtain of netherworld flames to block the murderous twin claws. The two fierce beasts once again engaged in biting and clawfist combat, with flames and shadows weaving together into a violent storm. On the other side, Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue's fists and elbows collided, sending energy howling through the air. Punch shadows and fierce winds stirred up dust and sand as the two engaged in close combat, sparks flying everywhere. Above the arena, both beasts and beast tamers fought simultaneously. Below the arena, the audience roared like mountains and seas, with supporters from both sides waving banners and shouting thunderously. Such a scene undoubtedly pushed the competition to its climax. Ah! Xiao Lingjue roared in fury, throwing a punch that landed squarely on Ji Yuan's chest. The moment he was struck, Ji Yuan swept his left leg horizontally, slamming into Xiao Lingjue's ribs. The dull thud of flesh against bone exploded at the center of the arena, as both fighters staggered backward. This brutal battle had already lasted a full 10 minutes. After the fourth round began, the referee had long stopped keeping time. Only when one side lost their fighting ability or voluntarily surrendered could the match be declared over. On the other side of the arena, the two contracted beasts continued their vicious combat, blood and debris intertwined, their wounded fur so battered that it was impossible to tell which side held the advantage. Compared to the beast's savagery, the two beast tamers at the arena's center appeared much more restrained. Though their punches landed with brutal force, neither had delivered a fatal blow to the other. Ji Yuan gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. Thank goodness he had trained so hard in combat with Tan He, or he would have fallen within 3 rounds. Xiao Lingjue was equally breathless, his fists trembling. After 10 minutes, they were still evenly matched, which was far from the outcome he had expected. What right did his opponent have to fight him to a draw? It was one thing for his beast bloodline to be of high grade, but for his most prized close combat skills to be matched by his opponent, this was an insult he could not swallow. Xiao Lingjue's peripheral vision caught the fierce battle between the two beasts, and a trace of bitterness rose in his heart. It wasn't the final moment yet. Taking a deep breath, he charged again, his fists whistling through the air. Ji Yuan didn't retreat but advanced, throwing a punch to meet him head-on. Bang! Their arms collided, and Ji Yuan used the momentum to spin, landing a heavy punch on Xiao Lingjue's left ribs as soul power surged into the blow. Excruciating pain shot through his heart and lungs, cold sweat beading on Xiao Lingjue's forehead as he nearly suffocated from the impact. He roared and threw an uppercut, his fist grazing Ji Yuan's jaw. Puff! Both men felt sweetness in their throats as blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. The stands erupted like thunder. Zhao Shan stopped cheering, his hands gripping his thighs so tightly that veins bulged at his temples. Su Xin clutched her clothes, her delicate brows furrowed as her gaze fell on the blood at Ji Yuan's lips, unable to hide her distress. Only Mu Shuxin continued waving her arms and shouting, "Go Ji Yuan! Fight! Beat him to death!" But her worry grew deeper and deeper. "Old Ji, why won't you summon Champa? Ming can't hold on much longer." Zhao Shan was equally anxious, his eyes constantly following the two beasts. After its dark attribute burst, the flame-devouring mystic lion had firmly seized the close combat advantage, forcing Ming into steady retreat. The situation had completely reversed from the opening. At the arena's center, Xiao Lingjue threw another straight punch at Ji Yuan's face. Ji Yuan dodged by turning his head, grabbed his wrist with his free hand, and drove his right knee hard into his abdomen. Bang! The impact made Xiao Lingjue's face turn instantly pale, but his ferocity remained undiminished as he threw a backhand punch at Ji Yuan's right shoulder. The two separated again, both swaying unsteadily. Xiao Lingjue clutched his abdomen, his steps unsteady as he glared at his opponent. Ji Yuan's shoulder had gone completely numb, his breathing growing heavier. The dual drain of soul power covering his limbs and his beast's battle pushed both fighters to their physical limits. Xiao Lingjue had reached the 6th grade 2 years ago, while Ji Yuan had broken through just a month prior. Without his special grade aptitude supporting him, he would never have been able to fight this fiercely for so long. Huff! Truly worthy of a young master from a great family. Ji Yuan shook his numb right arm, then suddenly roared, "Ming! Release Blazing Storm!" Almost simultaneously, Xiao Lingjue bellowed, "Emperor! Use Crimson Flame Tyrant Blade!" Both fighters understood that their physical strength was no longer sufficient to continue the battle. They had to command their spirit beasts to end the match. In an instant, two towering pillars of flame erupted at the center of the arena. The flame-devouring dark lion unleashed all its fire energy, condensing it above its head into a massive flaming blade over 10 feet long. Dark attributes churned within the blade's depths, and its descending momentum seemed ready to tear the very air apart. Ming raised its head and breathed out, gathering netherworld flames wildly around its body. Azure light flashed in the depths of its eyes, and in the next second, a blazing azure giant blade took shape, slashing forward to meet the attack. The two flame-forged blades met in midair, and the arena seemed instantly drained of all sound. Then white light exploded, and thunderous roars shook everyone's ears. Violent energy swept in all directions as Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue simultaneously raised their arms to shield their eyes, pushed back repeatedly by the fierce winds. The aftershock struck the protective barrier at the arena's edge and bounced back, stirring up even more turbulent currents. In the spectator stands, over 10,000 people held their breath and watched intently this strike would finally determine life and death. Meanwhile, far away in a small villa in the contestants' rest area, the television screen flickered with that same dazzling white light. For contestants sat around together, the rest area's no-vi-sighting rule apparently meaningless to them. Who would have thought that guy from such a small city could fight Xiao Lingjue for so long? There's something strange about Ji Yuan's spirit beast. Its bloodline is probably more than just legendary great. The match is almost decided. Want to make a bet? The three looked with interest toward the man sitting alone in silence. Zhang Bao, who do you bet will win? Zhang Bao didn't answer. I'm betting on Xiao Lingjue. Me too. All three of us are betting on him. What's the fun in that? Old Mu, you bet on Ji Yuan. Get lost. Why should I? Amid the arguing, Zhang Bao finally spoke. Ji Yuan will win. The three exchanged glances and fell silent instantly. On the arena, the blazing flames gradually dissipated, revealing the situation. Ming's back bore a shocking bloody gash, while the flame-devouring dark lion's entire left front leg had been severed, blood gushing forth as its massive body swayed unsteadily, no longer capable of battle. In a direct confrontation, the Overlord grade ultimately could not match the Emperor grade. Xiao Lingjue's pupils contracted sharply as he roared. Crimson flame execute. Countless crimson chains appeared from nowhere, hissing as they coiled toward the flame-devouring dark lion. Someone had already experienced the terror of this move, and Xiao Lingjue immediately tried to recall his dark lion, but was still half a beat too slow. The chains bound it instantly, trapping it firmly. Damn it! Madness churned in his eyes as he gritted his teeth for one final gamble. Hiss! A dark red seal appeared in Xiao Lingjue's palm, and a palm-sized dark red venomous wasp materialized from thin air. Ji Yuan, die together with your spirit beast. Soul power surged into the wasp, and its palm-sized form instantly transformed into a blood-red arrow. I'll kill your Qilin beast first. The venomous wasp, carrying heart-stopping fluctuations, shot toward Ming at extreme speed. Ji Yuan's chest suddenly filled with foreboding, and he quickly interrupted Ming's spellcasting, recalling it to his spirit beast seal. You must die. Xiao Lingjue was nearly mad with rage as the wasp changed direction, charging straight at Ji Yuan himself. In the spectator stands, Su Xin shot to her feet, crying out in alarm. Watch out! The wasp's speed was too extreme, and being a living creature, Ji Yuan had nowhere to dodge. Hiss! In the deathly silent arena, only the sharp sound of flesh being pierced remained. The venomous wasp burst through Ji Yuan's chest, crimson blood spattering. Old Ji Yuan, what kind of feeling was this? Emptiness. Ji Yuan's thoughts churned, yet he could only grasp onto this single word. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound the size of a palm on the right side of his chest, blood flowing like broken pearls, instantly soaking through his clothes. Thud! Over 10 meters away, Xiao Lingjue crashed heavily to the ground. His face was ashen, lips drained of all color. That devastating blow had nearly exhausted his last reserves of strength. With trembling hands, he propped up his upper body, barely managing to kneel, his mouth twitching as he tried to force out a contemptuous smile, but his muscles no longer obeyed his commands. Ji Yuan, how dare a lowborn wretch like you offend me? Go dot. He gripped the ground tightly, madness flickering in his eyes. The tournament forbade killing beast-tamers? But who was he? The Xiao family would handle everything for him. Click! A soft sound suddenly came from ahead. Xiao Lingjue's head snapped up, his pupils contracting sharply. Cough. Crimson. Flame. Execution. Ji Yuan hadn't fallen as he'd hoped. Instead, those eyes blazed with fire more scorching than blood itself, his left hand raised high, pointing behind Xiao Lingjue. Xiao Lingjue's heart skipped a beat as he whirled around in the urgency of battle, distracted by the molten venom wasps. He'd forgotten to recall his flame-devouring dark lion into its beast seal. Boom. Azure chains descended from the void, binding the already severely wounded flame-devouring dark lion. The great lion whimpered low, its cries almost pleading for rescue, yet it was powerless to break free. No. Xiao Lingju's pupils trembled violently. That was his life-and-death companion of 6 years. She couldn't watch it die. There was only one way to save it: surrender. But he couldn't believe Ji Yuan still had the strength to unleash skills, his gaze wavering between Ji Yuan's bloodied chest and the flame-devouring dark lion. Clang! The blazing blade took shape once more, flames rolling along its edge. In that previous battle, it had severed the head of an overlord-class black bear, and Xiao Lingju had witnessed it. Kneeling on the ground, watching his dying flame-devouring dark lion, his mind flashed back to the moment that black bear was executed, his heart suddenly constricting. Ji Yuan. To surrender. I surrender. Ji Yuan. The moment his surrender rang out, the bell signaling the match's end echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Lingju breathed a sigh of relief. However, the blazing blade in the sky didn't dissipate, and Ji Yuan's gaze held only bone-chilling mockery. No, don't. I've already surrendered, Ji Yuan, you can't. Boom. The blazing blade plummeted down, waves of flame instantly consuming the flame-devouring dark lion. The entire venue fell silent, as if stripped of all sound. The winner of this match, Lenient City, Ji Yuan. The announcer's voice trembled, clearly not expecting such an outcome. I won. Ji Yuan murmured, blood at the corner of his mouth. At least, top 10. Uncle Tan. I kept my promise. Before he could finish, darkness claimed his vision and he collapsed to the ground. Ming let out a mournful wail before dissolving into countless particles of light. In the spectator stands, Zhao Shan stared in shock at Ji Yuan's fallen form, rage exploding in his chest. Xiao Lingju. Damn you to hell. That bastard actually dared to blatantly break the rules and launch a sneak attack. In the audience, Zhao Shan was absolutely livid, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly. If his seat weren't so far from the arena, he would have leaped down immediately to give Xiao Lingju 2 resounding slaps. Su Ziyin covered her bloodied lips, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she choked out, Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin's pupils dilated as she pointed frantically toward the stands, shouting angrily. What are you all standing around for? Get the rescue team in there. Quick, call the medical staff onto the field. The host finally snapped out of his daze, his voice trembling. Medical team, get in there now. Boom. Before he could finish, the arena's dome suddenly exploded open, creating a massive breach as debris scattered everywhere and dust clouds billowed. A golden eagle with a wingspan of several yards dove down from the night sky, its wings stirring up bone-chilling winds. On the eagle's back stood a middle-aged man with graying temples and a grim expression. He landed on the arena floor, bent down and scooped up Ji Yuan, whose chest was pierced through and who was barely clinging to life. His gaze swept over the stunned Xiao Lingju nearby like a cold blade. In the next instant, he leaped back onto the golden eagle, which spread its wings and soared skyward, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Old Tan. Mu Shuxin recognized the figure, and her face lit up with joy. She immediately called out to Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin. It's Old Tan. Don't worry. With him there, Ji Yuan will definitely be fine. Let's go find him right now. As she spoke, she was already pulling out her phone. Just as Zhao Shan was about to speak, his phone rang first. He glanced at the caller ID and nodded repeatedly. Dad? Oh, okay. Okay. After hanging up, he grabbed Mu Shuxin's arm, his voice trembling with excitement. Old Ji is fine. Old Ji is fine. Then he led the 2 women racing toward the arena exit like lightning. The vast arena fell into dead silence. Perhaps some had guessed the outcome beforehand, but no one had imagined this duel would be so brutal. The arena was stained with blood, the heavy metallic scent assaulting everyone's senses. Xiao Lingju dropped to his knees, staring blankly at his flame-devouring dark lion, its head severed and burned. Finally, his body could no longer hold up, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. It was over. Ji Yuan had won again. This representative from the lower districts, once the target of nationwide online hatred, had first cleanly defeated Hao Zhan, ranked 15th in consecutive rounds 2 and 3. Then in the 4th round faced the Shao family's young master, a match everyone considered certain defeat. Not only fought him to a standstill, but ultimately killed his opponent's beast and forced him to surrender. To those lower district residents accustomed to accepting their fate, this scene was simply unbelievable. This night was destined to be sleepless. 1 hour after the match ended, the entire internet exploded with everyone discussing the night's duel. Some posts directly targeted Xiao Lingjuedo. The beast-taming families have special privileges? Can they ignore alliance rules during major competitions and kill people at will? The long-scorned and discriminated against representatives from the lower districts united like never before, speaking out for Ji Yuan. Post after post filled with indignation rapidly climbed the trending lists, creating an unprecedented wave of public opinion. Meanwhile, the protagonist Ji Yuan lay in a transparent container, emerald healing fluid flowing slowly around him. The hole that had pierced through his chest was completely healed, his skin restored to perfection. His breathing was steady and deep, but he remained unconscious, his exact condition unknown to all. 3 hours after the match ended, at exactly midnight, a brief announcement suddenly appeared online. Ji Yuan is in no mortal danger. That dream again. The world was bathed in crimson. Ji Yuan lay flat on his back atop a cold stone slab, his body immobilized as if drenched in molten lead. Around him, shadowy figures formed from swirling blood mist circled slowly, their faces blurred beyond recognition, as though conducting some bizarre and cruel ritual. Whispers filled his ears, sticky, chaotic murmurs of hundreds, thousands of voices layering together, flooding his auditory channels. His screams were silent, his limbs frozen. He could only roll his eyes in terror, watching each step these blood shadows took. Suddenly, the shadows stopped in unison, the cacophony fell to zero, and the entire crimson world plunged into deathly silence. The next second, a mocking laugh exploded through the stillness. You ran away again. As the words landed, those blood shadows lunged toward the stone slab, tearing, gnawing. The sound of flesh being ripped apart mixed with his muffled groans, piercing his eardrums. The scene was identical to that time in Linyan City. Ji Yuan bolted upright in bed, cold sweat covering his forehead. The machine's icy tick-tock, tick-tock, echoed through the dark hospital room. The window was wide open, night wind carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees swept through, revealing a sky full of stars. Awake! Came a hoarse male voice from the corner. This was a luxuriously appointed private room, with hidden LED strips embedded in the walls, but left unlit. The voice's owner sat leaning against the center of a long sofa. With a crisp click of a lighter, weak flames illuminated his weathered, middle-aged face. Uncle Tan, where am I? Ji Yuan bent forward, touching his chest completely intact. Thanks to Zhao Tianho's connections, I got you into the world's most advanced medical pod. Tan he exhaled a puff of smoke, still not bothering to turn on the lights. As long as it's not complete decapitation or a shattered heart, absolute death wounds, basically anything can be saved. He flicked his ash, his tone casual yet relaxed. Today, you fought beautifully. Today. Ji Yuan was stunned. How long did you think you were unconscious? Only 5 hours have passed since the match ended. Tanny's laughter was low. Uncle Tan, about advancing to the top 8 this time, your matter. Ji Yuan had just woken up, but immediately asked about this, causing Tanhe's fingers holding the cigarette to pause in the darkness. After a moment, he lowered his voice. Thank you for your hard work, kid. An hour ago, the current head of the Mu family contacted Mei honors his bets. The house arrest order for Mu Shuxin and her daughter has been completely lifted. He took a drag, the cigarette tip glowing red intermittently. However, the Mu family has opened a new wager. Are all the Mu family members gambling addicts? Ji Yuan grumbled internally, but still asked casually, what wager? Tanhe chuckled softly, unhurried. The championship. That old man is betting with me on whether you can claim the title. He leaned back. Guess how he's betting? He's wagering you'll win and become the first champion in history from a low-tier district. Ji Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. What exactly was this family head plotting? And you? He's betting on your championship, so I can only bet against it. Tanhe stubbed out his nearly finished cigarette in the ashtray and sat up straighter. But he offered conditions I couldn't refuse. If you truly win the championship, the next head of the Mu family will be Mu Yin. Playing for such high stakes. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Conversely, if you don't win the championship, I'll have to return to the Mu family, back to my position from 10 years ago. What kind of bet is this? Isn't the position of family head important? Ji Yuan asked carefully for confirmation. Wrong, of course it's important. Tanhe shook his head. He dares to bet this way because he's certain you can't win. This wager saves face for both sides. I had no reason to refuse. Ji Yuan fell silent. Tanhe smiled. What? Not happy about it? No. Ji Yuan shook his head. Don't worry about the championship. The handsome older man, Tanhe, rose from the sofa and walked to the window. Whenever they reached crucial points in conversation, he always liked to lean against the window frame, letting the night envelop his thoughts. As he turned around, he adjusted his glasses with one hand, his tone calm, yet resolute. Because Zhang Bao is a 5th-rank beast-tamer. 5th rank. Ji Yuan's palm tightened. Zhang Bao was only 24 years old. This news almost defied common sense. Tanhe wasn't surprised by his shock. To advance to 5th rank, there's no secret technique, just one word: wait. Wait for your soul power to grow from a trickle into a stream, then into a river, and finally into an ocean. Only then will you sense a force that will help you open your beast-taming space. This explanation was mystical yet abstract, but the imagery formed clearly in Ji Yuan's mind. He suddenly remembered a post he'd seen online. A 6th-rank beast-tamer who spent his entire life waiting for that transformation, but it never came. He hadn't understood it before, but now he finally grasped the metamorphosis of soul power couldn't be controlled by human will or influenced by external forces. One could only wait patiently. Tanhe sighed. I was stuck at this bottleneck for 3 whole years, so don't be discouraged. Talent doesn't matter, he writes, all about luck. So advancing to 5th rank had such restrictions. Yet sparks ignited in Ji Yuan's eyes. 3 years she would definitely overcome this hurdle too. He still wanted to build an imperial beast-taming legion, and this was just the first step. Rest and recover. Whether you participate in tomorrow's 5th round is your decision. Tan, he said as he pushed the door open and left. This building housed top-tier medical facilities, and Ji Yuan was staying on the top floor, in the only patient room on that level. The lobby lighting was warm, so quiet that the subtle sound of the air conditioning could be heard. Tan, he walked through the corridor and pushed open the glass door leading to the terrace. The night was pitch black, city neon lights flickering in the distance. He lit a cigarette, his gaze profound. To outsiders, this wager with the Mu family seemed meaningless, but only he, being in the thick of it, understood the good intentions of that Mu family patriarch. 10 years ago, it wasn't the old patriarch who drove him out of the Mu family, but Mu Yan's 2 brothers. The old patriarch was extremely shrewd, appeared to agree with the clan's demand to kick him out, but then secretly established what seemed like a humiliating wager, allowing Tan He to return to the Mu family legitimately after 10 years. The old patriarch clearly understood Tan He's value. So even though Mu Yin and her daughter had been under house arrest within the clan all these years, they never lacked food or clothing. Just looking at the 3 impressive beasts in Mu Shushin's possession revealed the old patriarch's attitude. Mu Yin and her daughter had become the rope that bound Tan He firmly to the Mu family ship. He knew this perfectly well, which was why he accepted tonight's new wager. Those 2 women were his fatal weakness. He just hadn't expected that after Ji Yuan's brush with death, the first thing he'd care about was Tan He's affairs. Thinking of this, Tan He's lips curved slightly. That brat actually moved me a little. Leaning against the edge, feeling the gentle breeze, Tan He exhaled a smoke ring and smiled faintly. The next day, consciousness emerged from the haze. The moment Ji Yuan opened his eyes, a cheer exploded in his ears. Old Ji's awake. Zhao Shan's excited voice was still echoing when 2 sets of hurried footsteps could already be heard at the doorway. Su Xin stopped at the foot of the bed, her clear, star-like eyes brimming with joy. Mu Shushin walked briskly to the bedside, her fervent gaze sweeping back and forth over Ji Yuan before breaking into a smile. The family lifted the house arrest on my mom and me. Thanks. Thank me for what? Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. I owe you a favor this time. Whatever you need in the future, just ask. Mu Shushin casually swept her winered hair behind her, revealing a generous yet playful expression. All right, when the time comes for you to repay it, don't try to weasel out of it. Seeing her sincerity, Ji Yuan didn't feel right refusing. Nonsense. How could I possibly weasel out? Mu Shushin rolled her eyes. She changed the subject. Speaking of which, do you still plan to participate in the upcoming matches? Of course. Ji Yuan sat up and tested his strength by clenching his fist. It felt robust, showing no signs of injury. We've made it to the top 8. There's no reason to give up now. He looked up, only to find all 3 of them seeming hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Zhao Shan scratched his head. Old Ji, today's draw results came out. Your opponent forfeited. Huh. Ji Yuan was stunned. Xiao Lingjue blatantly violated the rules, and the Xiao family was penalized along with him. Zhao Shan pursed his lips. Though the penalty was barely a slap on the wrist, an hour after the draw, your new opponent ranked 10th in the city also announced their withdrawal. You've advanced straight to the top 4. Another victory without fighting? Why this time? Zhao Shan placed a vibrant flower basket on the bedside table and pulled out a card to hand over. The card read, apologizing to young friend Ji Yuan on behalf of my son Xiao Lingjue. Please rest and recover well, young friend. Looking forward to your performance in the top 4 battle Xiao Linshan. This flower basket was delivered first thing this morning. Get it now? Zhao Shan shrugged. Ji Yuan nodded, understanding the situation. The Xiao family had worked behind the scenes to make his opponent withdraw. All right, seeing you're fine, let's go. Want to head to downtown Mohan City to relax? Sure. After the 4 left the medical center, Ji Yuan discovered that Mohan City was far more massive than it had appeared when viewed from above. The competition venue they had reached via teleportation device was dozens of kilometers away from the rest area, yet still within Mohan City's boundaries. The streets were broad and bustling with crowds as the 4 strolled, ate, and played. When they passed a shop crowded with girls, Mu Shushin and Su Xin simultaneously stopped and rushed inside. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan waited outside on the street, and during their casual conversation, they learned some news. What? Uncle Tan smashed the venue's roof when yesterday's match ended and had to pay $1 million in damages. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in surprise. Yeah, but after Mayor Tan paid the compensation, he suggested the league fire the host. Zhao Shan spread his hands. I heard that host got the job through connections and wasn't very professional. Ji Yuan felt both amused and exasperated by the whole situation. At the vendor stall, Mu Shushin's eyes lit up as she suddenly exclaimed, "This one is so pretty." She picked up a green leaf-shaped hair clip and turned around to show it off. It's ugly, Zhao Shan blurted out. Mu Shuxin's eyebrows shot up in anger, and she raised her hand to strike, causing Zhao Shan to quickly duck behind Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, the straight guy, stepped forward and glanced over the stall, his fingertips picking through a row of hair clips before finally selecting two and holding them in his palm. He paid efficiently and handed the black butterfly bow hair clip to Mu Shuxin. Here, this one suits you better. Then he offered the light blue maple leaf hair clip to Su Ziyin, his tone gentle. This should look beautiful on you. Both girls looked down at the hair clips in their hands, momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Ji Yuan noticed their strange expressions and thought his taste might be off, so he touched his nose. If you don't like them, we can return them. I like it. I like it. Su Ziyin shook her head repeatedly, carefully protecting the hair clip against her chest. Ah, it's actually quite nice. I didn't expect you to have an eye for these things. Mu Shuxin clutched the hair clip tightly, her gaze wandering. Under Ji Yuan's puzzled stare, both girls' ears turned a delicate shade of red. The four continued wandering afterward, eating, drinking, and buying various trinkets during their 2-hour stroll. Strangely, the usually lively and outgoing Mu Shuxin suddenly became as quiet as Su Ziyin, silently following behind the two boys. When they left the commercial district, they parted ways at the entrance to the rest area. As Ji Yuan walked inside, he encountered many eliminated contestants who recognized him and clamored for photos. Unable to escape, he had to stay for another half-hour before finally breaking free amid a chorus of "good luck" and returning to his small villa. Just as he entered the courtyard gate, he spotted the broad-shouldered, thick-browed man from the neighboring yard again. The man flashed him a grin and nodded honestly, still not saying a word. Ji Yuan politely returned the gesture and went inside for a refreshing shower. After drying his hair, he casually turned on the TV, which was broadcasting the final battle of the 5th round. He lounged on his bed scrolling through his phone, discovering that his online support was growing, with many people posting photos with him, most of whom, upon closer inspection, were eliminated contestants. He spent time surfing the internet while chatting casually with Zhao Shan and the others in their group chat. Time passed quickly. When the TV announced the 6th round draw, Ji Yuan closed his phone and focused on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen watching the draw broadcast, the first contestant to be revealed is from Linyan City, Ji Yuan. The camera zoomed in on the paper slip bearing his name, crystal clear. Next, Ji Yuan's opponent will be. The host unfolded another paper slip, and two characters appeared clearly before all viewers. Su family, Su. Damn it. Old Ji's luck with the draw is absolutely terrible, isn't it? Look at Zhang Bao on the other hand. His bracket position seems tailor-made for him. Just the 7th ranked in the city district, and a female contestant at that? The city district tournament entered its 6th day, with the semi-final matchups posted on the official website at dawn. The two semi-final matches were clearly arranged. First match, 10 a.m., Chen Xinhe from Donya City versus this tournament's acknowledged strongest contestant Zhang Bao from the Zhang family. Spectators reached their conclusion almost the moment the roster was announced. This match held no suspense. Second match, 6 p.m., Ji Yuan would face off again against Su, the young master from the Su family, one of the 5 great beast-taming houses. Online voting was equally one-sided, with over 90% of viewers firmly believing Ji Yuan would easily claim victory. The reasoning was simple: his intense 4th-round battle replay against Xiao Lingjue had dominated the charts these past 2 days, with viewership leading by a landslide. Compared to that exceptionally skilled young master Xiao, Su was clearly a notch weaker. In the contestants' group chat, the ever-talkative Zhao Shan was first to explode. Zhao Shan, Su has 3 tamed beasts. Old Ji, be careful. At this moment, the usually lurking Su Ziyin rarely surfaced. Su Ziyin 3. I reviewed his previous footage. Why does it feel like it's always the same wolf? Su Ziyin, he's obsessed with wolf-type tamed beasts. All 3 share the same lineage of superior bloodlines. Their attributes are ice, wood, and lightning respectively. Shortly after, Mu Shuxin also appeared. Mu Shuxin, Ji Yuan, how's Ming's injury? You're not planning to hold back your moves this round too, are you? In the living room, Ji Yuan leaned against his chair back, fingers typing rapidly. Ji Yuan, no holding back. I've been using Ming because Champa still has a skill to consolidate. Don't worry, Ming's recovering well. This round it's time to bring Champa out for a stroll. Mu Shuxin, tch, don't I know you? You love keeping trump cards hidden, shocking opponents at crucial moments. Remember that time in Withering Valley? You turned near certain defeat into victory. Ji Yuan sent a hee-hee emoji and said no more. On the other end, Su Ziyin sat on the sofa with disheveled long hair, staring at the screen, watching their back and forth. Her starry eyes dimming slightly. They really have such a good relationship. Just then, a notification popped up. Ji Yuan, Su Ziyin, thanks. The intel is very useful. I'll definitely win. Attached with a grinning emoji of Zhao Shan. Su Ziyin's delicate frame stiffened slightly. Then the next second her lips curved upward uncontrollably. She read that line several times before suppressing the joy in her heart and replying. Su Ziyin, go for it. After sending the message, She hugged her phone and rolled around on the sofa, sweet as honey. Only then did Ji Yuan set his phone aside and look up at the television. In the live broadcast, the first semifinal match had concluded Zhang Bao versus the 7th-ranked female beast tamer from the city district. The entire match lasted only 2 minutes, with Zhang Bao achieving complete victory. The soul resonance of a 5th-grade beast tamer provided a transformative enhancement that 6th-grade opponents simply couldn't match. Yet hardly anyone knew the fact that Zhang Bao was 5th grade. More ironically, in the tournament's earlier rounds, the opening ceremonies would still introduce both contestants' beast tamer grades. Ji Yuan had deliberately watched replays of Zhang Bao's matches, but had never heard the host mention his grade. He guessed they were probably afraid that publicly announcing rankings would dampen other contestants' morale. Turning off his phone alarm, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, even the furrow between his brows gently relaxing. Time flew by. At exactly 6 in the evening, the lights blazed on, and the arena's massive electronic screen switched to the live broadcast feed, right on schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, and viewers watching at home, good evening. The female host's voice was crisp and clear, appearing more professional and efficient than the male hosts from previous rounds. Before we know it, we've reached the semifinal stage. She gestured toward the replay. Earlier, Zhang Bao had secured victory in the 6th round with absolute dominance, locking in his spot in the finals ahead of schedule. As she spoke, thunderous applause and whistles erupted throughout the arena. Next, we'll bring you the second half of the semifinals. The opposing sides are Ji Yuan from Linyan City versus Su Su from the Su family of Jinqing City. Let's turn the stage over to our two contestants. Please welcome both fighters to the arena. Tough guy Ji Yuan. Tough guy Ji Yuan. Tough guy Ji Yuan. Before the host had even finished speaking, the audience exploded like a pot boiling over, the cheers crashing forward like a tsunami. 3 enormous banners unfurled simultaneously across the east, west, and north stands, their black backgrounds and white letters blazingly bright under the lights. Tremble, contestants, for you are about to face Linyan City's #1 rising star, Linyan City's #1 tough guy, Linyan City's #1 beast master, Ji Yuan. The banner design looked incredibly familiar. It was exactly like the one that had gotten Zhao Shan mocked across the internet during the first round, except this time it had nothing to do with Zhao Shan and was spontaneously created by newfound supporters. At that moment, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin sat in the north stands. They were surrounded by frenzied Ji Yuan fans whose flag-waving and cheering enthusiasm was enough to make the very air vibrate. Even the usually outgoing Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin were trembling from the overwhelming spectacle. Hey, it's you. Someone in the crowd recognized Zhao Shan, pulled him straight out of his seat, and forcibly pushed him into the center of the flag formation. Holy sh! Several hands reached out in unison, shoving a flagpole into his grip. Zhao Shan was initially at a loss, but then got caught up in the surrounding atmosphere, his voice growing louder and louder until he was more excited than anyone else. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, Ji Yuan, dressed in black with his hands in his pockets, stepped onto the platform with leisurely strides and an expressionless face. Opposite him stood Su Zulian, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a baby face and a childlike smile. So lively. Su Su listened to the tsunami-like cheering without the slightest displeasure. He looked like a high school student, but was actually 25 years old. After walking around the arena once, he stopped several meters away from Ji Yuan and flashed a friendly smile. You deserve all this cheering. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Hee, I love making friends. Su Su put his hands in his pockets, his tone light and cheerful. For this semifinal match, I know I can't beat you, so let's just treat it as a friendly match, okay? He appeared innocent and naive, but only he knew the real reason was afraid Ji Yuan would kill his beast. There was an online opponent beast kill count ranking, and only 2 people appeared on it. First was Ji Yuan, second was Hao Zhan, whom Ji Yuan had faced in the second round. In other words, after 6 rounds of competition, only these 2 had killed their opponent's beasts. Su Su smiled and summoned his beast companion. It was an emerald wood wolf, less than 2 meters in length, its fur radiating vibrant life force. As it stepped on the ground, even the air seemed to become fresher. Facing the wood wolf, however, Su Su was weighing his chances in his mind. His opponent Ji Yuan possessed a fire-type Qilin, which surpassed his own beast by several levels in both race and bloodline. He wondered how long he could possibly last in this duel. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by his opponent's frank admission of being outmatched. He had expected most young masters from prominent families to be arrogant and domineering, but it seemed his own prejudices had clouded his judgment. The thought flashed through his mind as he clenched his right fist, lightning crackling between his knuckles. The eyes of the entire audience, both in the arena and across the nation, focused on the center of the platform. In the next second, thunder gathered beside Ji Yuan, with electric serpents coiling and roaring continuously. As the lightning dispersed, a magnificent and imposing black giant wolf appeared proudly. This was its first appearance in the city tournament. The giant wolf stood as tall as a grown man at the shoulder, with powerful limbs and smooth muscle definition. Its pure black fur was adorned with intricate deep blue electric patterns, resembling lightning in the night sky. Standing beside Ji Yuan, its deep blue beast eyes gazed down at the audience. Anyone who met its gaze seemed to glimpse spreading lightning and felt an inexplicable sense of overwhelming pressure. Oh my god, that beast companion is so handsome. Wow, this wolf is absolutely perfect. Compared to Susu's wolf, it's like a father with his son. Exclamations rose one after another, and the fervent gazes seemed ready to ignite Champa. Even Susu, as the opponent, stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the giant wolf, forgetting to blink. After a brief silence, Bang Susu suddenly charged forward, his voice filled with barely contained ecstasy. Ji Yuan, as long as you let me get a good look at your beast companion, I'll do anything you ask. The wood wolf behind him followed its master's sprint, but as it approached Champa, intense fear appeared in its pupils. After all, Champa was a thunder wolf lord, the apex of wolf species. Forget about bloodline levels. In terms of race alone, only emperor-level wolves of the same species could stand as equals. The three wood wolves that Susu possessed could never defeat it under any circumstances. Susu's shout reached everyone's ears clearly. For the disciples of the five great families, rankings in the city tournament weren't particularly important. Susu, who had always been passionate about wolf-type beast companions, completely accepted the reality of defeat at this moment. Watching Susu charge toward him with arms spread wide in excitement, Ji Yuan's eyelid twitched slightly, but he still mentally ordered Champa not to attack, could sense his opponent's sincere and passionate admiration. Susu stopped in front of Champa, his entire body almost trembling. At about 5 feet 7 inches tall, he was shorter than Ji Yuan by a head, while Champa's massive wolf head towered above him, forcing him to look up. Taking a deep breath, Susu raised his eyes to meet Ji Yuan's gaze and carefully requested, May I touch it? Sure. With his master's permission, Susu tremblingly extended his hand. The moment his fingertips touched Champa's smooth, silky fur, his entire body shuddered. His expression was like that of a rough man encountering a peerless beauty for the first time, filled with awe and reverence, as he carefully stroked the silver-gray fur along the giant wolf's neck, inch by inch. Being worshipped so respectfully, combined with the man's amazed emotions, Champa slightly raised its head, golden beast eyes gleaming with pleasure. As an emperor-class creature, it naturally loved this feeling of being revered. Deliberately avoiding the belly and certain sensitive areas, Susu conducted a thorough inspection of almost every part of Champa's body. From his posture, it seemed he wanted to pry open the giant wolf's massive jaws and study whether they also contained lightning. For a full 5 minutes, the man and wolf on the arena engaged in what appeared to be a solemn yet bizarre ritual. Finally, Susu reluctantly stepped back several paces, took a deep breath, and shouted without any psychological burden, I surrender. Ji Yuan wins. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. That brief contact had allowed him to clearly sense the terrifying pressure casually emanating from the giant wolf. Compared to Ji Yuan's Azure Qilin auspicious beast, its intensity was no less formidable. Against his own 3 wolves, they seemed like 3 frolicking huskies. A direct confrontation would be hopeless. Under such circumstances, it was better to surrender gracefully and maintain friendly relations with this promising representative from a small city. In the audience stands, those who had cheered wildly for Ji Yuan before the match looked at each other in bewilderment. They had expected a repeat of the intense battle between Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue. But who could have imagined that the so-called duel would turn into Susu's beast appreciation session? Haha, who would have thought the second half of the semifinals would be so harmonious? The host joked, then raised his voice enthusiastically. So let us congratulate Linyun City representative Ji Yuan for advancing to the finals. The Metropolitan Tournament semifinals conclude here. Ladies and gentlemen, and viewers watching at home, see you at the finals in 3 days. The lights blazed brightly. Ji Yuan, good luck in the finals. Mu Shuxin was the first to stand, cupping her hands like a megaphone and shouting toward the handsome young man in the arena. Supporters around her quickly joined in, creating a deafening roar. This time, young Master Su's voluntary surrender didn't trigger the same media storm as before. In online forums, the hottest topic became the lightning-type giant wolf that debuted tonight. Champa. Originally, everyone thought Ji Yuan only had the Qilin auspicious beast. After all, during his 4th-round battle against Xiao Lingjue, despite their earth-shaking fight, he never summoned a second beast. Now people discovered that this newcomer not only commanded a fire-type Qilin auspicious beast, but also concealed a lightning-type emperor wolf. At the same time, deep within the Xiao family estate, in a luxurious 40-square-meter bedroom, curtains drawn tight, only the embedded television cast dim light. On screen, footage of Susu stroking Champa played on loop. Greater lightning-type wolf. On the bed, Xiao Lingjue's handsome face twisted into something sinister. He stared fixedly at Ji Yuan's face, teeth grinding audibly. Ji Yuan, you killed my emperor beast and let me catch an opportunity, or I'll repay you 100-fold. Knock knock. Someone knocked at the door. Young master, I have results on what you asked me to investigate. Speak. The three great academies are very interested in Ji Yuan. I heard they're already competing for him in secret. If he wins the championship, Dean-level figures might personally recruit him. Bang. A dark object slammed into the television screen. The sturdy display didn't completely shatter, but spiderweb cracks spread across where Ji Yuan's face appeared. Champion? He thinks he can beat Zhang Bao? What a delusional dream. Cheers. In the luxurious private dining room, soft yellow lights cast a warm glow over the pair with table laden with steaming delicacies. Glistening roast duck, plump steamed sea bass, and deep red braised pork knuckle, their mingled aromas making mouths water. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin sat in a circle, each holding jade cups filled with winard liquor, smiles dancing across their four young faces. Zhao Shan's cheeks were flushed as he rested his chin on one hand, gently tapping his cup against the table. Old Ji, have you decided which academy you want to attend? It's too early to talk about that now. Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. He still knew nothing about the differences and pros and cons of the three super academies. With only 3 days left until the finals, he planned to spend all his time figuring out the details of each academy. The championship was still up for grabs, but choosing which academy should still be his decision to make. Hehe, let me give you some inside information. Zhao Shan suddenly lowered his voice and leaned in mysteriously. Uft. Su Xin rolled her eyes. Usually quiet, she became much livelier once she had some alcohol. Zhao Xiaomei, speak up if you have something to say. Stop keeping us in suspense. I hate it when people drag things out. Mu Shuxin tilted her head back and drained her cup in one gulp, her winard hair sliding through her fingers. Her boldness made Ji Yuan's mouth twitch. This wasn't fruit juice, and the party was only halfway through. Was she planning to drink herself under the table? Just as he was about to warn her, Zhao Shan waved his hand to interrupt. Hey, don't interrupt. Listen to me. The room fell silent, filled only with the lingering aroma of wine. Zhao Shan lowered his voice but couldn't hide his smugness. The three super academies are extremely, very, super satisfied with old Ji's performance. My dad said that as long as Ji Yuan lasts 5 minutes in the finals without losing, he'll get an extremely special reward when he enrolls. After finishing, he let out a long burp and heavily patted Ji Yuan's shoulder. Old Ji, 5 minutes. I'm counting on you to help me swagger around the academy. Get lost. Ji Yuan laughed and flicked his hand away. What special reward? You didn't bother to find out that crucial information. Zhao Xiaomei, you're drunk. Mu Shuxin squinted and swayed her empty cup. Last 5 minutes? Against little Zhang Bao? Ji Yuan could slap him into a kitten with one palm. Exactly. Su Xin mumbled in agreement. Ji Yuan shook his head. He'd told them not to drink so heavily. Zhang Bao was, after all, a 5th-rank beast tamer. Lasting 5 minutes against him would already be giving himself too much credit. What do you know? Zhao Shan sneered and tapped the table with his finger. Let me say it again, Zhang Bao is 5th rank. What did you say? Su Xi's cup paused slightly, and Mu Shuxin's head snapped up. Both women's drunkenness was instantly sobered by shock. One word made all the differentia world apart. Zhang Bao is 5th rank. Then how can we win this final? Mu Shuxin's face tensed with disbelief. Su Xi's brows furrowed deeply as well. This result was truly unexpected. Zhao Shan spread his hands. That's why they set the conditions in advance. A 6th rank soul power against a 5th rank beast tamer. As long as he lasts 5 minutes, old Ji wins. After he finished speaking, both women fell silent. Having made it to the finals, they naturally hoped Ji Yuan would claim the championship. Not for some unprecedented miracle in tournament history, but because only as champion would Ji Yuan receive the highest level of attention after enrollment. Zhao Shan shared the same sentiment. However, a 6th rank defeating a 5th rank in direct combat still sounded like a fairy tale. That made sense. After a moment of silence, Mu Shuxin's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes half open as she stared at Ji Yuan and said, Him? He could definitely last 5 minutes. But if it were someone else, well, that's anyone's guess. Bang. The alcohol hit her hard. She suddenly slammed her hand on the table, the chair creaking as it was pushed back, and she staggered to her feet. Ji Yuan, I have something to tell you. Her winard hair cascaded down, covering half of her flawless face as she raised one hand, waving it back and forth. The sudden outburst left all three at the table stunned. Su Xin was the first to recover, her starry eyes filled with disbelief. Was she really going to hear? The girl quickly lowered her head, her snow-white fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, biting her lip in confusion. Mu Shuxin mumbled incoherently, her body going limp as she suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Ji Yuan frowned. All that commotion for just one word. Zhao Shan leaned over to listen, hearing only steady breathing. He shrugged. Well, she got halfway through her sentence and fell asleep. I told her not to chug so much at once. Ji Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. The dinner had to end early. The contestants in the finals rest area had long since departed, and the no wandering around rule naturally no longer applied. Zhao Shan was clamoring to see the villa scenery, so Ji Yuan eventually brought the three of them to his assigned three-story villa, number 92. The villa wasn't luxurious, but it was sufficient for the four of them. Ji Yuan settled Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin in the largest bedroom on the third floor. The spacious bed was more than enough for the two girls to share for the night. He and Zhao Shan would make do in the second-floor living room. In the third-floor bedroom, Mu Shuxin lay sprawled on the bed in a star shape, reeking of alcohol. Su Ziyin brought a basin of warm water and leaned down to gently wipe her face. Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin's cheeks grew even redder in her sleep as she suddenly murmured, grabbing Su Ziyin's hand. I like you the most. With those words, her hand relaxed and she fell into deep sleep. Su Ziyin froze in place, her starry eyes flickering as emotions surged in her heart, but she couldn't find words to speak. Second-floor living room. Zhao Shan wrapped himself in a thick blanket, leaning against the sofa while channel surfing. The TV's glow illuminated his face, and before long, he too began to doze off. First floor. Ji Yuan leaned against the window, holding his phone with a faint smile playing at his lips. Remember, kid, making it to the finals is already far better than we expected. Tan He's voice came through the receiver. So forget the championship. Being runner-up in the city competition is still impressive enough. I understand, Uncle Tan, but I still want to give it a try on finals day. I want to see just how big the gap is between 6th and 5th rank. Ji Yuan looked up at the crescent moon outside the window, his gaze resolute. Speaking of which, what do you think about the 3 super academies? The other end chuckled. I knew you'd ask. Jueling, Lantian, and Shengtian. Jueling has always been the strongest, while Lantian and Shengtian are relatively balanced. In the past, I would have definitely advised you to go to Jueling, but considering what you told me yesterday, Shengtian Academy is your only choice. After last night's competition ended, Ji Yuan had told Tan He about the origins of Ming and Shanpa, along with some of his own secrets. The explanation was complex and mystical, yet reasonable. He had revealed only the most crucial point. He desperately needed imperial-grade remains, and Tan He was someone he could absolutely trust. Shengtian Academy? Why? Ji Yuan was somewhat curious. On the other end of the phone, Tan He let out a hearty laugh. First, you need to understand that our great Xia has 3 major super academies, each occupying an entire independent territory. Their combined area would barely match 3 medium-sized cities put together. That exaggerated? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Exaggerated. Tan He's tone carried a hint of pride. Those are Great Xia's core beast-tamer incubation bases. Their foundation, prestige, and importance are beyond what outsiders can imagine. The top brass of the beast-taming alliance is precisely composed of the elite figures from these 3 academies, as I mentioned to you before. Ji Yuan acknowledged. Tan He continued. Within Shengtian Academy's territory, there's an area called the Lost Lands. Legend has it that it was a battlefield from ancient times, where countless bones are buried. An ancient battlefield? That was exactly what he needed. Ji Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Imperial-grade creature remains were hard to find, and his Imperial Codex could only detect within a 1-kilometer range at a time. Relying solely on it to collect materials would be too taxing. What he urgently needed now was to gather as many Star Peak Griffin remains as possible. As long as the completeness reached 70%, his third beast companion would be within reach. Tan He seemed to guess his thoughts and added, actually, the other 2 major academies also have lost lands in their territories, but Shengtian Academy's is larger and more extensive. Ji Yuan nodded silently. It seemed Shengtian Academy was indeed the best choice. By the way, the finals will be held in Guanyin City. Tan He spoke faster. The Alliance will probably contact you tomorrow and send someone to escort you there. I need to return to Linyan City for 3 days to handle some matters, so be careful on your own. Understood. After hanging up, Ji Yuan's thoughts churned. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, just as Tan He had predicted, staff from the Beast-Taming Alliance had already called, with a special vehicle waiting at the rest area entrance. At the same time, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin came down from upstairs. Both were sleepy-eyed with disheveled hair, yet they possessed a unique lazy beauty. The 4 of them gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Outside in the corridor, a magnificent griffin lay crouched with wings half spread, its muscular lines flowing with power. It was Zhao Tianho's beast companion. Good morning, little ones. A gentle laugh came from above. Zhao Tianho stood with hands clasped behind his back on the griffin's back, his robes fluttering, exuding an air of leisure and elegance. Uncle Zhao. The 3 of them bowed respectfully. No, call me Godfather. Zhao Tianho feigned displeasure. Since the other party insisted, Ji Yuan couldn't refuse any longer and respectfully said, Godfather. Zhao Shan beside them burst into laughter, affectionately hooking his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder. We're closer than real brothers. My father is your father. This statement left Ji Yuan somewhat speechless. and even Zhao Tianhou couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why did this kid speak so strangely? He still coughed and solemnly instructed. Godson, perform well in the finals, and Godfather will personally cheer you on. All right. Ji Yuan nodded. Zhao Tianhou turned and looked at Mu Shuxin, Su Ziyin, and little Mei beside them. All right, little Mei, little Shuxin, little Ziyin, I'll take you all back. Zhao Shan raised his hand and asked, what about Ji Yuan? Ji Yuan smiled and waved. The Beast-Taming Alliance sent a special car, don't worry about me. Ji Yuan explained, let's meet up in Guanyin City. I see, sounds good. All three nodded in unison. The magnificent and unique griffin spread its wings and soared into the sky, its snow-white feathers gleaming silver in the sunlight. Watching that figure disappear into the distance, Ji Yuan felt a surge of longing. Once his star-peaked griffin fully matured, he too would be able to soar through the skies like this, wouldn't he? He allowed himself only a moment to savor this feeling before collecting his emotions and striding quickly toward the exit of the rest area. At the entrance, a brand new black business vehicle had already pulled up. Beside the car stood a crew-cut man in a well-fitted suit and sunglasses, practically radiating professional bodyguard from every pore. Mr. Ji Yuan, please, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing the electric sliding door to open silently. The cabin was soundproof with spacious, plush seats. The bodyguard climbed into the passenger seat and turned halfway around to explain. In 10 minutes, the vehicle will enter the spatial track bound for Guanyin City. The entire journey takes about an hour, so you can rest comfortably. There are retractable storage compartments on your left and behind you, stocked with various beverages and snacks for your convenience. Having finished his briefing, he turned back around and sat properly as an electric privacy panel rose up, completely separating the driver's area from the rear seats. Ji Yuan reached for the prominent handle on his left side pop. A perfectly sized storage box sprang out, neatly arranged with the most popular drinks and juices of the day. He noticed the small characters, Tech Era, glowing softly in the ambient light on the side of the box. As for this spatial track the bodyguard had mentioned, Ji Yuan was quite familiar with it. It was essentially a technological wormhole carved between two cities. Journeys that would normally consume enormous amounts of time were compressed dramatically. From Mohin City to Guanyin City would take at least 5 days by conventional roads. Even Tan He's Golden Eagle or Zhao Tianhou's Griffin would need 3 hours of flight. But using the spatial track, one could arrive in just an hour. The only drawbacks were the astronomical construction costs and massive engineering requirements, which meant only a handful of cities throughout the entire Great Xia nation possessed them. Most people still relied on airplanes or private flying beasts for long-distance travel. As Ji Yuan embarked on his journey to the final city, he had no idea that Linyun City had already been swept up in a Ji Yuan craze. Defeating the 15th-ranked representative with his fists, crushing the Shao family's young master, this regional tournament had left Linyun City residents first shocked, then delighted. The merchants who had signed endorsement deals with him early on were grinning from ear to ear. After his advancement to the finals, not only local residents but fans from neighboring cities flocked in, practically buying out every product bearing the Ji Yuan label. Even Blue Sky Orphanage had become a pilgrimage site for fans taking photos. Online, this sparked the mystery of Ji Yuan's identity. An orphan raised in a welfare institution, awakening special grade talent at 18, then making a powerful comeback after 2 years in the doldrums. Representing Linyun City, ranked 92nd nationally in the regional tournament while 3 of his 6 opponents forfeited without fighting. His clean defeat of Chun Hui and his ability to hold his own against Xiao Ling before ultimately claiming victory had completely won over audiences nationwide. Now, he had broken through to the finals. The entire nation held its breath, eager to see whether this ultimate dark horse could go all the way and create a miracle. Initially, everyone believed the suspense remained, until the day before the finals when bombshell news broke. The champion had already been decided. Zhang Bao was a 5th-ranked beast master. Guanyin City. As the nation's top-ranked prosperous metropolis, countless beast-taming families of all sizes stood tall among the towering skyscrapers. Among them, the main branches of the 5 great families Zhang, Jiang, Su, Shao, and Mu had their roots firmly planted here, while their subsidiary branches were scattered across the country. The 3 days of preparation for the finals flew by in a flash, and today was the day of the decisive battle. Meanwhile, yesterday's explosive news had already set the internet ablaze. Are you kidding me? A 25-year-old grade 5 beast tamer. Holy crap, this is definitely the biggest news of this tournament. No wonder Zhang Bao crushed every opponent in his matches. Good lord, if I were Ji Yuan, I'd just forfeit right now. How can a grade 6 possibly fight a grade 5? Absolutely. If it were me and I found out the day before the finals that my opponent was grade 5, my mentality would completely collapse. Damn, Ji Yuan must be devastated. But second place is good enough. A 92 representative making it to the championship match is simply incredible. Yeah, Ji Yuan has already made history. Whether he wins the championship or not doesn't really matter for him. Sigh, today's finals are going to be boring. Similar comments kept piling up, with almost everyone convinced that a grade 6 could never defeat a grade 5. This law had never been broken since ancient times. As the opening ceremony drew to a close, the contestants were about to take the stage. Ji Yuan turned off his phone, stood up, and walked toward the finals venue located in the heart of Guanyin City. The competition venue was impossibly massive. The spectator stands could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously, and the arena floor was large enough to park over 100 giant trucks. Top-tier broadcasting equipment and enormous screens ensured that every audience member could catch every detail on the stage. At this moment, Ji Yuan was separated from that arena of countless gazes by only a black curtain. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the blue corner contestant, Ji Yuan. As the echo reverberated, he reached out and pulled back the curtain. Lights suddenly poured down, blinding and scorching, while the roars of hundreds of thousands of spectators shot into the night sky like a raging beast. Ji Yuan maintained his composure, his gaze steady and determined, as he walked step by step toward the center of the arena. In the stands, massive banners were held high, all with tough guy themes, making Ji Yuan feel quite embarrassed. Zhao Shan never imagined that his original prank banner would be imitated by countless people, and those who had booed him back then were now holding theirs higher than anyone else. Next, please welcome the red corner contestant, Zhang Bao. Wah! The cheers grew even louder. In the spotlight, a burly young man with a square face and shaved head entered everyone's view. His brow was slightly furrowed, and his calm gaze seemed to harbor a hint of melancholy. This was the tournament's youngest grade 5 beast tamer. With both contestants in position, the referee announced the finals rules in a booming voice. First, contestants are forbidden from attempting to kill the opposing beast tamer. Second, contestants are forbidden from attempting to kill the opposing beasts. Serious injuries and disabilities are not included in this restriction. Third, there is no time limit for the match. The battle will only end when one side voluntarily surrenders or loses the ability to fight. With the rules announced, the match officially began. As the host's excited shouts died down, Zhang Bao turned to look at Ji Yuan, his tone probing. You're not forfeiting? Even though you're only 5th rank? Ji Yuan simply responded with a faint smile. Seeing that expression, Zhang Bao seemed to understand. I see. You want to find out just how big the gap between us really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Bao extended his right arm forward, spirit patterns flickering in his palm. The air before him rippled like water, and a dark purple, spotted beast was spat out from the torn space. It resembled a cheetah but had 4 slender front legs and 2 powerful hind legs. Its form both graceful and Iria, poison wind shadow leopard. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. A creature found only in the depths of Hongling City's mineral veins. He hadn't expected Zhang Bao to summon it right from the start. Simultaneously, azure ghostly flames surged upward, and Ming materialized within the fire, its skeletal face glowing with ethereal light as it stood guard beside Ji Yuan. The poison wind shadow leopard's throat rumbled as it gathered power. A wind sphere suddenly shot forth. Immediately after, Zhang Bao waved his palm, and a cluster of pale blue light merged into the wind sphere. Boom! A resonant explosion erupted, and an invisible ripple capable of shaking souls swept toward Ji Yuan and Ming. The host below excitedly shouted, Soul Resonance. A soul technique only 5th rank practitioners can perform. Contestant Zhang Bao delivers a show of force right from the start. Yet the host was puzzled. From his perspective, Ji Yuan could easily forfeit and still claim 2nd place with honor. In the audience, 6th ranked beast tamers watched intently. Soul Resonance was the very milestone they dreamed of achieving to enter 5th rank. However, when the ripple reached its targets, neither man nor beast moved an inch. Ji Yuan's expression remained composed, and Ming instantly condensed a massive ghostly fireball that thundered toward the poison wind shadow leopard. Completely unharmed, and such a fast counterattack, the host exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Bao's pupils contracted slightly, but he immediately gestured commands. The poison wind shadow leopard darted forward, and a pale gray liquid collided with the fireball, instantly corroding it to nothing. Gale force, Zhang Bao called out sharply, and the poison wind shadow leopard suddenly spun, creating a violent whirlwind that shot up from the ground. Withering poison mist. With a piercing shriek, the spots on the leopard's body spewed dark purple vapor that intertwined with the whirlwind to form a toxic tornado. Whoosh! It lashed the tornado's core with its tail, dramatically increasing the toxic spiral's speed as it rushed toward Ming. Infernal firestorm. Ming roared, and ghostly flames spiraled wildly, instantly forming a fire tornado of equal size to meet the attack. Azure and dark purple whirlwinds clashed and twisted in the arena, generating scorching shockwaves. The poison wind shadow leopard suddenly leaped from behind the toxic tornado, spitting pale gray liquid at Ming. Hiss! Flames surged, burning away the poison. But the leopard immediately followed with a close-range assault. its fangs aimed directly at Ming's neck. Such a fierce offensive made Ji Yuan's gaze sharpen. Bang! The ghostly flames formed into a massive arm that struck the poison wind shadow leopard's right ribs just as it was about to close in. Boom! The arm formed from netherworld flame struck with a devastating punch, sending the venom wind phantom leopard flying. The dark teal leopard that had just been blasted away flickered midair, swishing its razor-sharp tail to steady itself before landing several yards away. Pale green wind elements swirled around its body like tangible matter, and the leopard's emerald eyes locked onto Ming with deadly focus. Whoosh! Its forefront claws crossed and slashed, sending 4 wind blades sharp enough to slice through steel howling forward like a curtain of death. Ming quickly ducked low, barely allowing the wind blades to graze past his back. Before he could rise, the venom wind phantom leopard was already pouncing again, fangs bared, spitting pale gray corrosive liquid while wind elements surged around its claws once more. This fierce beast, controlled by 5th-rank Beast Master Zhang Bao, attacked with relentless rhythm, giving Ming barely a moment to breathe. In this critical moment, netherworld flames erupted thunderously, forming a ring of fire barrier around Ming. The scorching heat mixed with soul-burning agony forced the venom wind phantom leopard to halt. Corrosive poison mist, Zhang Bao commanded quietly from behind. The venom wind phantom leopard immediately exhaled a thin layer of gray mist that quickly adhered to the surface of the fire barrier. Zhang Bao extended his palm, channeling soul power to resonate with the poison mist. Once the mist synchronized with his soul power, it could corrode any spiritual flame barrier. This was his signature killing combo. Ji Yuan sensed something amiss and lightly flicked his index finger, silently infusing a strand of his own soul power into the netherworld flames. Hiss! The fire barrier began boiling violently, its temperature and pressure instantly surging. Zhang Bao's brow furrowed sharply. Logically, his soul power resonance with the poison mist should have easily devoured the fire wall, yet now it was being repelled by some opposing force, as if another layer of soul power resonance was hidden within those flames. Impossible, he silently denied. Before the match, his family had thoroughly investigated Ji Yuan's background, was merely a 6th-rank beastmaster with absolutely no talent for manipulating soul power. Was he being too paranoid? Zhang Bao's eyes flickered as he glanced toward the handsome young man across from him, whose expression remained calm and indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly recalled the venom wind phantom leopard. Whoosh! Tiny ice crystals and snowflakes suddenly began falling on the arena, and the air temperature plummeted at a visible rate. Zhang Bao extended one finger, pointing it across the distance at the fire barrier surrounding Ming. Ice! Shatter! Bang! A pale blue beam shot forth, carrying bitter cold, and when it struck the fire barrier still resonating with soul power, it pierced through in one blow. The barrier, having lost its complete form, immediately collapsed. Crack! The instant the flames dissipated, a sharp thunderclap exploded. Zhang Bao clenched both fists as lightning elements coiled around his limbs, transforming his entire body into raging thunder as he charged straight at Ming. Thunder! Blast! In the blink of an eye, he had reached Ming, his lightning-wreathed fist crashing down through the air. In that split second, Ji Yuan recalled Ming. Then deep blue lightning erupted from his palm. Flash soul moved like rushing thunder as he used lightning dance to dodge and weave, counterattacking through the gap left by Zhang Bao's punch. Boom! 2 lightning elements collided heat-in, the deafening roar like a tolling bell, while blinding arcs of electricity scattered in all directions, forcing many spectators to instinctively close their eyes. In the audience stands, people whispered about Zhang Bao's cunning combat technique of switching between 3 different elements in succession. What was happening here? Zhang Bao hadn't summoned any beast companions, so how could he unleash elemental skills with his bare hands? Haha, you're obviously from some small city. Someone in the stands shook their head. What Zhang Bao is using is the Zhang family's exclusive Beast Master Soul technique Wind Ren Blast. Exactly, another person chimed in. This soul technique supposedly dates back to ancient times and has always been the Zhang family's heirloom. It allows Beast Masters to temporarily wield elemental attacks, but the cost is enormous. Only those of 5th rank or above can practice it. Ji Yuan is probably going to be defeated by this move. At the center of the arena, wild and domineering thunder continuously roared. Ji Yuan stood in the distance, his pupils contracting. Zhang Bao was actually using his bare fists to block Champa's charge. Flesh and blood against a contracted beast companion defied all logic. Could the rank difference really have such an absurd impact? Facts prove that even the strongest beast master could hardly match a beast in direct combat. After a brief standoff, Zhang Bao was forced to retreat. Compared to the audience's surprise, his own inner shock was even more intense. The intelligence was wrong. Ji Yuan's 2 beast companions were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. By all logic, a legendary bloodline beast companion in the hands of a 6th-rank beast master shouldn't be able to withstand his Wind Ren Blast as a 5th-rank master. Yet that wolf-type beast companion before him not only endured it, but even overpowered him. Zhang Bao calmly analyzed. First, Ji Yuan had hidden his rank was actually also 5th rank. Second, this wolf-type beast companion's bloodline level was above legendary, at least mythical grade. Recalling the beast master's mark that appeared on the back of Ji Yuan's hand when he made his move, he decisively ruled out the first possibility. It seemed that Lin Yun's city, ranked 92nd, had actually produced a young man who controlled a mythical grade beast companion. Bang! The thunder power erupting from Champa struck Qilin, like several heavy trucks colliding frontally. Zhang Bao grunted and staggered back several steps. Release, Fury Blast, Ji Yuan shouted. Champa opened its mouth, and a sphere of blue and silver intertwined light instantly formed, sweeping forward with a piercing shriek toward Zhang Bao. Windbreak! Zhang Bao roared, unleashing the final form of wind-rend blast with thunderous force. Blade-like fierce winds tore through the light sphere, forcibly cutting it in half. Bang! Bang! Deafening explosions erupted simultaneously in midair and on the ground, with debris flying everywhere. After the brief clash, Zhang Bao could already see something was wrong. Ji Yuan was definitely not an ordinary 6th rank. But on a competition stage watched by the entire nation, would he, a dignified 5th rank beast master, have to control multiple beast companions simultaneously to deal with a 6th rank? The pride bestowed by his family made him hesitate. Finally, dark purple light surged into his eyes. The air above rippled, and a thick arm covered in black fur burst through the void, its intense oppressive presence instantly enveloping the arena. A formidable demon ape roared as it landed, its face fierce and menacing aura overwhelming. Ji Yuan looked up and recognized this giant beast. It was the very demon ape that Lu Hen had fought alone for nearly 10 minutes in the depths of the mineral vein before finally killing it. Now, less than 2 minutes had passed since the match began. Theoretically, if he could hold out for another 3 minutes, Ji Yuan would be considered victorious by some. But next, he was about to face a demon ape that could contend with a 5th rank beast master. Go, old Ji Yuan. Keep fighting, hang in there. In the spectator stands, Zhao Shan waved a flag bearing a tough guy's portrait, the flagpole cutting through the air and leaving afterimages. His left hand pressed against his phone screen, watching the stopwatch numbers tick by. Mu Shuxin cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting encouragement toward the arena. The quietest was a silent girl, her fingertips turned white from gripping so tightly, her heart repeating over and over. Come on, you can do this. At the center of the arena, the demon ape stomped, sending gravel flying in all directions as overwhelming pressure surged forward. Ji Yuan looked at this massive beast, surprise flashing through his mind. Zhang Bao had not only tamed the poison wind phantom leopard, but had also gained control of a demon ape. However, this demon ape was much smaller than the one deep in the mineral veins, and more fortunately it happened to be countered by Flash Soul's soul resonance. Ji Yuan, it's not too late to surrender now. Zhang Bao's voice was low and menacing. Bring it on. Ji Yuan smiled calmly. As his words fell, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Bao's eyes, and the demon ape thunderously stomped the ground before lunging forward with its massive body. Flash Soul, release explosive burst. Ji Yuan commanded in a deep voice, channeling streams of soul power into the attack. Boom! A sphere of light fused with lightning and soul power shot out, its thunderous roar making the arena's protective barrier hum. The light sphere sliced through the air and instantly struck the demon ape's chest. The explosion's aftershock hit like an invisible sledgehammer, once again assaulting the demon ape's soul. With just one strike, the demon ape staggered. Resonance waves? It really is resonance waves. Zhang Bao's heart filled with shock. In that instant, he had clearly detected the soul resonance. But Ji Yuan's expression remained as calm as still water, so he quickly attributed the cause to Flash Solo Wolf-type beast with mythical bloodline possessing special abilities. Wasn't strange. What was worse, the demon ape came from the underground world and was most vulnerable to thunder resonance. After brief consideration, Zhang Bao decisively recalled the demon ape into his beast space. With its weakness exposed, even great strength couldn't be properly utilized. First cripple the wolf-type beast, then release the demon ape to finish off the Qilin auspicious beast. This was his optimal strategy now, though he wasn't sure if Ji Yuan had a third beast. As this thought passed, he summoned another giant stone statue. Within its rock body covered in cracks, emerald light flowed like Vainsa wood-type stone statue. Ji Yuan couldn't help but remember the fire-type stone statue that Mu Shuxin had shattered with one punch in Withering Valley. Whoosh! Another lightning-wrapped sphere of light blasted out, smashing into the statue's chest with only a deafening crash. Ji Yuan understood clearly Mu Shuxin was right. These stone statues were nearly indestructible, which was why many people enjoyed contracting these mobile fortresses. The wood-type stone statue stepped closer, each footfall making the ground tremble slightly. Ji Yuan stared at his opponent, quickly weighing his options. What should he do? Let's try it, Flash Soul. In the next moment, Flash Soul transformed into a lightning shadow, racing along the ground. Lightning dance. Clang. The giant wolf, wrapped in thunder, crashed headlong into the statue, but couldn't even loosen its surface patterns. The statue raised both arms high and slammed down. Bang! The arena shook violently, debris flying everywhere. Flash Soul quickly retreated several meters to create distance, turning its head toward Ji Yuan and shaking it slightly too solid. Combined with the fact that controlling the statue was a 5th-grade beast master, breaking through its defense was nearly impossible. What should he do? If he couldn't handle this giant stone statue, he would have no choice but to surrender. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, his mind racing as he recalled all the information Mu Shushin had shared about these giant golems. In the spectator stands, southeast corner. Compared to the deafening cheers echoing throughout the arena, this section remained noticeably quiet. In the front row on the left sat a refined, gentle-looking middle-aged man with a faint smile, his gaze calm and steady. To his right, a towering, muscular man sat with arms crossed, his expression stern and cold, muscles bulging like an iron tower. Woodgrain golems are indeed effective against lightning-type spirit beasts, the middle-aged man said softly, his eyes still fixed on the arena. Old Liu, how long do you think it'll take that young man to find a way to break through? Soon, the big man replied in a voice like rolling thunder, devoid of emotion. The Qilin beast's flames are the natural enemy of such golems. At the center of the arena, Zhang Bao controlled his woodgrain golem, pressing forward step by step. With each swing of its massive arms, vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare Shanpa. The agile Shanpa leaped and spun, constantly maintaining distance, while spitting violent orbs of light to scatter the spreading tendrils. The match timer reached exactly 5 minutes. On the other side of the stands, Zhao Shan stared at his phone stopwatch and suddenly burst into laughter. We've got it! We've got it! Huh? The two girls beside him quietly exhaled in relief as long as they lasted 5 minutes. Even if Ji Yuan conceded, it wouldn't matter. Only the few of them knew the reason behind this, so the surrounding spectators turned puzzled gazes their way. In their eyes, Ji Yuan was being thoroughly suppressed and would surely lose in a battle of attrition. On the arena, Ji Yuan's mental storm suddenly found its breakthrough. That's it, his heart lit up. Mu Shushin had once told him that all golems in this world were born from natural souls infused within them. No matter how tough their exterior, they feared soul-wounding strikes. Back in Withering Valley, Secretary Lin had used the secret arts of the Cursed Soul Kingdom to shatter her flame golem with a single punch. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ji Yuan immediately recalled Shampa. The next second, ghostly flames surged forth. Crimson Flame Execution. The moment Ming appeared, Ji Yuan issued his command. Whoosh! Countless chains formed from azure flames, striking like serpents toward the woodgrain golem. At the back of the stands, Zhang Bao crossed his arms, his expression calm. Those methods won't work. His woodgrain golem had withstood countless powerful attacks before, and he firmly believed this time would be no exception. The chains wrapped around the golem, and azure flames instantly scorched its surface, producing billowing smoke. The golem stood motionless at first, then began struggling frantically, but once the chains closed, they became like shackles and cages, impossible to break free from. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Bao detected something unusual through their mental link pain, even fear. What's happening? He jerked his head up. In midair, a blazing blade took shape, cold light intertwining with flames. The moment his gaze fixed upon it, it came crashing down. Following the tournament rules, it didn't take a life, but pierced through the golem from head to abdomen. Boom. The woodgrain golem immediately lost its support, its emerald glow dimming like a dying candle, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Soul burning. Zhang Bao's heart skipped a beat as the golem's final feedback revealed the truth. He stared intently at the Qilin beast shrouded in azure flames. Could it be that this spirit beast's bloodline was also mythical? Both unexpected yet logical, Zhang Bao decisively waved his hand, recalling the woodgrain golem to his spirit beast space. Immediately, 3 beams of light flashed simultaneously beside him. 3 spirit beasts appeared together. Zhang Bao no longer held back any trace of arrogance. He was about to fight with everything he had to win this battle. In an instant, the airflow around Zhang Bao suddenly stagnated. The venomous wind phantom leopard silently emerged. The demon ape roared with hunched shoulders, and a massive cicada wreathed in bone-chilling cold hovered in midair, frost sliding down from the edges of its wings. The cicada was as large as a water vat, its transparent shell refracting cold light clearly, an ice heaven cicada. Zhang Bao's expression grew solemn as these 3 spirit beasts formed his carefully orchestrated combination. All overlord class, with the demon ape breaking formations, the venomous wind phantom leopard coordinating kills, and the ice heaven cicada controlling from above while waiting to deliver the finishing blow. With a point of his finger, the battle situation changed dramatically. The formidable tall demon ape's legs became wrapped in dark purple patterns as it roared and launched into the air, The venomous wind phantom leopard hugged the ground, following like a gale. In midair, the ice heaven cicada's wings shattered the airflow, scattering icy mist. The triple assault instantly sealed off every corner of the arena, the sharp sound of cutting wind mixing with beast roars, causing countless spectators in the stands to gasp in unison. This final match is about to end, someone shouted in dismay. Facing the encirclement of 3 Overlord-class beasts, they simply couldn't imagine how Ji Yuan and his Qilin auspicious beast could possibly resist. However, Ji Yuan stepped back half a pace, cold light flashing in his eyes as he growled, "Intimidate. Don't forget, Ming was Emperor class." Buzz. Ming raised its head, green light exploding from its dark green eyes as a torrential bloodline pressure spread like an invisible tidal wave. The arena's air suddenly became heavy. The venomous wind phantom leopard's claws went weak as it crouched and retreated. The ice heaven cicada's wing tips trembled before it simply crashed to the ground and folded its wings. Though the demon ape still supported its massive frame, it couldn't stop its subtle trembling, clearly fighting desperately against its instinctive terror. Ji Yuan didn't stop there. Bloodline intimidation was especially deadly against wild creatures, and 5th-rank beast tamers could use soul power to shield their beast's perception had only fully grasped this crucial point last night. So from the match's beginning, he had restrained Ming from revealing its pressure all for this moment, to lock in victory with one strike. Flamestorm. Ming stepped forward, and a sea of blue-green fire suddenly exploded at the arena's center, rolling flames forming walls several zhang high that swallowed all 3 spirit beasts. Netherworld firelight danced, accompanied by piercing shrieks that struck directly at Zhang Bao's consciousness through their mental contract. Zhang Bao's chest tightened as he clenched his fist. Return. As the sea of fire gradually dispersed, no beast shadows could be seen in the charred center of the arena. Zhang Bao's gaze turned cold as he quickly recalled those 3 spirit beasts, his knuckles cracking audibly. After a moment, the soul rings around his body blazed again, new contract light bursting forth. First to appear was the still cracked, slow-moving wooden demon golem. Immediately after, a unicorn that seemed carved from colored glass stood upon frost, its crystalline fur refracting cold light under the arena's illumination, a horn flowing with 7-colored radiance growing from its forehead, though the frosty aura emanating from its body still revealed its elemental nature. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan noticed that this unicorn was almost identical in origin to the one Zhang Di had used when besieging him before. The third summoned beast was a massive wolf, as tall as a small house, with rocky fissures covering its entire body. With this, all 6 beasts that Zhang Bao had contracted after reaching the 5th rank were now present. The venomous wind phantom leopard, wind-marked demon ape, woodgrain golem, ice crystal unicorn, earth rock wolf, and thunderwinged storm eagle, all possessing dominant bloodlines capable of crushing most beast tamers of the same rank. Zhang Bao released his soul power like a tide, covering the ice crystal unicorn, woodgrain golem, and earth rock wolf, allowing them to share his perception. This way, the bloodline suppression that Ji Yuan had previously relied on would no longer be effective. In the stands, all eyes automatically focused on the young man standing with one hand behind his back, his expression calm. Tonight, Ji Yuan had delivered shock after shock until people were numb to it. But as Zhang Bao simultaneously released 3 different beasts for the second time, the same thought arose in everyone's mind. The final battle was about to end. No one makes the same mistake twice, especially not Zhang Bao. If Ji Yuan wants to break this deadlock, he'd have to command both the Qilin beast and Thunder Wolf simultaneously. But he's only 6th rank, how is that possible? The audience was as lively as boiling oil. Wow, what an incredible fight. I'll remember Ji Yuan from Linyan City. A 6th rank fighter holding his own against a 5th rank, this guy's a rising star. I think he's just lucky. If Zhang Bao had been serious from the start, this would have been over long ago. He got lucky with bloodline advantage in the first round, but can he turn things around this time? Voices of support and doubt clashed sharply. Spectators from the high-tier districts hoped Zhang Bao would win with overwhelming force to maintain their prejudices against lower-ranked cities, while citizens from lower-ranked areas pinned all their hopes on Ji Yuan. The 2 groups argued heatedly, faces flushed with emotion. While chaos erupted outside the arena, the platform itself was so quiet you could hear breathing. Zhang Bao's gaze was sharp as nails, for the first time locking onto Ji Yuan with cold, cutting intensity. He had originally planned to use the final stage to showcase a 5th-rank beast tamer's power and easily claim the spotlight. Who could have predicted his opponent would far exceed expectations? The venomous wind phantom leopard couldn't finish the job. His trump card, Wind Rend Blast, was still neutralized, and even his demon ape was repelled. His preconceptions were shattered bit by bit, and now Ji Yuan had become a truly equal opponent in his eyes. Zhang Bao quickly formulated his strategy. Have the ice crystal unicorn charge Hedon with frost mist and horn attacks to tie up Ming's flames, while directing the earth rock wolf and woodgrain golem to flank from both sides. Ji Yuan was reportedly only able to focus on one beast at a time. He couldn't possibly handle a multi-front assault. This was his chance for victory. Attack! With his low shout, all three beasts moved. The ice crystal unicorn charged forward with frost beneath its hooves. The woodgrain golem's massive arms shattered the ground, sending debris flying. The earth rock wolf sprinted through the dust, sharp stone spikes extending from its limbs. They quickly formed an arc-shaped encirclement, rushing straight toward Qilin. It's over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao silently declared victory, but his gaze caught the light, carefree smile playing at the corners of the young man's lips. In an instant, the azure Qilin beast's flames exploded outward like a comet streaking directly toward the woodgrain golem. Simultaneously, without even time for electrical arcs to build up, a deep blue lightning bolt tore through the air, sweeping toward the earth rock wolf. Zhang Bao's pupils contracted sharply. Ji Yuan was actually summoning and controlling two beasts at once. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated across the arena. Ming swept across the ground like a shadow, reaching the wooden golem in an instant. Netherworld flames gathered in its palm, forming a massive ghostly hand over 10 feet tall that slammed the golem down with crushing force. Purple-black flames penetrated its body as if to ignite its very soul. The wooden golem frantically pounded the ground with both arms, sending debris flying everywhere, yet the flaming ghost hand remained steady as a mountain, utterly unmoved. On the other side, Shampa's body crackled with arcing electricity, lightning sparking and crackling as it charged at the crystal unicorn with thunderous momentum. Bang! The ice beneath the unicorn's hooves cracked as it staggered back 3 steps, its crystalline armor now covered in fractures. Shampa turned its head, golden wolf eyes locking onto the earth wolf. Lightning gathered between its fangs into a blinding orb of explosive energy that erupted forth. Crash. The thunder blast kicked up clouds of dust, shattering the earth wolf's rocky exterior into rubble and sending the massive beast flying several meters before it crashed against the arena's edge. At this moment, Ji Yuan could control 2 spirit beasts simultaneously. The only advantage his 5th-rank opponent had left was abundant soul power that would only last a mere minute. If he couldn't end the battle within this minute, his soul power would be depleted and defeat would be certain. The situation had completely reversed. Not far away, Zhang Bao's pupils dilated in shock. Staring at the Qilin beast and Thunderwolf that had appeared simultaneously on the arena, his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, unable to utter a single word. In the stands, the thunderous cheers fell silent all at once, deadly quiet consuming the entire venue. The spectators looked as if struck by lightning, eyes vacant, faces pale, even forgetting to breathe. Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin stood frozen in place. Except for Mu Shuxin, no one knew that Ji Yuan possessed dual-line control. In a corner of the stands, Zhao Tianhou, who had been watching with an amused smile, showed a flicker of surprise. Beside him, Lu Han instinctively tensed his body, leaning forward as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Zhao Tianhou's smile returned. What a surprising little fellow. Good, good, good. Taking him as a godson was quite the bargain. On the field, Zhang Bao's eyelids twitched violently. His parched throat seemed unable to produce sound. He rubbed his eyes hard, still feeling like the scene before him was an illusion. You've hidden your true rank. After a moment, he finally managed to squeeze out the question, his tone filled with disbelief. No. Ji Yuan shook his head with a faint smile. 6th rank beast tamer, genuine and authentic. Before his words had finished, lightning exploded in his eyes. Oh whoa. Shampa threw back its head in a long howl that pierced the dome above. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered from nowhere in the sky, black as lead, with lightning serpents dancing and thunder rolling. Thunder judgment. Ji Yuan spoke in low tones. The next moment, countless pillars of lightning poured down from the clouds. Giant rock barrier. Ice seal wall. Zhang Bao's expression changed drastically as he hurled out 2 commands before the lightning could descend. The crystal unicorn's horn erupted with 7-colored ice radiance, forming a thick ice wall in midair with flowing light patterns and piercing cold. The earth wolf raised its head in a long howl, earth elements boiling throughout its body as a semicircular rock wall thundered upward, encasing both Zhang Bao and itself. Boom. Bang. Lightning struck repeatedly. The ice wall's surface exploded with massive electric sparks as ice shards scattered everywhere. Each time the rock wall was struck, it shook violently, debris raining down as the ground was scorched with countless small craters from lightning residue. Behind the barriers, Zhang Bao gasped for breath, his ears filled with the deafening roar of thunder blasts and stone resonance. Just 2 months ago, he had advanced to 5th rank, but regardless, he was still a 5th-rank beast tamer. Looking at his hands trembling from the thunder's might, a flash of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes. Since victory through spirit beast combat seemed impossible, only one option remained. His final trump card. Boom. At the same time, the fortress finally could no longer hold and was shattered by the lightning. Ah! Zhang Bao roared in fury, clenching his fists tightly as veins bulged across his arms, and the dark clouds above slowly began to dissipate. Almost there, Ji Yuan is nearly at his limit too. The thought flashed through his mind after all. He wasn't a fifth-rank cultivator, and controlling two beasts simultaneously like this, he could last at most one more minute. Zhang Bao took a deep breath and declared loudly, Ji Yuan, what comes next will be my final strike. If you can withstand it, this championship match is yours. His voice echoed through the heavens. Ji Yuan's gaze instantly hardened as he recalled Shanpa and Ming, struggling desperately to stabilize his wavering soul power. At the center of the arena, three beast shadows, the wooden golem, ice crystal unicorn, and earth rock wolf, transformed into streams of light and merged into Zhang Bao's chest. Bang! Soul power exploded like a raging torrent, and the air above the arena seemed to tear apart. The Zhang family's resonance combat technique, Soul Fusion Draw, was activated. The audience erupted in commotion. My god, Ji Yuan actually pushed Zhang Bao to this extent. I heard Soul Fusion Draw is extremely rare, requiring both Beast Master and Beast to detonate together. But the side effects are brutal. He'll be bedridden for 7 days and nights after using it. TSK, to force Zhang Bao to use this technique. Even if Ji Yuan loses, it's an honorable defeat. In the corner, Zhao Tianhou maintained his smile, his gaze shifting between Zhang Bao and Ji Yuan before finally settling on the latter. My godson, how will you handle this final move? The storm on the arena intensified. Soul power raged violently within Zhang Bao's body, whipping Ji Yuan's robes and flattening the fur of Shampa and Ming. A resonance combat technique? Ji Yuan caught the familiar fluctuation and suddenly smiled lightly. I have one too, he called out in a low voice. Ming, Shampa. Both beasts tensed their forms as Ji Yuan forced all his remaining soul power toward his heart. Zhang Bao roared, you cannot possibly defeat me. The fierce wind suddenly stopped. His muscles swelled to their limit, massive soul power churning across his body's surface, ready for release. Activate resonance, light shadow assault. At the same moment, Ji Yuan stepped forward proactively. Roar! Awo! Ming and Shanpa howled in unison, their forms splitting in two simultaneously. 4 identical beast shadows thundered forth. In front, 2 Shampa transformed into lightning-fast afterimages, wrapped in crackling electricity, nearly impossible to track. Behind them, Ming and its duplicate breathed ghostly flames together, weaving rolling black mist that layered and pressed down, completely engulfing Zhang Bao. Within the black mist, Zhang Bao crossed his arms before his chest, pupils locked dead ahead. Soul Fusion Draw, violent charge. Boom. He shot forward like a cannonball, soul power condensing into a solid soul shield before him as he crashed toward Shampa and Ming. Puff. The soul shield passed straight through the beast shadows. Illusions. Zhang Bao's heart shook violently. Before he could adjust, he felt a bone-chilling coldness at his chest. A terrifying fluctuation suddenly closed in. Ji Yuan's face was deathly pale, yet curved in a smile as he appeared silently directly in front of him. Soul shock. Palm pressed against Zhang Bao's chest. Ji Yuan's remaining soul power erupted explosively. Being a 5th-rank beastmaster after all, Zhang Bao unleashed his soul power in a frenzied counterattack at the last moment. Bang! A thunderous crash, a deafening roar. On the arena, the gray-white mist woven by Yu Ming and Shan Po was slowly dispersed, as if pushed aside by invisible hands. In the stands, hundreds of thousands of spectators rose to their feet in unison, the air seeming to be instantly sucked away. They knew the final decisive blow had been struck. Zhao Shan clutched his hair with both hands, not daring to breathe. Mu Shuxing gripped the railing, her knuckles white. Su Xin covered her chest, eyes slightly closed in prayer. As the mist cleared completely, one figure stood while another lay fallen. The one standing was Zhang Bao. Whoa! Cheers erupted first among Zhang Bao's supporters. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxing, and Su Xin all sighed deeply, then found acceptance. After all, their opponent was a 5th-rank beast tamer, and Ji Yuan's performance was already miraculous. The spectators who had been cheering for Ji Yuan also fell silent, understanding that a 6th rank defeating a 5th rank was nothing short of fantasy, yet they couldn't hide their disappointment. Uft! The standing Zhang Bao suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body falling straight backward like a puppet with severed strings. At the same time, the handsome young man lying on the ground twitched his fingers, struggled to turn over, and using both hands and feet, propped himself up and stood unsteadily. Intense dizziness and hollow weakness washed over him in waves. He furrowed his brow, coughed violently, his fingertips trembling as crimson drops fell from his palm. His left ribs throbbed with piercing pain. In their earlier clash, his soul strike had been the first to overwhelm Zhang Bao, preventing his opponent from unleashing a full-powered attack. But now, even the slightest breath sent sharp pains through his ribs, as if they were about to fracture. Ji Yuan clutched his ribs, swaying with each step as he approached Zhang Bao, raising his hand to summon Shan Po. With his soul power nearly depleted, Shan Po's form appeared sickly, its beast eyes drooping, yet it still obeyed commands, bearing its fangs as a small, violent orb of light condensed in its mouth, aimed directly at Zhang Bao's forehead. Zhang Bao lay on his back, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed intently on him. I, sir, and before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness completely. Even so, with Ji Yuan still able to maintain his summoned beast on the field, this scene was enough to determine the victor. The last breath of tension burst forth as Ji Yuan's knees buckled, his vision darkened, and he too lost consciousness. He won. The surroundings fell dead silent, no one willing to believe that the miracle of a 6th rank defeating a 5th rank had actually occurred. Roar! Zhao Shan's eyes turned bloodshot as he suddenly erupted in a beast-like howl. Light flashed from his beast ring, and a massive banner fell into his hands. Mu Shuxin's pretty face flushed red, her breathing rapid with excitement, and the two of them each grabbed a corner, unfurling the banner wide. Meanwhile, Zhao Shan shouted out the banner's contents like a man possessed. Tremble before us all, for you are facing Linyun City's #1 rising star. Linyun City's strongest warrior. Linyun City's top beast tamer, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan is the champion. Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin followed closely beside him, holding the banner high as well, abandoning all pretense of her goddess image as she jumped up and down, screaming her support with a hoarse voice. These two blazing emotions were like sparks falling into dry grass, instantly igniting the entire stadium. In an instant, thunderous roars swept through the venue like a tidal wave, piercing the steel roof and echoing over Guanyin City. Countless citizens watching through giant screens and loudspeakers raised their fists and cheered for the handsome young man lying unconscious on the arena floor. In the center of the crowd, Su Xin stood quietly, her gaze fixed on that familiar face displayed on the big screen, a subtle smile playing at her lips. She blocked out the chaotic noise and vibrations around her, leaving only that gentle, smiling gaze. The medical team rushed onto the field, professionally and swiftly loading Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao onto stretchers before carrying them to the medical area. The cheering didn't subside but grew even louder. Zhang Bao's supporters, amid the rising chorus of boos, hung their heads in shame and made their awkward exit. However, an unexpected situation soon emerged. The host failed to announce the results and issued no explanation whatsoever. All the lights came on simultaneously, and the broadcast politely but mechanically instructed the audience to exit in an orderly fashion. This strange silence left the stands buzzing with whispered conversations, many people looking utterly bewildered. There's one more option. In the sealed conference room, several men and women sat casually in a semicircle, facing a wall displaying massive projected images. Fragmented clips of Zhang Bao's collapse and loss of consciousness played on loop. I, Surin. His weak voice was amplified, echoing repeatedly. This is the only angle we can exploit. The young woman standing before the screen spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable coldness. She surveyed the group. Zhang Bao never actually said surrender. With Ji Yuan unconscious as well, this final match can easily be ruled a draw. A middle-aged man frowned. But if we do that, the other districts probably won't accept it. Especially the lower-ranked ones, theory already harboring deep resentments. If we pull this stunt, won't it? Gentlemen, the woman lowered her voice. You still don't understand what consequences Ji Yuan's victory would bring. First, his triumph would completely clear the obstacles for Old Yang's district merger plan. Are you really willing to merge with those inferior districts and share resources equally? Remember, Ji Yuan comes from a lower-tier district himself, and he already commands massive public support. Once he claims the championship, the merger will be set in stone. When that happens, our wealth and our businesses will all suffer. The room fell into brief silence. On screen, the clip of I, Surin continued looping. After a long pause, another man spoke. Yang Qing is cold and inflexible. If the merger really happens, many of our channels will be cut off. Mu Li, what do you plan to do? The others remained silent, apparently accepting this assessment. The woman named Mu Li's lips curved into a cold smile. It's simple, we use the rules to change the victor to Zhang Bao. Previous district tournaments have had precedents where both finalists lost consciousness, with the final result determined by votes from 120 districts, and the candidate with the most votes wins. The key point is that Zhang Bao never verbally surrendered. As her words fell, the group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Go ahead and make it happen as you've outlined. What a shameless bastard. In Guanyin City, inside an elegantly appointed upscale restaurant, the private dining room door slammed shut with such force that the porcelain trembled. Zhao Shan's temple veins bulged as he pounded the table in fury. Across from him, Mu Shuxin and Su Xin frowned with equal displeasure, though they maintained the composed dignity befitting their noble upbringing. It was the evening of the second day after the finals. As the nation's top-ranked city, Guanyin's medical facilities were beyond question. Ji Yuan had spent only one night in the hospital before returning to normal. However, the morning's announcement of a tie had left his expression grave. He toyed with his silver fork, surveying the three others as he spoke in a low voice. How do they decide a tie? The others, all from beast-taming families, understood the rules better than he did. Mu Shushin spoke first. There have been similar situations before. The final decision comes down to a vote from 120 cities, the 5 great families, and designated members of the beast-taming alliance. Whoever gets the most votes wins. As soon as she finished, Zhao Shan exploded. Bullshit. Making Ji Yuan compete in a popularity contest against Zhang Bao? What a joke. Mu Shushin added. The rules clearly state that when both contestants are connected to the 5 great families, those families must abstain from voting to avoid conflicts of interest. She paused, worry creeping into her voice. But who knows what kind of behind-the-scenes manipulation might happen. I need to call my old man. Zhao Shan grabbed his chair and rushed toward the door, his phone screen lighting up as he went. The private room fell silent. Su Zin lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the ring on her finger as she said softly, I'll try to find a way to help you. Don't. Ji Yuan shook his head firmly. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. He understood Su Zin's precarious situation within the Su family. If she truly intervened, the price she'd pay would be steep. He'd rather suffer the loss himself than see his friend get hurt. Zhao Shan was the exception, since that guy was thick-skinned enough to handle anything. The mood remained somber as Mu Shushin helplessly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Sigh. One crisis after another. I really can't help with this. Meanwhile, online opinions split into 3 camps. Those hurling insults, those supporting the vote, and those offering rational analysis. Everything centered on 5 crucial words. Zhang Bao never conceded defeat. Someone was deliberately steering the narrative. As long as the nation agreed to the vote, the results could be overturned. This final city district tournament was generating unprecedented attention. The private room door opened again as Zhao Shan returned, shrugging helplessly. Dad says we should stay calm, but beyond that, there's nothing else we can do. Silence settled over the room once more. At that same moment, 10,000 meters above ground, a golden eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters cut through the clouds in the night sky. Moonlight struck its wings, reflecting a cold, metallic gleam. On the eagle's back stood a middle-aged man with graying temples, his expression dark. After flying for an unknown duration, the golden eagle suddenly dove, piercing through the cloud cover before silently landing in a secluded courtyard. The man lightly touched down with one foot, steadying himself before raising his hand to recall his contracted beast. Tanhi. A raspy male voice called from the corner of the courtyard. Tanhi looked toward the sound and saw a hunched elderly man approaching slowly, leaning on an ebony walking stick. Moonlight revealed the deep lines etched across the old man's face, though it couldn't dim the sharp gleam in his eyes. I know why you've come. The old man's smile was shallow. Shall we go inside and sit? Tanhi was clearly in poor spirits, offering only a curt nod before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The interior was furnished in classical style, a pear-wood desk, blue and white porcelain vases, and traditional landscape paintings hanging on the walls, all bathed in flickering lamplight. The elderly man slowly took his seat, tapping his walking stick lightly. I proposed merging the city and district competitions 20 years ago. Back then, you were the only one who supported me. Some people have held positions of power for so long that they've forgotten not everyone lives the same lavish, decadent lifestyle they do. The night had grown deep, and the dim yellow light cast long shadows from the teacups on the coffee table. The elderly man stood with a slightly hunched back, hands clasped behind him, his voice low and measured yet unable to suppress the turmoil in his chest. Fortunately, after all these years, some people have finally come to their senses and begun supporting my proposal. His wrinkled face seemed to merge into a dark mass under the lamplight, as if compressing years of emotion into that single brief statement. What good does supporting the proposal do? Tanhi snorted coldly, his brow sharp with anger. Ji Yuan is such a gifted beast tamer. Why do they want to suppress him? Why declare this match a draw? In the end, isn't it all because of prejudice? He jabbed his finger forcefully on the table. Just because someone comes from humble origins, from a small, low-ranking city, they don't deserve better resources? The old man sighed deeply, his voice worn hoarse by the years. You need to stay calm. This kind of thinking is deeply entrenched. It can't be solved with a simple wave of the hand. I've been trying to change it for years. Change? Tanhi's eyes darkened, though he still suppressed his anger. If you really wanted change, you should have stopped this farce. Tanhi. The old man shook his head, his tone carrying both helplessness and warning. You know this matter falls within the rules, and there are quite a few people supporting Zhang Bao. Stay calm, Mayor Tan. He looked up. A draw vote isn't necessarily a bad thing. It might even boost Ji Yuan's reputation further. Only if no one interferes. Tanhi's voice turned ice cold. Isn't that why you came here? The old man glanced at him. Don't worry, I'll oversee it. As his words fell, the living room instantly fell silent. In that case, I'll trouble you, teacher. Tanhi's expression softened as he stood and bowed respectfully. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll take my leave. With that, He pushed through the door and left with decisive steps. The night breeze was cool in the courtyard, moonlight falling on the stone slabs. Then he raised his hand and summoned his golden eagle. Wings spread wide, wind howling. He and his mount shot up into the night sky in the blink of an eye, leaving only a streak of light. The old man inside seemed to have expected this and didn't move a muscle, though a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. High in the sky, his communicator glowed softly. Tianho. Yes, just as we predicted. Understood. We'll be in touch. The call ended, and as the golden eagle swept through the clouds, Tanhe's gaze grew profound. 3 days after the finals, early morning. A private car waited quietly below the hotel. Ji Yuan closed the car door, his expression indifferent. He knew the upcoming voting process would be broadcast live. This vote would be decided by 120 mayors, the 5 great beast-taming families, and 15 high-ranking alliance officials, a total of 140 valid votes. While he drove toward the venue, on the other side, at the Zhang family estate, a storm was brewing. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall. Zhang Bao's left cheek quickly flushed red with a handprint. The middle-aged man facing him had a dark expression, his gaze sharp as a blade. What did you say? You want to forfeit? Zhang Bao's expression was both defiant and helpless. A loss is a loss. I'm no match for Ji Yuan, and I admit it. Dad, why do we need some vote to decide the champion and runner-up? Admit what? The middle-aged man flew into a rage and raised his hand again. Another slap landed, the burning pain nearly making Zhang Bao see stars. You're a member of the Zhang family, a 5th-rank beast tamer, yet you lost to some nobody from a small city. Don't you feel ashamed? And now you want to concede? Do you want to make the Zhang family a national laughingstock? Zhang Bao gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, but he couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. You worthless fool. If you don't go today, then get out of the Zhang family and never come back. The voting venue was located in the northern part of Guanyin City, housed within a massive circular hall. Compared to the boisterous atmosphere of the finals, this place felt particularly oppressive. In the circular seating arrangement, 120 mayors sat in orderly fashion according to their assigned seats, while 10 high-ranking officials from the beast-taming alliance occupied the front row. At the center of the venue, 2 simple tables and chairs faced each other, with Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao sitting quietly across from one another, becoming the focal point of the entire hall. Apart from essential staff members, no outsiders were present, and a deadly atmosphere hung heavy in the air. The unexpected incident on finals day where both contestants collapsed simultaneously, resulting in a draw meant that today's voting procedure had to be followed according to regulations. Mayors from cities nationwide and beast-taming alliance senators would vote together in the same venue, with the entire process broadcast live for national supervision. From the beast-taming alliance seating area, a middle-aged man with a full beard stood up. After announcing the procedures in a deep, serious voice, he silently returned to his seat. Click. A mechanical notification sound echoed through the hall, and immediately, translucent screens projected behind both Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao. Simultaneously, voting devices rose before each mayor and senator, featuring 2 buttons, one red, one blue. The screen split into red and blue sections accordingly, blue representing Ji Yuan, red representing Zhang Bao. Please, mayors and senators, consider the performance throughout this tournament and cast your votes for the champion you believe deserves the title. The emotionless electronic voice was as cold and rigid as the AI assistants in the rest areas. As soon as the announcement ended, nearly everyone pressed their buttons simultaneously. In an instant, the screens began flickering, displaying the names of voting districts as they appeared. Outside the venue, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin each sat before their television screens at home, watching the live broadcast with hearts that felt as if they were being squeezed tight. On screen, 2 numerical curves climbed at nearly identical rates. Ji Yuan, 20, 21, 25. Zhang Bao, 23, 24, 26. The vote count remained neck and neck. Online comments exploded instantly. Holy crap, is this going to be another tie? Hard to say. The senators haven't voted yet. It's already 50-50, there's a real chance of another draw. What is this? 120 cities split right down the middle. Wait. Zhang Bao stopped at 56. Ji Yuan is still climbing. Comments poured down like rain, with exclamation marks nearly obscuring the live stream. At the venue, the rapid climbing of numbers gradually slowed and finally settled. Ji Yuan with 64 votes. Zhang Bao with 56 votes, a difference of 8 votes. No one dared celebrate prematurely, as this was only the mayor's results. When the 10 alliance senators pressed their buttons with expressionless faces, the red numbers surged again. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao caught up to 64 votes, a tie. But it wasn't over yet. Both blue and red columns in the center of the screen scrolled simultaneously, finally stopping at 65 each. At this point, all 130 voters had completed their choices. Among the 120 mayors, Ji Yuan had received 64 votes. Among the 10 alliance senators, Ji Yuan received only 1 vote. Damn it. Someone actually betrayed us. Inside an apartment, a crystal glass shattered against the wall, exploding into countless fragments. The woman's face turned ashen, her chest heaving violently. Bastard! 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 She cursed 3 times in succession before grabbing her phone to make a call. Below the stage, several mayors exchanged glances, each seeing shock and wariness in the other's eyes. After the votes were tallied, the screen flickered one final time before a cold, mechanical female voice echoed throughout the venue. The vote count is tied. According to supplementary clauses, representatives from the 4 great beast-taming families have been notified to attend for the final vote. Given contestant Zhang Bao's special status, the Zhang family must recuse themselves. As her words fell, the venue plunged into dead silence. Even the air conditioning's low hum clearly audible. However, the internet exploded into chaos. Damn it, just declare Zhang Bao the loser and be done with it. He passed out first. Ji Yuan came after. How is that not a win? You dogs keep attacking Ji Yuan every day. Are you Zhang family trolls? Only you lowlifes from those inferior districts would resonate with him, right? Why don't you just stay in your dump where you belong? The flame war quickly deviated from the competition itself, escalating into heated arguments about district rankings and upgrades. During the short journey for the 4 great beast-taming families to reach the venue, the forum thread had already surpassed 1,000 replies. Just as both sides were spiraling out of control, a bold headline suddenly caught everyone's attention. Should Ji Yuan lose? Analyzing how much potential this small city contestant actually possesses. Posted by Nightfall Silence. Regular netizens knew this was Ji Yuan's biggest fan. Recalling the first round of online warfare, Nightfall Silence had single-handedly taken on the entire internet, engaging in over 2,000 replies of relentless debate. Outsiders even suspected it was Ji Yuan's alternate account. After Ji Yuan defeated Xiaoling Zhu in the 4th round, this ID had completely gone silent. No one expected that at this crucial moment, he or she would emerge again, and still just as sharp. The post dissected every battle Ji Yuan fought in the district competition chronologically. For the final match, when many couldn't understand why Zhang Bao lost, Nightfall Silence directly provided the conclusion: the gap in soul power aptitude. The data was laid out point by point. Zhang Bao, 18 years old, 9th rank beast tamer, 7 years of cultivation, advanced to 5th rank 2 months ago, soul power aptitude low grade. Ji Yuan, 18 years old, awakens special grade soul power aptitude, 2-year gap, only contracted his first beast before the competition. In just 3 months to date, leaped from 9th rank to 6th rank, and can simultaneously control 2 beasts at 6th rank. Nightfall Silence threw out only 3 key phrases: 3-month rank advancement, special grade aptitude, dual beast control. Any one of these points would be enough to deify someone else, but when applied to a low-tier district contestant, it got ridiculed simply because of his background. Cold, hard facts hit them in the face, and the keyboard battlefield instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, notifications were flashing frantically in a 4-person chat group. Zhao Shan was first to speak up. Holy crap, check out that post. Who is Nightfall Silence? I want to buy him dinner. He immediately shared the link. Mu Shuxin chimed in. Reading it now, it's so well written. I suspect this is paid promotion that Old Tan hired. The writing shows way too much insight into Ji Yuan. Su Ziyin changed the subject, saying, check the live stream. The moment of truth has arrived. Outside the venue, a heavy brown wooden door stood quietly. Before it, 2 men and 2 women dressed elegantly with distinguished bearing were waiting. Shall we share our intentions, everyone? The impeccably suited male representative from the Xiao family smiled as he spoke. I'm voting for Zhang Bao. I'm also voting for Zhang Bao, the Mu family's male representative said flatly. Zhang Bao, the Su family's female representative nodded gently. Only the Jiang family's female representative remained silent. Please enter, a staff member said, pushing open the wooden door. As the 4 representatives entered the solemn venue, each received an ancient bronze coin, a judgment token. The rules were simple. Wherever the coin was placed on the table, that's where the vote went. A mechanical female voice echoed as overhead lights cast a straight beam of light across the floor. The Xiao family representative went first, walking steadily under the gaze of the audience and live cameras, gently placing the coin on Zhang Bao's table. Zhang family, Zhang Bao, 1 vote. The Mu family representative followed, moving just as decisively, placing the second coin on Zhang Bao's table. Zhang family, Zhang Bao, 2 votes. Now it was the Jiang family representative's turn. Her steps were light, yet purposeful as she walked to Ji Yuan's table, her slender fingers pressing the coin down with a sharp snap. Linyan City, Ji Yuan, 1 vote. At this moment, all eyes focused on the Su family representative. The crucial vote in her hand would determine the champion of this district competition. The Su family representative walked into the spotlight, passing Ji Yuan under countless watchful eyes, and victory seemed decided in everyone's minds. Whoosh! She suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Bao's table and raised her hand to throw. The ancient bronze coin traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely on Ji Yuan's table under everyone's gaze. A crisp impact sound rang out as the Su family representative smiled sweetly at the camera. It's tied again. The departing Xiao and Mu family representatives' faces immediately darkened. Among the five great families, these two were closest to the Zhang family. The Zhang family was powerful and always kept their interactions with other families superficial, while the Su family was aloof and unpredictable. No one could read their intentions at this moment. The venue fell into dead silence. Once again, the result caught everyone off guard. With equal votes, according to the additional rules, 3 alliance elders would make the final decision. A mechanical voice announced as 3 equally sized light screens rose from the center of the venue, flickering as they established remote connections. Meanwhile, in a traditional courtyard somewhere else, let's stop this farce from continuing. How about abstaining, you two? Came a hoarse yet clear voice. You mean maintain the tie and share the championship? Why not? It saves face for the Zhang family, while giving that young man from Linyun City an explanation. Such trivial matters shouldn't require us old folks to worry about. I agree. What about you, old young? The voice drifted through the room with its antique furnishings, while the questioned elder stroked his dragon head cane, remaining silent. Old fool, playing deaf again. Fine, we'll see how he votes later. In the venue, the 3 light screens finally stabilized, revealing 3 elderly figures, veteran members of the beast-taming alliance. The first elder had white hair and eyebrows, sporting a snow-white beard with the marks of time etched across his face. His white robes gave him an ethereal, sage-like appearance. This was Li Chongqi, one of the 3 great beast tamers of the current era. He was the one who had proposed abstaining. The second elder had silver hair but a youthful face, beaming with smiles, making it difficult to guess his true age from appearance alone. He was none other than Yin Pongpa, one of the 3 great beast masters. The third elder was Yang Qing, the alliance elder who had previously conversed with Tan He and consistently advocated for merging the city districts. 3 distinguished faces appeared side by side on the large screen. Instantly, over 1,000 spectators in the venue rose to their feet, bowing their heads respectfully before taking their seats again. Alliance elders, please render your judgment. The cold, mechanical voice echoed. Li Chongqi and Yin Pongpa exchanged glances for a moment, neither speaking. Yang Qing slowly stood up, supporting himself with his cane. The wooden staff tapped against the ground, its crisp sound reverberating through the pin-drop, silent venue. Traditionally, when we must render judgment, we first review both contestants' performance throughout the tournament. His face was aged but calm, his slightly clouded eyes sweeping over the 2 competitors on the stage before finally settling on Ji Yuan. Based on overall tournament performance and finals display, I choose Ji Yuan. With those words, his cane tapped again, and the elder's image dissolved into static. The mayors supporting Ji Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Yang Qing's decisive vote, this contest was virtually settled. After receiving this response, Li Chongqi and Yin Pongpa pondered briefly before both choosing to abstain. Thus, the 3 alliance elders had completed their judgment. Following the alliance elders' decision, this year's city district tournament champion is Ji Yuan. Accompanied by the mechanical announcement, all lights in the venue blazed to life. Ji Yuan stood up, calmly surveying his surroundings before bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Clap. The first crisp applause rang out in the hall. Then he leaned back in his chair, eyes twinkling with amusement as he led the applause. The clapping spread like a tide, filling the entire venue. Congratulations. Zhang Bao's expression remained cold, yet he still rose to offer his congratulations before leaving directly. Outside, Roya, old Ji Yuan. Old Ji is the champion. Zhao Shan danced around his living room, his face flushed with excitement. The 2 women in front of the television also showed varying degrees of joy. In Guanmian City, at a certain mansion. Damn it. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Furious roars accompanied the sounds of smashing, the entire house trembling slightly. Same city, at the Jiang family ancestral grounds. The clear pond's surface remained undisturbed as Jiang Tianho sat cross-legged, his fishing rod quietly dangling into the water. A questioning voice came through the phone. So, you were the one who changed that counselor's vote? Jiang Tianho chuckled softly. I suddenly changed my mind. I felt my godson needed this championship to boost his standing. He narrowed his eyes and continued. As for you, not only did you use my godson, but you also fabricated a second, non-existent wager. Aren't you afraid he'll turn against you when he finds out? Cheerful laughter came from the other end. Ji Yuan will understand. Now that the plan is complete, I've prepared a grand gift to thank him. Oh, what gift? Give me a hint for reference. Get lost. This is a secret between Ji Yuan and me. I can't tell anyone. Jiang Tianho shook his head with amusement. Tan He. Oh Tan He, you should really thank my godson. Ever since he appeared, you this penny-pinching miser have become so generous. Recalling their university days, he sighed. Honestly, I prefer you as you are now. A hearty response came through the phone. Hey, We've been close friends for so many years, and now your son and Ji Yuan are close to isn't this fate? Haha. I really wonder what earth-shattering things that kid Ji Yuan will accomplish at the academy. Linyan City. From the night the voting concluded, the entire city was illuminated by silent brilliance for 3 consecutive days, and nights fireworks crafted by the science era bloomed in unprecedented splendor across the sky, leaving not a trace of smoke behind. 3 days and nights of celebration cost a full 100 million, yet every citizen willingly raised their heads to gaze upward. Just before dawn on the first night, a massive statue covering 300 square meters appeared out of nowhere in the city center. The pristine, smooth stone reflected cold light in the neon glow. Its 15-story main structure built through day and night battles by thousands of craftsmen and hundreds of Earth-type spirit beasts depicted Ji Yuan standing tall with his head held high, radiating confidence. Beside him, 2 spirit beasts, each 5 stories tall, were equally lifelike. A Qilin rearing its head in a cry, and a giant wolf arching its back in a low growl, capturing the stunning moment from the finals when he commanded both beasts simultaneously. Embedded in the statue's base was a dark gray memorial plaque with bold golden characters. This statue commemorates Linyan City's representative Ji Yuan for winning the National Municipal Championship. This championship was hard-earned yet rightfully deserved. Ji Yuan first defeated Hao Zhan, ranked 15th among municipal districts, then defeated the Shao family's young master Shao Lingjue, ranked 2nd, fighting his way to the final stage that had traditionally been accessible only to high-tier municipal districts. Facing even 5th-rank beast tamers without showing any weakness, he ultimately claimed the crown convincingly through the elders' votes. Thus, whether online or in reality, no one dared criticize him anymore. Ji Yuan brought fame to Linyan City. Everyone understood that a flood of resources was about to pour in, and this formerly low-tier municipal district would undergo a complete transformation in the coming year, turning a new page in everyone's lives. At this very moment, before the statue, Lin Yunjia, tall and fair-skinned with striking beauty, stood beneath the massive shadow, gazing up at that familiar yet distant face, her eyes filled with bewilderment and regret. Yunjia. An elderly woman's gentle call came from behind. She sniffled and turned around to see Chen Qin, the old director of Blue Sky Orphanage, holding an ornate letter. Thanks to Little Yuan's success, our city has received 100 beast tamer slots for Sacred Heaven Super Academy. Chen Qin placed the letter in her palm. You're not willing to stop here, are you? If you truly want to make amends, work hard to catch up to him and truly help him. On the 5th day after the voting ended, following protocol, the 3 super academies held open selections for new students. On the outskirts of Guanyin City, a vast plain was packed with people like a surging tide. 120 municipal championship participants, plus beast tamers recommended by various cities, totaled well over 1,000 people. The 100 newly qualified beast tamers from Linyan City were the first to find Ji Yuan, naturally treating him as their leader and clustering behind him. Not only them, but participants from other low-tier municipal districts also came over to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm Chen Feng. Hello, I'm Lu Tonga. Everyone seemed to queue up, stating their names, shaking hands in greeting, then yielding their spot to the next person. Ji Yuan maintained his patience, responding to each one. During this time, many female contestants wanted to exchange contact information with ambiguous smiles, but they were intercepted by the girls standing behind Ji Yuan's side. However, they were all politely declined by Mu Shuxin with her wynard long hair. She stood right beside Ji Yuan, her flawless face framed by wynard hair, radiating an incomparable aura that stirred bitter feelings of inadequacy in many girls her age. Damn, this is crazy. We've only been here 20 minutes, and people haven't stopped greeting Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan muttered quietly from behind. Su Xin stood silently in the crowd, her starry eyes constantly following Ji Yuan's figure, a subtle gleam flickering in her gaze. On the other side, among the 100 beast tamers from Linyan City, Lin Yunjia hid deep within the crowd, staring blankly at the beautiful, lively girl beside Ji Yuan, her emotions in turmoil. Hey, hey, hey! A lean figure suddenly darted out from the crowd, rushing up to Ji Yuan in a few quick steps. Su. Ji Yuan was slightly stunned. The guy before him was none other than the Su family's young master who had made a fool of himself during the semifinals by being obsessed with Champa. Su wore a sheepish grin, rubbing his hands back and forth on his clothes. Well, I just wanted to ask which academy you're planning to attend. All traces of his young master's arrogance had vanished. What are you up to? Ji Yuan glanced at him coolly. Following in your footsteps, of course. Su maintained his cheeky smile. You're after Ji Yuan's spirit beasts, aren't you? Came an icy voice from behind. Su's smile froze as his gaze moved past Ji Yuan's right shoulder to see the oval-faced girl with her frigid aura. His eyes instantly widened. Sister? Sister? My own sister? Zhao Shan's jaw dropped in shock, and Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin in the front row were equally surprised. Of course she's your real sister. What else would she be? Are you stupid or what? Su whirled around and shouted at Zhao Shan, every inch the spoiled brat. You. Zhao Shan was left completely bewildered by the outburst and was about to retort. How dare you speak to my friend like that? Su Zin stepped forward with a cold expression, her pale hand suddenly grabbing Su Su's left ear and giving it a vicious twist. The force made both Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan involuntarily shudder. Ow! It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong, I was wrong. Sister, I'm sorry. Su Su screamed, tears squeezing out of his eyes. Zhao Shan swallowed hard and muttered under his breath. No wonder this woman is so skilled at earth-twisting. She had a victim to practice on all along. Hearing this, Su Zin shot him a fierce glare, causing Zhao Shan to quickly duck behind Ji Yuan, shrinking like a quail. This commotion drew gazes from all around. Su Zin, who already disliked being the center of attention, quickly released her grip and stepped back 2 paces, lowering her head. Ji Yuan watched Su Su grimacing and vigorously rubbing his ear, unable to suppress a laugh. Whoosh! 3 figures descended from the sky, landing steadily before the crowd without even stirring up dust, yet vast waves of soul power rippled outward. 2 women and 1 man, all radiating formidable presence. The woman in the center wore a flowing blue dress. She surveyed the entire scene, her voice clear and cold. Champion, step forward. The crowd of thousands immediately parted to create a straight path. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Ji Yuan walked slowly to the front. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on him, overwhelming pressure bearing down as if trying to shatter his composure. Yet he remained neither humble nor arrogant, his expression calm as water as he spoke softly. Ji Yuan of Linyan City greets the 3 seniors. Seeing this handsome youth's unchanging expression, a flash of approval crossed the blue-dressed woman's eyes. No need for excessive formality. We have come for you. Holy crap, are all 3 of them deans? The deans of the 3 super academies came to greet us in person? What kind of face do you think you have? They're looking for champions. Are you even a champion? The crowd instantly erupted. The 3 deans, who were usually as elusive as dragons, had gathered together a scene never witnessed before. Even more outrageous was that one of them personally said they came for Ji Yuan, and all the envious and jealous gazes focused on the young man like spotlights. You too. Let's start the bidding, shall we? I'll go first. The speaker was a voluptuous woman in a blue gown with an alluring presence. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and walked up to Ji Yuan with a smile, her watery eyes gazing directly at him. I'm Lu Qingxi, Dean of Lantian Academy. If you join us, I'll make sure you get the green light for everything at the Academy. Not just beast-taming resources, soul power resources, and skill resources. All services will be prioritized for you. And our Lantian Academy has a very high ratio of female students. A capable and handsome guy like you would definitely be very popular. Her natural charm and soft, melodious voice made many hot-blooded young men's hearts flutter, already fantasizing about their glamorous days at Lantian Academy. Behind them, Mu Shuxin's gaze turned cold as she stared daggers at Lu Qingxi, while Su Zin and the crowd also pouted and snorted coldly. After finishing her pitch, Lu Qingxi winked at Ji Yuan and flashed a smile that left countless male students mesmerized before gracefully returning to her position. Next, the only man stepped forward. Black and gold robes wrapped around his lean frame, and his angular face carried an aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. I'm Zhang He, Vice Dean of Jueling Academy. Jueling Academy has consistently ranked first among the 3 major academies. That's all you need to know. His tone was flat, yet couldn't hide his confidence and arrogance. For him, this trip was merely going through the motions, just a mere city district competition champion, after all. Moreover, coming from the Zhang family, why would he show favor to Ji Yuan? After speaking, he immediately closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring the whispers around him. Ji Yuan caught the contempt in his eyes and sneered inwardly. Had never intended to join Jueling Academy anyway. The 3rd dean had remained silent throughout and only now stepped forward. Her ice blue hair swayed gently, and her blue and white attire accentuated her tall, slender figure, as cold and pure as a mountain spring. Shangtian Academy, Tang Yi. Her voice was crisp yet distant. Today, on behalf of my teacher, I invite you to join Shangtian Academy. As she finished speaking, a white light flashed in her palm, revealing a translucent chip. Ji Yuan reached out to take it, infused it with soul power, and immediately heard an unhurried prompt in his ear. No one knew what was recorded in the chip. They only saw him remain expressionless as he quietly listened to the end. After a moment, he stored the information device in his spatial ring without any change in expression. Then, he turned to Lu Qingxi with an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry, Dean Lu, but my first choice is actually Saint Heaven Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxi's eyes, which had been sparkling with laughter, instantly dimmed, disappointment written all over her face. That pitiful expression made several hot-blooded young men in the back rows feel their hearts explode. Ji Yuan, are you blind? If it were up to them, they would have surrendered with both hands raised long ago. She sighed softly, raised her hand to point at Zhang He and Tang Yi, her voice gentle yet tinged with grievance. I'm the only one who came here personally. and you still have the heart to reject me? As she finished speaking, she lightly touched her red lips with her fingertip. This simple gesture alone made many inexperienced young men breathe heavily, their eyes filled with infatuation. At the same time, a wave of sourness and resentment swept through the venue, with dense jealous gazes like invisible arrows all piercing into Ji Yuan's back. Ji Yuan's temple twitched slightly. This woman was truly formidable, turning him into a target with just one sentence and one gesture. Dean Liu, please don't tease my junior. The cold goddess Tang Inky finally spoke up, her cool voice coming to his rescue. Oh, protecting him already? Lu Qingxi raised an eyebrow, looking at Tang Yi with smiling eyes. Could it be that our little iceberg has also fallen for this champion? Tang Yi's expression remained indifferent as she replied seriously. Anyone who decides to join St. Heaven Academy is a junior I need to look after. Lu Qingxi sighed deeply upon hearing this. Truly worthy of being a top student who consistently ranks in the top 3. If only the girls in my academy had your level of awareness. With that, she turned back to Ji Yuan with a charming smile. Ji Yuan, I'll remember you. You heartless little fellow, you owe me a favor, and you'll have to repay it someday. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhang, he said flatly, casually glancing at Tang Yi. Quite clever though. Everyone's words carried mockery, but when they reached Ji Yuan's ears, they only earned a faint smile from him. Whether it's a chicken or a phoenix isn't for Vice Dean Zhang to judge, is it? If I remember correctly, Junior Ji Yuan not only defeated your son Zhang Bao in the finals, but also received personal recognition from Elder Yang at the voting assembly. Vice Dean, I suggest you watch your words. The ice-cold Tang Yi mercilessly defended Ji Yuan. TCH. Zhang He's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at her indifferently and didn't pursue the matter further. Tang Yi didn't linger any longer. She stepped forward and gestured. Junior Ji Yuan. Senior. Ji Yuan immediately approached. Please stand over there. After I confirm the other juniors, I'll take you all back to the academy together. She raised her right hand, pointing to an empty area on the left side. All right. Ji Yuan complied readily. Just Tang Yi's 2 interventions on his behalf and her public confrontation with Zhang He were enough to earn his respect. Once Ji Yuan was in position, Tang Yi's cold gaze swept across the entire venue as she announced loudly. Next, those whose names I call, please step forward and line up behind Junior Ji Yuan Zhaoshan, He Fun, Su Xing, Mu Shuxin, Zhong Xian, Su Su. This list had been finalized by the 3 major academies before the competition. Every contestant qualified for admission this year, from their family background and origins to the number of spirit beasts they possessed, had been detailed and annotated. Therefore, it was common for one person to be coveted by all 3 institutions simultaneously, leading to mutual competition. Whoever held the first choice had the advantage. The other 2 academies could only pick from the remaining candidates. The champion's choice determined the subsequent selection order. The competition had been ongoing from the very beginning. Tang Yi's list was quite long, taking about 5 minutes to read through. In the end, approximately 400 students were selected by St. Heaven Academy. As the final name was announced, the plaza erupted in brief commotion. Linyan City's 100 spots were evenly split between 50 boys and 50 girls. The boys were all assigned to St. Heaven Academy due to Ji Yuan's inclusion, while the girls were entirely absorbed by Lanfeng Academy. Lin Yunjia was among them, though Ji Yuan remained unaware. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared on that day of the autumn assessment. The girl who had grown up with him in the orphanage had already been declared dead in his memory. With the proceedings concluded, Tang Yi showed no hesitation. She nodded politely to Lu Qingxi, gracefully waved her slender fingers, and an ice-blue radiance swept across the sky like a torrent. A colossal ice crystal griffin materialized, blocking out the sun. Bone-chilling cold struck their faces as frost formed in the air. This griffin was the second of its kind that Ji Yuan had encountered. Zhao Tianho's sacred peak griffin descended like a divine beast, radiating holy brilliance throughout its body. Tang Yi's frost griffin seemed to freeze everything in existence, emanating a solemn, deadly chill that inspired awe and forbade any disrespect. In terms of size, it was even more impressive. Its broad, flat back resembled a sports field, easily accommodating over 400 new students with room to spare. Such a colossal creature was enough to make even Zhao Shan gasp in amazement. Under staff guidance, the 400 new students quickly took their assigned seats by sections. Ice wings suddenly spread wide, stirring up piercing cold winds as the massive shadow broke through the clouds and soared upward. 5 meters from the front, Ji Yuan sat cross-legged alongside Zhao Shan, Su Xing, and Mu Shuxing. Zhao Shan stroked the griffin's icy feathers and armor, unable to suppress a whispered exclamation. This big guy looks even stronger than my old man's. No. Su Xing shook her head gently, her gaze falling on Tang Yi's silhouette. Among the griffins existing today, the strongest is Uncle Zhao's Sacred Peak Griffin, followed by the Flame Peak Griffin and Dark Peak Griffin. This Frost Peak Griffin can only rank last. However, Their bloodline limits are all at the mythical level, making them top-tier beast companions. When it came to beast companion intelligence, Su Ziyin clearly knew more than Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxing. Ji Yuan feigned casualness, his eyes flickering. What about the Star Peak Griffin? The one we encountered in the Beast King's secret realm? I'm not entirely sure either. Su Ziyin showed an apologetic smile. Star Peak Griffins belong to an ancient imperial-level species with extremely limited records. But one thing is certain, it looks down upon all others of its kind. I know this. Mu Shuxing jumped into the conversation, excitedly raising her hand. It's because Star Peak Griffins have special elemental attributes. I heard they can harness the power of the cosmos. That's correct. Su Ziyin nodded in agreement. Harness the power of the cosmos. Ji Yuan repeated softly, his heart secretly shaken as he fell into contemplation. He recalled the chip Tang Yi had given him during the admission invitation. When the permissions were unlocked, it contained only one sentence and a photograph visible only to him. A skeleton covered in mud, accompanied by text, "Saint Heaven Academy has everything you desire." When he first saw it, his heart had lurched violently. He could never have leaked the secret, leaving only one explanation. This academy director had already detected traces of Ming and Shanpa. In truth, such exposure was inevitable. Though imperial creatures had been extinct for years, it was impossible for no records to remain. Although imperial creatures had long been extinct, there couldn't be no information preserved about them. The true nature of Ming and Shanpa would quickly be discovered if these people in high positions chose to investigate. So from the very beginning, what he needed most was protection. During the city tournament, he had already indirectly offended two of the 5 great families, the Zhang and Shao clans. If someone ever exposed that his beast companion was an extinction emperor-class creature, those 2 families would likely stop at nothing to force him to voluntarily explain himself. Therefore, the more powerful figures who could shield him from harm, the better. The chip that the Holy Heaven Academy's dean had included with the letter seemed to be extending an olive branch to him. All his speculations would only be confirmed once he arrived at Holy Heaven Academy. The winter sky was thick with haze at high altitude as the Frost Peak Griffin steadily cut through the fog. Ji Yuan, along with Zhao Shan, Su Yutong, and Tang Yi, chatted intermittently. After what felt like ages, they noticed the Griffin beginning to gradually descend. Are we almost there? Ji Yuan felt anticipation stirring within him. Including preparation and competition time, he hadn't experienced real academy life for 3 whole months. She could only imagine what a super academy might actually look like. The descent became increasingly pronounced. Breaking through the final layer of thick gray clouds, their vision suddenly opened up. Wow! A chorus of amazed exclamations erupted from the deck. Looking down at the earth below, the entire area resembled a massive chessboard, with buildings densely packed like pieces that had been placed. As they continued descending, details rapidly enlarged. Roads crisscrossed in all directions, each wide enough for 5 vehicles to travel side by side. Yet what ran along these roads weren't vehicles, but various beast companions of different forms. The low airspace was also crowded with flying beast companions soaring with outstretched wings. Here, there were no beast prohibition laws. Everyone could openly display their contracted partners. It was truly a city of beast companions. I'm getting excited. What should I do? The lively scene completely ignited Zhao Shan's emotions, his voice trembling uncontrollably in the wind. Ji Yuan suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, how's your Snow Cliff Ice Apes advancement going?" Before the city tournament, Zhao Shan's Ice Ape had fallen into advancement slumber, and after 2 months with no movement, everyone had worried something might be wrong. Just wait and see. Zhao Shan kept it mysterious, leaving only an enigmatic smile. Seeing he wouldn't elaborate, Ji Yuan shrugged and didn't press further. At that moment, Tang Yi, standing at the front, turned around, her voice carrying clearly through the wind. "Junior students, welcome to Holy Heaven Super Academy." Following the direction of her pointing finger, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted slightly ahead, stood several magnificent white buildings, and most striking of all were the massive gates forged from pure gold at the very front. Above the gate's lintel, for golden characters reading Holy Heaven Academy, still gleamed brilliantly against the gloomy sky. The Frost Peak Griffin's massive body slowly touched down, its sky-covering crystalline wings folding into natural steps that settled firmly on the ground. Ji Yuan looked around once more. The Academy's magnificent presence was almost impossible to describe in words. He instinctively compared it to riding Wind Beast Academy in Linyan City, and the difference was less than 1/10. Everyone filed down, each person unable to resist looking up at the luxurious gate. Once all the new students had assembled, Tang Yi waved her hand, returning the Frost Peak Griffin to her contract space, then announced loudly, "Your enrollment information has been registered. Please proceed immediately to the dormitory area to report. Tomorrow, entrance examinations will be held at Boundless Plaza, and the results will determine your class assignments. Welcome, underclassmen, to Saint Heaven Academy." Tang Yi's voice carried a chill, and as soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and strode through the school gates without lingering. Two signboards stood in the center of the entrance, each displaying an arrow pointing left and right respectively. The left path led straight to the male dormitory area, while the right led to the female dormitory area. Simple and clear directions. Ji Yuan looked toward Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin, greeting them with a smile. Let's go register first, see you later. All right. Both girls nodded almost simultaneously, then walked away together toward the right side. Let's go too. Ji Yuan turned back to look for Zhao Shan, only to discover that guy had already rushed to the front of the group, running while waving back. Old Ji, hurry up, what are you standing there for? The 400 new students naturally split into two streams, left and right, heading toward two buildings of distinctly different architectural styles. Walking along the path, Ji Yuan watched Zhao Shan bouncing around like a monkey just released from its cage, attracting quite a few stares. Why are you so excited? Hee hee, I had my old man arrange it to re in the same dorm room. Zhao Shan laughed heartily. Like Ji Yuan, he hadn't experienced real academy life since awakening his soul power, so his excitement was understandable, especially knowing he'd be living with his best friend. The male dormitory building appeared before them, and both stopped in their tracks. That entire structure stood 10 stories high and hundreds of meters wide, shaped like a massive sharp sword thrust into the ground, its gray and white coating giving off a cold metallic texture. Entering the courtyard, the view opened up, yet there wasn't a single student in sight, as if the area had been deliberately cleared for new student registration. At the first floor entrance sat a stern-faced, bald man wearing black-rimmed glasses. As Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan approached first, he suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze making Zhao Shan instinctively shrink his neck. Face scan first. The bald man raised his hand, pointing to a floating recognition device nearby. Ji Yuan stepped forward as a blue light swept across his face. After a few seconds, a mechanical female voice announced, "New student Ji Yuan, dormitory 8th floor, room 811. Snap. A small drawer popped out from the adjacent wall, containing a square handbook lying quietly inside. The bald man adjusted his glasses and coldly instructed, "Memorize all the academy regulations in that handbook completely. Don't cross any lines. So you're this year's champion? I'll be watching you." The familiar tone made Ji Yuan raise an eyebrow. A disciplinary director? He took the handbook and stood aside to wait for Zhao Shan. The recognition device lit up again. New student Zhao Shan, dormitory 8th floor, room 811. As soon as the announcement finished, the bald man's expression instantly changed from gloomy to bright, smiling obsequiously. Hee hee. If it isn't young Master Zhao? What's Mayor Zhao been busy with lately? Damn, your face changes way too fast. The new students queuing nearby muttered under their breath. Afterward, the two took the elevator straight to the 8th floor. The spacious corridor suggested the dormitory rooms were quite large. Arriving at room 811, the door lock used the same facial recognition system. The heavy alloy door slid open, and the scene that greeted them left Ji Yuan frozen in the doorway. Holy crap, is this for real? Zhao Shan beside him also widened his eyes in disbelief. The four-person room before them not only came with a spacious living room, bright kitchen, and scenic balcony, but all four bedrooms were also independent suites with locks. Everything brand new. Even small daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes were neatly arranged. The two closed the door and excitedly toured all four rooms one by one. The innermost room was significantly larger than the other three, with enough space left over even after placing a double bed. Ji Yuan, you should take the biggest room, right? Zhao Shan pointed to the door at the far end, then patted the doorframe across from it. I'll take the one right across from you. How about that? The other two rooms will be empty anyway. Before he could finish, the dorm door was suddenly pushed open, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps. So you also have a wolf-type beast companion? Damn, let me see it later, will you? The sudden voice made both Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan freeze. Looking back, it was indeed the lean Su Su. Seeing people in the room, he also paused for a moment, but upon recognizing Ji Yuan's face, he immediately shrieked, "Holy, Ji Yuan, you're living here too? Damn, what kind of luck is this?" Su Su practically burst into the living room, nearly crying tears of joy. Ever since seeing Ji Yuan's flash spirit at the semifinals, he had been obsessing over it day and night, wishing he could observe it up close. Before registration, he had specifically asked everyone he could to help him get assigned to the same dorm as Ji Yuan, never expecting it would actually happen. Only then did he notice Zhao Shan beside him, his gaze full of wariness. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. "How are you here?" "What? I also live in 811. Got a problem with that?" Su Su immediately got confrontational. The two locked eyes in the air with crackling tension, and the atmosphere was about to explode. Fortunately, footsteps sounded at the door again. A burly man with broad shoulders and thick eyebrows walked in against the sunlight. Seeing Ji Yuan, he grinned with an honest smile. "We meet again." This was none other than Zhong Xian from Villa 93 in the city competition rest area. What a coincidence. Ji Yuan nodded, Having a decent impression of this person always smiled warmly whenever they met. With that, all 4 residents of dorm 811 were officially assembled. Su, naturally restless, immediately started playing arrangements and combinations. Since everyone's here, our first order of business is to rank ourselves as first, second, third, and fourth. He lifted his chin, originally wanting to arrogantly declare himself the boss, but catching sight of Ji Yuan in his peripheral vision, he coughed twice guiltily and turned his gaze to Zhao Shan and Zhong Xian. Brother, you tell us, who's suitable to be the boss? He locked on Zhong Xian as his target. Zhong Xian scratched his head and spoke in a muffled voice. I don't know either. How about this? I am the youngest, so I'll be fourth. You're the youngest? You look like you were cast from the same mold as my Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan said incredulously. Zhong Xian did look mature, but he was indeed only 21. He didn't get annoyed at the teasing, just nodded with an honest smile. Seeing this tactic didn't work, Su silently cursed his poor strategy and had to turn to Ji Yuan, scratching his nose with a sheepish laugh. Well, Ji Yuan brother, what do you think about this boss position? You want to be the boss? Ji Yuan smiled slightly. Can you beat me in a fight? Su froze in place, wanting to argue back, but finding himself speechless. He could only repeat fine 3 times in his mind. With this tournament champion around, his chances of being the leader were completely shot. Smack! A steady, strong hand landed on his shoulder. Su whipped his head around to see Zhao Shan's sunny smile. Third brother, your ranking system is pretty clever. It's made us all feel much closer. Zhao Shan grinned. What did you expect? Su beamed at the praise, but then something felt off. Who the hell was third? If he couldn't be first, he should at least be second. Screw that. Among the 4 of us, I'm fine with Ji being the leader, but I have to be second. Su puffed out his chest. Get lost. What makes you think some nobody like you deserves to be second? Zhao Shan immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to settle this once and for all. Nobody. He paused, his voice rising. Come on, tell me what makes you so special. Su straightened up proudly and declared. I'm from the Su family, one of the 5 great beast-taming houses. My grandfather is the current head of the Su family. And then what? Zhao Shan's expression was blank. Isn't that enough? Su shot him a sideways glance. Sure. Zhao Shan clapped mockingly, then suddenly took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Listen up, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Standing before you is Zhao Shan, son of Hongling City's mayor Zhao Tianhou, son of the Jiang family's eldest daughter Jiang Wanxiu, brother of this year's district tournament champion, and good friend of your sister Suzine. How's that? Aren't I both older and stronger than you? After finishing, he showed a contemptuous and arrogant expression for the first time. Ji Yuan beside them shook his head with a light laugh. This guy was a terrible actor. Su hadn't expected Zhao Shan to have such powerful connections. After a moment of shock, he suddenly caught something and looked at the 2 of them in surprise. You 2 are real brothers? Don't listen to his bullshit. Ji Yuan waved dismissively. Zhao Shan snorted coldly. We're closer than real brothers, iron buddies who've been through life and death together. So, got anything else to say? I refuse to accept this. I challenge you to a duel. Su clearly wasn't willing to give up the second position easily. Fine. After tomorrow's entrance exam, let's have a fight. Zhao Shan was eager to try. What's the point of fighting? You brute. Su scoffed, walked over to squat by the round table in the living room, and extended his right hand. You dare? If I lose, I'll accept your authority. Zhao Shan was delighted this little guy wanted to arm wrestle with him. He rolled up his sleeves and sat directly across from him. Ji Yuan stood by to watch with interest. Zhong Xian came over and quietly asked, Big brother, who do you think will win? The big brother address almost caught him off guard. Ji Yuan chuckled softly. Both have a chance. Soon, their hands were clasped together. Zhao Shan and Su stared at each other, both determined to claim the second position. Begin. At Ji Yuan's command, both immediately strained with bulging veins, their arms rigid and straight. For a moment, neither could overpower the other, locked in a stalemate. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Zhao Shan growled through gritted teeth. Su's eyelids twitched as he focused all his attention on his right arm. 5 minutes passed, and their arms remained motionless, only their hands trembling violently without tilting toward either side. 10 minutes later, both men gripped the table leg tightly with their left hands, eyes locked on each other, neither willing to give an inch. 15 minutes later, Su was drenched in sweat, his jaw clenched tight as he forced out each word. Why? Don't. You. Let. Go. Zhao Shan across from him had veins bulging on his forehead. Whoever. Let's. Go. First. Is. An idiot. Another 5 minutes passed. At the dormitory entrance, Zhong Xian stood beside Ji Yuan, watching the ongoing standoff. He couldn't help but sigh. Big brother, these 2 really have determination. They've been arm wrestling for 20 minutes straight. What dedication. He secretly admired them being able to persist this long, showed just how much both of them wanted that second-in-command position in the dorm. Ji Yuan rubbed his temples and finally spoke up. Mu Shuxin and Su Xin are all settled in and want to invite us to tour the academy together. You two need to stop this nonsense. Su Su still gritted his teeth. Did you hear that? Your sister is coming to drag you by the ears. Damn it, Zhao Shan. I just won't accept you. Then let's keep going. Zhao Shan's arm veins stood out like cords. Seeing the two had no intention of stopping, Ji Yuan had to compromise. How about this? You're both second in command. Happy now? The moment he finished speaking, both men released their grips as if they'd been granted a royal pardon. Their right arms shook like they had Parkinson's, leaving Ji Yuan completely speechless. These two stubborn mules had been waiting for a way out the whole time. Let's go meet them at the academy entrance. Ji Yuan took the lead, with Zhong Xian close behind. Zhao Shan and Su Su exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously. Hello, third place. I'm second place. I'm second place. No, I'm second place. The two continued bickering as they followed Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian. It was clear that peaceful days in this dormitory were not in the cards. At the academy's main entrance, over 400 new students had completed their registration procedures, and upperclassmen began appearing around campus. In the center of the crowd, Mu Shuxin and Su Xin stood out remarkably. Both had changed into casual clothes, yet their temperaments were completely different. Mu Shuxin had her winered hair pulled into a high ponytail secured with a black butterfly hair clip, paired with comfortable sportswear that radiated energy. Su Xin wore her black hair in a bun with a light blue maple leaf hair clip, her gray dress giving her an air of cool detachment. A figure approached from the distance. Mu Shuxin waved enthusiastically. Ji Yuan, over here. Su Xin's starry eyes lit up as she quietly watched the handsome young man approaching. Sorry, the crowd slowed us down a bit. Ji Yuan approached with an apologetic smile. Mu Shuxin tilted her head, deliberately showing off her butterfly hair clip. How does it look? This was the very clip Ji Yuan had bought for her while shopping after the fourth round of the competition. Not bad at all. Ji Yuan smiled, then looked at Su Xin. Noticing she was also wearing a hair clip, he gave a thumbs up. You both look beautiful. The moment she was complimented, Su Xin's ears turned red. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed the tall Zhong Xian behind Ji Yuan. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Zhong Xian, fourth in the dorm rankings. The honest Zhong Xian blurted out without thinking. His words startled everyone. Ji Yuan nearly stumbled and quickly turned around. Zhong Xian, you've got it wrong, we're just good friends. Su Xin immediately looked down, her face flushing bright red as her heart pounded. Mu Shuxin also laughed awkwardly. Ahem, haha, Ji Yuan's right. Zhong Xian scratched his head and apologized repeatedly. Sorry, I misspoke. But he thought to himself, these two girls clearly both like Big Brother. More commotion came from the distance. I'm second place, you're third. Bullshit. I'm second place, you're third. Zhao Shan and Su Su approached while arguing, tension crackling between them. Mu Shuxin asked curiously, what are you two doing? They answered in unison. We're fighting over who's second place. Second place in what? Second to whom? Second to Ji Yuan. Second to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan's face instantly darkened. Both of you can go to hell. The six of them wandered around from afternoon until evening before finally parting ways. When the streetlights came on, Zhao Shan and Su Su were still arguing heatedly about who should be second in command, competing with each other wherever they went. Su Xin had retreated back into her shell of silence, passively nodding or shaking her head throughout the entire process. Mu Shuxin enthusiastically dragged Ji Yuan around, browsing jewelry stalls one moment and ducking into snack shops the next. Zhong Xian followed behind Ji Yuan the whole time, and whenever their eyes met, Zhong Xian's gaze would overflow with almost palpable admiration. On the way back to the dormitory, the two troublemakers finally quieted down, giving Ji Yuan some rare peace and quiet. This super academy had exceeded all his expectations, and his mood lifted accordingly. Thank you all. Suddenly, Su Su, who had been shouting all day, lowered his voice with rare sincerity. Thank you for being willing to befriend my sister. She and I have always been outsiders in the Su family. Our parents disappeared when we were young, and our grandfather raised us alone. My sister has a cold personality and is very resistant to strangers, so she never had a single friend growing up in the Su family. I tried to persuade her many times, but it never worked. Then recently she ran away from home, leaving only a note saying she wanted to clear her head. Later I found out she went to Withering Valley and met two friends there. After that, I often saw her smiling foolishly at her phone screen. He looked at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, his eyes glistening with tears. All my life, what I've wanted most is for my sister to make friends and be happy. Really, thank you. As he finished speaking, his eyes completely welled up. Zhao Shan was silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder. Miss Su may love to twist ears, but she's a good person. Thank you. Su Su wiped his eyes, his voice thick with emotion. So, could you maybe let me have the second-in-command position? You little... Zhao Shan's expression immediately darkened as he swung his fist, and charged forward. Su Su took off running, and the two chased each other through the night, their curses echoing back and forth. Ji Yuan watched their retreating figures and sighed deeply. Fourth, whatever you do, don't let those two rub off on you. Okay. Zhong Xian nodded earnestly, grinning with a sunny smile. Back at the dormitory, each of the four had their own room with a private bathroom setup that could hardly be described as merely convenient. Ji Yuan took a hot shower and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his drowsy state, he seemed to return to that cold stone slab, his body unable to move as those twisted figures gnawed and tore at him. Suddenly, a gentle knocking at the door pulled him back to reality. Ji, wake up, we're going to be late. Zhao Shan's shouts penetrated through the door crack. Ji Yuan opened his eyes and grabbed his phone. 8:20. Only 20 minutes left before the academy test. He quickly washed up, changed into a black fitted combat suit, and pushed open his door. In the living room, Zhao Shan and Su Su were lounging on the sofa scrolling through their phones, while Zhong Xian stood guard by his door. Seeing Ji Yuan, Zhong Xian flashed his familiar honest smile. Big brother, let's go. Ji Yuan nodded, and the four joined the crowd flowing toward the vast plaza in front of the academic building. Wuya Plaza was paved with solid stone bricks, their surfaces polished to a mirror-like shine. Each brick was carved with the face of a strange creature, the sacred sky wrathwing dragon from the Sacred Heaven Academy's emblem. Legend had it that this emperor-level creature had lived for tens of thousands of years and was one of the Academy's guardian beasts. At this moment, 3 towering technological pillars emanated with azure light stood majestically in Wuya Plaza. These 3 pillars represented the most advanced detection devices available, capable of simultaneously measuring a beast tamer's soul power aptitude, grade, potential, and their contracted beast's bloodline levels within 2 seconds with absolute accuracy. At this efficiency, testing over 400 freshmen would take merely 1 day to complete. At this moment, the plaza's center housed only a dozen supervising instructors and academy officials, while the rest were freshmen awaiting their tests. Names had already been arranged in order. Ji Yuan, champion of this year's competition, was scheduled first. Joining him on stage were 2 unfamiliar male students. The 3 stepped forward. Beside the pillar, a stern-faced female examiner gestured with her hand, her voice low yet clear. Please touch the testing pillar. Ji Yuan raised his hand and pressed against the cool, luminous surface. Coldness spread from his palm throughout his entire body, followed by the pillar's resonant hum. The 2 adjacent pillars activated simultaneously. Whoosh! Ji Yuan's pillar suddenly erupted with a towering golden beam that pierced through the clouds. The neighboring pillars flickered briefly before returning to stillness, as cold mechanical voices announced consecutively. Li Heng, Soul Power Aptitude. Intermediate, Soul Power Grade. 7th rank. Contracted Beasts. 2. Bloodline Levels. Intermediate. Lu Yunxian, Soul Power Aptitude. Lower, Soul Power Grade. 8th rank. Contracted Beast. 1. Bloodline Level. Intermediate. Overall rating. Low, classified as 5th-tier students. Both hailed from Linyun City and had secured admission to St. Heaven Academy through Ji Yuan's assistance. The academy didn't organize by grade levels, but by strength. Ranking from 5th tier to 1st tier earthy were clearly at the bottom. Though the testing announcement concluded, Ji Yuan's golden pillar continued expanding dramatically, stirring fierce winds and instantly darkening the sky. The supervising instructors wore grave expressions, while distant observing teachers gazed with burning intensity, as if discovering gold nuggets in sand, eager to recruit him immediately. The overwhelming aura swept across the entire academy, drawing curious glances and expressions of amazement from students scattered throughout various locations. On the highest floor of the academic building, within a private classroom, Tang Yi, a stunning beauty with deep blue hair, leaned against the window, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on that towering beam of light. Is this person the champion of this year's competition? Several onlookers in the classroom were equally captivated by the light beam. A silver-haired young man standing by the window maintained perfect posture, vast soul power faintly emanating from within him. Hearing the question, he replied casually, should be. Among this year's freshmen, aside from geniuses from major families, only he's worth noting. Golden Pillar shows decent foundation. Winning the championship makes sense. But compared to Senior Ku's Crimson Gold Pillar from years past, it still falls short. Others quickly agreed. Indeed, at most he's first-tier material, can't compare to Senior Ku. Exactly. Amid their discussion, suddenly, the towering pillar in Wuya Plaza transformed abruptly. The golden radiance instantly deepened into profound darkness, then mixed with a strand of brilliant golden yellow within that darkness. Ji Yuan's testing pillar had changed from gold to black gold. It's actually a black gold pillar. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout Boundless Plaza. Black gold pillars had been rare since ancient times, and every person who triggered one eventually became a renowned master beast tamer. The last appearance of a black gold pillar was over 20 years ago, ensuring this year's Academy Golden rankings would be extraordinarily exciting. The black-gold beam of light shot skyward, drawing the attention of all students and instructors awaiting testing. Students buzzed with discussion, while the instructors exchanged glances with sparks practically flying from their eyes. Everyone wanted to take this unpolished gem under their wing. Ji Yuan stood motionless in the center of the testing formation for a full 3 minutes. He could clearly sense a subtle force coursing back and forth through his body, as if methodically unraveling silk to search out all his secrets. When that force swept over his beast-taming mark, the originally golden pillar suddenly transformed to black gold, then gradually dissipated after one final scan through his body. The announcement followed immediately. New student Ji Yuan, Soul Power Aptitude, Special Grade, Soul Power Rank, 6th Grade, Tame Beasts, 2. Bloodline Level, Mythical. As the data was announced, the instructors' hearts trembled, and even among the 400 new students in the plaza, some cried out in shock. Most had only heard that Ji Yuan's tame beasts were extraordinary, but no one had imagined his bloodline would reach mythical level in 2 of them at that. Not to mention his soul power aptitude being directly classified as special grade, which was extremely rare even in the top 10 metropolitan areas. Old Ji, that guy can stir up waves wherever he goes. In the crowd, Zhao Shan smiled with pride written all over his face. Ji Yuan was his sworn brother, and when his brother achieved glory, he naturally shared in the honor. Fourth brother, he and I have a life-and-death friendship. In the dorm, I'll be second in command, no problem, right? Zhao Shan patted Zhong Xian's sturdy arm while winking conspiratorially. Zhong Xian was tilting his head, about to agree, when Su Su suddenly rushed in. You're being unethical, engaging in unfair competition. What do you mean, unfair competition? Zhao Shan protested, and the two immediately began arguing. Zhong Xian stood beside them at a loss, unsure whom to restrain or how to mediate. Remembering the ultimate stopping method their leader had taught him, Zhong Xian extended both arms and, at the height of their quarrel, suddenly clamped down on both their necks. With his bull-like frame, this move was like grabbing 2 chicks, tucking them both under his arms and instantly silencing them. Big Brother's method really works well. Zhong Xian smiled innocently, completely ignoring how Zhao Shan and Su Su's faces were gradually turning red. While the three were causing a commotion, the broadcast continued with the final evaluation. Ji Yuan, overall rating, special, designated as Emperor's progeny. As those final 3 words fell, the plaza instantly fell silent. The instructors looked at each other in bewilderment, even their breathing slowing. Emperor's progeny. Above first-class students, there was actually such a top-tier designation. It symbolized the Academy's highest standard and represented their top cultivation priority. In the entire history of Sacred Heaven Academy, only 6 new students had been designated as Emperor's progeny during entrance testing, and today, Ji Yuan became the 7th. The instructors helplessly lowered their heads. Emperor's progeny was already beyond their scope of competition. The Academy would assign dedicated instructors for such students. After the entrance testing concluded, someone would naturally contact Ji Yuan. Student Ji Yuan, you may leave now. At this moment, the woman standing beside the testing light pillar was no longer as stern as before, offering Ji Yuan a gentle and friendly smile. I don't need to stay here. Ji Yuan was stunned. He remembered that the 2 other students who had tested with him were both required to wait in place for their results. Only students with ratings from grade 5 to grade 1 need to wait, the woman explained softly. But you are an Emperor class student, so you can leave directly. Emperor class? He pondered silently. It sounded like quite an impressive rating. Could I wait for my friends? After testing concludes, please try not to linger in Wuya Plaza. The woman maintained her smile. If this had been any other student, she would have already given them a harsh scolding, but since this was an Emperor class student, she could only politely persuade him. Having received his answer, Ji Yuan nodded tactfully and left the plaza. As he passed by Zhao Shan and the other 2, he called out, I'll wait for you back at the dorm. He actually wanted to witness the test results of Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin firsthand, but rules were rules, so he had to give up for now. Walking toward the dormitory, his mind continued to chew over those 3 words, Emperor class. In the distance, a graceful figure with blue hair entered his field of vision, and he instinctively stopped at it. Was Tang Yi. The cold and elegant goddess stopped 5 steps away from him, her cool voice ringing out, Junior Ji Yuan. Senior, is there something you need? He looked up in confusion. Tang Yi turned slightly, her long blue hair swaying with the movement. The teacher wants to see you. Throughout the journey that followed, she maintained a precise distance of 5 steps from him. The 2 passed through the teaching building corridors and arrived at the square, 4-story building at the very back. Along the way, whenever students approached from the opposite direction, they would respectfully call out Senior, their gazes filled with reverence and admiration. From this, Ji Yuan could see that this cold and elegant goddess held considerable prestige within the academy. Entering the square building, they climbed the stairs. The interior was decorated in a dignified manner, With hardly any students in sight, clearly this was an exclusive area for the academy's upper echelons. At the end of the fourth floor, Tang Yi stopped before a cream-colored wooden door. On the wall beside the door, 5 golden plaques were arranged in sequence. Principal's office. Tang Yi raised her hand and knocked gently with her knuckles. Please come in. A deep voice came from within. She didn't move, so Ji Yuan had to step forward and push open the door. The principal's office was unexpectedly modest. Several bookcases, a tea table, a desk, and no other furnishings. On the wall behind the desk hung a 4-character calligraphy piece, Adversity Turns to Fortune, written with vigorous brushstrokes. How are things? Are you settling in well? A light chuckle came from behind him. Ji Yuan turned around to see a man wearing a white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops standing in the doorway. His appearance was ordinary, but those profound eyes made one instinctively want to look away. This casual attire was hard to associate with the title of principal. Student Ji Yuan greets the principal. Ji Yuan bowed slightly. No need to be formal. The man smiled and walked directly toward the tea table. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll speak plainly. He took a seat, his gaze profound. Can you bring extinct emperor-class creatures back to life? One sentence. Yet it exploded like thunder in Ji Yuan's mind. In an instant, Ji Yuan composed himself, revealing no trace of vulnerability. Yet his heart continued to race. This was his deepest secret, one he had never shared with anyone. How could the dean possibly know? At that moment, the dean turned his head with a casual smile. Don't be so tense. If I truly wanted to do something to you, I doubt anyone in the Great Xia Kingdom could stop me. He spoke with such nonchalance that Ji Yuan dared not dismiss it as a joke. Sit. The dean gestured toward the sofa by the tea table, settling himself first and crossing his legs as he studied Ji Yuan with evident interest. Ji Yuan complied, but remained silent. If the dean wasn't here to probe this secret, what exactly was his purpose? Whoosh, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air as the dean tossed him a gray ring. The moment Ji Yuan caught it and his fingertips made contact, his consciousness was pulled into an unfamiliar space. Before him lay an enormous skeleton. Its form resembled some ancient reptilian creature. Ding! Complete Imperial Beast remains detected. The long-absent system notification exploded in his mind. What the dean had given him was actually a storage ring containing the remains of an Imperial Beast. Exiting the ring's space, Ji Yuan looked up to find the dean smiling gently. Tan, he asked me to give this to you. He said it's your gift for winning the championship. Tan, he. It had been some time since he'd contacted that old friend. It seemed Tan he was using this method to tell him that the dean could be trusted. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment before securing the ring. Dean, how may I assist you? The dean waved dismissively with hearty laughter. It's too early to discuss such matters. I have only one question for you. Can you resurrect Imperial-level creatures? Since the other party had already revealed this much, Ji Yuan saw no point in further concealment. Yes, but only if I possess complete Imperial Beast skeletal remains. Hearing this direct confirmation, a subtle gleam flashed in the dean's eyes before he nodded emphatically. Excellent. He exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted. I do indeed need your help, but not now. Once you advance to 5th rank, I'll explain the details. Knowing too much too soon would only bring you trouble. Rest assured, from this day forward, no one within the Great Xia Kingdom can take your life. With those words, the dean rose. Ji Yuan quickly stood as well. The dean walked to his desk and retrieved a dark gold card from the bottom drawer. Maximum clearance card. You may access anywhere in the academy except certain restricted areas. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though inwardly he was elated. During yesterday's tour of the academy, he had already identified several essential destinations: the skill core chamber, the reading room, the combat simulation chamber. The higher his clearance, the greater his potential gains. And this. The dean handed him another storage ring. Inside is a relatively complete skeleton excavated from the Lost Lands. The exact species is unknown. It was originally housed in the Research Institute, but I retrieved it yesterday to give to you. Thank you, Dean. Ji Yuan accepted the ring and politely took his leave. He raced back to his dormitory. The room was empty. Testing was clearly still ongoing. Returning to his quarters, he locked the door behind him and immediately retrieved both storage rings, preparing to first absorb the remains that Tan he had gifted him. That skeleton stretched dozens of meters in length, its massive skull several times larger than a truck tire. As the absorption completed, information popped up. Creature, verdant wood lizard. Bloodline, giant spirit lizard. Grade, emperor class. Attribute, wood. Ability, wild growth, can rapidly spread surrounding vegetation and heal all non-fatal wounds. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 99.9. Looking at the data panel, Ji Yuan felt a stir in his heart. The first time he encountered these verdant wood lizard remains was in the spider nest of the Beast King's secret realm. The second time was deep in the mineral veins of Hongling City, where he had no choice but to burn the remains to ash to escape Zhang Di's pursuit and gain a chance at survival. He never expected that the third time, Tan he would deliver an almost complete skeleton. With the Emperor Codex unlocked, Ji Yuan collected his thoughts, left the beast ring space, and turned his attention to the second beast ring gifted by the dean. Inside the space lay a humanoid skeleton half a person's height, gaunt and withered, with a tailbone, but the skull was not human-shaped. He had originally thought it was ancient human remains, but upon closer inspection, realized it was not. Emperor class remains detected. As the prompt sounded, he immediately began absorption. Creature, Frost Demon Sprite. Bloodline, Demon Ape. Grade, Emperor class. Attributes, Ice, Dark. Ability, Demon Spirit form immune to all attacks of Ice, Dark, and Fire attributes. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 100. Frost Demon Sprite remains detected at 100 integrity. Create perfect juvenile copy immediately. The option flickered on the light screen, but Ji Yuan hesitated. Advancing to 5th rank required a long wait, and his remaining 3rd contract slot was precious beyond measure. Whether it was the verdant wood lizard or the frost demon sprite, though both possessed emperor potential, neither truly stirred his heart. If only I were already 5th rank, I wouldn't need to agonize over this. He sighed softly, storing the Emperor Codex in his beast ring and letting both sets of remains continue their slumber. After pacing in the space for an unknown amount of time, Zhao Shan's hearty laughter suddenly came from outside. Ji Yuan pushed open the door, and Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian all turned to look at him in unison. Old Ji, so you were here. Zhao Shan threw an arm around him and called out to the other two. 4th brother, who's the 2nd eldest in our dorm? Zhong Xian answered honestly. You. Su Su leaned against the doorframe with his head down, looking dejected, offering no rebuttal. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan with confusion. What happened? Hee, guess what rank I was rated? Zhao Shan looked as proud as a peacock, and without waiting for an answer, announced it himself. 2nd class. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to the other two. What about you guys? Zhong Xian held up 3 fingers. I'm 3rd class. He patted Su Su's back after speaking. 3rd brother is the same, 3rd class. So that's how it is. Ji Yuan chuckled. Even in the rankings he'd been outranked, so this time Su Su truly had nothing left to say. Night. In the 4-person chat group. Mu Shuxin, so nervous. Tomorrow marks the official start of academy life. I'm so nervous. After all, I've been confined at home since childhood with barely any chance to go out. But her naturally outgoing personality made her excitement clearly outweigh her nervousness. Zhao Shan, today was amazing. I'm a 2nd year. Ji Yuan, what are your grade levels? I heard that students with different grades can't attend classes together. Mu Shuxin, I'm a 2nd level student. Why can't we attend classes together? Zhao Shan, I'm also a 2nd level student. Mu Shuxin, we might end up in the same classroom. Mu Shuxin, Zhao Xiaomei, I don't want to be in the same classroom as you. Su Zine, I'm a 3rd level student. 3rd level? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan frowned slightly. He remembered that Su Zine's soul power aptitude was only lower grade, and his only beast companion was just a flame-devouring sparrow. Fortunately, Su Su and Zhong Xian were also 3rd level students. He hoped the 3 could be assigned to the same class to look out for each other. Mu Shuxin, Su Zine, don't be discouraged, keep going. You'll definitely advance to 2nd level student soon. Su Zine, thank you. Ji Yuan, Su Zine, keep it up. Zhao Shan, Su Zine, I'm the 2nd now, with 3rd and 4th below me. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell us, and I'll have my brothers deal with them. Mu Shuxin, Zhao Shan, hey, what on earth are you talking about? Ji Yuan helplessly covered his face. This guy was just like a kid who never grew up. After some casual chatting, the 4 said goodnight to each other and fell into deep sleep. Early the next morning, a phone ringtone pulled Ji Yuan from his dreams. 8:30. An unknown number appeared on the screen. Hello, Ji Yuan. I'm your mentor, Lei Shi. Are you awake? The voice on the other end was crisp and clear. Hello, mentor Lei. I was just preparing to head to the academic building. Ji Yuan was half laying in bed, but his voice remained steady. Good, come downstairs now. I'm waiting for you at the dormitory entrance. After hanging up, he sprang out of bed, quickly washed up, and opened his dorm door just past 8:30. The entire dormitory building was empty, and the quiet of class time made his footsteps particularly clear. At the building entrance stood a man in a dark blue uniform. He had a neat, short slicked-back hairstyle and wore a golden monocle over his right eye. At first glance, he appeared refined and scholarly, yet carried an inherent sharpness. Mentor Lei, Ji Yuan jogged forward. Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics office to get your uniform first. Lei Shi led the way, glancing sideways to assess the student's measurements from head to toe. At the warehouse-like logistics office, he rattled off a complete set of measurements to the administrator. About 10 minutes later, the administrator returned with a cart full of items, topped with a neatly folded blue and white uniform. This is the academy uniform, and it's also a symbol of your identity. You must wear it properly at all times within the academy. Lei Shi pointed toward the nearby changing room. Go ahead, put it on. In the changing room, Ji Yuan changed in almost a second. Golden thread embroidered a silently roaring beast head at the collar, the unique insignia of Imperial students. The well-tailored cut added vibrant energy to his already handsome features. Stepping out of the changing room, Leisure nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. He then stepped forward and clapped both hands on Ji Yuan's shoulders. Whoosh. Suddenly, a silver-white cloak extended from the shoulders of the uniform, hanging just the right distance from the ground. Ji Yuan turned his head for a closer look. The cloak's material was so fine it seemed to flow like water. Under the light, special patterns in the inner layer rippled in waves, as if moving in the shadows. At the center of the cloak, golden threads outlined a half-clenched beast claw, its sharp talons gripping the characters for Emperor. The fierce aura emanating from it could make one's heart tremble even through the fabric. This was the exclusive sacred spirit cloak of Emperor-class students, rumored to withstand a full-force attack from an overlord-level beast at critical moments. Leisure packed the remaining items and handed them to Ji Yuan. It can block a strike from an overlord-level beast? Ji Yuan made no effort to hide his surprise. Let's go to the classroom. Leisure gestured with his hand. The two walked side by side toward the academic building. Along the way, Leisure briefly explained. The entire academy had just over 100 Emperor-class students divided into 6 classrooms. His class originally had 18 students, and with Ji Yuan, it would be exactly 19. In the elevator, the numbers climbed steadily. When they reached the top floor and the doors began to part, a thick, restless wave of soul power rushed toward Thema welcoming ceremony deliberately released by all the Emperor-class students on this floor. The invisible gazes pierced like needles into the newcomers' nerves, enough to make the weak buckle at the knees. Yet Ji Yuan stood firm as a rock, secretly comparing. These soul powers varied in strength, but none matched the oppressive force of special grade aptitude. Buzz. Leisure was observing from the side when he saw dark gray light patterns suddenly appear on Ji Yuan's body. In the next instant, the patterns exploded into surging waves, completely washing away the soul power attempting to suppress him. Several low exclamations immediately erupted from the corridor. Special grade aptitude, truly extraordinary. Leisure marveled inwardly as he stepped out of the elevator first. Ji Yuan followed calmly behind, his expression unchanged. The entire top floor belonged to the Emperor-class students. 6 classrooms lined up in a row, each spacious enough to rival a training hall. Ji Yuan noticed that beside each podium stood a massive lever, its metal surface bearing a thick patina, purpose unknown. After passing 4 classrooms, Leisure stopped at an open doorway. Constant chatter came from inside, but the moment his footsteps crossed the threshold, the noise abruptly ceased. Come in, he called back. Ji Yuan entered the classroom to find 18 students of varying personalities, all turning their gazes toward him. Scanning the room, he spotted a blue-haired woman sitting quietly in a corner by the window. Her demeanor cold and aloof it was tangy. Their eyes met, and she gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. From the podium, Leisure smiled. Ji Yuan, summon your beasts. Whoosh. To the left, a blue and white fire Qilin materialized, radiating intense heat. To the right, a massive black wolf emerged amid thunder, electricity crackling around its body with a hint of savagery. Standing between the two beasts, Ji Yuan surveyed his surroundings and spoke with steady, powerful voice. New student Ji Yuan, please take care of me. The Super Academy respected strength above all. Setting aside the black gold pillar of light from the entrance exam, just the terrifying aura emanating from these two beasts made every Emperor-class student's heart skip a beat. The lowest rank among Emperor-class students was 5th grade, but Ji Yuan's arrival directly shattered this unwritten rule. However, considering his performance in the city tournament, no one would be foolish enough to treat him as an ordinary 6th grade beastmaster. For those who might not be up to speed, let me inform everyone that our new classmate is the champion of this year's citywide competition. Leisure stood at the podium with a beaming smile, but after finishing his words, he didn't look at the entire class. Instead, he specifically examined the 2 spirit beasts beside Ji Yuanming and Shan Pe. He had noticed those black and white figures during the live broadcast, and now, at a distance of less than 3 meters, the resonance of that mythical grade bloodline was as clear as electric currents sliding across his skin. Truly worthy of mythical grade spirit beasts. But being a competition champion is nothing special. Senior Ku was also a city champion back in his day. In the back row of the classroom, 3 male students leaned back in their chairs, their sneering laughter filled with disdain. The desks and chairs in this classroom were arranged in a free and casual manner. Some students sat together in clusters, while others occupied corners alone. Those 3 troublemaking boys sat closely together in a row, and in front of them sat a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes, the very Senior Ku everyone was talking about. The other students either basked in the sunlight by the windows or stayed close to the corridor, completely abandoning any traditional formation rules. Oh yes, they're all champions, but our new classmate's black gold light pillar is something even your Senior Ku's red gold pillar can't match. How truly impressive. From a corner, a bald man drawled sarcastically, delivering the cutting remark. The bald man's words made the three boys' faces darken, while Senior Ku continued reading with his head down, not even raising an eyebrow. Seeing their leader's lack of response, the three had no choice but to shut up. Ji Yuan took in this scene, thinking to himself, it seems academy life is far from as peaceful as he had imagined. What truly mattered to him was breaking through to the 5th grade and expanding new skills for both Ming and Shanpo. Everything else was just noise. Instead of wasting time with verbal sparring here, you'd be better off practicing properly. Tomorrow is Friday, and the golden rankings will be unsealed. I shouldn't need to remind you of this, should I? Lei Shi surveyed the entire class, his gaze lingering on the three boys for a moment before gesturing toward Ji Yuan. In my classroom, I believe in freedom. Sit wherever you like. Looking around, Ji Yuan saw that the 4 most prominent desks in the center of the classroom were occupied by Senior Ku and his 3 followers, while many people had already claimed spots along the corridor on the right side. Only 3 desks and chairs remained by the windows. Tang Yi sat alone at the innermost position, the bald man sat in front of her, and the desk further forward was still empty. There was a wide enough aisle between Tang Yi and the empty seat to accommodate large spirit beasts. Senior, may I sit in front of you? Ji Yuan walked from the podium toward the window side. In the spacious area, the massive Ming carried a chair in its mouth while Shanpa balanced a desk on its head, following behind him. No. The cold rejection mixed with anger didn't come from Tang Yi. Ji Yuan turned around to meet the icy stare of the silver-haired man. Tang Yi's suitor? Unlikely. Then why the hostility? Recalling the earlier mockery and talk about ranking light pillars, Ji Yuan already had his answer. Yes, you may. Tang Yi's voice was cool and firm. As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow flashed in the silver-haired man's eyes, and he glared at her coldly, but ultimately remained silent. Ji Yuan chuckled inwardly and signaled Ming and Shanpa to set down the desk and chair. The 2 spirit beasts moved efficiently, producing soft collision sounds. In just those few steps, he had already sensed the subtle but obvious hostility around him. It seemed these people all regarded him as a competitor. After Ming and Shanpa transformed into spiritual light and returned to the spirit beast space, he settled into his seat. On the podium, Lei Shi had observed every detail of what had just transpired, his expression remaining calm as he snapped his fingers and announced, today's lesson is about the maintenance and cultivation of spirit beast spaces. However, with the new student joining us, we'll temporarily set aside our knowledge-based courses for now. Lei Shi raised his hand and called out, Ji Yuan, come up here. Ji Yuan walked down the aisle toward the podium, his footsteps echoing clearly in the quiet classroom. Lei Shi pointed to a silver-gray lever beside the platform. Push it forward. Ji Yuan reached out and grasped it, the metal's coldness instantly seeping into his palm. As he pushed with force, visible blue-white technological beams spread across the walls. Where the light passed, the walls peeled away to reveal greenery, instantly transforming into a lush primeval forest. The ceiling cracked open into a vast clear sky, and soft earth replaced the hard floor beneath the podium. In an instant, the entire classroom was transformed into a realistic forest domain. Push the lever, and the classroom enters this infinitely expandable simulation space, where everything is under my control. Lei Shi glanced at Ji Yuan's surprised expression and added with a smile, then clapped his hands. Now let's assign the tasks. Tang Yi. Present. The cold, elegant girl stood up in response. Hunt 5 legendary class spirit beasts. Time limit, 8 minutes. Understood. Tang Yi nodded. The Frost Peak Lion Griffin materialized from her miniature summoning pattern. She leaped onto its back, and together they became a blurred disappearing into the forest sea. Kushienji. Here. The silver-haired boy lazily looked up. Hunt 30 Overlord-class spirit beasts. Time limit, 10 minutes. 5 minutes at most. With those words, his figure flashed and vanished into the tree shadows. Lei Shi continued calling names until all students had received their assignments and departed, leaving only Ji Yuan in the clearing. This is your first class. Lei Shi withdrew his gaze. By tradition, I would give you 5 Overlord-class spirit beasts and a 10-minute time limit. But considering your performance in the city tournament and that black gold light pillar during the entrance exam, I want to see your limits. As his words fell, a pale blue marker appeared in midair, its arrow pointing deep into the forest. Follow the guide. I'll notify you of the next step once you arrive. Lei Shi crossed his arms and gestured with his chin. Interesting. Ji Yuan chuckled softly and raised his hand to summon Ming. Flames swirled around them as Ming carried his master skyward in a blazing fireball, racing in the direction of the arrow. Soon, they landed in a circular clearing surrounded by forest. The surrounding trees' branches intertwined, leaving almost no gaps. Lei Shi's voice came from all directions. Let's start with the simplest. Pale yellow text appeared in Ji Yuan's vision. First wave, low bloodline spirit beasts, quantity, 50. Roar. Piercing howls merged into one as 50 fierce beasts with bared fangs burst from the forest, rapidly encircling them from all sides. Ming! Boom! Imperial bloodline pressure shot out like steel needles. The low bloodline wild beast's hearts stopped instantly, collapsing on the spot and evaporating into blue light fragments. The number instantly jumped from 50 to 0. Second wave, mid and high bloodline spirit beasts, quantity, 100. An even more formidable beast horde surged forth. Ji Yuan was filled with excitement, and Ming's eyes blazed with rolling flames. Sizzle. Netherworld flames swept across the entire clearing, the high temperature causing branches and leaves to crack and burst, with agonized cries rising one after another. The numbers plummeted again, dropping to 0 in just a few breaths. At the very beginning, Leisure stood with his arms crossed. Before him, more than 10 light screens floated in the air like neatly arranged transparent barriers, continuously projecting real-time images of each student. To his left, a blue-haired, cold beauty named Tang Yi stood quietly with her arms folded across her chest, her gaze also fixed on those screens. Leisure's Qilin beast was renowned for its wide-range thunderfire attacks, capable of covering multiple battle lines simultaneously, something he was quite confident about. At this moment, he stared intently at the central light screen displaying Ji Yuan's movements, occasionally muttering to himself. Interesting. Can bloodline pressure really crush low-level bloodline beasts to death? Fine, let me give you a new opponent and see how you handle this. He raised his hand and waved. Training ground. Pale yellow system text flashed before Ji Yuan's eyes once again. Round 3. Overlord-level beast, quantity, 1. Heh. Strange breathing echoed from the forest. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow as he saw a pair of massive palms covered in brown fur pushing aside the trees, and an enormous fascia grotesque mixture of fur and human features emerged. In the next second, the colossal creature leaped into the air. Bang! The ground shook upon impact, dust exploding outward. A formidable man-faced berserk ape towered over Ji Yuan, looking down at him, the same species he had encountered in Withering Valley that Mu Shushin had instantly killed. This beast was naturally immune to fire elements, making it the bane of fire-type attacks. Roar! The ape opened its mouth and roared, sound waves rolling across the grass tips. Flash Soul! With the command, Ming's figure instantly vanished, and a massive black wolf materialized before Ji Yuan. Whoosh! The ape's giant palms swept horizontally, cutting wind slashing across faces. Ji Yuan rolled to dodge, while Flash Soul teleported behind the ape. Release, Fury Burst. Roar! The giant wolf planted its forepaws firmly, muscles tensing as dark purple electric arcs shot from its mouth. Sizzle bang! Fist-sized lightning orbs fired in succession, exploding into clusters of electric flames across the ape's spine and back of its head. The shockwaves sent the ape staggering, its massive knees crashing to the ground. Lightning dance. Electric light crisscrossed as Flash Soul became a blur, striking the ape's spine. The massive body toppled forward, sending up debris and dust. Ji Yuan quickly signaled, and Flash Soul pounced on the ape's head, gathering another light orb in its mouth. Bang! 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 This time, the orbs were infused with subtle soul power, the explosions generating bone-chilling soul waves. After several hits, the ape convulsed and went still, dissolving into scattered points of light. Time elapsed, 1 minute. Decisive action, not bad. Before the light screen, Leisure commented quietly, then immediately ordered. Give him 3 overlord-level beasts. In his judgment, this was probably Ji Yuan's limit. Training ground. 3 figures materialized almost simultaneously, their bloodline pressure washing over the area. 1. Resembling a wild bull but with twin cone-shaped horns. 2. A lizard-like body topped with an inverted triangular snake head. 3. A round, drum-like creature with green skin and frog features. Ji Yuan had never seen any records of these 3 species. Thunder Judgment. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky, lightning forming a web. Before the light screen, Leisure watched Flash Soul's movements intently. The 3 overlord-level beasts were torn apart inch by inch under the lightning, without any suspense. He didn't stop, generating 3 more beasts of the same level to continue the pressure. Then he glanced sideways at Tang Yi beside him. What do you think? He should be capable of handling tomorrow's field mission, right? His fire-type Qilin beast and lightning-type wolf can complement your elemental weaknesses. You two will be partnered tomorrow. Fine by me. Tang Yi's tone was indifferent to her. It made no difference who her teammate was. She could handle most tasks on her own. Remember not to let him get hurt when the time comes. After all, he's someone the dean personally instructed us to look after. Leisure whispered to his teaching assistant, though his gaze remained fixed on the figure in the arena. Tomorrow's mission is somewhat tricky. If it weren't for his high-level beast-taming bloodline, honestly, I wouldn't want him taking such risks. At the far end of the training ground, Leisure looked up to see students gradually returning, then glanced back at Ji Yuan's battlefield. The 3 newly spawned overlord-level beasts had been completely crushed by him. Just like the previous 4 minutes, 7 overlord-level beasts. Leisure nodded approvingly to himself. Not bad. But this probably isn't your limit yet, is it? Ji Yuan, come back. Today's lesson ends here, he called out in a lowered voice. In the center of the clearing, Ji Yuan, who had consumed about half his spiritual energy, immediately stopped and leaped onto Shan Po's back, racing back along the same path he had taken. When he reached the gathering point, the others had been waiting for some time. Leisure walked to the control panel, pulled a lever beside it, and after a blinding flash of light, they reappeared in the classroom. The familiar desks, chairs, and soft lighting left Ji Yuan momentarily dazed, and he couldn't help but admire the simulation technology of today's world. Tang Yi, Ku Xianji, Zhang Wan, Li Chong, Ji Yuan, those whose names I called, stay behind. The rest of you may leave. As soon as Leisure finished speaking, the sound of chair legs scraping against the floor filled the classroom, and within moments, only 6 people remained. Tomorrow our class has a commission mission that requires traveling. A commission mission? Ji Yuan perked up. Academy life was turning out to be quite different from what he had imagined. Instructor Lei, I have a question. The silver-haired student Ku Xianji raised his hand. Go ahead. Isn't it inappropriate for him to participate in a commission when he just enrolled? Ku Xianji pointed at Ji Yuan, questioning each word deliberately. From the corner, the bald student Zhang Wen chuckled softly. Idiot. On the platform, Leisure seemed to consider this seriously, then nodded. You're right. In that case, you don't need to participate. You can go. He waved toward the door. You, Ku Xianji's face turned ashen, his fists clenched, but he ultimately said nothing more and strode out of the classroom. The moment the classroom door closed, Leisure turned to Ji Yuan. For your first mission, there are several things I need to explain. First, all commissions outside the academy involve danger. Once you're out there, you must follow orders and not act on your own. Second, Tang Yi is the team leader for this operation. Any thoughts or needs you have should be reported to her first. Third, missions like this are classified. Whatever you see or do during the process must not be disclosed to anyone, including your closest friends and family. Understood. His voice was low and serious. Ji Yuan met his gaze and nodded solemnly. Understood. Good. Tomorrow morning at 8 sharp, gather at the academy in trance. Leaving the academic building, the night breeze hit his face. Ji Yuan returned to his dormitory to find that Zhao Shan and the others weren't there, probably still in class. The living room was softly lit, and he sat on the sofa with a sigh, his mind repeatedly pondering what Leisure meant by classified. Judging by the instructor's expression, this mission was probably far more complex than it appeared on the surface, but what could it be? Everything would be revealed tomorrow. Zhao Shan and his 2 companions returned very late, reportedly because their first day of classes was packed with a full schedule. When the 3 entered the dormitory, their steps were unsteady and their faces showed exhaustion, which surprised Ji Yuan. Imperial students typically had the privilege to arrange their class schedules freely and enjoyed far greater authority than ordinary students, so he hadn't expected them to be so worn out. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Ji Yuan left the dormitory right on time. The academy grounds were vast and allowed students to summon their spirit beasts for transportation, so he called forth his blue and white Qilin named Ming and leaped onto its back. The Qilin's mane billowed in the morning breeze, with flowing light flickering beneath its hooves, and before long they reached the academy's main gate, only to discover someone had arrived even earlier. At the entrance, a massive griffin covered entirely in frost crouched on the ground, its eagle head lowered, surrounded by swirling cold mist. Standing before the griffin was a strikingly beautiful woman who raised her hand to gently stroke its icy feathers, frost fragments dancing at her fingertips. Ji Yuan recognized her, dismounted from his Qilin, and respectfully called out, "Senior sister." Tang Yi merely nodded in acknowledgement. Though Ji Yuan had many questions in his mind, he knew she was a woman of few words and didn't want to invite awkwardness, so he quietly waited nearby. Moments later, Leisure arrived with the bald man Zhang Wan and the short-haired woman Li Chong. After exchanging greetings, Leisure looked toward Tang Yi. "Let's depart when you're ready, according to plan." Tang Yi responded and nimbly leaped onto the griffin's back, raising her hand to signal Ji Yuan to follow. This time the griffin had shrunk to a smaller size than when he first saw it, only large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. The winter morning sun had risen, its light streaming across the frost on the wings and refracting into scattered gold. The griffin soared into the sky, with cold mist blocking the howling airstream, flying at tremendous speed and leaving the academy far behind in an instant. After flying for an unknown duration, a cool voice suddenly reached his ears. "Are you from Linyun City?" Ji Yuan was slightly startled, not expecting her to speak first, and quickly opened his eyes to answer. "Yes. Whatever senior sister wants to know, I can tell you." Tang Yi shook her head and pondered for a moment before saying, "We also have someone from Linyun City in our class." Oh, a thought flashed through Ji Yuan's mind. According to the information he possessed, in Tan He's 10 years of teaching, no one from Linyun City had ever entered the Super Academy. Could that person have entered 10 years ago? If so, they would certainly be quite old. Recalling the faces in the class, the only one who looked older was the bald man Zhang Wan, who appeared to be around 30. So he ventured, "Is it Zhang Wan?" "No," Tang Yi denied. "He is on an external assignment." Ji Yuan nodded, and the air fell silent once again. About half an hour later, the griffin suddenly dove. Ji Yuan looked down and saw only gray, desolate earth below. Tang Yi said flatly, "We're here, hold tight." Screech. A sharp eagle cry pierced the sky as the griffin suddenly accelerated. Terrifying weightlessness instantly overwhelmed them, as if the body flies ahead while the soul chases behind. Had it not been for the griffin's cold aura blocking the fierce wind, the two passengers would likely have been thrown off long ago. Boom. The griffin crashed into the ground like a cannonball, sending dust and debris flying. Ji Yuan surveyed his surroundings. This was a gray, eerie forest where what had once been a verdant woodland seemed drained of all life, with leaves and trunks turned ashen gray. A gentle breeze stirred the gray leaves with a rustling sound, and the stale, putrid smell was nauseating. He frowned, but before he could react, he saw Tang Yi leap down to the ground first. "Senior, this is the place." He jumped down alongside her, crouching to pick up a handful of the black earth beneath their feet, rubbing it between his fingertips. The soft black soil resembled ash from burnt wood, giving off a sharp, acrid smell, the distinctive scent of the eastern borderlands. Compressed by the terrain, the frost-peaked griffin visibly shrank another size, now roughly the same as Ming. Tang Yi's eyes turned ice-cold as she scanned their surroundings warily. Seeing this, Ji Yuan also quietly tensed up, signaling for Ming to circle behind them for protection. After walking slowly for 5 minutes, Tang Yi suddenly raised her right hand. A deep blue-feathered bird materialized silently and took flight. With this guidance, her pace quickened noticeably as she led Ji Yuan through the dim, endless forest, weaving left and right. After another 10 minutes or so, she suddenly stopped. Ahead lay a massive cavern that gaped like the maw of an abyss, its walls covered in dark red cracks, the interior pitch black with strange echoes rising and falling. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance peering in, seeing only dark red light flickering intermittently. Whoosh! The deep blue bird suddenly dove down, plunging directly into the cavern. After several dozen seconds, Tang Yi said quietly, "Follow me." As her words fell, she and the frost-peaked griffin leaped in. Ji Yuan hurriedly called for Ming to follow closely. Darkness instantly enveloped them all, and the fall lasted only a moment before they hit the ground. Bang! As they landed, a muffled explosion erupted. The frost-peaked griffin spread its wings and swept horizontally, sharp ice spikes shooting out in succession. Through the gaps in its feathers, Ji Yuan could barely make out what lay ahead: bizarrely shaped creatures being torn apart by the ice spikes. Ming immediately darted out to fight alongside the griffin, unleashing a torrent of ghostly flames. By the light of the intersecting ice and fire, Ji Yuan quickly surveyed their surroundings. Deep within the cavern was a passage extending downward, the rock walls riddled with cracks through which dark red light flowed. Tang Yi remained expressionless, watching as her two spirit beasts unleashed their attacks freely. Those monsters came in various forms, but all were deformed, some with bloated bodies and tiny heads, others with 3 heads and 6 arms and hideous faces. Ordinary people would probably have nightmares just from seeing them once. Ji Yuan frowned and muttered, "What kind of creatures are these?" Shrill cries rose and fell, but soon, under the assault of extreme cold and heat, the monsters turned to ash and ice fragments. Tang Yi continued downward, answering coldly, "These are test subjects." "Deformed test subjects? Have alchemists been here?" Ji Yuan thought to himself, but didn't stop walking. During their descent, they encountered several more groups of deformed creatures. Ji Yuan noticed one common feature: all the creatures had a dark red mark carved into their foreheads, strangely shaped, yet somehow familiar, though he couldn't recall where he'd seen it. The slope gradually leveled out, and the end opened up dramatically. A completely hollowed-out underground space came into view. Various twisted glass containers and unrecognizable bottles and jars filled the surroundings. Blood-red lighting bathed the air in an oppressive hue, permeating the space with an eerie atmosphere. Ji Yuan's gaze moved to the deepest part, his expression changing slightly. The soul-cursed kingdom? Deep inside, against the far wall, stood 5 massive glass containers. Within them were 5 figures with blood-red skin, draped in crimson veils. Ji Yuan immediately recognized this eerie appearance. These were the remnants of the cursed Soul Nation who had ambushed him and Mu Shushin in Withering Valley. Crash! Almost the moment he spotted them, the 5 glass containers exploded simultaneously, sending shards flying in all directions. "Guard the perimeter, I'll handle them," Tang Yi shouted, as her frost-peaked griffin spread its wings and soared into the air. Pale blue soul power surged from her body, resonating with the frost-peaked griffin. Instantly, the ice spikes shot by the griffin were enveloped in soul power, each gleaming projectile radiating a faint aura as they whistled toward the 5 blood-red figures. Clang! The expected soul power barrier materialized, thick and stable, blocking every ice spike. Ji Yuan's heart sank. This defense was even stronger than Secretary Lin's had been. Suddenly, several grotesque figures burst from the debris piles on both sides, lunging straight at Tang Yi. Blazing storm. In the critical moment, Ming manipulated the netherworld flames, creating 2 walls of scorching fire that forcibly blocked the sneak attack. Tang Yi remained completely focused. Seeing that her Frost Peak Griffin's first assault had failed, she immediately threw out 2 more contract seals. A deer-like creature with crystalline ice and an ice blue snow rabbit, half a person's height with an agile form, appeared. Whoosh! All 3 ice-type spirit beasts simultaneously unleashed their dazzling abilities, with freezing currents and ice crystals exploding throughout the underground space. Ji Yuan commanded Ming to systematically eliminate the lurking grotesque creatures, the violent roars echoing through the enclosed chamber. After clearing the ambushers, he looked back at the main battlefield to see that the continuous bombardment had only worn the cursed soul remnants' soul power barrier down to semi-transparency, still far from complete destruction. Ji Yuan immediately summoned Flash Soul, preparing to launch a final assault. Clang! Crimson light suddenly blazed forth. Ji Yuan reacted instinctively, shouting, "Senior, watch out!" Swish, swish, swish. 5 blood-red spears pierced through the swirling ice crystals, shooting forward at incredible speed. Ji Yuan, already prepared, dodged to the side. But Tang Yi and her spirit beasts nearby weren't so fortunate. The ice blue snow rabbit lay on its back, a small bloody hole pierced through its left abdomen. The deer-like creature had been completely impaled, kneeling with its head hanging low. The Frost Peak Griffin and Tang Yi suffered only grazing wounds, but blood spread rapidly across the ground. Stimulated by the scent of blood, the pupils of the 5 cursed soul remnants instantly turned crimson. Star, Bun Bun. Tang Yi looked at her 2 dying spirit beasts, her usually cold expression showing rare heartache, as she immediately recalled them into her spirit beast space. As long as the injuries weren't fatal, they could recover within the space. When she raised her head again, her gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade. Whoosh! Ice crystal light exploded as a tall, muscular figure with bulging muscles materialized beside her. The figure resembled a human, but its head was that of a ferocious wolf. A massive right arm gripped an ice crystal staff as the creature materialized. The enormous wolf head let out a thunderous roar, as if channeling all of Tang Yi's fury, and charged toward the 5 cursed soul remnants. These cursed soul remnants fought with their usual mechanical patterns. Not only were their attacks rigid, but even their movements were sluggish and awkward. From beginning to end, Ji Yuan had never seen them attempt to run or dodge. After emerging from their glass containers, they only moved forward with stiff, slow steps, as if unfamiliar with their own flesh. When the massive werewolf charged forward with its staff, the 5 figures merely looked up, their blood-red pupils fixed on the approaching threat, making no attempt to evade. Whoosh! The ice crystal staff swept horizontally from right to left, tearing through the air viciously. Bang! A thunderous impact exploded as all 5 cursed soul remnants were sent flying, smashing through empty glass containers along their path, sending shards scattering everywhere. Swish! The remnants lying on the ground seemed awakened by that strike. Their movements suddenly became lightning fast as they rose, their afterimages forming streaks of blood that instantly latched onto the werewolf's body. Whoa! The werewolf howled in pain. The 5 attackers immediately began tearing with their teeth, flesh becoming a bloody mess in an instant. Their assault was primitive and frenzied, teeth and claws ripping through skin and muscle together, the wolf's howls echoing endlessly in the confined space. Seeing this, Tang Yi shouted urgently, "Release wild ferocity." The werewolf's aura suddenly exploded outward, its fierce pressure creating visible waves of energy that sent the 5 cursed soul remnants flying. But before it could catch its breath, those creatures pounced again, their gnawing even more vicious. Tang Yi frowned, wanting to command her Frost Peak Griffin to help, but worried about accidentally injuring the werewolf. Her gaze hesitated for a moment. Release, explosive burst. Beside her, Ji Yuan's voice came low and steady. Boom! In a moment that seemed to strike the very soul, a blue-silver lightning orb shot through the air, hitting the werewolf's back in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by soul power resonance, it created a double shock wave at the moment of launch and explosion. The orb burst open, and the intense soul impact caused all 5 cursed soul remnants to freeze simultaneously, their consciousness briefly blank. The werewolf also stood dazed for half a breath, then regained clarity and erupted with fierce energy again, sending the 5 attackers flying several meters back. It flashed back to Tang Yi's side in a few bounds, its massive chest heaving violently, with shocking red wounds visible between its gray-black fur. Tang Yi turned her face toward Ji Yuan. She clearly remembered that the soul power resonance in that strike was the work of his beast companion. "Thank you." She spoke those two words with a tone still cold, but no longer indifferently heartless. Without Ji Yuan's timely intervention, the werewolf's injuries would have been far worse. However, the 5 cursed soul remnants across from them rose again, their eyes blazing with blood-red light as their forms became afterimages. Frost breath. Ice mark annihilation. Tang Yi called out coldly. The werewolf slammed its ice crystal staff heavily into the ground and opened its mouth to exhale bone-chilling white mist. The freezing temperature swept across, quickly coating the ground and air with a layer of crystalline frost, immediately slowing the 5 cursed soul remnants' movements. Screech. An eagle's cry pierced through the frost mist. The frost-peaked griffin soared high, its feathers sharp as blades. Clang. 2 cold gleams struck down from its wings, the dark blue light blades containing terrifying destructive energy, precisely targeting the throats of the 5 cursed soul remnants who could no longer dodge. Crack. The soul power barrier shattered, the cold gleams unstoppable as they shot toward the rear wall, embedding themselves deep into it. Blood erupted like a fountain. The heads of the 5 cursed soul remnants flew off as their bodies crashed heavily to the ground. Thick, viscous black liquid seeped from their corpses, mingling with the blood on the ground, and rapidly forming a pitch-black vortex that spun slowly yet ominously. You will eventually join us. The same eerie whisper suddenly pierced into Ji Yuan and Tang Yi's ears. The moment their eyes met, Ji Yuan felt his heart clench violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He spun around to see a fist-sized black orb emerging from the center of the blood pool, its malevolent energy rippling outward like waves. Go! He felt an inexplicable surge of fear. Tang Yi's voice carried a hint of panic as the frost-peaked griffin immediately transformed into a streak of cold light, carrying them both as it raced back along their original path. In his final glance, Ji Yuan saw the black orb shatter. Bang! A soul-shaking black shockwave instantly devoured everything in its path: the ground, the air, even the light itself. Fortunately, Ji Yuan had already recalled Shanpa into his beast-taming seal, where the consequences would have been unthinkable. Just as the frost-peaked griffin reached the cave entrance, the black explosion wave suddenly accelerated again. Crash! The aftershock sent violent tremors throughout the entire cavern. The frost-peaked griffin, having just burst through the stone wall, was thrown into a tumbling spin. Its talons loosened, and Ji Yuan and Tang Yi plummeted in opposite directions. The griffin was stunned for a moment before spreading its wings and diving toward Tang Yi, who was closer. As he fell, Ji Yuan tasted the metallic sweetness in his throat and spat out a mist of blood. The residual force of the aftershock remained violent, injuring both him and Tang Yi. In the critical moment, he summoned Ming, and a ball of fierce flames enveloped him as he crashed into the gray woodland below. Cough! His organs felt displaced, causing excruciating pain. Ji Yuan could only lie on his back as his vision blurred. Suddenly, the roars of wild beasts echoed from all directions. He smiled bitterly. When it rains, it pours. Fortunately, Ming was by his side, its blazing flames creating an intimidating presence that kept the fierce beasts at bay, though they refused to leave. Tang Yi was closer to the explosion than I was. Her injuries are probably severe too. Ji Yuan's chest throbbed with pain, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he forced himself to think. In this vast, dim forest with its dense foliage, it wouldn't be easy for Tang Yi to find him first. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, he should actively seek survival. He took a deep breath and pressed his hand to his forehead. Imperial Beast Codex. In his mind, the ancient codex slowly turned its pages, and an emerald green figure came into focusa with lizard hatchling brimming with vitality. Copy, verdant wood lizard hatchling. Copying in progress, please wait. A flash of green light appeared, and a palm-sized wood lizard materialized beside him, full of life and vigor. Contract. The moment the contract seal was formed. Boom. The sky suddenly changed color as endless vitality erupted from Ji Yuan as the center, spreading wildly in all directions. The gray woodland looked as if it had been splashed with emerald dye. Withered tree trunks instantly sprouted new branches, and the lifeless earth burst forth with threads of green as far as the eye could see. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Yi was exactly as Ji Yuan had predicted, being closer to the explosion's aftermath. Her ice-cold face was smeared with blood, her eyes tightly shut, already unconscious. Fortunately, as a 5th-rank beast tamer, her frost-peaked griffin that hadn't been stored in the beast space remained outside. Where Tang Yi had fallen, hordes of monsters were similarly drawn to the scene. To intimidate the enemy swarm, the frost-peaked griffin autonomously doubled its size, carefully protecting her beneath its wings and body, its roars driving back the wild beasts that attempted to approach. The celestial phenomenon triggered by this contract could be clearly felt even from 10 kilometers away. However, at this moment, Leisher's other squad was deep underground in another cavern, completely unaware of the commotion above. The contract didn't last long, and the woodland's transformation only spread within a radius of 500 meters. As the spiritual light faded, Ji Yuan lay on his back on the newly grown grass, with a palm-sized lizard resting on his chest. The little creature's eyes were crystal clear, and the gentle wood attribute energy emanating from its body seeped into his wounds, rapidly healing his torn muscles as the excruciating pain subsided and his consciousness cleared. Creature verdant with lizard juvenile stage. Species giant spirit lizard bloodline imperial grade slightly flawed. Attribute wood. Trait wild growth. Promotes extremely rapid plant growth and can heal all non-fatal injuries. Talents 1. Insect nemesis. Emits an aura that instinctively terrifies insects. 2. Agile gaze. 360-degree surveillance of surroundings. Passive skill flexible size. Can freely scale between 2 meters and 5 centimeters. Active skill swallow. Tongue binds small prey before dragging into mouth. Verdant vitality. Releases healing patterns to ease injuries and focus mental energy. The status panel was clear this was a beast specialized in support. The surrounding wild animals had fled without a trace when the contract's thunderous roar erupted. Feeling his internal wounds largely healed, Ji Yuan raised his hand to touch the beast mark on his forehead, storing the verdant with lizard within. Ming materialized in the air again. After determining his direction, Ji Yuan pulled out his phone, preparing to call Lei Shi. Help! A weak, ethereal whisper drifted from somewhere unknown, seeming to come from beside his ear, yet also from the depths of his soul. Ji Yuan's finger paused as he suddenly looked up, searching for the source. Almost simultaneously, his beast mark vibrated violently, and the verdant wood lizard let out a mournful resonance, as if responding to some mysterious cowlet was pleading with its master to follow the whisper. Though beast and tamer shared a mental connection, complex communication was difficult, and Ji Yuan could only sense its urgent longing. What is that? He frowned, but still tentatively took 10 steps forward. My child, come here. The ethereal whisper sounded again, sending cold shivers crawling up his spine. Ding. Imperial creature remains detected, marked. Ding. Imperial creature remains detected, marked. Alert sounds rang out consecutively. The next moment, several deep blue light points suddenly blazed to life in the direction from which the whisper came. 1268. Ji Yuan stood frozen in place, his fingertips trembling as he counted the glowing markers before him one by one. 18. A full 18 remains of Emperor-level creatures lay buried just ahead. The massive shock sent his heart into turmoil. He suddenly recalled the ethereal whisper from earlier mentioning my children. Could it have been referring to the verdant wood lizard? Please, come closer, I won't hurt you. The weak whisper brushed past his ears again, the voice trembling on the verge of collapse, yet so real it couldn't be ignored. Ji Yuan frowned, hesitating for a moment before spinning around, intending to leave. But after just a few steps, he stopped again, his mind echoing with the deafening phrase, 18 Emperor remains. The verdant wood lizard beside him whimpered softly, as if urging him forward. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, finally steeling himself to turn back and stare into the depths of the forest. Fortune favors the bold, and at the first sign of danger, he'd retreat immediately. He leaped onto Ming's back, and together they lowered their forms, slowly advancing along the dim forest path. Before long, they crossed beyond the verdant area restored by their contract and stepped once more into the gray, desolate forest. Throughout the journey, that ethereal whisper continued calling. After traveling for some time, a wall of crisscrossing gray-white tree trunks suddenly appeared at a dead end. Ming halted, crouching low and alert. Careful, Ji Yuan warned in a low voice, his gaze rapidly scanning their surroundings. Come through. The whisper suddenly drew near, seeming to breathe right beside them. But there was clearly no path ahead. Suspicious, Ji Yuan raised his hand and released a strand of soul power. The soul power penetrated the tree wall, creating ripple send illusion. He narrowed his eyes and made a decisive command for Ming to charge straight through with him on her back. Sure enough, there was no resistance at all. Beyond the illusion, the scenery changed dramatically. A long-dried pond came into view, its cracked earth showing fissures of varying depths, yet stubbornly sprouting patches of green weeds. What truly made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat was what lay in the center of the pond. 18 massive skeletons arranged in a circle, their postures prostrate, as if in worship. The bones were incomplete in various ways, some missing arms, others headless, and some with spines broken beyond repair. At their very center, a wooden carving curled into a ball. From its rough outline, it was unmistakably in human form. Are you the one calling? Ji Yuan stared at the wooden figure, his voice taut with tension. Yes. The ethereal answer exploded right beside his ear, so close it made his hair stand on end. A wooden carving that's gained sentience. Ji Yuan swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. What are you? A life spirit. A life spirit. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Ancient texts recorded that beast tamers once formed contracts with the spirit clan. This race possessed intelligence equal to humans along with extraordinary combat abilities, making them the dream partners of countless beast masters. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. What's happened to you now? What struck him as odd was that this wooden carving didn't look anything like the elves described in the books. The carving suddenly trembled, and a hoarse, fragmented voice emerged from within. Ancient era. Great war. Life force. Fading. I am dying. The broken words hung in the air, making no sense. Ji Yuan frowned and raised his hand, summoning his beast companion, the verdant wood lizard. The small lizard perched in his palm, its emerald scales gleaming softly in the dim light, but its eyes were drawn to the wooden carving, suddenly letting out an excited hiss. My child, save me. The carving struggled to voice its plea for help. Ji Yuan asked quietly. The verdant wood lizard can provide abundant life force. Can it save you? Not enough. Need more. Urgency crept into the carving's tone. More life force. Ji Yuan's gaze darkened, a flash of wariness crossing his features. No. Human. Life force. Useless to me. Need my children. No. Ji Yuan shook his head, his tone honest. This is my beast companion. I won't let it die. As soon as he finished speaking, the verdant wood lizard in his palm raised its head and let out a clear cry, as if responding to the carving's plea was willing to sacrifice its life for this life spirit. This abnormal behavior sent a chill through Ji Yuan's heart. This lizard had just been replicated and shouldn't possess any extra memories, unless the life spirit's information had been encoded into the verdant wood lizard's genes. You misunderstand. The carving weakly explained, it won't die. Then it offered the most crucial condition. If you save me, I will contract. Hearing the word contract, Ji Yuan's expression remained calm, but his heart stirred. I was waiting for you to say that. He looked up and asked, I'm willing to save you. Since the verdant wood lizard's life force isn't enough, what should I do? Absorb remains, replicate, create offspring. The carving provided the answer. Ji Yuan's heart jolted. A coincidence? No, impossible. I, in my current state, can read minds. Holy crap. Ji Yuan nearly blurted out had the creature been reading his thoughts like an open book since he entered. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his thoughts and pressed on. Since you've read my mind, are you still willing to form a contract with me? I have no choice. With confirmation received, Ji Yuan fell silent for a moment, then stepped forward. When he was within 10 paces of the carving, he stopped and released the verdant wood lizard. The small lizard leaped with all its might, landing beside the carving, its round eyes filled with devotion. Whoosh! Green light flashed suddenly, and Ji Yuan clearly felt the beast bond connecting him to the verdant wood lizard crumble within his body. At the same moment, the carving seemed to exhale deeply. Its previously rigid body slowly relaxed, shifting from a curled position to a kneeling posture. The brown wooden texture remained, but its movements had become fluid. Thank you. It nodded slightly toward Ji Yuan. In the next instant, a peculiar rune brimming with green vitality emerged from its forehead. Without hesitation, Ji Yuan concentrated his soul power to manifest his own contract seal, connecting it with the rune. Hiss! A thumb-sized green mark immediately appeared on his forehead, the beast bond of the life spirit. The carving's decision was swift, though born of desperation. Too much time had passed since the ancient era, and Imperial-class creatures had long since gone extinct. Without Imperial-level offspring merging with its body, it would become nothing more than a lifeless wooden sculpture, forever trapped in this space. Had Ji Yuan not possessed the ability to create Imperial-class creatures, perhaps no one in this world could have saved it. As long as I can replicate all the juvenile forms from these remains, you'll be able to return to your peak condition? With the contract freshly sealed, Ji Yuan stood beside the wooden carving that the life spirit had transformed into, surveying the scattered remains covering the floor and corners of the room as he sought confirmation once more. The patterns on the wooden surface trembled slightly, as if shaking its head. Not to my peak, but sufficient to restore my true elven form. Having received his answer, he raised his hand and pressed it against the leftmost skeletal remains. Emerald energy surged forth as the broken bones dissolved into light, rushing straight into his consciousness. The simultaneous system notification made the corner of his mouth twitch. Remains absorption complete. Creature, verdant wood lizard. Remains integrity, 55. The Imperial Codex added an explanation. Once a creature is replicated, the current remains integrity resets to 0, preserving only the Codex entry. To replicate again, new remains must be collected. The first one's an old acquaintance. Ji Yuan chuckled to himself, responding mentally. Integrity at 55, juvenile replication possible, bloodline grade, legendary. Proceed with replication? Replicate. With his decision made, he turned toward the next set of remains. The verdant wood lizard juvenile materialized in midair as the life spirit stepped forward, carefully cradling it in her hands before gently merging it into her chest. Green light flickered, and her wooden body actually sprouted a patch of delicate skin the size of a fingernail. Meanwhile, the second set of bones was also consumed. Creature, Sanskrit flower winged wolf. Race, Flying Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Imperial. Attribute, Wood. Traits missing, remaining data lost. Remains Integrity, 73. Integrity at 73, post-replication bloodline grade will be legendary only. Proceed with replication? Even this one's only legendary grade. Ji Yuan paused in surprise, but still chose to replicate. And so it continued absorbed and replicated at the front, while the life spirit soothed and merged at the back. Though the 18 sets of remains were damaged, all maintained integrity levels above 50%. Half an hour later, the final stream of light settled into the codex. Detection. Host has replicated 20 Imperial creatures. Imperial Codex upgrade imminent. Estimated duration, 36 hours. Please wait patiently. Finally upgrading? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, silently grumbling about the high threshold. Exiting his consciousness, he turned around and was nearly startled by the sight before him. The wooden carving was gone, replaced by a young maiden. Pale golden hair cascaded to her waist, willow leaf eyebrows framed clear, bright eyes, and her fair skin was as delicate as porcelain. With softly pursed lips curved in a smile, her true elven form had been perfectly restored. She wore a flowing green dress, her bare feet lightly touching the ground as she danced with joy, like a little bird freed from its cage. Ji Yuan stared in amazement. This so-called true elven form far exceeded his imagination. Finally, his gaze settled on the maiden's pointed ears that only featured distinguishing her from humans. Suddenly, while she was immersed in the joy of regaining her true elven form, an information panel appeared before Ji Yuan's eyes. Creature, Life Elf. Species, Elf Clan. Bloodline, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Characteristics, unknown. Talent, unknown. Skill 1, unknown. Skill 2, unknown. Path of advancement, unknown. What the hell? This string of almost entirely unknown data left him completely baffled, wondering if he was seeing things wrong. After her initial excitement, the Life Elf finally noticed Ji Yuan's expression. She restrained her smile and showed a soft, adorable curve. Don't worry, I can no longer read minds now. Ji Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy from her sudden sweet smile, and instinctively asked, Wait, you. How old are you? The youthful appearance before him was really hard to get used to. The elf paused, then blinked. Not comfortable with this? I thought you'd prefer interacting with me in this form. Before she finished speaking, her aura suddenly changed. The innocent cuteness vanished completely, replaced by a composed and aloof maturity. In the future, would you like me to interact with you in a mature form? Her voice was calm, yet carried the weight of countless years, completely different from moments before. She could do that? Ji Yuan was stunned on the spot. Of course, I also have a more stern demeanor. As she spoke, her shoulders shifted slightly, about to transform again. Ji Yuan immediately waved his hands. No. Please change back to how you were just now. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, she became the innocent, adorable girl again. Ji Yuan felt uncomfortable being called master. What did you call me? Master. That sounds weird. Let's use a different title. All right. How would you like me to address you? He opened his mouth but couldn't think of an appropriate title, so he scratched his nose. Let me give you a name first. No. She shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. I have a name. Oh, what is it? The Life Elf tilted her head thoughtfully. Mu-gu. Mu-gu. Ji Yuan repeated, nodding. All right then. Mu-gu, how old are you? Should be around 4,880. Mu-gu recalled seriously. The number she reported nearly made Ji Yuan's jaw drop. I can't remember clearly. My memories are very fuzzy right now. I need to rest well, then maybe I'll remember. After saying this, she stretched lazily, her slender waist and elegant curves fully displayed before his eyes. Ji Yuan quickly looked away. Then you should go back into the beast-taming seal to rest. I've been in wooden sculpture form for over 4,000 years. I really need some sleep. As her words fell, her figure transformed into specks of emerald light that flowed into Ji Yuan's body through the beast-taming seal on his forehead. Oh, I forgot. Mu Ji's voice suddenly rang out again. Huosha ball of emerald energy shot out, hitting the illusion in the distance directly. The illusion shattered instantly, revealing the original gray woodland. Almost simultaneously, Ji Yuan's phone vibrated incessantly. He pulled it out to see Lei Shi's number over 60 missed calls. Zhao Shan and the others had been calling frantically too. He quickly answered. Hello, Instructor Lei. Ji Yuan. You finally answered the phone. Where are you now? Are you hurt? When a giant insect descended from the sky and landed before Ji Yuan, he finally realized that during the time he had been treating Mu Ji's injuries, Lei Shi had practically turned the academy upside down searching for them. The insect's carapace gleamed coldly in the sunlight, with a pitch-black, rock-hard horn on its back as thick as an adult's thigh. Lei Shi sat atop the creature's shell, and upon seeing Ji Yuan unharmed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. If anything had happened on this mission, the Dean would have skinned him alive. Damn it, I'm never letting you run field operations again. he muttered under his breath, patting the rhinoceros beetle's shell. Soon after, the group climbed onto the insect's back, boarding their ride home. Leisure turned toward the newly awakened Tang Yi with a grim expression. Next time on a mission, stay sharp, got it? The rhinoceros beetle's back wasn't large, but it was spacious enough for 5 people to stand. The bald man Zhang Wen and the short-haired woman Li Chong leaned to one side, raising their eyebrows as if watching a show. This was their first time seeing Tang Yi get scolded face-to-face. Ji Yuan stole a glance at his senior and explained on her behalf. Instructor, we didn't expect Mu Ji's hideout to block all signals, which delayed us for nearly an hour. Good that you understand. Leisure reined in his anger, though his tone remained cold and harsh. If something had really gone wrong on this trip, how would I have explained it? Understood. Tang Yi nodded quietly, and Ji Yuan echoed her response, his tone somewhat restrained. After a brief silence, Leisure asked again. You're saying that cursed soul remnant's blood coalesced into a bomb? Seeing that Tang Yi didn't speak up, Ji Yuan had to respond. That's correct. I saw it explode in the passage with my own eyes. Leisure frowned deeply. These rats are getting more and more cunning. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Upon returning to the academy, Boundless Plaza was bustling with people. The rhinoceros beetle's massive form had barely touched down when it drew countless gazes. But upon seeing the imperial student uniforms the group wore, the onlooking students quickly averted their eyes. Everyone knew better than to ask questions about the special missions assigned to imperial students. Leisure waved his hand to store the rhinoceros beetle in his spirit ring, then turned to announce. Mission accomplished successfully. 10,000 points, each collect them yourselves at Sacred Dragon Tower. Tomorrow's a day off, no classes. The group said their goodbyes and dispersed. On his way back to the dormitory, Ji Yuan's wristwatch displayed a friend request ID. Untitled. Note. Tang Yi. As soon as he accepted, the other party sent 3 brief messages. 1. Sorry about today. 2. If you have questions in the future, you can ask me. 3. Sacred Dragon Tower is on the east side of the academic building. Ji Yuan recalled their first meeting, when Tang Yi had said she had a duty to protect every junior student. Though she had shown no expression on the rhinoceros beetle's back, her words still revealed the guilt she felt for failing to protect her teammate. He replied, Thank you, senior. Pushing open the dormitory door, before he could even step inside, he heard an explosive shout. Zhao Shan, once I break into the silver rankings, you'd better hand over that second-place spot. Hey there, little third place. Zhao Shan sat cross-legged on the sofa, calling out lazily. Talk big once you actually make it to the silver rankings. The tense atmosphere between the two came to an abrupt halt with Ji Yuan's appearance. Zhao Shan immediately sprang up. Old Ji, where did you run off to so early this morning? Just getting back now. Ji Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall. Exactly 12 noon. They had left the academy at 8 in the morning and had just returned after 4 hours. Nothing much, just an outdoor course, he smiled. Then, looking puzzled, he asked, What were you guys just talking about? What's the silver ranking? The two immediately stared at him like he was an idiot. Old Ji, it's been 4 days and you don't even know what the silver ranking is. Zhao Shan's mouth twitched. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Su chimed in. Ji Yuan gave an awkward smile. He truly had never heard of this term before. The two simply pushed him down onto the living room sofa and began explaining in tandem. The academy has 3 rankings in total: gold, silver, and bronze. Zhao Shan counted on his fingers. The entrance exam evaluates student levels, right? Everyone from level 5 to level 2 stays on the bronze ranking. Level 1 students and imperial students are placed on the silver and gold rankings respectively. Su continued, casually pointing to himself. Like me, I am a level 3 student on the bronze ranking. If I want to advance to level 2, I have to challenge a silver ranking student. If I win, I move up to level 2, and they drop back to level 3. Why are you using me as an example? Su protested. What else would you call someone who got beaten by you, but a weakling? Zhao Shan rolled his eyes. You bastard. The two instantly sparked with conflict, their argument shaking the entire dorm. Ji Yuan rubbed his temples and stood up. Their 4th roommate, Zhong Xian, wasn't around, probably in class. He returned to his bedroom and locked the door, shutting out the noise while rapidly processing the information he'd just received. So imperial students could also be challenged and replaced? And he was currently at the top of the gold ranking. If someone targeted him, the academy didn't just have imperial students at the 5th grade beast tamer level. Many level 1 students were at the same realm too. With his 6th grade strength, he was probably the weakest imperial student right now. When would the opportunity to break through to 5th grade finally come? While lost in thought, his phone vibrated. Mu Shuxin appeared on the screen. He answered, and a string of clear laughter came through. Ji Yuan, where are you? Are you free? Come out for a bit, I have something to tell you. What's so important that you need to say it in person? Don't ask. If you're free, come to Boundless Plaza. I'll wait for you. With that, she hung up directly. In the girls' dormitory, Mu Shuxin took a deep breath in front of the mirror, clenched her fists to encourage herself, then pushed open the door and left. bouncing lightly down the hallway. In the room separated by just a wall, a quiet girl with an oval face leaned against the door, clenching her small hands, lost in thought. Boundless Plaza bustled with people coming and going. Ji Yuan wore the exclusive imperial student uniform well-tailored with gleaming shoulder insignia drawing sideways glances from many female students. Within the same focal point of attention, Mu Shuxin, with her wynard long hair, stood by the fountain, equally attracting covert looks from numerous male students. He walked toward her step by step. That uniform looks really handsome on you. Mu Shuxin spoke first, flashing a brilliant smile. Really? I think so too. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow teasingly. Not modest at all. Though she complained with her words, her heart trembled slightly from her racing pulse. Thinking about what she was about to do made her even more nervous. All right, let's get to business. What did you want to see me about? Well, Mu Shuxin took a deep breath and raised her voice. Ji Yuan, I buzz. Before she could finish, a golden and silver light suddenly crisscrossed above the academy. Immediately after, the academy-wide broadcast thundered. Silver ranking level 1 student Ku Xuanji challenges gold ranking imperial student Ji Yuan. Ku Xuanji? Isn't he an emperor student? What's going on? In Boundless Plaza, Ji Yuan suddenly looked upon the light screen high above. His name and Ku Xuanji's name, one gold and one silver, flickered alternately. Across from him, Mu Shuxin's carefully mustered courage was completely shattered by this sudden turn of events. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and stamped her foot, cursing inwardly. What the hell is this? What are the odds? Ji Yuan quickly dismissed the low-probability scenario of same name. His gaze swept back to those gold and silver names, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could Ku Xuanji have deliberately lost to some first-year student, then challenged him under a first-year identity to strip away his emperor status? Could such a maneuver actually work? And what would be his motive for doing this? However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. It seemed like Mu Shuxin was about to say something earlier. He looked up. Mu Shuxin was looking down with slightly furrowed brows, clearly somewhat displeased. Ji Yuan smiled apologetically. Sorry, what were you saying just now? Mu Shuxin met his gaze but suddenly found herself unable to speak. She sighed. Nothing. She tilted her head and glanced at the names on the sky screen. What's this Ku Xuanji's background? You've already made an enemy so soon after enrollment. I have no idea either. Ji Yuan shrugged, genuinely unable to figure out the source of this person's hostility. Well, you'd better be careful. There aren't many pushovers among the first years. I have class this afternoon, so I'm leaving. Mu Shuxin, having lost all interest, departed with light steps. More paired gold and silver names appeared in the sky, and the crowd's chatter rose and fell in waves. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan's phone vibrated. Tang Yi, Ku Xuanji isn't an ordinary 5th rank. Compared to Zhang Bao, whom you defeated in the tournament, he's only stronger, not weaker. From this brief line, he understood her meaning. She was telling him to avoid confrontation for now. Indeed, his victory over Zhang Bao was partly due to beast attribute advantages and partly due to information asymmetry. But since the city tournament was broadcast live, he now had no secrets left. Although he had just contracted an extremely special beast, this morning the life spirit, Mu Gu, her stats were all marked unknown, shrouded in mystery. Moments later, Tang Yi sent another message. If you want to accept the challenge, go to the Sacred Dragon Tower. Thanks, Senior. He replied, then turned toward the east side of the academic building. The Sacred Dragon Tower was the only structure in Sacred Sky Academy that pierced straight into the clouds. Its walls were covered with protruding diamond-shaped patterns, and the dark yellow paint gleamed like dragon scales in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. While traditional towers narrowed toward the top, the Sacred Dragon Tower maintained uniform width at each level, with its peak disappearing into the clouds like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Legend had it that the Academy's guardian beast, the Sacred Sky Fury-Winged Dragon, roost at the tower's summit. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance, withdrawing his upward gaze, and followed the crowd into the tower. The first-floor lobby was circular in design, and upon entering, an intense technological atmosphere hit him immediately. Virtual screens filled with data and content were projected everywhere throughout the hall, which housed numerous service counters, each staffed by dedicated personnel. Translucent light screens illuminated the entire hall, while bustling crowds moved back and forth in an orderly, yet noisy fashion. In a relatively quiet corner, Ji Yuan spotted a sign reading Advancement Challenge Platform. Unlike other counters with long queues, this area appeared particularly spacious. Behind the counter, a young-faced student part-timer in academy uniform greeted him enthusiastically. Hello there. Are you looking to issue a challenge or respond to one? Respond to a challenge. Ji Yuan stated his purpose directly. All right, please provide your name. Ji Yuan. The part-timer skillfully navigated the light screen, fingertips moving the cursor rapidly. Challenge information found. The challenger is Ku Xuanji, a first-year student and 5th grade beast tamer. Do you accept the challenge? I accept. Perfect. The challenge is now active. Time. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. Location, Dueling Arena Number 1. Good luck. The part-timer's voice was clear and crisp, the process smooth and efficient. Shengtian Academy had 20 small dueling arenas and one massive arena. Whether for advancement challenges or personal disputes, everything could be resolved through the dueling arenas, making the process exceptionally well established. After confirming the details, Ji Yuan didn't leave immediately. He stared at the device on the counter and asked curiously, "Do I have to come here to issue challenges?" The part-timer shook his head with a confident smile. Of course not. For just 500 point tokens, you can own a challenge token device. As he spoke, he retrieved a coin-sized metal disc from beneath the counter. Made by KG Era. Just press it to project real-time rankings of the gold, silver, and bronze leaderboards. While speaking, he pressed the disc onto the desk surface. A pale golden beam shot out, and 3 medium-sized virtual screens appeared, displaying the gold, silver, and bronze leaderboard data clearly. After purchasing the challenge token, you can view the leaderboards anywhere in the academy and issue or respond to challenges anytime. Very convenient. The part-timer's eyes sparkled. How about it? Want one? Just 500 point tokens. 500 point tokens. Ji Yuan pondered. Leisure had mentioned earlier that the reward for this mission was 10,000 point tokens per person. He hadn't understood the purpose of point tokens then, but now he realized point tokens were the Academy's universal currency, and rewards could be collected at the Sacred Dragon Tower. Hold one for me. I'll come back for it later. Ji Yuan nodded, scanning the hall to locate the Mission Reward Settlement Center before walking briskly toward it. Certainly. The part-timer watched his departing figure with a beaming smile. Another sale. 500 point tokens meant he could take a 100 point commission. If he kept selling like this, the skill core he'd been dreaming of would be within reach. Soon, Ji Yuan collected his first sum of money since entering Shengtian Academy at the Reward Settlement Centera, full 10,000 point tokens. Clutching this fortune, he toured various floors within the tower, only to embarrassingly discover that everything he fancied exceeded his budget. In the end, he could only purchase the challenge token first, pocket it, and leave the Sacred Dragon Tower. Under the night sky, the dormitory building was brightly lit. Pushing open the door, he found Zhao Shan and Su Su still arguing heatedly in the living room, while Zhong Xian had returned and was sprawled lazily on the sofa, watching the two bicker and occasionally chuckling foolishly. Big brother. Seeing Ji Yuan, Zhong Xian immediately approached and lowered his voice. I heard someone's deliberately targeting you. Hearing this, Zhao Shan and Su Su froze mid-motion and crowded around him. What did you just say? Who's targeting him? The advancement challenge. Zhong Xian scratched his head. When a first-year challenges an emperor-level student, the academy broadcasts it academy-wide. Didn't you hear it? Zhao Shan and Su Su looked puzzled. Had they been too absorbed in their argument to notice? Dormitory 811. So, this Ku Xuanji deliberately demoted himself by 1 level just to challenge you and squeeze you out of the emperor ranking? Zhao Shan leaned against the desk, his brow furrowed tightly. This bastard is just looking for trouble, isn't he? Taking advantage of the fact that you haven't advanced to 5th grade, yet what a bully. You can't put it that way. Su Su crossed his arms and shook his head. He quickly organized his thoughts and shared the information he had gathered. I looked into Ku Xuanji's background in the archives. 3 years ago during the entrance exam, he triggered a crimson gold light pillar and was immediately classified as a first-year student. A year later, he advanced from 6th to 5th grade, and after consolidating for just 1 week, he challenged and defeated an emperor student. This guy doesn't seem like the type to pick on the weak. Whose side are you on, damn it? Zhao Shan couldn't help but curse. Tisk, Su Su glared at him. Can you let me finish? Normally, the two would have started bickering by now, but with Ji Yuan's situation at stake, Zhao Shan had to restrain himself. Seeing Zhao Shan quiet down, Su Su turned to Ji Yuan. I heard there's a silver-haired beauty in your class. Silver-haired beauty? Ji Yuan frowned, trying to recall, but had no memory of such a person. Many people are saying that Ku Xuanji is one of that silver-haired beauty suitor. She has silver hair himself, doesn't he? It's dyed. Zhao Shan interjected. Su Su continued. Didn't you say you couldn't figure out where his hostility came from? Could it be because you're too close to that silver-haired beauty? This comment suddenly reminded Ji Yuan of the front desk in the classroom, that seat that was always empty. Recalling Ku Xuanji's furious expression when he first chose his seat, it dawned on him. He had never even seen this silver-haired beauty, yet just because he sat in the wrong place, he had earned someone's resentment? What was this, some domineering CEO trope? A pure love or God? How ridiculous. Zhao Shan, who knew Ji Yuan best, immediately asked, So, you've decided to accept the challenge? Why wouldn't I? Ji Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile. He's been at 5th grade for 2 full years. I don't need to remind you of that, do I? Su Su stared at him, wondering if Ji Yuan had some secret trump card up his sleeve. Are you confident you can win? You're overthinking it. Ji Yuan shook his head. He's a true 5th grade practitioner. No matter how talented I am, I have no chance of winning. Then why are you? If I lose, I lose. Ji Yuan chuckled, interrupting Su Su. The outcome of this battle doesn't represent anything meaningful. If I lose, I'll just drop the Emperor tier title. I'm not accepting this challenge because I think I can win, but because I don't want to run away. It's just a promotion and demotion battle. Whether Emperor tier or first tier, to me it's just a title. This is a good opportunity to see what a true 5th grade Beastmaster is capable of. His heart was calm as still water when he said this, without any reluctance. First, he held the access card personally issued by the dean. With this card, any place accessible to Emperor tier students was open to him. Second, he was clear that his soul power grade remained a fundamental weakness. No amount of talk could change that fact. Su Su and Zhong Xian exchanged glances, still unable to fully understand his composure. Only Zhao Shan silently gave him a thumbs up. The next morning, Ji Yuan arrived punctually at the first dueling arena. Ku Xuanji, with his silver hair and brown eyes, was already in the arena, his expression calm but with a hint of mockery hidden in his eyes. The dueling arena was of moderate size, capable of accommodating over 1,000 spectators simultaneously. About 100 to 200 students gathered at the scene today, mostly those without classes who loved watching the excitement. Due to their classes, Zhao Shan, Lei Shi, Tang Yi, and Mu Shuxin were all absent. In the vast circle of spectators, only Su Xin stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, her petite and delicate figure barely noticeable. The air buzzed with chatter. Everyone was certain that Ku Xuanji would defeat Ji Yuan within minutes. Believing this, duel had no suspense whatsoever. The whistle blew. With the intention of humiliating his opponent, Ku Xuanji summoned only one spirit beast. However, Ji Yuan held nothing back from the start, forming hand seals and simultaneously controlling Ming and Shampa, catching Ku Xuanji completely off guard. Unfortunately, the grade difference was insurmountable. Challenging a 5th grade with 6th grade power, he ultimately lost. Even so, Ji Yuan persisted for a full 5 minutes before his defeat, enough to draw the audience's attention. After all, ordinary 6th grade practitioners usually got crushed instantly when facing 5th grade opponents. The match ended. Having lost a significant amount of soul power, Ji Yuan's complexion appeared slightly pale as he left the arena with unhurried steps through the dispersing crowd. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared before his eyes, offering a pale blue glass vial. Ji Yuan paused, turning his Hiata flawless, oval-shaped face came into view. Su Xin? No classes today? He asked with a teasing smile. Su Xin nodded gently, pushing the bottle forward. Soul power supplement. No need to waste it. I'm fine. Ji Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Seeing his insistence, Su Xin had to withdraw the bottle, clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands as she silently followed beside him. In the distance, Lei Shi adjusted his single-frame glasses, watching Ji Yuan's retreating figure, and murmured softly. Once he advances to 5th grade, no one of the same rank in the entire academy will be his match. Perhaps. The blue-haired Tang Yi responded indifferently and turned to leave. On the academy's tree-lined path, sunlight filtered through in dappled patterns. After a long silence, Su Xian's eyes flickered. Are you all right? I'm fine. Ji Yuan turned back with a smile. I accept losing to a 5th grade Beastmaster. He lowered his gaze to his own hands, inevitably feeling disappointed. With such an obvious gap, when would his advancement opportunity arrive? Yesterday, Su Xin suddenly asked in a small voice. Did Shuxin say anything to you yesterday? As she spoke, she carefully stole glances at Ji Yuan's expression. Mu Shuxin? She didn't say anything. Ji Yuan was puzzled and about to ask more when a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The Emperor's Codex has completed its upgrade. New functions are now online. Please summon the Emperor's Codex to receive them. At the same time, the soul power that had been slowly recovering in his body suddenly underwent a strange transformation as if a channel had opened in his abdomen. The scattered soul power was drawn and gathered, first forming a stream, then continuously widening, seeming ready to evolve into a rushing river at any moment. Soul power surged restlessly in his chest and abdomen, as if guided by an invisible force, frantically pouring into his dantian. What kind of joke was this? The Emperor's Codex had just finished upgrading, and his 5th grade opportunity had arrived? What's wrong? Su Xin, who was standing nearby, noticed him suddenly stop in his tracks. She tilted her head slightly, blinking with confusion in her eyes. Something just came up. Ji Yuan lowered his voice, though his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. How about we wait for them to finish class tonight and have dinner together? All right. Su Xin nodded decisively. Seeing his eager expression, she smiled obediently. Let's go? Shadow Soul. With a low shout, a massive black wolf emerged from the shadows, its fur dark as ink and claws gleaming coldly. Ji Yuan waved goodbye to Su Xin, leaped onto the wolf's back, and in the next second, both he and the giant wolf vanished like fleeting shadows. Su Xin remained where she stood, staring blankly in the direction he had gone. A gentle breeze lifted her hair as her red lips parted slightly, as if whispering something softly. Ji Yuan rushed back to his dormitory at nearly maximum speed. His footsteps echoed through the narrow corridor as he burst through the door, locked it behind him, and threw himself onto his bed, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. His consciousness sank into his body as gray soul power, as if pulled by an invisible giant hand, frantically converged toward his abdomen. In mere moments, that area had transformed into an indescribable, terrifying ocean wave surging, the surface turbulent, power roaring like a wild beast. According to Tan He's explanation, once soul power formed an ocean, it should become calm, and he would sense some mysterious connection that would allow him to open his own beast-taming space. But now, the gray sea in his abdomen continued expanding, the soul waves growing higher and higher with no sign of stopping. The swelling pain intensified rapidly. A terrible premonition arose in Ji Yuan's heart. If his soul power continued spiraling out of control, he might literally explode and die. Damn it! He tried with all his might to contain the soul power, only to discover that with the ocean's formation, he had lost all control over the gray soul power. Just as he was at his wit's end, watching helplessly as the soul power ocean expanded wildly, a lazy, ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Immediately after, Ji Yuan was shocked to see the figure of the life spirit Mu jessalently materialize in his consciousness space. She was surrounded by green and yellow light, resembling an exquisite porcelain doll who had just awakened, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Such a magnificent sea of soul power's master breaking through to the 5th rank? Mugu was so startled by the scene before her that she nearly jumped. Without time to question why she had appeared here, Ji Yuan urgently shouted, "I can't control my soul power right now. The situation is terrible. What should I do?" This, Mugu was obviously stunned for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. "Calm your mind, feel the flow of soul power, and try to become one with the sea of soul power." As her words fell, Ji Yuan took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and plunged his entire consciousness into that gray ocean. He was falling. The sound of waves roared in his ears. Gradually, control over his soul power began to return. The rushing tides were forcibly slowed, yet they remained turbulent. Master's soul power density is very complex, very special. Mugu floated in midair, circling around him with surprise and doubt mixed in her eyes. If an ordinary beast tamer advanced to the 5th rank, the sea of soul power would stop gathering once formed. Gray soul power. Is Master's aptitude special grade? No, even with special grade aptitude, such a vast sea of soul power should be sufficient. Her form drifted through the consciousness space for a moment, showing a thoughtful expression, before finally looking up. "Master, when you merge with the sea of soul power, please try to imagine as much as possible." Imagine? Imagine what? Ji Yuan was still suppressing the ocean within his body, unable to understand. "Well, I vaguely remember that when beast tamers advance to the 5th rank, a special situation can occur, just like what Master is experiencing now. In the past, this phenomenon was called limitless. For a beast tamer with unlimited soul power, after advancing to the 5th rank, their sea of soul power will expand endlessly. Think of it this way: even the vast ocean cannot satisfy you. Imagine something grander and more infinite than the sea." Mu Ji's voice echoed in Ji Yuan's consciousness. Ji Yuan suddenly understood and closed his eyes in deep thought. What in this world could surpass the ocean? The desert? Not vast enough. A country? Still limited. A planet? Yes. Even the ocean is merely a resident upon it. Thus, a massive planet formed from boundless gray soul power materialized in his mind. The sea of soul power in his abdomen churned accordingly, its surface rapidly swelling and contracting into a spherical form. The pain immediately lessened, yet the surging soul power did not cease, clearly still unsatisfied. If that's the case, why not be even bolder? He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the soul power planet taking shape within his body. Bang! The planet exploded into countless gray-white particles, tumbling in the shockwaves. "Master!" Mugu cried out in alarm, thinking something had gone wrong, and anxiously investigated. She only saw Ji Yuan's handsome face displaying madness and determination, with soul power raging like a storm in the depths of his eyes. The scattered particles immediately began to regroup, as if listening to his thoughts. Mu Ji's expression shifted from confusion to suspicion, then to complete shock. The gray soul power was rapidly reorganizing according to Ji Yuan's will. Time passed slowly. Exhaustion crept into Ji Yuan's eyes as the violently surging soul power finally settled into calm. At this moment, what manifested within his body was no longer an ocean, nor a planet, but the boundless galaxy of the universe. The vast cosmos stretched across his consciousness, stars twinkling, nebulae rotating, so profound it seemed eternally boundless. Compared to this, the ocean was insignificant, and planets were equally small. If advancement relied on imagination, why set limits on imagination? Others' 5th rank gathered soul power into seas. His 5th rank transformed soul power into brilliant starry skies, into the vast celestial dome, into the endless galactic universe. Just as no one could measure the universe's limits, for a moment, even he didn't know where the ceiling of this soul power lay. When the soul power galaxy fully formed, an indescribable wave swept through his entire being, signaling that from now on, his soul power would be as inexhaustible as the heavens themselves. Ji Yuan's fist unconsciously clenched, with only one thought remaining in his heart: find someone to unleash his full power against and discover his limits. The cosmic galaxy churned within his body, its radiance faintly visible through his skin. Mu Gu stared blankly at this shocking scene, feeling not only amazement but also a touch of relief. This young man not only possessed the power to resurrect extinct creatures, but also commanded truly unlimited soul power to expand a sea of soul power into a galactic river of soul power. This young man's ambition and determination far exceeded ordinary people. Gazing at the cosmic galaxy formed by soul power before him, Ji Yuan's heart surged with excitement. The slowly rotating band of light in the depths of his consciousness, resembling a real galaxy, reminded him that his ultimate dream of assembling an extinction creature legion could finally begin. Exiting his consciousness space, he snapped his eyes open and immediately grabbed his phone to check the time. 3 o'clock sharp in the afternoon. Though he had returned to the dormitory around 9 in the morning, 6 whole hours had unknowingly passed. Remembering his morning arrangement with Su Ziyin, he quickly sent a "Let's Eat Together" message in both the dormitory group chat and their 4-person group. Within seconds, almost identical replies popped up. Classes don't end until 9 tonight. Let's have a late-night snack instead. Ji Yuan could only helplessly reply with "okay" and toss his phone onto the desk. The moment his phone hit the surface, a mysterious tremor rippled from the depths of his soul power galaxy, as if some entirely new space was responding to his call. Opening the beast-taming space, he murmured softly, his mind sinking into that tremor as his entire being seemed to be slowly drawn toward a dark and mysterious realm. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. When the sky outside the dormitory window shifted from oranger to deep blue and the wall clock pointed to 7 in the evening, he opened his eyes. Raising his hand, he spoke softly. Ming. Hiss. The air seemed sliced by a blade as the blue and white Qilin stepped through rolling, scorching netherworld flames, slowly emerging from the rift. This time, it didn't manifest from the beast-taming seal, but traveled directly through spatial barriers. The dual auras of beast-taming and space intertwined around it, with flames burning hotter than ever before. Champa. Crackle. The black giant wolf landed with violent lightning, the blue patterns in its fur blazing blindingly bright, its breathing radiating powerful and vigorous soul power fluctuations. Looking at his 2 battle beasts, Ji Yuan's lips curved into a gentle smile. Muge. The last to appear was the life spirit. She landed gracefully, her amber eyes curiously surveying the dormitory before settling on Ji Yuan's face. After advancing to 5th rank, his eyes seemed to contain an endless galaxy, so profound they were impossible to look away from. This is where you live. Muge bounced to the bed and threw herself down, letting the soft mattress envelop her body. The next second, she suddenly sat up, frowning with pursed lips and a face full of anger. Who? Ji Yuan was completely bewildered by her sudden reaction. What's wrong? Without answering, Muge walked straight between Ming and Shanpa, grabbing their fur with both hands and angrily demanding, "Which one of you just called me rude?" Ji Yuan remained confused. He watched as Ming first gently nudged Shampa's shoulder with its horn, as if pointing accusingly, while Shampa growled low in its throat, opening and closing its mouth as if defending itself. "You're blaming it, so it must be you." Muge immediately released Ming and grabbed Shampa's mane with both hands, shaking vigorously left and right. The mighty wolf was shaken until even its lightning scattered, finally lying flat on the ground and looking up at Ji Yuan with pitiful whimpers, then burying its head in its chest and covering its eyes with both front paws, whimpering as if too ashamed to face anyone. Ji Yuan watched Muge clap her hands with a satisfied expression, hardly believing it. "You can communicate with them? Of course, that's an elf's ability." Muge proudly lifted her chin, seeming to hint, "There's still much you don't know." He shook his head with an amused smile. Ding. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Zhao Shan with a silly emoji, along with the text. "Come out quick. Everyone's waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Where?" "Weia Plaza." "Okay." Ji Yuan closed his phone and raised his hand to recall Ming and Shampa back to his beast-taming space. Then he looked at Mu Gu. "Want to come along?" Strictly speaking, Mu Gu was also a tamed beast, but it was hard to treat a talking, thinking spirit as an ordinary contracted creature. "I want to sleep," Mu Gu answered after serious consideration. Hearing this, Ji Yuan raised his hand to put her into the space as well. "I want to sleep here." She pointed to the large bed behind him. "That's my bed." Ji Yuan hesitated. "So what?" Only you can sleep in your bed. Mu Gu blinked with an innocent expression. Fine, fine, go ahead and sleep. He could only wave his hand in agreement. After all, with the beast taming space established, he could summon Mu Gu back instantly no matter where he was. With permission granted, Mu Gu dove straight into the covers. The soft bedding against her cheek felt incredibly comfortable, and she fell asleep within 3 seconds of lying down. Ji Yuan looked at the sleeping spirit, shook his head helplessly, and turned to leave for his appointment. Just as he opened the door, surprise! A pale male face suddenly appeared close to his. Ji Yuan jumped, nearly throwing a reflexive punch. Recognizing the person, he exclaimed, Zhao Shan? Under the living room lights stood Zhao Shan, Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin. How are you all here? Ji Yuan was stunned. At the same time, Zhao Shan's peripheral vision caught sight of the figure in light green gauze dress on the bed inside the room. Holy shit! He was first shocked, then as if realizing something, immediately reached out to close the door. Wait! Mu Shuxin suddenly shouted. Zhao Shan leaned close to Ji Yuan's ear and whispered urgently. Old Ji, why didn't you tell me beforehand so I could cover for you? What do you mean? Ji Yuan was completely confused. Mu Shuxin had already stepped inside, craning her neck to look into the room. When she confirmed there was indeed a young woman lying on the bed, her pretty face instantly changed color, and she cried out in shock. Su Su grinned mischievously and gave Ji Yuan a thumbs up. Zhong Xian scratched his head with a silly smile, his eyes full of admiration. The quiet Su Xin was first surprised then stunned, before a blush of shyness mixed with faint disappointment colored her cheeks. In just 1 minute, the 6 people from dorm 811 displayed 6 different expressions. Zhao Shan's was the most complex, looking like he was frustrated with Ji Yuan's lack of discretion. Only then did Ji Yuan fully realize what they had misunderstood. He quickly turned around to see Mu Gu sleeping peacefully while hugging the blanket, breathing steadily. Such a scene was indeed easy to misinterpret. Ji Yuan held his forehead, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. It's not what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. After his words fell, everyone still looked at him with meaningful expressions. This, Ji Yuan felt like crying. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash me clean now. TSK. Here and now. In the living room of dorm 811, Ji Yuan casually grabbed a stool and sat down. While across from him at the coffee table, 5 people Zhao Shan, Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin sat in a row, their gazes all focused on the little elf beside him who was still rubbing her eyes. You're saying this is a beast companion? Su Su spoke first. He looked Mu Gu up and down, unable to suppress the amazement in his eyes judging purely by appearance and figure. This girl was more stunning than either of the 2 female students present. You've got to be kidding me. He simply couldn't connect the words, beast companion, with such a beautiful woman. After saying this, he leaned close to Zhong Xian's ear and lowered his voice. Fourth, you should learn more from your boss. In the future, if you get caught doing something bad, just say the other party is a beast companion. Get lost. Ji Yuan's face darkened as he raised his hand and smacked the back of Su Su's head. Then he looked at everyone and explained helplessly. She's from the elf clan, so naturally, she doesn't count as a traditional beast companion. Understand? Elf clan. The 5 of them suddenly understood, finally noticing Mu Ji's pointed ears half hidden beneath her golden hair. Phew, you damn near scared me to death. Zhao Shan let out a long breath. I was thinking, how could the Ji Yuan I know possibly be that kind of casual person? The 2 female students also quietly breathed sighs of relief. Mu Shuxin stood up and quietly moved in front of Mu Gu, her big eyes blinking nonstop. As expected of the elf clan, you're really beautiful. Flattered by the compliment, Su Xin hesitated for a moment before also moving closer to take a careful look. Being watched by the 2 girls made Mu Gu uncomfortable. She pouted and looked toward Ji Yuan. Master, I want to sleep, I want to rest. Before she could finish, Ji Yuan waved his hand and recalled her into the beast companion space. But that word master still reached everyone's ears. What did she just call you? Ji Yuan instantly covered his face, on the verge of tears, wishing he could evaporate on the spot. More than 10 minutes later, in order to completely clear up the misunderstanding, he had no choice but to briefly recount how he and Mu Gu had met, though it was an artistically enhanced version, of course. So she was trapped in the gray forest all this time. Mu Shuxin's eyes were full of pity. That poor elf. Su Xin pressed her lips together, her pretty face full of sympathy. Girls really did have strong empathy. What Ji Yuan hadn't expected was that even Zhong Xian was moved to tears. The big man with thick eyebrows and large eyes had reddened eyes. Big brother, you were actually willing to let her absorb your life force. You're a truly reliable, good man. This is way too exaggerated. Ji Yuan waved his hands repeatedly, finally managing to clear up this huge misunderstanding. After catching his breath, he asked, weren't we supposed to meet at Boundless Plaza? How did you all end up in my dorm? Of course it's to prepare a surprise party for you. As soon as Mu Shuxin finished speaking, her spirit ring flashed with light, and a huge cream cake landed on the table with a thud. On the cake's surface, written crookedly in colorful fruit sauce, were the words, "Keep going. You're the strongest." Zine made the cake, and I wrote the words, no complaining about how ugly they are. Mu Shushin put her hands on her hips, proud as a little peacock. And there's more. Zhao Shan also pulled a brand new coin from his spirit ring and slapped it on the table. "This is what the three of us saved up points for several days to buy for you at the Sacred Dragon Tower. What's this thing called again?" He couldn't remember for a moment and instinctively looked at Su Su and Zhong Xian. "Challenge token. Being this dense, you still have the nerve to call yourself second in command? You bastard. If it weren't for my respect for Ji Yuan, I'd definitely teach you a lesson today." Zhao Shan threw punches while still talking tough. Under Su Su's helpless eye roll, he turned to Ji Yuan, speaking rapidly but with conviction. "It's okay, Ji Yuan. There's no shame in losing to a 5th rank. We believe you can win it back. When the time comes, just use this challenge token and take down that bastard Kushwanji." As his words fell, the other 4 nodded in unison, showing their unanimous support. Right after the daytime duel ended, Kushwanji and his lackeys had been spreading the slogan, "Even the tournament champion has gaps to fill everywhere." As a third-year student with the aura of imperial lineage, Kushwanji indeed held considerable influence in the academy. During breaks, the group kept hearing rumors and snide remarks about Ji Yuan. In Zhao Shan and the others' eyes, Ji Yuan had fought his way up from Linyan City, going through countless battles in the regional tournament without a single defeat, even miraculously beating Zhang Bao on the final stage. Now that he had suddenly lost, they worried about his emotional state and formed a small group chat to discuss for a long time. After much deliberation, they realized this guy Ji Yuan didn't seem to particularly need anything. Su Zine and Mu Shushin ultimately decided to make a cake by hand, while Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian pooled their money to buy a precious challenge token. To ensure the surprise went off without a hitch, Zhao Shan scouted ahead and confirmed that Ji Yuan had been staying in his dorm all day just waiting for the door to open to give him a double surprise. Now their plan had succeeded. Faced with the cake and challenge token the 5 presented, Ji Yuan saw the most genuine care in their eyes, feeling his nose tingle and warmth surge through his chest. "Thank you." He held back his emotions, his hoarse voice still unable to hide his excitement. Zhao Shan laughed heartily, placing a hand on his shoulder as the others all broke into smiles. Can we eat now?" Su Su swallowed and broke the tender moment. "You don't know how delicious my sister's cakes are. Besides, it's almost 8 o'clock now, and I'm really hungry." Soon, all 6 were holding large pieces of cake, eating and chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. "So you're telling me Miss Su actually carries a complete baking set with her?" Zhao Shan took a bite of sponge cake and looked at Su Zine across from him in amazement. "Hee, my sister's equipment is really expensive. It's all custom-made from the tech era." Su Su boasted as if he had made the cake himself. Zhao Shan pressed on. "Then why didn't you give us a live demonstration back in the Beast King's secret realm?" The scene flashed through Ji Yuan's mind, Zhao Shan crying for his parents when scared by the giant spider. The situation was so tense then. "Did you really have the leisure to eat cake?" He raised an eyebrow and teased. "Exactly. You were so scared you wet yourself. Even if I had made one, you wouldn't have been able to eat it." Su Zine seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Usually quiet, she was particularly animated when roasting Zhao Shan. TCH, Zhao Shan turned his head away, acting like he couldn't be bothered. Su Su seized the opportunity, his eyes lighting up. "What himself? That happened? Sis, you have to tell me all about it." "Get lost. Su Zine, if you dare say anything, we're done being friends." Zhao Shan immediately exploded. "Don't be afraid of him, Zine, tell us. I want to hear too." Mu Shushin clapped her hands and joined the commotion. Zhong Xian in the corner held his cake, smiling honestly without saying a word. Amid the noise, Ji Yuan suddenly spoke. "I have something to tell you all." His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly quieted the room. "Just now, I advanced to 5th rank. I am now a 5th rank Beastmaster." All eyes focused on Ji Yuan. After a moment, Zhao Shan swallowed the cake in his mouth and widened his eyes. "Really?" Ji Yuan smiled slightly, and a wisp of soul power quietly emanated from him. Boom. The air felt like it had been struck by a giant hammer. The 5 of them suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them like that of a primordial beast. That strand of soul power was like an invisible giant hand that suddenly gripped their throats, causing their breathing to halt simultaneously. In an instant, the soul power withdrew, and the oppressive feeling stopped abruptly. "Are you even human? You jumped from beast-taming beginner to 5th rank in just 3 months." Mu Shushin exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. Zhao Shan and Su Zine shared the same sentiment, while Su Su and Zhong Xian, who didn't know much about Ji Yuan's background, nearly dropped their jaws to the floor, staring at Ji Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. "Huh, my brother is absolutely amazing." Zhao Shan excitedly threw his arms around Ji Yuan, his eyes reddening with emotion. Su Zine sat beside them, gazing at that handsome face, her starry eyes sparkling with admiration. "Old Ji, Did you get possessed by the god of beast-taming after losing to that bastard Kushwanji? Unlock your meridians and directly advance to 5th rank. Zhao Shan was so excited he was dancing with joy. 5th rank, the same level as his uncle Lu. Ji Yuan shook his head with a laugh. It's not as mystical as you make it sound. In truth, he knew that his ability to dramatically increase his cultivation after losing to Ku Xuanji stemmed from the upgrade of the Imperial Codex. Right after the Codex upgraded, the opportunity to advance to 5th rank followed naturally. At this moment, Su Su snapped back to reality and grabbed the challenge token from the table. What are you doing? Everyone was startled by his action. Of course I'm going to issue a challenge to Ku Xuanji. Su Su held up the token, his eyes gleaming. That bastard only won against old Ji because of his higher rank. Now let's see who's afraid of whom. Are you crazy? Zhao Shan immediately snatched the challenge token away, shouting angrily. Are you going to fight Kushwanji yourself? Old Ji just advanced and hasn't stabilized yet, and you want him to go head-to-head. Su Su was stunned by the scolding, at a loss for what to do. The atmosphere in the room became slightly tense. Mu Shuxin and Zhong Xian looked at Su Su with confusion. Su Xian's willow-like eyebrows showed anger, and if there weren't so many people around, she probably would have scolded her brother on the spot. I'm sorry. Su Su hunched his shoulders and explained quietly. After Kushwanji won, he spread arrogant remarks around the academy like, even champions have their gaps. It's so frustrating. He clearly won through rank advantage, yet he's still acting so smug, saying things like, the black gold pillar is nothing special. I just can't stand it. Zhao Shan scoffed. That's nothing compared to what he said during the city tournament. But this lapdog is indeed detestable. Right after the duel ended, while we were still sitting in the classroom, we heard garbage like, even champions have their gaps, and the black gold pillar is nothing special. It's infuriating that we're also 6th rank and can't get revenge for old Ji. Ji Yuan raised the cake in his hand, his tone calm, yet determined. Don't worry, I'll settle this score. Right now it's a surprise party. Let's not talk about this stuff, and just enjoy ourselves. Seeing his attitude, everyone cast their displeasure aside, and laughter filled the room once again. The night passed without incident. The next day, early morning. Ji Yuan, class starts at 9:30 today. Don't forget. Before the morning bell had even rung, Leisure proactively made the call, his voice carrying a deliberate reminder after yesterday's duel ended. Ji Yuan's name was no longer among the 100-plus Emperor-level students at Jinbai Academy. According to the rules, having fallen to first-level status, he should report to the transitional class. However, the Academy had long maintained a rarely mentioned secret rule. Anyone who had ever triggered a black gold light pillar would enjoy the same treatment as Emperor-level students, even if they no longer held that status. The previous 6 who had triggered black gold pillars had all entered as 5th rank students and never lost a challenge, making this rule effectively obsolete and gradually forgotten. Leisure's morning call was clearly reminding Ji Yuan that he still had the right to remain on the Emperor-level student floors. Inside the Emperor-level student teaching building, Ji Yuan arrived 10 minutes early, and the moment he pushed open the door, the previously noisy classroom fell silent as if someone had cut the power. Huh? Didn't he lose to Senior Ku? Why is he still here? Did he walk into the wrong classroom? Huh? Whispers immediately spread throughout the room. A quick glance revealed that Kushwanji wasn't present, but his 3 lackeys were making quite a scene. Nearby by the window, Tang Yi sat with her blue hair draped over her shoulders, seemingly isolated from the world, her gaze fixed outside, refusing to get involved in the classroom commotion. Only then did Ji Yuan notice that his desk and chair had been moved away and squeezed together with the 3 lackeys' furniture, with an extra seat added for the new lapdog. Clearly, Kushwanji had arranged for that first-level student lackey to challenge him and deliberately lose, then turned around and challenged the 6th rank Ji Yuan to reclaim his Emperor-level status, bringing in a new member while eliminating a thorn in his side, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the newly added lapdog along with the original 3 were enthusiastically mocking. So what if you're the tournament champion? A gap is still a gap. Jeers rose one after another. The other students in the classroom watched with great interest. They wanted to see whether Ji Yuan would swallow his pride and leave, or lose his temper and fight back. In their eyes, as a 6th rank student, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Ji Yuan finally took a step. His expression remained calm as he walked straight toward the 4. Oh, not satisfied. Want another fight. The 4 5th rank lackeys were amused. What waves could a mere 6th rank student make? Ji Yuan stopped and spoke in a voice that wasn't loud, but carried undeniable authority. 3 seconds. Move my desk and chair back to their original position. The classroom first fell silent, then burst into laughter. Those were 4 5th rank students. Even the usually composed Tang Yi looked away from the scenery outside and turned her attention here. The 4 exchanged glances and laughed even more exaggeratedly. Oni no need to count. What do you think you're going to do? Haha. Did losing to Senior could drive you crazy? Till you don't know when to quit. Forget about all 4 of us. Just my soul power fluctuation alone could crush you. The Egerto police new lapdog laughed wildly while releasing his soul power pressure at full force. 3. Boom. As Ji Yuan's words hit the ground, an even more terrifying soul power fluctuation suddenly exploded. The air in the entire classroom seemed to be flattened by a giant hammer, and the emperor-level students' faces all changed in unison. This kind of pressure? Both the bald Zhang Wen and Tang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. The newly recruited lackey's smug smile instantly turned to horror. The moment his soul power touched Ji Yuan, he felt as if an invisible giant hand had dragged him into an alien space surrounded by an endless cosmic starscape, formed by dim, gray soul power. Gray mist churned, starlight flickered weakly, and a wave of loneliness and despair instantly flooded his heart, as if his only fate was to be devoured. Didn't you say you could crush me with just your soul power fluctuations? Before the question in his heart could fully surface, a handsome face suddenly enlarged in the void, occupying his entire field of vision. A mere ocean dares to compete with the galaxy? Get lost. In an instant, the vision shattered. The newly recruited lackey's eyes snapped open, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, staring in terror at the handsome young man before him, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ji Yuan remained standing, his soul power spreading like a tsunami, the terrifying pressure that only a fifth-rank beast tamer could possess. The remaining 3 lackeys turned pale as death. They had never experienced such overwhelming force, not even from Senior Ku. What on earth is going on with Ji Yuan? He was 6th rank yesterday. How did he become 5th rank today? Put my desk and chair back where they belong, Ji Yuan said calmly. The 4 bullies immediately scrambled to restore the furniture to its exact original position, no longer daring to act arrogant, only able to stand aside with lowered heads. That soul power pressure made it impossible for them to muster even the slightest thought of resistance, as if they were facing Instructor Lei himself. Ji Yuan walked past them step by step, pulled out his chair, and sat down. In the silent classroom, only Tang Yi's ice-cold voice broke the silence. You've advanced to 5th rank? Just happened, Ji Yuan replied, turning back with a calm tone but wearing a relaxed smile. His casual understatement struck others like thunder. Throughout history, 5th-rank students who could trigger black gold light pillars were almost always invincible within their tier. Would Ji Yuan be an exception? Recalling that terrifying soul power pressure, many felt he might be even stronger than his predecessors. After all, he wasn't just a 5th-rank beast tamer, but also possessed special grade aptitude and mythical bloodline 4 words, the ultimate achiever. With such a person stepping into 5th rank, even those previously invincible seniors might not be able to stand against him. Good. Tang Yi nodded upon receiving confirmation, asking no further questions. At that moment, a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes entered the classroom. The 4 lackeys immediately rushed to him, as if he were their savior. Ku Xuanji was puzzled seeing their aggrieved expressions and was about to speak when his closest associate quietly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "He's advanced to 5th rank." That short sentence made Ku Xuanji's pupils contract, but he had no choice but to regain his composure and return to his seat with the 4 others. The newly recruited lackey brought over a new set of desk and chair, glancing fearfully at Ji Yuan. He knew this fear would never fade. He would never forget what he saw when his soul power collided with Ji Yuan's. That boundless cosmic galaxy would be forever etched in his memory until the end of time. Ji Yuan never once glanced at Ku Xuanji throughout the entire time, instead asking Tang Yi various questions. Senior Yi, what are all the ways to spend point vouchers in the academy? He still held 9,500 point vouchers in his hand of fortune for any newcomer. Point vouchers are the only currency circulating in Shengtian City, Tang Yi replied calmly. Save them up and don't waste them on unnecessary things. Shengtian City was precisely the bustling urban district they had glimpsed from above while riding the Hanfeng Griffin that day. Ji Yuan followed up naturally. Senior, could you give me some spending advice? You just advanced to 5th rank, so point vouchers are mainly used for 2 things, space stones and beast mastery skill cores. Space stones. This completely new term caught him off guard, and he silently cursed himself for being like an illiterate. He'd been so focused on strengthening his abilities that he knew very little about basic information. Asking experts directly was more efficient than flipping through books. Tenhe, the dean, the upgrade functions of the Imperial Beast Codex. He needed to find time to understand them all. He suddenly realized there were far more unfinished matters than he had imagined. Students. A deep voice came from the classroom doorway as Leisure finally appeared. He stepped inside, first scanning the entire room before his gaze finally settled on Ji Yuan, his pupils suddenly contracting 5th rank. The amazement flashed briefly in his eyes before he began the day's lesson. Due to Ji Yuan's breakthrough, he specifically explained beast space maintenance. Throughout the entire class, Ji Yuan systematically learned for the first time that beast spaces weren't just simple storage, they could be transformed into exclusive training grounds for spirit beasts. The core component was the space stones that Tang Yi had mentioned crystallized technology elements, divided into three major categories: healing, skill, and cultivation. 1. Healing type. Once installed, the healing efficiency of the beast space significantly improves, occasionally triggering unexpected miraculous effects. 2. Skill type. Helps spirit beasts understand skill cores faster, shortening the learning cycle. 3. Cultivation type. Complex functions, more research-oriented, temporarily beyond what students need. Space stone energy depletes over time and requires regular replenishment. This process is called maintenance. Different qualities mean proportional prices and effects. As the class neared its end, except for Ji Yuan, the others had obviously learned this basic theory before and were clearly distracted. Lei Shi tapped the blackboard to signal the conclusion. Tomorrow we'll have outdoor combat training. Prepare yourselves after class and gather at the academy entrance at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Ji Yuan, Tang Yi, you two stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed. The crowd rose and left. Ku Xuanji walked to the doorway, deliberately turning back to cast a provocative glance at Ji Yuan. Just then, a pale silver medallion quietly appeared at Ji Yuan's fingertips, shimmering with light. A moment later, buzz. Silver list first-year student Ji Yuan challenges gold list imperial student Ku Xuanji. In the classroom, students who hadn't left yet stopped in their tracks, staring at Ji Yuan in surprise, while those who had already departed came rushing back, eager to witness the drama unfold. Humph. Ku Xuanji sneered coldly, pulling out his challenge token and accepting the duel in front of the entire class. The words 2 p.m., 4th dueling arena, flashed simultaneously on both their tokens. The spectating students felt a collective thrill. The show was set. Ku Xuanji shot Ji Yuan a vicious glare before strutting away with his 4 lackeys. The classroom gradually emptied, leaving only Ji Yuan and Tang Yi. Lei Shi walked down from the podium with a meaningful smile. Revenge must be served? Ji Yuan returned the same smile, but remained silent. I was planning to send you and Yi on a mission, but since you have a duel this afternoon, we'll postpone it. Lei Shi turned to Tang Yi. An external squad needs backup. You'll need to make the trip about a week. Understood. The cold beauty nodded curtly. The clock hands blinked to 2 o'clock. The entire dorm 811 crew skipped classes to secure front row seats at the 4th dueling arena. Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin also requested leave from their instructors to cheer for Ji Yuan. The sidelines were packed with spectators. They just fought yesterday, and now again today? Ji Yuan's only 6th rank, yet he dares to challenge? Has he lost his mind? Don't jump to conclusions. Nobody willingly humiliates themselves. Must have an ace up his sleeve. Chatter filled the air, mostly from casual onlookers, but the supporters on both sides were a different story. Ku Xuanji was handsome and carried the persona of a cold, devoted romantic, winning the hearts of countless female classmates over 3 years. Yesterday's humiliating remarks about Ji Yuan had spread like wildfire, thanks largely to these devoted fans. Now they held pom-poms, lined up like a proper cheerleading squad, chanting for Ku Xuanji. Zhao Shan and Su Su's eyes blazed red as they shouted encouragement for Ji Yuan at the top of their lungs. Zhong Xian, with his imposing build, waved a banner that Zhao Shan had thrust into his hands. Mu Shuxin, her burgundy ponytail bouncing, rolled up her sleeves and jumped energetically, drawing countless gazes. Before the duel even began, the crowd was already in a frenzy. It was rare to witness a match of this caliber. On the platform, Ku Xuanji listened to the cheers below and sneered. Today I'll show you that even if you've advanced to 5th rank, you still have no right to challenge me. You're overthinking it. Ji Yuan shook his head, his tone calm. I have plenty to deal with. Taking care of you is just a side task. The referee confirmed both fighters were in position, briefly restated the rules, and waved his hand. Begin. Boom. Lightning exploded as a black panther crackling with electric arcs suddenly materialized. Immediately after, a massive ape wreathed in roaring flames crashed to the ground, sending stone fragments flying. Both spirit beasts charged forward simultaneously, and within the rolling flame shadows of the giant ape lurked another spirit beast of bizarre form. He went all out from the very start. Despite his mocking words, Ku Xuanji knew full well that Ji Yuan was no fool. During yesterday's battle, Ji Yuan had been at the 6th rank, yet still caught him off guard. Now that his opponent had advanced to the 5th rank, he would never make the same mistake again. He intended to end this in one move. On the other side, Ji Yuan raised his eyes, starlight surging in their depths. Ming and Champa landed like lightning, and he roared. Resonance. Light and shadow assault. Roar. Awo. The Qilin auspicious beast raised its head and shrieked, while the Thunder Wolf Lord howled at the sky, both figures charging forth simultaneously. On the arena, the blue-white Qilin suddenly split in two. The Thunder Wolf's form became ethereal, instantly spawning countless identical duplicates. Hiss. Boom. Netherworld flames and lightning intertwined, forming a pitch-black ominous mist that swallowed the entire arena in an instant, even cutting off perception. What kind of technique is this? Ku Xuanji's pupils contracted sharply. In the mist, Ming and Champa multiplied from 2 to 3, from 3 to many, endlessly proliferating, each one so real it was impossible to distinguish. He had been a beast tamer for years, yet had never seen such a bizarre ability. Which beast skill could this be? In a flash, he quickly recalled his 3 vanguard beasts, already formulating a strategy. Heifeng, Liyun, Ji Yuan. 3 spiritual lights, touched down. Haifeng, a male lion with a full mane of black gold fur. Liyun, a brown elk with magnificent antlers. Ji Yuan, a light attribute white serpent, as thick as an arm, with gleaming white scales. Deep in the mist, the indistinguishable real and fake Ming and Champa were closing in. Heifeng, wind fiend roar. Liyun, piercing sacred light. Ji Yuan, heavenly spiral. The moment the commands fell, Heifeng tensed his muscles, soul power erupting as his roar transformed into a raging hurricane that tore the illusions and mist to shreds wherever it passed. Liyun lowered his head, antlers aimed to the right. Whoosh. A pure white beam tore through the air, instantly shattering the illusions it struck. Ji Yuan coiled around Ku Xuanji's arm, tongue flicking as it summoned a blinding whirlwind across the field, the 3 attacks converging into a torrential assault. Watching the illusions continuously crumble, Ku Xuanji's lips slowly curved upward. Smoke and mirrors. However many come, I'll destroy them all. Whoosh. His heart suddenly tightened as he roared. Heifeng, bloodthirsty, strike behind. He stepped forward and spun around rapidly. Somehow, a massive black wolf had already pounced at his back. In the nick of time, Heifeng charged out and shattered the wolf with a single blow. Another illusion. The instant his pupils contracted, a soul-rending wave of terror exploded from his right side. This is bad. He turned his head to see the handsome Ji Yuan had somehow closed in, his gaze calm, right palm pressed against his chest. The next moment, a cold voice fell. Soul strike. Bang. Inside the 4th dueling arena, the resonance, light and shadow assault technique swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Mist rolled across the stage, swallowing even the lights, leaving the audience able only to sense the elemental torrents clashing and surging within the fog. Suddenly, a terrifying soul tremor exploded like muffled thunder, and the blinding mist was torn apart as if by a fierce wind, quietly dissipating. At the center of the arena, Ji Yuan stood tall with his spine straight as a spear. To his left, the auspicious Qilin beast scales shimmered with flowing light. To his right, the Thunder Wolf Lord's fur bristled with crackling arcs of electricity. The 3 figures combined to form an invisible aura of dominance. Hiss! The crowd gasped in unison. Looking to the opposite side, they saw Ku Xuanji collapsed on his knees, arms hanging limply, head tilted back, mouth slightly agape, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. He won. Zhao Shan was the first to react. He spun around and grabbed Su Su, his voice booming. Old Ji Yuan. Su Su raised both fists high, threw back his head and roared wildly, both of them completely losing control in their excitement. Big brother. Zhong Xian was so excited he couldn't form complete sentences, only waving his banner frantically like a madman. Wow. Haha, Ji Yuan is amazing. Ji Yuan is the best. Mu Shuxin waved and made faces at the edge of the stands, openly mocking Ku Xuanji's cheerleading squad. Only Su Zin stood quietly behind the other celebrations, her starry eyes fixed on Ji Yuan's silhouette. He was becoming more and more brilliant, but could she still keep up with his pace? On the other side, Ku Xuanji's 4 lackeys exchanged bewildered glances. With first-year student Ji Yuan defeating Ku Xuanji, the emperor student status would change hands again, meaning Ku Xuanji would have to leave the top floor and move to a transitional class. Without their patron, wouldn't the 4 of them be completely crushed by Ji Yuan? Their hearts filled with dread, yet they couldn't think of any countermeasures. They weren't the only ones stunned. Ku Xuanji's cheerleading squad stared blankly at the pathetic kneeling figure on the arena, suddenly feeling that the silver-haired heartthrob didn't seem so handsome anymore. Their gazes shifted to Ji Yuan and his 2 radiant spirit beasts, immediately finding the combination extremely pleasing to the eye. Ji Yuan. Someone in the crowd hesitantly raised their hand. One person led, others followed. In the blink of an eye, all the pom-poms were raised high. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. The wave of cheers rolled across the stands, startling Zhao Shan and his friends into stunned silence. Holy crap! Old Ji conquered the opposing cheerleading squad. Zhao Shan and Su Su stared at each other in disbelief. Mu Shuxin looked thoroughly displeased, cursing internally with words too vulgar to voice aloud. Zhong Xian continued waving his banner enthusiastically, but used too much force. Crack. The flagpole snapped in half. The broken upper section with the banner traced an arc through the air, landing precisely in the crowd. Thud. It hit one of Ku Xuanji's lackeys square in the face. The 4 were startled by the sudden attack, bristling with anger and ready to curse, but then caught sight of the large characters on the banner. Ji Yuan invincible. The words that had reached their lips were swallowed back down. The duel settled. Students watching the excitement dispersed in small groups. Ji Yuan leaped down from the arena, his boots touching the ground lightly. Seeing that Zhao Shan and the other four were already waiting below, his heart warmed slightly. Student Ji Yuan. Suddenly, before anyone could say anything, passionate screams erupted from behind. He turned around in surprise, only to find a group of heavily made-up female classmates casting passionate glances his way. Ji Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily shuddered. What kind of people were these? Humph. Just as he finished the competition and was looking for a quiet corner to rest, a crisp and decisive shout broke the scene. Mu Shuxin stepped forward in front of the crowd, spreading her arms wide to block the group of chattering girls. She loosened her high ponytail, casually running her fingers through her winered hair, her eyes showing undisguised contempt. Already blessed with an outstanding figure, the main girlfriend aura she radiated at this moment made the cheerleaders suddenly stop in their tracks. After a moment of silence, the somewhat attractive cheerleading captain standing at the front asked reluctantly, "Are you his girlfriend?" Huh. Mu Shuxin, who had been building up her momentum, froze, her expression instantly crumbling. "No, I'm not. Then what right do you have to stop us?" The girls rolled their eyes and swarmed around her, toward Ji Yuan. "Senior Ji Yuan, you're so handsome. Senior, can we add each other as friends? How about dinner together tonight, senior?" The chattering voices exploded in his ears like a flock of sparrows. Ji Yuan's scalp tingled, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a small, timid figure standing in front of him. Suzine had mustered her courage to spread her arms wide, forcibly separating the group of frenzied fans. "Are you his girlfriend?" The same question appeared again. "Huh? No." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Then what right do you have to stop us?" The other girl reached out to pull her away. "Enough." Ji Yuan could no longer hold back, his brows furrowed tightly, his voice low and icy cold. "Go find someone else to play your little games with. Don't bother me." As his words fell, he pulled Suzine behind him and waved to Mu Shuxin in the distance. Then, he led the 5 people Zhao Shan, Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin, and Su Zian away from the arena without looking back. Behind them, the cheerleaders who had been stunned by his outburst looked at each other, then their eyes lit up. "So handsome. So cool. We love this type." On the way back to the dormitory, Ji Yuan covered his forehead, looking utterly helpless. Zhao Shan and Su Su were laughing so hard they could barely stand, occasionally mimicking in high-pitched voices, "Senior Ji Yuan, come with me." Huh. Mu Shuxin and Su Zin walked side by side, but both had dark expressions, their low spirits visible to the naked eye. "I can't believe it. Old Ji has only been enrolled for a week, right? And he's already being called senior." Zhao Shan laughed until he couldn't straighten up. Su Su wiped away tears and said, "You're so naive. It's not about enrollment time here. It's about strength. Only the strong deserve to be called senior. Right, Ji Senior Ji Yuan?" PFF. Ha ha. Su Su, that impression was spot on. Zhao Shan laughed even harder. Ji Yuan's mouth twitched as he roared in a deep voice, "Fourth brother." "Yes, big brother." Zhong Xian, who was usually serious and unsmiling, immediately wrapped his arms around both their necks from left and right, his muscular arms like iron hoops, lifting them like chickens, instantly cutting off their laughter. Cough. "We were wrong, wrong." When they parted ways, Mu Shuxin and Su Zin were still listless, but Ji Yuan, who was emotionally oblivious, didn't think much of it. Back at the dormitory, he went straight into his room and sank his consciousness into the black gold imperial ring. Since it was still early, he planned to visit the skill core hall later, so he first searched for some point cards. However, when he reached a corner, a white envelope caught his eye. In the bottom right corner of the envelope, written in neat, delicate handwriting, was the name Jiang Qingru. Oh right, the letter that Qin Qin had given him back at the Blue Sky Orphanage in Linyan City. Because he had been busy with Ming's advancement, he had completely forgotten to open it. He gently opened the envelope. The first line that met his eyes made his body stiffen. "Hey Yuan, I have to go." The letter lay spread across the desk, just a thin sheet of paper, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "Today marks the 3rd day since you left the orphanage, and I miss you so much. Lin Yunjia says she doesn't want to continue school anymore. She thinks instead of wasting 3 years in high school, she'd rather study beast-taming knowledge early. As long as she can get into Changfeng Beast-Taming Academy in the future, she'll be able to rise to success, become a beast-taming star, and earn lots and lots of money." I can't agree with her thinking. More than fame, money, or anything else, I just want to stay by your side forever. I miss you so much. You've only been gone for 3 days, but for me, each day feels like a year. Do you remember how we used to sit together since childhood, fantasizing about having a warm home? Today, a couple who often visits the orphanage decided to adopt me. I'm happy, yet I feel somewhat afraid. Because they're taking me to a city far, far away, so far that I might never see you again. I miss you so much. Or rather, I love you. I know with that thick head of yours, if I don't say it outright, you'll never realize it. I really, really love you. Yuan. I'm about to leave. Leave this city that holds you and all our shared memories. I'll never again taste the candy you bought for me. The letter ended abruptly, as if countless words remained unspoken. The handwriting near the end was blurred, ink stains spreading into circles of grayish-black flowers. Ji Yuan's fingertips gently traced over those damp strokes, and before his eyes seemed to appear the image of a young girl crying as she wrote. Jiang Qingru, close your eyes. His throat tightened as he exhaled a trembling breath. In his mind, a little girl with mud smeared across her face appeared just as clearly back then. This girl, like Lin Yunjia, had held no small place in his heart. But just because she couldn't contract with beasts and was mocked by countless people, he had forgotten her, pushing her into a corner of his memory. You really are a bastard, Ji Yuan. He cursed himself silently, knowing he could only wait until he completed the director's assigned task before asking the director to help find Qingru. The director of a super academy would surely have a way. With his mind made up, Ji Yuan folded the letter neatly and carefully tucked it into his inner pocket. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his churning emotions. The Imperial Codex. Now, it was time to examine the Imperial Codex's upgrade function. Ding! Imperial Codex upgrade complete. One new function unlocked. Comprehensive search allows the host to search for remains of Imperial creatures in the Codex, viewing the quantity of bones of that creature still existing in the world. Check the bone quantity of Imperial creatures. So now I can know how many Star Peak Griffin remains still exist in the world. He raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. The function sounded somewhat useless even if he found out bones still existed. Without location data, how could he find them? Whatever. His gaze swept over the Imperial Codex. So far, he had unlocked 23 Imperial-level creature icons, occupying 2 full pages of the Codex. Excluding the 18 he had restored for Mu Gu, the remaining ones were Ming, Flash Soul, Star Peak Griffin, Frost Demon Sprite, Nine-Tailed Fox, and the most mysterious Void Lord. Search. Conducting comprehensive search. Ding. Search complete. Void Lord. Number of remains available for absorption, 0. Huh? If I remember correctly, this creature's completeness is only about 1, right? There are actually no other remains of it in the world? This is truly an extinct creature. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he turned his attention to the nine-tailed fox. This was also considered a rather classic beast species, and if possible, he quite wanted to replicate one. Now that he had advanced to the 5th rank, the number of contracted spirit beasts was no longer restricted, and what he needed to do was expand his beast-taming space. Ji Yuan first opened the Imperial Codex and searched for information about the nine-tailed fox remains. Ding search complete. Nine-tailed fox, remaining bones to be absorbed, 6. Estimated completeness after full absorption, 70. As the notification sound ended on the screen, he nodded slightly. Currently, the nine-tailed fox remains had only 10 completeness, but if he could gather all 6 remaining bones, he could almost fully restore this legendary spirit. Unfortunately, the Codex couldn't locate the scattered bones positions, so collecting them would depend purely on luck. Shifting his thoughts, he turned his attention to the Star Peak Griffin. Apart from the Frost Demon given by the Dean, this was the most complete Emperor-level remains in his possession. Star Peak Griffin current completeness, 55. Search again to see how much more is needed. Ding search complete. Star Peak Griffin, remaining bones to be absorbed, none. None. Surprise left him stunned in place. The Star Peak Griffin had always been the spirit beast he most wanted to contract, but its 55 completeness had made him reluctant to replicate it, as he had set his psychological expectation at 70. Now learning that all the remains were already in his possession, and that further improvement would depend only on unknown future opportunities, he simply put away the Imperial Codex for now, preparing to weigh his options carefully. I want to come out. A lazy voice echoed in his mind. Ji Yuan raised his hand, and the playful elf Mu Gu appeared out of thin air, settling on the edge of the bed. She swung her delicate little feet and looked at him sideways. What's wrong, master? You look troubled. It's nothing. Ji Yuan shook his head, but when his gaze fell on her, an information panel popped up. Creature, life spirit. Race, elf. Bloodline, adolescent stage. Attribute, wood. Trait, child of all things. Can listen to nature's voice and communicate with spirit beasts. Talent, blow and grow again. When suffering fatal damage, will transform into life essence and autonomously seek vibrant places for rebirth. Skill, healing, unknown. Skill, recovery, unknown. Skill, extract life, force resurrection, unknown. Skill, unknown. Skill, unknown. Initially, everything appeared normal, but further down it suddenly became garbled, as if the system had malfunctioned. Compared to when he first contracted her and everything showed unknown, this was already much better. Perhaps the Imperial Codex only displayed this information after upgrading? By this logic, to fully understand Mu Ji's information, he would need to continue upgrading the Codex. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Mu Ji's eyes were full of confusion. He quickly averted his gaze, pondered for a moment, then said, don't call me master anymore. Change it to young master, or perhaps sir. The little elf pouted, her brows slightly furrowed. thinking for a moment before softly agreeing. All right, sir. Only then did Ji Yuan relax. Mu Gu was different from Ming, and Shan Poer thoughts and habits were more similar to humans, and keeping her constantly in the beast-taming space would surely bore her to death. Unless necessary, he decided to let her stay by his side regularly. Changing the form of address was also to avoid misunderstandings from others after all. Walking around the academy with such a beautiful elf calling him master repeatedly would make people who didn't know better think he had some strange fetishes. In the days that followed, Ji Yuan began to immerse himself fully in academy life. He first contacted the dean. Upon learning of his advancement to the 5th rank, the dean was astonished and showered him with praise, though unfortunately he wasn't at the academy at the time, so they agreed to discuss things in detail when he returned. With the dean away, Ji Yuan decided to treat this period as a vacation. He never missed classes, and after school he would either hang out with Zhao Shan and the other two, or get dragged around campus by Mu Shuxin under the pretense of familiarizing himself with the grounds. It wasn't like this every day. After Ku Xuanji's defeat, he had fallen from the top-tier class to the transitional class, and his 4 lackeys lived in constant fear during lessons, terrified that Ji Yuan might cause them trouble after all. Even among 5th-rank students there were hierarchies, and Ji Yuan was famously known as a monster. But these 4 were accustomed to bullying the weak, and once again Ji Yuan caught them picking on second-year students. Truly, a dog can't stop eating filth. As a result, they completely lost their seats in the classroom and could only squat while listening to lectures. Faced with Ji Yuan, who possessed the black gold light pillar, was the competition champion, and commanded 2 mythical beast companions, they dared to be angry but not speak out. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, it had been exactly 1 month since he defeated Ku Xuanji. Having been enrolled for only a month, he already understood academy life inside and out. Class ended early that day, and he headed straight for the reading room. The reading room was different from the library. It specifically housed skill cores and was one of the academy's most densely populated areas. The main hall was divided into 4 major zones. 1. The 3rd level zone, accessible to any student. 2. The 2nd level zone, restricted to second-year students and above. 3. The 1st level zone, open to first-year students. 4. The Imperial Zone, reserved exclusively for Imperial students. Beyond the Imperial Zone lay a secret area accessible only as a reward, housing ultra-rare skill cores. The treasures there were so precious that even the Imperial Zone paled in comparison. Aside from a few instructors and high-ranking officials, students had no chance of setting foot there. The dean had personally given Ji Yuan an access card, allowing him free entry. Over the past month, he had spent almost all his spare time searching for skill cores. Out of caution, he hadn't immediately rushed to the final area, but had started from the 1st level zone and worked his way up to the Imperial Zone, focusing his search on fire, thunder, lightning, and wood-type cores. Although Mu Gu was a beast companion, due to her special constitution, she had no skill slot limitations. She could learn as many as she wanted. Unfortunately, after combing through all 3 zones, he hadn't found a single core that caught his fancy. Today, he finally decided to try his luck in the final secret area. Passing through layers of guards, he arrived before a massive black door. Tall stone statues stood beside the door, with card readers embedded in their bases. He pulled out his access card and gently pressed it against the slot. Click! The black door slowly slid open to the right, revealing a gap just wide enough for 1 person to pass through. Ji Yuan slipped inside sideways. The space beyond was vast, resembling a quiet, private library. Rows of wooden shelves stretched across the room, and between each shelf sat a skill core. Every single core emanated a golden glow, clearly all of the highest grade. As the massive door closed behind him, under the warm lighting, Ji Yuan summoned Mu Gu. Another day of searching for skill cores. Mu Gu yawned and stretched her stiff shoulders before diving into the towering bookshelves. Don't forget, prioritize finding fire-type cores for Ming, Ji Yuan reminded her. Got it, master. The two split up and spent an hour combing through 4 or 5 rows of shelves. Flame Soul surged. The descriptions a bit lacking, Ji Yuan muttered, shoving the core in his hand back into place. He rubbed his temples and yawned again. Master, come look at this, came an elf-like voice suddenly. Ji Yuan hurried over to find Mu Gu holding up a diamond-shaped core. Though its shell was golden, it emanated a dark red glow that was particularly striking. What a tribute! He squinted as he took it from her. Fire-type. As his soul power seeped in, the core's information appeared. Heaven-burning, earth-destroying fire-type beast-taming skill. Requirement. Fire-type tamed beast with legendary bloodline level. Requirement. Beast tamer rank of 5th grade or above. Description. Created by the ancient beast tamer, Qilin, this skill uses flames to open an independent space, dragging enemies into an apocalyptic purgatory. Just from reading the basic information, scorching heat seemed to rush toward him, clearly far more than the brief description could capture. Heaven-burning, earth-destroying, what an audacious name. Seeing the creator, Qilin, Ji Yuan's heart leaped. That was one of the peak powerhouses who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Beast King. Truly worthy of a super academy to preserve cores of this caliber, he whispered, clenching his fist. Ming's final skill slot, this is it. After a full month of searching, he'd finally found his target in this last section. Ji Yuan was so excited his palms were sweating. But taking the core wasn't realistic, could only copy it with point vouchers. When he saw the price, he nearly turned to stone on the spot. 500,000. He rubbed his eyes hard, almost thinking he'd misread. Point vouchers could only be earned through external missions like last time or academy part-time jobs, with part-time work paying at most 1,000 vouchers per job. 500,000 would take until the year of the monkey. Even if external missions paid 10,000 each, he'd need 50 trips. The most expensive cores in the Imperial District only cost 60,000. I'm screwed. Finally found what I wanted, but can't afford it. He muttered under his breath. How is it? Pretty good, right? Muga blinked at him. Pretty good, pretty good. Ji Yuan smiled bitterly and nodded, gently placing the core back in its spot before heading toward the exit under Mu Ji's puzzled gaze. Not taking it. Can't afford it. I'll have to think of another way. The black giant door was right in front of him. Just as he raised his hand to swipe his card, his phone suddenly vibrated. Cinder Tang, are you adjusting well to academy life? Is there anything you're having trouble with? Huh. Ji Yuan was stunned, suspecting she'd sent it to the wrong person. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. The next second, his phone vibrated again, an incoming call from Zhao Shan. Old Ji, Su Ziyin failed her advancement challenge today. 10,000 meters in the sky, a griffin emanating cold air beat its wings across the sea of clouds. On the griffin's back, several figures stood against the wind. Jiangqing Ro, someone exclaimed. At the same moment, the usually cold and elegant Tang Yi's pretty face flushed red. Looking at the message she couldn't retract, she gritted her teeth and whispered, "This is what you call checking the time?" At the very front, a tall woman with silver hair dancing in the wind gently touched her temples, a smile slowly spreading across her lips. Yuan, finally I can see you again. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.